In a world where everyone undergoes a job transfer upon reaching the age of 18, Lin Mo transitioned into a clever beastmaster, binding himself to a seemingly ordinary A-level bat. Just as despair began to settle in, a notification resonated within his mind. Beastmaster Achievement System activated. Current Beast, Bloodline Prince, SS level. Congratulations, host. You have successfully bound your beast and are awarded 5 free attribute points. Congratulations, host. Your beast has reached B-level reward. A-level culinary skills. Congratulations, host. Your beast has attained A-level reward. S-level combat techniques. Congratulations, host. Your beast has reached S-level reward. 1 mysterious dragon egg. Congratulations, host. Your beast has achieved SS level reward. SSS level item. Bloodline Purification Potion. You tell me this bat is a bloodline prince? Thus, Lin Mo embarked on an extraordinary journey toward the pinnacle of power. The aloof and stunning school beauty reserved her gentleness solely for him, while the sharp-tongued and proud prince found himself outmatched in Lin Mo's presence. The adorably naive dragon girl perpetually sought his affection. Lin Mo, everyone, let me explain, I am a legitimate beastmaster. However, the enchanting nine-tailed fox, the gentle and graceful mermaid princess, the divine angel of the Holy Church, and the disgraced succubus of the demon clan, all of these captivating beasts began to flock to him. The crowd exclaimed, 666, this is no act. Chapter 1, the Beastmaster Achievement System. In the year 2989 of the Blue Star calendar, at the prestigious Magic City First High School, the scorching summer sun beat down upon the playground, causing the plastic track to shimmer with heat waves. Colorful flags fluttered in the wind, and a massive red banner hung above the podium. Warm congratulations on the successful completion of our school's job transfer ceremony. Look, another A-level. It's an A-level again. The crowd erupted in astonishment. A young man, Lin Mo, stood on tiptoe, gazing at the transfer platform. He was strikingly handsome, with a tall and upright posture, radiating the vigor and determination unique to youth. Lin Mo was a graduate from Class 2 of the 3rd year and renowned as the school's heartthrob, well liked by female classmates for his gentle and courteous demeanor. At the center of the formation, Li Yao from Class 7 had golden energy swirling around him, his head crowned with a brilliant job title level Holy Light Knight. The principal's excited voice echoed through the loudspeakers. Our school has birthed its 3rd A-level profession this year. Beside Lin Mo, Zhang Hao whistled loudly. So cool. An A-level. He can go straight to the Imperial Capital University. Lin Mo nodded silently, his gaze drifting to the electronic screen at the edge of the playground. The screen continuously updated the job transfer data. A-level, 3, B-level, 159, C-level, 896, D-level, 1545, untransferred, 57. Lin Mo, are you nervous? Zhang Hao nudged him with his elbow. It's almost our turn. Lin Mo touched the job transfer card in his pocket a little. This was a world of universal job transfers. A century ago, when a meteor fell upon Blue Star, it not only unleashed a multitude of monstrous beasts, but also ushered in an era of job transfers, awakening diverse powers among depopulace. In the early days of the beastly invasion, Blue Star suffered immense casualties, enduring centuries of warfare and research before achieving stability. Eventually, some peaceful races began to forge alliances with humanity. Now, upon turning 18, everyone could utilize a job transfer crystal to embark on a new professional journey, unlocking a life filled with possibilities. Some became sword saints, capable of cleaving mountains. Some transformed into sorcerers, wielding ice magic to freeze oceans. Some evolved into spatial manipulators, teleporting vast distances in an instant. It was these formidable transferred individuals who protected the nation, defending against the onslaught of monstrous beasts, granting a brief respite of peace. Yet, due to the existence of these monsters, countless warriors perished annually, numbering in the millions. Lin Mo's parents were among them, having fallen in battle when he was merely 10 years old, leaving him and his sister to rely on one another. Fortunately, the state provides subsidies and care for the families of martyrs, allowing the siblings to rent a modest 30-square-meter apartment, barely managing to stay fed and clothed. Another commotion arose from the transfer platform. This time, it was Wang Shui from Class 4, who had transformed into a B-level beastmaster, binding a snow-white spirit fox rated B. The girls erupted in envious cheers. I heard the grade of one's primary beast determines the upper limit for the beastmaster, Zhang Hao whispered. Last year, a senior bound in A-level Thunderhawk and was immediately recruited by the military. Just as Lin Mo was about to respond, an announcement blared. Students of Class 2, please gather in the waiting area. The line began to move, with Lin Mo's student number being 17, placing him toward the front of the class. The students ahead took their turns. Lu Shuo, C-level chef. Zhao Xiaoyu, D-level flame mage. Zhang Hao, B-level warrior. Next, Lin Mo. Zhang Hao stepped off the stage, turning to give Lin Mo an encouraging gesture. Lin Mo nodded, and as he approached the transfer platform, he felt a surge of spiritual energy envelop him. The coolness of the crystal ball almost made him retract his hand. The sounds of excited students and complaints faded, replaced by the thunderous beat of his heart. Matching profession. A flash of white light enveloped him, revealing the transfer result. Profession, C-level Beastmaster. Matching primary beast. Whispers of disappointment rippled through the crowd below. C-level. An unremarkable rating. Lin Mo forced a smile, awaiting the arrival of his primary beast. As the contract formation illuminated, he caught a whiff of a faint metallic scent. In the shroud of black mist, a palm-sized shadow thudded into Lin Mo's embrace. It's a bat. Ha! An E-level magical beast. The weakest combination has been born. Many male students who had previously harbored resentment toward Lin Mo due to his past romantic entanglements with their goddess, Susan, now seized the opportunity to mock him. Lin Mo had always excelled in both academics and looks, leaving them in the dust. Now witnessing his fall from grace, they reveled in his misfortune. Lin Mo gazed down at the small creature in his arms. Entirely black, with dark red patterns on its wings, it was now locking eyes with him through its crimson orbs. Ding! Beastmaster Achievement System activated. The sudden electronic notification sent a jolt through Lin Mo's body. What astonished him further was that at the moment of binding, bold crimson letters appeared above the bat's head. Beast Lilith. Rarity, SS level. Species, Bloodline Princess. Current level, 1 sealed. Requires host blood to unlock. Original level, 48, Lord level. Current attribute values. Strength, 17. Speed, 22. Defense, 14. Mental power, 25. Current affinity, 50. Such an astonishing value. Lin Mo felt a twinge of disbelief as he glanced down at himself. Host, Lin Mo. Occupation, C-level Beastmaster. Level, 1 sealed. Current attribute values. Strength, 6. Speed, 7. Defense, 6. Mental power, 7. Current contracted beast, Lilith. Current items, none. Lin Mo. Just as Lin Mo was lost in contemplation, an electronic prompt echoed in his mind once more. Congratulations, host, for achieving the milestone of binding your destined beast reward. Professional level up, Elixir 1. Congratulations, host, for achieving the milestone of your destined beast reaching crank rarity reward. 5 free attribute points. Congratulations, host, for achieving the milestone of your destined beast reaching rank rarity reward. A-level culinary skills. Congratulations, host, for achieving the milestone of your destined beast reaching A-rank rarity reward. S-level martial arts. Congratulations, host, for achieving the milestone of your destined beast reaching S-rank rarity reward. Mysterious Dragon Egg 1. Congratulations, host, for achieving the milestone of your destined beast reaching SS-Rank rarity reward. SSS level Bloodline Purification Elixir. The afternoon sun bathed Lin Mo's face, and the previously despondent expression on his youthful visage transformed into one of sheer astonishment. The cascade of rewards nearly overwhelmed his mind, excitement radiating from him. Beside him, Zhang Hao, witnessing Lin Mo's exuberance, felt a twinge of confusion. Could it be that this fellow had suffered such a blow that his mind had faltered? Lin Mo, it's time for the next student, came the principal's voice, prompting Lin Mo to snap back to reality. He nodded, cradling the little bat as he descended from the transfer platform. A C-level Beastmaster with an E-level bat? Ha! Lin Mo, your life is essentially over. The surrounding jeers echoed relentlessly, yet Lin Mo merely lowered his head, gently caressing the little bat's back. Don't mind them, he murmured, as if offering solace to the unassuming creature. However, at that moment, Lin Mo, a familiar female voice resonated, and as Lin Mo lifted his gaze, he beheld his girlfriend, Susan, who was currently entwined with another boy's arm, approaching them with a beaming smile. Chapter 2. Crushing Defeat. At Magic City No. 1 High School, beside the transmutation platform, the once brilliant sunshine has been shrouded by ominous clouds. and the previously boisterous playground has gradually succumbed to an unsettling calm. Many students are drawn to the commotion unfolding nearby. The boy at the center of attention is Zhou Kai, who has just awakened as an A-class Thunder controller. Lin Mo's pupils constrict, and his fists instinctively clench. Zhou Kai? Zhou Kai, the top student of Class 1 in the senior year, comes from a privileged background and possesses exceptional talent, making him one of the most dazzling figures in the school. At this moment, Susan is affectionately entwined with Zhou Kai's arm, wearing a smile that seems almost sycophantic. She has merely awakened as a C-class healer. Previously, Zhou Kai had pursued her diligently, but before his class change, she had dismissed him entirely, despite his wealth. She was enamored with the refined Lin Mo. However, upon discovering that Zhou Kai's profession was A-class, she eagerly approached him. As A-class professions are exceedingly rare, no more than 1,000 emerge nationwide each year. Yet, she still observes in secret, pondering if Lin Mo might awaken as an A-class as well. But as she anticipated, Lin Mo is not A-class. Rather, he is a C-class like herself, prompting her to abandon him and turn her affections towards Zhou Kai. Lin Mo, I heard you've transitioned into a C-class Beastmaster? Susan tilts her head slightly, a hint of pity lacing her tone. What a shame. What a shame about what? Lin Mo replies, his voice heavy with discontent. It's a pity you'll forever remain a mere low-tier Beastmaster. Zhou Kai scoffs, summoning a spark of electricity that dances at his fingertips. Oh, by the way, we have a few little bats like you at our family's beast breeding farm. Why don't you come over and take care of them? Ha! He looks down on Lin Mo from a towering height, a smirk of contempt curling at the corners of his mouth. Susan is now my girlfriend. You are not worthy of her. Lin Mo gazes at the boastful Zhou Kai, a cold smile forming within. Susan blinks, her tone lighthearted. Lin Mo, don't blame me for being realistic. This world respects the strong. You are merely a C-class Beastmaster, while She tightens her grip on Zhou Kai's arm. I seek a brighter future. Inwardly, Lin Mo communicates with the system. System, use the profession level up potion, apply S-class combat techniques, and allocate 5 free attribute points to speed. Usage complete. Host, Lin Mo. Current attribute values. Strength, 12. Speed, 17. Defense, 9. Mental power, 12. Current skills, S-class combat techniques. In an instant, Lin Mo feels a warm current surge through his limbs, intricate combat techniques imprinting themselves within his mind. A glimmer of silver flashes in his eyes as he slowly raises his head, his gaze turning steely. You are right. A subtle smile graces his lips. In this world, strength reigns supreme. Thus, he raises his hand, gently stroking the little bat perched on his shoulder. Lilith, go play over there for a while. I have some matters to attend to. The small bat, surprised that this human knows her true name, obediently flies to a nearby tree, watching Lin Mo intently. As the bat departs, an invisible pressure radiates from Lin Mo Zhou Kai. I am most curious to witness the extent of A-class strength. With that, Lin Mo beckons Zhou Kai forward. At this moment, Lin Mo has accessed Zhou Kai's personal information through the system interface. Name, Zhou Kai. Current attribute values. Strength, 18. Speed, 12. Defense, 14. Mental power, 18. Such attributes can easily be compensated for by his combat skills. The air seems to freeze in that moment. No one anticipated Lin Mo would utter such words. Observing Lin Mo's provocative gesture, the surrounding crowd begins to murmur. Is Lin Mo out of his mind? He is a C-class challenging an A-class like Zhou Kai? He must be saving face after losing his girlfriend. Don't you feel it? The pressure Lin Mo exudes feels far beyond that of a C-class. As the crowd speculates, Zhou Kai can no longer contain himself. Kid, if you have the guts, step into the arena. The playground of Magic City No. 1 High School boasts a metallic arena specifically designed for students' practical training. And now Lin Mo and Zhou Kai stand poised within it. The referee, having confirmed both are ready, glances at Lin Mo and declares, begin. As the referee's voice fades, Zhou Kai springs into action. He intends to hold nothing back, slamming his left foot onto the metallic surface, unleashing a ferocious burst of thunderous energy. Boom. The heated metallic floor is dented beneath his weight, and he shoots forth like a cannonball, enveloped in visible waves of distortion and heat, hurtling directly towards Lin Mo's face. His right fist is devoid of embellishment, embodying pure, concentrated thunder with a powerful punch. The force of the punch creates a gust of wind that clings Lin Mo's clothes to his body, producing a sharp sound. How fast? Zhou Kai is serious. On the arena, Lin Mo's pupils constrict. He does not brace himself for impact. In a split second, his body instinctively pivots to evade, narrowly escaping the destructive wind of the punch. The scorching energy grazes his cheek, igniting a burning pain. Dodge. Can a worthless being like you truly evade? Zhou Kai sneers. transforming his punch into a claw, fingers curling like hooks as he lunges towards Lin Mo, who has just regained his footing. If this strike lands, victory would surely be his. The spectators gasp in shock. Lin Mo's eyes flash with cold determination. It seems he anticipates Zhou Kai's shift in attack. He sinks his waist, lowering his center of gravity, and with an astute angle, his right arm arcs upward not to block, but to utilize the outer side of his forearm to meet Zhou Kai's wrist. Crack. The sound is not of a punch colliding, but rather akin to a whip cracking. Lin Mo's muscular arm ripples like waves, sending a penetrating force through Zhou Kai's arm. Zhou Kai feels a tingling numbness in his arm. What should have been a guaranteed strike is effortlessly neutralized, even countered. What an uncanny technique of forced dissolution, Zhou Kai muses inwardly, astonished. First move. Lin Mo calls out, his voice as frigid as a 1,000-year-old glacier, gesturing for Zhou Kai to advance. Seeking death, Zhou Kai, enraged at having his attack thwarted in front of an audience, unleashes all his thunderous energy into his legs. Yet, before he can launch his counterattack, Lin Mo's figure appears before him like a specter, delivering a punch aimed squarely at his face. Having channeled all his power into his legs, Zhou Kai's upper body is now unguarded. Bang! Lin Mo's full-force punch connects with Zhou Kai's face, sending him flying several meters away. The crowd is left in stunned silence. Am I seeing things? Did Lin Mo just send Zhou Kai flying? I saw it too. But isn't Lin Mo a C-class? Lin Mo pays no heed to the murmurs of the crowd as he slowly descends from the arena, turning his gaze towards Susan. He tore off the red string from his wrist and cast it to the ground, a gift from Susan on his 17th birthday. In bygone days, he would often gaze at that red string, lost in daydreams of a future life. Yet now, everything had changed. Chapter 3. Princess of the Blood Clan, Lilith. In the first military district of Huaxia, the office lights shone particularly bright in the twilight. A man had just returned to headquarters after completing his patrol along the borders. He removed his heavy military coat and hung it carelessly on the coat rack by the door, revealing a sharply tailored dark green uniform underneath, with 3 stars glinting modestly on his shoulder epaulets. General Han Wenqing, one of the few generals in the Huaxia military district, he oversaw the southeastern region of Huaxia. Report. Came a familiar voice from outside the door. Come in, Han Wenqing replied, rubbing his temples, fatigue from the long journey still lingering in his brows. His aide, Zhang Rui, entered, holding a stack of documents. General, these are urgent files for your review during your absence. Additionally, the 3rd Army Corps at the border has sent the latest battle reports. Han Wenqing nodded, accepting the documents but not immediately opening them. How has Lin Mo been faring lately? Zhang Rui's lips curved into a slight smile, clearly anticipating his superior's question. Today should mark his job transition. I wonder what profession he will assume. A brief silence enveloped the office as Han Wenqing approached the window, gazing toward the distant north, the sole bloodline left by his dearest friend. How is my sister? Han Wenqing's piercing gaze turned toward Zhang Rui, causing him to straighten instinctively. Miss Rui is in good health, and arrangements have been made at the school. Our people are always there to protect her. Han Wenqing's fingers lightly tapped on the solid wooden desk, producing a dull echo. Make arrangements for me to visit Lin Mo soon. Should I inform Lin Mo? No need. Han Wenqing walked to the corner of the office where a safe stood, inputting a complex password. It is time to give this to him. Inside the safe lay a gleaming first-class military medal, quietly resting. He should know of the contributions his parents made to the nation. Zhang Rui noticed the slight reddening at the corners of Han Wenqing's eyes, a rarity in the general known for his iron resolve. Go on, make the arrangements. Yes, sir. In the magical city, under the cloak of night, Lin Mo cradled a small bat as he returned to their modest 30-square-meter home. As soon as he entered, a vivacious girl leaped towards him. Brother, did you miss me? Lin Rui clung to Lin Mo like an octopus, oblivious to the little bat nearly suffocating in her embrace. Wow, what is this? Lin Rui felt something soft wriggling in her arms. Looking down, she spotted a small black creature attempting to escape. My destined familiar. Her name is Lilith. Lin Mo set her down, and the little bat finally regained her freedom, gasping for fresh air. She's so tiny. Lin Rui looked at the bat, then teasingly at Lin Mo, tilting her head as she said, Brother, you won't awaken as a low-level beast master, will you? Hee. But that's all right. Even if your job transition is poor, it's fine. I'm now an A-rank spatial mage, so from today on, I'll take care of our family. Observing Lin Rui's demeanor, Lin Mo chuckled and ruffled her hair. He had indeed seen through the system that Lin Rui had transitioned. Rui is truly impressive, but rest assured, it's not yet your turn to earn money. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Lin Rui secretly sighed with relief. She had realized from the moment she saw Lin Mo's destined familiar that his awakened profession was unlikely to be very high level. Yet, she was unsure how to comfort him. Reflecting on it, It seemed that her brother had always taken care of her since she could remember, even though Lin Mo was only a few minutes older than her. Gurgle. Just as they were lost in reminiscence, an untimely sound interrupted them. Lin Mo and Lin Ruiwei blinked in unison, looking at the little bat on the ground. The bat, wings covering her belly, looked comically distressed. Although her face was hidden, Lin Mo could clearly sense her embarrassment through their bond. How embarrassing, Lilith. Why is your belly making such a racket? The little bat fluttered away, and Lin Mo chuckled as he entered the kitchen to prepare dinner. But what does Lilith eat? System, is there anything suitable for a blood clan to consume? It wouldn't require blood, would it? Prince-level beings can consume regular food to replenish energy. That's a relief. The night passed without incident. The next morning, the first rays of dawn streamed into the room. Lin Mo attempted to shield his eyes from the glaring sunlight, only to find his arm pinned down by something. Turning abruptly, he discovered a red-haired girl sleeping beside him. Her cheeks pale and delicate as if they could be punctured by a breath, her small, rosy lips seemingly tempting one to savor them. Looking down, he couldn't look down any further. Lin Mo controlled his gaze, cautiously extracting his arm, preparing to rise. He finally understood. This girl must be his destined familiar. Yet he had not anticipated that this princess of the Blood Clan would possess such an innocent and charming appearance. He had expected her to be more of a mature woman. As Lin Mo sat up, the red-haired girl also opened her eyes, her crimson irises strikingly beautiful. She stretched lazily, her red-black wings unfurling slowly, only to suddenly realize something was amiss. Why have I transformed into human form? Gazing at Lin Mo, who was staring at her in a daze, Lilith swiftly slapped him. Don't look. 10 minutes later, Lin Mo emerged from Lin Ruiwei's room with a wad of tissue stuffed up his nose, while Lilith sat on the floor, wrapped in a quilt, her eyes vacant. Put this on. Lin Mo tossed a set of Lin Ruiwei's clothes to Lilith. Upon hearing this, Lilith looked at Lin Mo. Human, turn around. All right. Seeing Lilith's face nearly flush with embarrassment, Lin Mo obediently turned away and asked, Lilith, how did you come to contract with me? Lin Mo had always been curious. Logically, a lower-level beast master should have a correspondingly weaker familiar. Why had he contracted with the SS-level Lilith right from the start? In response to Lin Mo's inquiry, Lilith replied, How would I know? Just yesterday, I was still in the Blood Clan's ancient castle. Suddenly, a voice like an electronic prompt asked me if I wanted to see the outside world. Since I had never left the castle, I agreed. The next thing I knew, I was transported to your side, and before I could react, I had already signed a contract with you. Lin Mo was at a loss for words. It seemed he had been tricked by the system, which explained why her level was sealed. Lilith, are you a princess of the Blood Clan? How did you know? Lilith looked puzzled, recalling that this man had known her name yesterday as well. Oh, it's because of our contract, Lin Mo fabricated. Do you have anyone back home? If they see you're missing, will they come looking for you? At this moment, Lilith had already donned her attire, her figure almost mirroring that of Lin Ruiwei, save for a slight tightness around her bosom. No way, my royal father has only just fallen into slumber. It will likely take him several hundred years to awaken, she remarked. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo exhaled in relief. He certainly did not wish to be seized one day by a high-ranking vampire prince in the streets. Noticing that Lilith had changed her clothes, he turned and approached the stove, ready to prepare breakfast. He had completely forgotten that he possessed an A-grade culinary skill, which he had yet to employ. System, activate A-grade culinary skill, Lin Mo silently commanded. Activation successful. Host, Lin Mo. Current skills, S-grade combat technique, A-grade culinary skill. Current items, Mysterious Dragon Egg X1. Chapter 4, Contract with the Mysterious Dragon Egg. Human, your cooking is truly delightful, Lilith exclaimed, her small mouth stuffed with food as she spoke. Why didn't I notice this last night? Lin Mo chose not to respond to her inquiry, but instead focused on the dragon egg in his inventory. System, how does one establish a contract with this dragon egg? The host can sign a contract with it. A contract? Yet, he was uncertain about the dragon's grade within. This world harbored numerous dragons, though most high-tier dragons were seldom seen, as they deemed it beneath them to engage with weak humans, with some exceptions being malevolent dragons. Typically, the ones roaming the wilds were lower-tier sub-dragon species, such as earth dragons, soil dragons, and wyverns. To be candid, Lin Mo's aspirations had been elevated by Lilith, and with the assistance of the system, he knew that if it were merely a sub-dragon, its growth would inevitably lag behind theirs. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Mo resolved to take a closer look at the dragon egg. System, summon the dragon egg. With a resounding thud, a massive dragon egg landed on the apartment floor, instantly alerting Lilith, who regarded the egg with a look of astonishment. Human, where did you acquire this dragon egg? She inquired, her gaze fixed on Lin Mo. What's wrong with this dragon egg? Lin Mo avoided answering her directly. After all, he couldn't very well disclose that it was a gift from the system. The bloodline level of this dragon egg should be quite high, at least not inferior to mine. I sense a faint pressure emanating from it, Lilith replied. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo's eyes lit up. Could it be that its bloodline was not inferior to Lilith's? Who was Lilith? She was the daughter of a vampire prince, nearly embodying the most untainted bloodline of her kind. Was it possible that this dragon egg was also a beast of SS grade? Just then, the door to Lin Yue's room swung open, and the young girl emerged, clad in whimsical pajamas, her tousled hair suggesting she had yet to groom herself. Good morning, big brother, she yawned, her bleary eyes surveying the living room, landing on the egg. Wow, where did you get such a large egg? Lin Yue's sleepiness evaporated as she rushed to examine the dragon egg, peering at it from various angles. She then turned to seek answers from Lin Mo. But upon spinning around, she was met by the sight of Lilith seated at the dining table. Lin Yue's eyes widened again as she exclaimed, Oni-chan, has your desire become so uncontainable that you've brought a little girl home? Observing the excitable Lin Yue, Lin Mo calmly replied, This is Lilith, my destined beast. Upon hearing Lin Mo's response, Lin Yue scurried over to Lilith, poking at her fair cheek. Such exquisite skin. You're quite lovely. Lilith, initially incensed that a mere girl would dare to poke her face, ultimately tolerated it upon hearing Lin Yue's words. Human girl, if you can speak, do say more, she retorted. Meanwhile, Lin Mo was engaged in communication with the system. How does one establish a contract with the dragon egg? Although he knew how to form contracts with beasts, this was his first encounter with the dragon egg. Simply drip blood upon the dragon egg. With that, Lin Mo bit his finger, allowing several drops of blood to fall onto the egg, yet it remained unresponsive. System, what is going on? Lin Mo queried, perplexed. It's possible the dragon egg finds the host inadequate. Lin Mo, well then, since this dragon egg's grade is uncertain, perhaps I should simply cook it and eat it. No sooner had he spoken than the previously tranquil dragon egg began to tremble violently, and an ancient contract formation materialized on the ground. Lin Mo felt a peculiar connection manifest between himself and the dragon egg. Congratulations, host, on achieving the milestone of acquiring your second beast. You are rewarded with the S-grade skill, Voice of the Mind. Voice of the Mind allows you to hear the thoughts of all entities within a certain distance. Instantaneously, Lin Mo felt his mind become significantly clearer, and he soon heard a thought echoing within. Wow, this guy is so annoying. He wants to eat me. Lin Mo, this skill is incredible. In future confrontations, being able to read my adversary's thoughts will surely place me at an advantage. Please note, host, that Voice of the Mind is currently in its initial stage and is only effective within a 50-meter range. What the heck? System, can't you provide the skill all at once? Lin Mo felt a wave of exasperation. Yet as he glanced at the system display indicating time until beast hatching, 2 days, his spirits lifted considerably. In just 2 days, the dragon egg would hatch, coinciding perfectly with the upcoming college entrance examinations, thereby adding another card to his hand. He then turned his attention to Lin Yue, who was still poking at Lilith's cheek, and inquired, Yue, how prepared are you for the entrance exams in 2 days? Upon hearing this, Lin Yue ceased her actions and looked at Lin Mo. Big brother, I am an A-grade spatial mage, and yesterday I was personally recruited by a professor from Magic City University. Lin Mo felt a wave of frustration. He had completely forgotten this detail, realizing that only he was required to participate in the exams. In the heart of the Magic City, within a luxurious villa, Zhou Zhenglong glared at his son, who bore bruises and cuts, his anger boiling over. Just look at you, having awakened as an A-grade thunder controller. Why on earth would you engage in close combat? Yesterday, when the principal informed him that Zhou Kai had transitioned to an A-grade thunder controller, he had felt immense pride in his son's accomplishments. However, not long after, he received word that his son had been beaten by a C-grade beast master, no less. Zhou Zhenglong nearly fainted, not due to his son's defeat, but because he could not fathom how an A-grade combat profession could be bested by a notoriously frail beast master, particularly one of C-grade. Beside him, a resplendently dressed woman sat by Zhou Kai's bedside. She was his mother, Qin Li, her eyes filled with concern. Hearing Zhou Zhenglong's words, she shot him a disapproving glance. If our son has been wronged, you ought to seek vengeance instead of berating him. If you, Zhou, do not seek justice for him, I shall take matters into my own hands. Zhou Zhenglong fell silent at Qin Li's words. He wished nothing more than to avenge his son, yet the more he inquired, the more it seemed that his son had instigated the conflict, suggesting the match himself. Sighing, Zhou Zhenglong leaned back in his executive chair, weariness evident in his demeanor. I have conducted an investigation, and it appears that the C-level beast tamer is merely an ordinary citizen. However, his sister awakened yesterday as an A-level spatial mage and has been taken as a disciple by Professor Li Lan from Magic City University. Upon hearing this, Qin Li furrowed her brow. Professor Lilan from Magic City University is renowned for her protective nature towards her students and is also an A-level spatial mage. It seems she intends to take in a closed-door disciple this time. Even so, this matter cannot simply be dismissed. Zhou Zhenlong cast a glance at Qin Li. Are you suggesting we compare connections with Professor Lilan, or perhaps our abilities? However, there is no however in this situation. This matter ends here. It seems you've all become accustomed to a life of comfort. What is the current state of affairs? We, as merchants, have lost our former standing. Now it is the educational institutions and powerful military districts that hold sway. The quarrels among children are merely lessons to be learned from defeat. If one wishes to reclaim their honor, they must surpass their opponent through their own efforts. With that, Zhou Zhenlong exited the room. Qin Li watched him leave, her frustration causing her to stomp her foot. Gazing at her son, who lay on the bed, she picked up her phone and dialed a number. Chapter 5, The Night Mansion. Human, I wish to purchase clothing. A gust of frigid wind swept across Lin Mo's face, as if delicate threads were caressing him. He turned to Lilith, whose crimson eyes sparkled in the darkness. Lilith hovered above, her dark red bat wings spread wide, nearly engulfing the entire room. Allow me a moment to tidy up. Lin Mo was about to bend down to clean up. Smack. This time, her entire wing struck his face, carrying with it the unique chill of the blood race and a faint metallic scent of rust. Observing his blood-stained attire caused by Lilith, Lin Mo sighed in resignation. The morning had been dull until Lilith had ventured out to hunt and returned covered in blood. Lilith gracefully alighted on the desk, her bare feet resting atop a copy of Beginner's Guide to Beast Taming. She idly played with her fiery red hair. Your human fabrics are far too fragile. The blood of that rock-armored wild boar merely splattered a little. This marks the second garment you've ruined this morning, Lin Mo remarked, somewhat exasperated. Lilith tilted her head, her sharp canines barely visible. So? Thus, we must go buy you some clothing today. Lin Mo sighed, resignedly grabbing his wallet, but stipulating. No lace or frills. Why not? There are no reasons. Humph. Lilith pouted, but in an instant, transformed into a palm-sized bat, expertly burrowing into the hood of Lin Mo's sweatshirt. Hurry, this outfit is unbearably uncomfortable. The glass walls of the central mall reflected the morning sun as Lin Mo approached the entrance. Suddenly, Lilith reverted to her human form, grasping the back of his collar. Use the side entrance. She gestured disdainfully towards the holy water fountain at the front. Those foolish exorcism devices may not harm me, but they are quite bothersome. The side corridor was plastered with various advertisements. Top 10 secrets to slime maintenance. Limited time offer on werewolf hair removal cream. Lilith halted before a dark-themed poster, her blood-red eyes illuminating with excitement. New product launch for the Night Noble series. Human, proceed to the 7th floor. Lin Mo glanced at his wallet, swallowing hard. Let us agree on just 2 casual outfits. The 7th floor was enveloped in dim red lighting, unlike the bustling lower level filled with ordinary beast taming supplies. This area was sparsely populated, yet every patron exuded an air of danger. A middle-aged man sporting monocles had a 3-eyed crow perched on his shoulder, while a girl in a Lolita dress whispered to a cursed doll cradled in her arms. Welcome to the Night Noble. Good heavens. A pure-blood vampire. The shop assistant's initially lazy demeanor transformed into one of excitement as she rushed towards Lilith, her eyes fixated on her. Esteemed guest, the newly arrived blood silk cloak would suit you perfectly. Lilith nodded arrogantly, striding directly towards the display case. Lin Mo followed behind, stealing a glance at the price tag, nearly choking on his own saliva. 888 credit points. That equated to 3 months of his allowance. This one, Lilith beckoned with her finger, and a dark patterned black shirt floated into her grasp. Where's the fitting room? The assistant eagerly led the way, completely disregarding Lin Mo. 10 minutes later, Lilith emerged from the fitting room, and Lin Mo had to admit it suited her exceptionally well. The well-tailored shirt accentuated her fair complexion. The contrast of her red hair against the black fabric was striking, and the glimpse of her collarbone at the neckline was utterly captivating. This one, Lilith twirled before the mirror, her bat wings unfurling from specially designed openings, complemented by a dark red trim tie. Summoning his courage, Lin Mo interjected. Is there a discount on that? The assistant's smile faltered somewhat. I'm afraid the Night Noble series never goes on sale. Lilith narrowed her eyes, leaning closer to the assistant. Lin Mo noticed her irises deepening into a darker shade of red, her voice taking on an enchanting lilt. Is it truly impossible to offer a discount? The assistant's pupils instantly glazed over, her lips curling into a vacant smile. WL. Of course, I can offer you a 30% discount. Lilith, do not use your charm on humans. Lin Mo hurriedly pulled her back, apologizing to the assistant. Ultimately, after Lin Mo's insistence, they settled on a purchase with a 15% discount. Unbeknownst to them, a woman with similarly fiery red hair had been observing them. occasionally revealing a faint smile. Lilith, I never expected you to be contracted by a human. How intriguing. On their journey home, Lilith quietly leaned against Lin Mo's shoulder, her new shirt gleaming delicately in the sunlight. Human, she spoke suddenly as they neared their destination. Next time, I shall ensure no blood splatters on my clothing. Lin Mo nearly slipped from his seat, believing this might be the closest thing to an apology she could utter. He chuckled, ruffling her red hair. It's all right, after all. The washing machine will handle it. He noted that Lilith's affinity with him had reached 70. This figure signified an intimate partnership. Should it rise to 80, it would signify a bond akin to that of Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. At that moment, a system notification chimed in Lin Mo's ears. Congratulations, host. For achieving the milestone, Lilith's affinity has reached 60, granting you 10 free attribute points. Congratulations, host. For achieving the milestone, Lilith's affinity has reached 70, granting you the S-Rank skill, Limit Breakthrough. Limit Breakthrough significantly enhances personal attributes, up to 10-fold, with a maximum duration of 2 minutes. So, raising affinity can also yield achievements, Lin Mo mused. Furthermore, the rewards are such unreasonable S-Rank skills. It seems the benefits of affinity are far from trivial. Just as Lin Mo reveled in his delight, Lilith's voice interrupted again. However, I still need to purchase a tie next time. Her sharp fangs glimmered ominously. Next time. I shall certainly. At her words, Lin Mo smiled wryly at his nearly empty wallet, realizing it was time to accept some hunting tasks outside the city, and perhaps level up alongside Lilith. Upon returning home, Lin Mo found no sign of Lin Yue. Just as he pondered this, his phone rang. It was Lin Yue calling. Oni-chan, I wish to go out for dinner with my classmates tonight. Listening to his sister's playful voice over the phone sent a shiver through Lin Mo. Haven't you already gone out? He queried, his hand gently stroking Lilith's red hair. Hee, just wanted to let you know, we're at the Night Mansion. And Ling Yun is here too. Lin Mo furrowed his brow. The Night Mansion serves as a neutral force, existing within both the territories of beasts and the cities of humans. Its enigmatic backers remain shrouded in mystery, and all that Lin Mo knows is that the incidents occurring within the Night Mansion are not protected by human laws. Why choose the Night Mansion? Lin Mo inquired. Because today, the Fox Clan's tsundere is performing at the Night Mansion. Please, brother, I truly wish to meet her. Lin Yue implored. Lin Mo sighed, realizing that his sister had taken up idol worship, and curiously, it was directed towards a beast. He was aware of tsundere, a renowned singer celebrated for both her beauty and talent, boasting a considerable fanbase among both the beast and human realms. If it's her performance, there should be no issues, right? Lin Mo pondered silently. Be safe and return early. Upon hearing Lin Mo's agreement, Lin Yue responded with a soft and promptly ended the call. Outside, dusk gradually descended. The once clear sky was now cloaked in ominous clouds. Glancing at the umbrella still at home, Lin Mo let out a resigned sigh. Alas, it seems I must deliver the umbrella, Lilith. The reluctant Lilith, nestled in Lin Mo's embrace, squirmed slightly and looked up at him. Human, I refuse to take the bus. Chapter 6. Conflict on the third floor of the Night Mansion. Within the Starry Glory private room, an atmosphere of exuberance mingled with an air of deliberately crafted opulence enveloped the space. The affluent Zhao Tianqing, holding a wine glass, stood beaming beside the birthday celebrant, Chun Lingyun, surrounded by Lin Yue and several classmates. Lingyun, happy birthday. Zhao Tianqing's voice boomed, attempting to overshadow the ethereal melodies of Tu Shan Ye drifting from below. I reserved this VIP room at the Night Mansion a month in advance. Tu Shan Ye's live performance is worthy of your elegance. His eyes sparkled with determination. Tonight's objective was clear, to win the heart of the enchanting beauty. Chun Lingyun smiled politely, though her gaze held a hint of detachment. Lin Yue rolled her eyes, discreetly messaging her brother Lin Mo. Brother, it's pouring rain. And Zhao Tianqing is showing off again. It's so tedious. This gathering was originally a high-end affair meticulously orchestrated by the wealthy Zhao Tianqing to pursue the class goddess Chun Lingyun. Specifically chosen in the mysterious and exhilarating Night Mansion to flaunt his connections and prowess, eclipsing the utterly ordinary Lin Mo, whom Chun Lingyun often mentioned. Dressed in a moon-white gown, Chun Lingyun exuded a gentle grace that seemed out of place amidst the raucous environment of the beastly establishment, yet she remained strikingly captivating. Zhao Tianqing hovered around her, fervently introducing the mansion's features with eager fervor. However, this meticulously arranged romance was abruptly interrupted. The door to the private room was unceremoniously thrust open, revealing a young beast man adorned in a dark gold-patterned robe, his antlers protruding prominently. His gaze, as tangible as steel, fixated on Chun Lingyun. A flicker of avarice danced in his eyes as he inhaled deeply, sensing the pure essence of Lingyun. Was she truly the rare ethereal body? Accompanied by several formidable-looking followers, he brazenly approached Chun Lingyun. In the astonished eyes of Zhao Tianqing and their classmates, he extended a long finger, brazenly attempting to tilt Chun Lingyun's chin. "My little beauty, shall we retreat to a private room upstairs? For a beauty like you, remaining here is a waste." The voice of Lu Ming dripped with a condescending allure that brooked no refusal. "What are you doing?" Zhao Tianqing finally reacted, his vanity as the organizer and desire to impress the goddess emboldening him as he stepped in front of Chun Lingyun. "Esteemed beast man, please exercise restraint. I am Zhao Tianqing of the Zhao Group. Lingyun is my classmate, so I kindly ask you to show me some respect." "Zhao Group? Your classmate?" Lu Ming appeared to finally notice Zhao Tianqing, a derisive smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as his green, beastly eyes swept over him. "What are you? Get lost." Without even lifting a finger, he merely narrowed his eyes, unleashing an overwhelming force of beastly energy that crashed into Zhao Tianqing's chest. Poof! Zhao Tianqing's complexion turned ashen, as if struck by a heavy blow, and he was sent hurtling out of the private room, toppling expensive drinks and shattering glassware in the process. He lay amidst the wreckage, coughing violently, his face etched with terror and humiliation. Elite level. Zhao Tianqing managed to raise his head, disbelief etched across his features. In this world, level 110 marked the apprentice stage, while level 120 signified elite status. A mere level difference rendered combat prowess worlds apart. Many, even after dedicating their lives, could not attain elite rank. The commotion drew the attention of patrons downstairs. Yet none dared to intervene. Some beasts even cheered from the sidelines, clapping in approval. "Tianqing." Several boys who usually accompanied Zhao Tianqing gasped, their blood rushing as they seized nearby bottles or chairs, intent on rushing forward. "Overreaching." One of Lu Ming's followers scoffed, moving with ghostly swiftness. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of muffled impacts echoed, accompanied by the sickening crack of bone as the boys were swiftly subdued, writhing on the ground in pain. Instantly stripped of their combat capacity. A few human brats dare to play in the night mansion. "Those girls look rather delectable," murmured several pallid vampires. The remaining classmates, including Lin Yue, stood frozen in shock, trembling in fear as they huddled together, many girls stifling sobs. Chun Lingyun's face drained of color, her body trembling slightly from terror. Yet she stubbornly bit her lip, refusing to shed tears. After all, they had only just graduated high school and had never witnessed such terrifying aspects of the beast realm. "Do you see? This is the status of you humans within the night mansion," Lu Ming observed with satisfaction, relishing the silence. He turned his attention back to Chun Lingyun, his tone tinged with impatience. "My little beauty, will you come with me willingly, or shall I compel you?" He reached out, this time not in jest, but with an undeniable force, grasping for Chun Lingyun's delicate wrist. In a moment of desperation, the space suddenly rippled, and Chun Lingyun found herself transported next to Lin Yue. A spatial mage? Lu Ming regarded Lin Yue with surprise. An A-grade? Who would have thought there was an A-grade spatial mage here? And a beauty at that. "How about you join me upstairs?" Lin Yue had never practiced spatial magic. The forced teleportation had nearly drained her strength. As she watched Lu Ming approach, despair welled within her. Tears threatened to spill from her eyes as she yearned to shift space once more, but Lu Ming would not grant her the chance. Swiftly arriving before Lin Yue and Chun Lingyun. At that moment, a flash of light shimmered in Chun Lingyun's hand, and a blade of light slashed towards Lu Ming. This was a strike she had been secretly gathering, nearly exhausting her entire strength. Yet, to her astonishment, Lu Ming easily evaded her attack. What delightful surprises. An A-grade swordmaster as well. The greed in Lu Ming's eyes was almost palpable. Without further ado, he lunged towards the two. Chun Lingyun pushed Lin Yue behind her, the pressure of elite-level prowess nearly suffocating her, yet she still called out to Lin Yue. "Yue, you must run. Find someone to save me." Lin Yue's tears streamed down her face in a torrent of desperation. She yearned to rush forward to shield her dear friend. Yet fear held her rooted in place, leaving her to wail hopelessly, "Brother, save me." Boom. A thunderous roar erupted outside the mansion, and almost simultaneously, the heavy doors of the dimly lit mansion were thrust open from the outside. A frigid wind, entwined with icy raindrops, surged into the once warm hall, causing the crystal chandelier to sway wildly, casting erratic shadows. A figure stood defiantly against the dim glow of the streetlights outside, silhouetted in the storm. Soaked to the skin, his short black hair clung to his forehead, droplets cascading down his chiseled jawline. In his hand, he wielded a long-handled umbrella, shaking off the rainwater. The patrons who had previously fixated on Lin Yue and her companions now turned their attention towards the entrance. The rain was indeed relentless. Just as Lin Mo muttered to himself, he suddenly became aware of the eerie silence enveloping the hall. Only moments ago, It had been filled with raucous chatter. Sensing Lin Mo's presence, the last thread of hope within Lin Yue snapped, and she cried out, "Brother!" Upon hearing her voice, Lin Mo's movements halted abruptly, and the gentle, carefree expression on his face hardened, veins bulging as he turned toward the source of the sound. In an instant, he appeared at the door of the private room on the third floor, his gaze sharp and cold, piercing through the chaotic light and shadow. Locking onto the hand that Lu Ming had extended towards Lin Yue and Chun Lingyun, the mansion descended into an eerie silence, punctuated only by the howling wind and the groans of the injured on the floor. "Remove your filthy hands," Lin Mo spoke, his voice low yet imbued with an unusual penetrating quality that drowned out all other noise, resonating clearly in every corner. "Take them away from my sister." Chapter 7, Limitless Breakthrough. In the City of Magic, the dim night mansion, Lu Ming froze, slowly turning his head, his sinister green eyes narrowing as he appraised this ordinary B-grade beastmaster, drenched and emanating an aura of suppressed pressure. A sneer curled at his lips. Another ignorant insect? A B-grade beastmaster? Do you really think you can meddle in my affairs? Noticing the faint fluctuation of a beastmaster's space emanating from Lin Mo, his arrogance intensified. Lin Mo paid no heed to Lu Ming's derision. He leaned the soaked umbrella against the shattered door frame and stepped deliberately into the private room. His damp shoes made a jarring sound against the polished, expensive floor and the shards of glass. His gaze swept across the disarray of the floor, the panicked classmates, the pale-faced Chun Lingyun and Zhao Tianqing, who cowered in the corner, avoiding eye contact, before finally honing in on Lu Ming. "Get lost." Lin Mo's voice was colder than the rain outside. Seeking death, Lu Ming was thoroughly enraged. The profession of Beastmaster was reviled among the demon clan, for once contracted. Unless at an exceedingly high level, they would be subjugated by the Beastmaster. Lu Ming harbored a deep disdain for Beastmasters, especially a low-tier one who dared to provoke him repeatedly. With a swift motion, he released Chun Lingyun, his figure blurring as he lunged towards Lin Mo like a specter. His speed was so tremendous that to the other students, he left only an afterimage. His claws, infused with a green demonic energy, lunged for Lin Mo's throat, intent on delivering a fatal strike and instilling fear in these insects. In the face of this lethal attack, a flicker of silver light ignited deep within Lin Mo's pupils. Buzz! An invisible energy field erupted around Lin Mo, expanding violently. His muscles tensed instantaneously, veins bulging beneath his skin, and his presence surged dramatically. Limitless breakthrough. Triple. Lu Ming was fast, but Lin Mo was faster. Just as Lu Ming's claws were mere inches from his throat, Lin Mo's body slid at an incredible angle, narrowly evading the deadly strike. At the same time, his right fist shot forward like a cannonball, cutting through the air with a howl as it struck Lu Ming's ribs with immense force. Bang! A thunderous sound echoed, freezing the malicious grin on Lu Ming's face, transforming it into shock and agony. He felt as though he had been struck by a rampaging armored rhinoceros. His protective demonic energy nearly shattered, and he staggered several steps to the side, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. What? Lu Ming's subordinates gasped in disbelief, while Zhao Tianqing and others stood agape. Interesting. Lu Ming shook his numbed arm, his contempt diminishing slightly, yet his killing intent deepened. It seemed he was not merely an ordinary waste of a beastmaster, but this would end here. He roared, his hands instantly covered in a hardened layer of keratin, resembling true deer hooves, his speed and strength surging once more as he transformed into a green shadow attacking Lin Mo's eyes glinted like an eagle's. In his triple state, his dynamic vision, neural response, and explosive power were far superior to usual. No longer did he confront directly. He maximized speed and technique. He sidestepped the bloody wind of Lu Ming's hoof strike, seizing the opportunity to twist his wrist and throw Lu Ming off balance. Crack! The sickening sound of bones fracturing filled the air. A wolf demon subordinate, attempting to ambush Lin Mo from behind, was sent hurtling into his companion as Lin Mo used their force against them, both of them howling in pain as they tumbled together. Lin Mo moved like a butterfly among flowers, weaving and darting within the confines of the private room. Each evasion was precise to a hair's breadth, and every counterattack was fierce and cunning, targeting joints and pressure points. Fists, elbows, knees became lethal weapons. He adeptly utilized tables, chairs, and walls as shields and leverage, leaving the two assailants dizzy as they were repeatedly struck down. Useless. Get away from me. Lu Ming watched in fury as his subordinates fell one after another. In a fit of rage, he pulled from his bosom a jade vial, emerald green, and exuding a potent aura of nature. He uncorked it and drank the contents in one swift motion. Gulp! Lu Ming's body swelled rapidly as though inflated, muscles bursting through his luxurious robes, his antlers growing more formidable and menacing. glinting with a metallic sheen, as his demonic energy surged, instantly reaching the pinnacle of elite level. Roar, forcing this young master to resort to the frenzied deer essence. Human, I shall tear you to shreds. Transformed, Lu Ming's voice echoed like a beast's roar. His crimson eyes blazed, and his colossal, keratin-coated hooves descended towards Lin Mo with a piercing shriek, carrying power and speed amplified several times. The atmosphere in the private room felt as if it had solidified. Lin Mo's pupils constricted. In his triple state, he sensed the deadly threat posed by this frenzied attack. Not enough? Then let us escalate. Lin Mo's heart thundered, and the silver light within his eyes surged explosively, akin to a burning silver flame. Buzz. Boom. A tempest of chaotic energy erupted from within Lin Mo, more violent and unstable than before. His skin flushed crimson, veins on his forehead and neck bulging like coiling dragons, threatening to burst forth. Blood even trickled from his nostrils. 5 times. Limitless exertion. Break for me. Lin Mo let out a low roar, advancing instead of retreating. Empowered by the terrifying force of his 5-fold eruption, he gathered all his strength into a punch, hurtling toward the massive, demonized hoof. Boom. A deafening explosion resounded. A maelstrom of violent energy erupted between the two. All remaining glass objects in the private room shattered instantly. Nearby classmates were thrown to the ground by the shockwave. In that moment, a figure soared backward like a discarded sack, crashing through the thick wall of the private room, leaving behind a human-shaped hole. It was none other than the transformed Lu Ming. Upon his immense hoof, the hardened keratin layer shattered inch by inch, blood gushing forth, while his arm twisted at a grotesque angle, his eyes filled with horror and disbelief. Lin Mo stood rooted in place, his fist poised to strike, yet his body quivered violently, as if shaken by a sieve. The terrifying burden of 5-fold power exceeded his physical limits, as strength ebbed away like receding tides, replaced by excruciating pain that threatened to rend his very bones, and an overwhelming sense of weakness that penetrated to the marrow. Darkness flickered before his eyes, and a coppery taste filled his throat as he forcibly swallowed the blood that surged forth, though a trickle of vivid red still escaped the corner of his mouth. He knelt on one knee, gasping for breath, his sweat mingling with the rain that drenched his clothes. Brother, Lin Yue screamed in terror. Damn human. I will ensure your death is a gruesome spectacle. From the ruins, Lu Ming struggled to rise, appearing frenzied, his remaining left arm wildly gathering a blinding, malevolent green energy. A beam of destruction, even larger and more terrifying than before, forming with the intent directed squarely at the weakened Lin Mo. Half of his body lay nearly paralyzed, yet the potency of the medicine still allowed him to channel that sinister energy at this critical moment. Just as despair enveloped the crowd, a cold, ancient voice echoed, like a judgment from the depths of the underworld, resonating within the very souls of all beings present in the box. Does the lowly herbivorous demon dare to lay hands on my contractor? Chapter 8. Tsundere. Buzz. In an instant, all lights in the dark night mansion, from the grand hall on the first floor to the opulent suites above, extinguished simultaneously. Absolute darkness descended. Only in the void before Lin Mo did 2 colossal, frigid, and indifferent crimson moons abruptly illuminate the oppressive gloom. Accompanying this was a pressure of princely magnitude, sweeping through the space like a tangible tsunami. Thud, thud. Those few followers still standing behind Lu Ming, along with Lu Ming himself, who had just coalesced a horrific amount of demon energy, were struck down under this irresistible force, collapsing instantly to the ground, unable to move even a single finger. The energy beam Lu Ming had gathered dissipated like a candle flickering in the wind. The crimson light faintly illuminated a diminutive figure suspended before Lin Mo, exuding a terrifying aura. Fiery red hair danced wildly in an invisible force field. An ebony bat-like wings unfurled slowly behind her, her scarlet eyes resembling the most exquisite rubies, coldly surveying the demon kin below, who seemed like mere ants. The vampire princess Lilith had descended, a princely-level vampire. Lu Ming was pinned to the ground by the overwhelming pressure, his face pressed against the icy floor. His voice warped by sheer terror, teeth chattering, his eyes left only with the 2 moons that signified death, devoid of any trace of his previous arrogance. The music from downstairs had long ceased. The entire mansion plunged into an eerie silence, all guests rendered immobile by the sudden, terrifying pressure. A gentle, fragrant breeze accompanied by light-footed steps shattered the stillness. A graceful figure appeared at the broken door of the suite. 8 snow-white tails swayed gently behind her, radiating a soft halo even in the dark. It was the startled Tsundere. Her gaze swept across the chaotic suite, and upon seeing Lu Ming trembling on the ground, she furrowed her brow slightly. When her eyes fell upon the weakened Lin Mo, a flicker of surprise crossed her features. Finally, Her gaze settled on Lilith, who hovered before Lin Mo, exuding an overwhelming aura of dread, her expression filled with scrutiny and intrigue. She had never encountered this vampire princess before. This esteemed noble of the bloodline. Tu Shan Ye's voice flowed like a clear spring, carrying a hint of soothing power, attempting to alleviate the suffocating, bloody pressure. And this esteemed beast master, may I inquire how looming has offended the two of you, inciting such wrath? She glanced at Lin Mo, her beautiful eyes reflecting unabashed curiosity. A human beast master capable of forming a contract with such a formidable vampire and unleashing astonishing power was truly extraordinary. She was even unaware of the name of the technique Lin Mo had just employed to release such immense strength in an instant. Lilith snorted coldly, not retracting her oppressive aura, merely casting a fleeting glance at Tu Shan Ye before remaining silent. Lin Mo, struggling against the overwhelming weakness that followed his fivefold breakthrough, straightened himself, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his voice hoarse. Miss Tu Shan, your guest attempted to forcibly abduct my sister's classmate and resorted to violence against us when I intervened. Shouldn't Miss Tu Shan provide an explanation for this matter? He directly clarified his identity and relationship. Tu Shan Ye looked towards Lin Yue and the unconscious Chun Ling Yun in her arms, then cast a glance at Looming, who lay on the ground like a dead dog, her understanding deepening. She gracefully approached Looming, crouching down, her voice laced with a chill. Looming, you possess great audacity to dare abduct a human during my concert? Miss Ye, please spare me. Looming stammered, struggling to plead. Tu Shan Ye stood up and slightly bowed towards Lin Mo and Lilith, her demeanor elegant. This indeed falls upon my daughter's oversight, causing alarm to your esteemed guests. Looming was the initial offender. I leave his fate to your discretion. Furthermore, I shall cover all expenses incurred tonight, and I am willing to provide tenfold compensation for the fright experienced by you all. With a flick of her wrist, a warm white jade vial appeared in her palm, drifting towards Lin Mo. This is a specially formulated vitality pill from my clan, effective for restoring energy and healing internal injuries. Please accept it as a token of my goodwill. Lin Mo regarded the jade vial that floated before him, not immediately reaching for it, but instead glancing at Lilith. Lilith's scarlet eyes scanned the vial before she imperceptibly nodded. Only then did Lin Mo extend his hand to accept it, feeling its warmth. Thank you, Miss Tu Shan. Seeing Lin Mo accept the pill, Tu Shan Ye's smile deepened, her gaze on him filled with inquisitiveness. May I inquire the name of this esteemed beast master? To possess such strength at such a young age is truly remarkable. She was intensely interested in the power Lin Mo had just unleashed and the reason he could forge a contract with such a powerful vampire. Lin Mo. He stated his name, his tone flat, offering no further elaboration. Lin Mo, what a beautiful name. Tu Shan Ye savored the name, her beautiful eyes sparkling. I look forward to our next meeting, Mr. Lin. Her gaze flitted between Lin Mo and Lilith, laden with meaning. Yue, Ling Yun, help our injured classmate. We shall take our leave. Lin Mo said, no longer lingering, addressing his sister. With Lin Yue and another boy's assistance, he began to move towards the exit of the suite. However, his expression turned icy as he spoke. Lilith, kill him. A blood blade coalesced beside Lilith, plunging directly into Looming's heart, beginning to siphon his blood and flesh. No, my princess. I was wrong, please don't kill me. Looming wailed, clutching his chest. Yet, in mere moments, he was reduced to nothing but skin and bones. To this, Tu Shan Ye remained indifferent. Looming was merely a minor character, and her interest lay more with Lin Mo. Lilith cast a cold glance at the fallen demon kin, retracting her oppressive aura and transforming into a wisp of bloodlight that slipped into Lin Mo's embrace. Tu Shan Ye personally escorted them to the grand entrance of the Dark Knight Mansion. The torrential rain outside had ceased at some point, and cool moonlight poured down. Mr. Lin, take care as you depart. Tu Shan Ye stood at the door, bathed in moonlight, 8 delicate tails radiating a gentle halo. Her gaze followed the somewhat ethereal silhouette of Lin Mo, brimming with profound curiosity and intrigue. Lin Mo, a mysterious human beast master. She committed that name to memory. Unbeknownst to anyone, a spectral thread slowly extended from behind her, winding itself around Lin Mo's ankle. With the support of his classmates, Lin Mo sank into the taxi, exhaustion overtaking him as he closed his eyes, clutching a warm jade vial tightly in his hand. The voice of Lilith echoed in his mind, laced with a barely perceptible concern and palpable irritation. Humph, that lewd fox of a human. Keep your distance next time. Chapter 9. The Bloodline Purification Elixir. The taxi traversed the rain-soaked streets, neon lights flickering outside, casting reflections on the varied expressions of the three inside. Lin Mo slumped in the back seat, feeling as though his bones had been extracted, his complexion pale, a fine sheen of sweat glistening on his forehead. Leaning his head against the window, He weakly murmured, "Ah, I truly feel emptied now." Having forcibly surged from a triple limit to fivefold, though he relied on his B-grade Beastmaster foundation without injury. Yet his stamina had undeniably hit rock bottom, every limb protesting, his head spinning, yearning for a place to collapse. "Humph, who told you to show off so brazenly?" Chun Lingyun shot Lin Mo a sidelong glance, her tone as familiar as if they had known each other for decades. Yet the concern in her eyes was palpable, evident to anyone that she was genuinely worried about Lin Mo's condition. She produced a pack of wet wipes, drawing one out to gently dab Lin Mo's cheek. "Careful now. Miss Lingyun, this is a work-related injury." Lin Mo grimaced, though he did not evade her ministrations, his expression a blend of resignation and enjoyment. He and Chun Lingyun had been classmates since middle school and neighbors in the same community, having grown up together in the most intimate of familiarity. Such a dismissive yet caring demeanor was their norm. "Work-related injury, my foot." Chun Lingyun scolded as she wiped, though the pain and fear lingering in her gaze were unmistakable. She had witnessed Lin Mo, with unwavering resolve, pummel that terrifying young lord of the demon clan into the wall to protect her. In the front seat, Lin Yue stifled a laugh, handing over a bottle of open sports drink. "Brother, Lingyun is right. Don't be so reckless next time. Drink some water." Lin Mo took a few sips from his sister's hand, the cool, slightly sweet liquid revitalizing him. He turned to Chun Lingyun, still wiping his sweat under the dim glow of the car lights, her delicate profile tinged with lingering shock, her eyes slightly red. His heart softened, and he spoke gently. "Next time, I promise not to be so headstrong. No need to nag, class leader Chun. Look at you. Your makeup is smudged. You've turned into a panda. You're the panda. Your whole family is pandas." Chun Lingyun immediately bristled, retracting the tissue, feigning an attempt to hit him. Her hand hovered in the air before dropping back down, huffing as she turned to gaze out the window, though the faint blush creeping up her ears betrayed her emotions. The fear from earlier had been genuine, and the silhouette of Lin Mo standing before her had offered a familiar sense of safety, now mingled with a strange, exhilarating sensation that quickened her heartbeat. The taxi came to a halt beneath Chun Lingyun's apartment building. She opened the car door, a cool night breeze sweeping in. Standing by the vehicle, she watched Lin Mo, supported by Lin Yue, his steps unsteady as he entered the familiar entrance of the apartment building. She opened her mouth as if to say something, yet it transformed into a soft, low utterance. "Idiot Lin Mo, make sure to rest well." Though her voice was barely audible, Lin Mo seemed to hear her, pausing momentarily, not turning back, merely raising his hand in a casual wave. Chun Lingyun lingered for a moment, watching their figures vanish through the door, the night breeze failing to disperse the fluttering emotions and the weighty sense of reassurance within her. Upon returning to his cozy little apartment, Lin Mo flopped heavily onto the sofa, releasing a long, contented sigh. "Ah, nothing compares to my humble abode. Brother, wait. I'll go make you a bowl of noodles, with 2 eggs. Lin Yue chirped joyfully, darting into the kitchen like a cheerful little bird. Lin Mo reclined on the soft sofa, feeling every bone in his body sing a song of liberation. His eyelids began to droop, consciousness drifting in the warm embrace of drowsiness. Just as he was on the brink of slumber, a familiar presence, imbued with a cool breeze and a faint scent of roses, approached. Lilith stealthily emerged from the Beast Master space, elegantly seating herself on the armrest of the sofa, directly beside Lin Mo's head. Her slender legs, encased in exquisite black stockings, swung leisurely, the pointed tips of her shoes nearly brushing Lin Mo's nose. "Humph. Foolish human. Now you understand the taste of weakness, do you?" Lilith's voice retained its regal inflection befitting a bloodline prince. Yet the laziness and teasing undertone outweighed any genuine mockery. She extended her icy fingers, playfully pinching Lin Mo's soft, powerless cheek. "Look at you. Unable to even defeat the lowest level vampire bat? TSK, what a disgrace to be the contractor of this prince." Lin Mo could barely muster the energy to lift his eyelids, simply grumbling in protest. "Lilith, stop it. Dream on." Lilith huffed lightly, a glint of mischief flashing in her crimson eyes. Suddenly, she leaned closer, her doll-like face mere inches from Lin Mo's, allowing him to see the fine hairs on his cheeks. She deliberately blinked her large eyes, long eyelashes fluttering like tiny fans, employing the beguiling charm inherent to her bloodline. Her voice transformed into a sweet, soft lilt, tinged with a hint of a petulant whine. Lin Mo, I just saved you, and now I feel so empty. I really want to drink that sweet, blood-colored romantic S-grade ice crystal blood drink. Can you take me now, please, master?" The sheer impact of her princely pouting left Lin Mo, despite his exhaustion, with goosebumps racing down his spine. He fought to suppress his laughter, striving to maintain a serious facade. "Ahem, I'm broke. Besides, how can I go like this? Crawl there? Humph. Stingy. Lilith immediately pouted, sitting up straight, her small mouth forming a perfect pout that could hang an oil bottle. Yet, in the next moment, a glimmer of realization crossed her face, replaced by that mischievous smile that always spelled trouble for Lin Mo. He recognized the look and braced himself, slowly retrieving from the system's space a special alloy vial that sealed its aura. He waved it tantalizingly before Lilith's eyes. "My dear princess, you wouldn't want to be stuck at this prince level forever, would you?" Within the vial, a dark golden liquid, reminiscent of flowing stardust, refracted a dreamlike glow under the warm light of the living room. The Bloodline Purification Elixir. The instant the vial was exposed to the air, an ancient and pure thrill, originating from the depths of her bloodline, erupted like a slumbering volcano. It surged through every nerve of Lilith's being. Her expression froze, pupils dilating into dangerous slits, breath catching, as her bat wings unfurled uncontrollably with a resounding snap. A potent, sanguine aura instantly filled the cramped room. She fixated on the vial, as if it were the sole purpose of her existence. A woo. Lilith's reaction was swifter than the most agile of leopards. What regal demeanor, what aloofness and pride, were instantly cast aside. She let out an unintelligible, yet profoundly exhilarated gasp, resembling a famished tiger pouncing on its prey. With precise accuracy, she lunged towards the test tube, held in Lin Mo's hand. "Hey, Lilith, have some decorum. What happened to your princely poise?" Lin Mo had anticipated this, but fatigue slowed his reflexes by a fraction, and he was thoroughly engulfed by Lilith's exuberant embrace. The warmth of her soft, delicate form, accompanied by a chilling touch, collided with him, nearly stealing his breath away. "Give it to me. Quick. Lin Mo. Mo. Master, you're the best. Please hurry." Chapter 10. The Little Dragon Maiden. Lilith had completely transformed into a kitten that had just discovered the finest catnip, writhing in Lin Mo's arms. Her hands deftly grasped his, which held the test tube, while her small head nuzzled insistently against his chest, her fiery red hair brushing against his face. "Don't snatch it. If you break it, it'll be gone." Lin Mo, caught in a mix of amusement and exasperation, safeguarded the test tube with one hand while attempting to restrain this oversized feline wreaking havoc upon him. The sofa creaked under their playful tumult. "Then promise me, you must give me this potion. No backing out." Lilith raised her head, her crimson eyes brimming with an insatiable yearning for ancestral evolution, shedding any semblance of the regal blood prince she once embodied. She appeared as an earnest little girl demanding her cherished toy. All right. Just let me find a safe place first. I will certainly give it to you." Lin Mo, helpless against her antics, continued to assure her. "Now, can you let me catch my breath for a moment?" Upon receiving his promise, Lilith's eyes sparkled with extraordinary delight, and she let out a satisfied hum. Yet, she remained nestled in Lin Mo's embrace, akin to a cat that had found its cozy nook, only extending her small hand to trace circles on his chest. Then, with utmost caution, she reached for the test tube, as if it were the most precious treasure in the world. In truth, for demon beasts, their bloodline ranks were predetermined from birth, without extraordinary means. They could not alter their fates through cultivation. Now, with the opportunity to evolve her bloodline tantalizingly close, how could Lilith let this chance slip away? Lin Mo seized Lilith's mischievous hand, lowering his gaze to her. A vigorous young man, he was nearly compelled to salute her in this chaotic yet tender moment. Suddenly, a completely different, vast, and majestic spatial fluctuation, imbued with boundless vitality and the ancient might of dragons, erupted from the depths of Lin Mo's Beast Taming space without warning. This surge resonated like the heartbeat of a slumbering primordial dragon awakening, instantly overpowering all sounds and presences within the living room. The distinct sound of cracking eggshells resonated, echoing deep within their souls, exploding within their consciousness. Following this, an indescribable brilliance of silver light, akin to a starry sea that had been repressed for millennia, erupted from the beast taming mark on Lin Mo's chest. Holy, majestic! It emanated a pure dragon's might that even made Lilith instinctively tremble with trepidation. The entire living room was instantly transformed into a realm of pure, gleaming silver. Lilith sprang up from Lin Mo's embrace, alighting lightly upon the coffee table, her scarlet eyes sharp as blades, filled with shock and a hint of grave seriousness. Her vampire instincts filled her with an innate wariness towards this overwhelming aura. The silver light surged with a life of its own, pulsating, condensing. When the blinding radiance that could easily blind mortals abruptly dissipated, Lin Mo and the vigilant Lilith, perched on the coffee table, fixed their gaze on the center of the living room. A figure, approximately the size of a 3- or 4-year-old human girl, floated serenely half a foot above the ground. She possessed ankle-length, silken silver hair that shimmered with the luminescence of moonlight. At her temples, a pair of delicate dragon horns, covered in crystalline scales as pure as the finest white jade, quivered gently, curiously sensing the world around her. As her astonishingly large eyes slowly opened, her violet pupils added an air of mystery. In that moment, she embodied the innocent wonder and curiosity of a newborn. Her small face was exquisitely crafted, her skin almost translucent. She wore a snug little armor formed naturally from an extremely fine layer of softly glowing silver scales. A small tail, similarly covered in delicate silver scales and adorned with a tuft of fluffy silver fur at the end, swayed lazily behind her. The little dragon maiden blinked her dreamlike violet eyes. Her gaze first landed on Lilith, who radiated a chilling, bloody aura that instinctively repulsed her. Her tiny nose scrunched adorably, emitting a clear sound of innate disdain. Humph. Then, her attention shifted to Lin Mo, who lay languidly on the sofa, weak yet gentle in demeanor. When her crystalline purple eyes met Lin Mo's gaze, the confusion and indifference melted away, replaced by an unreserved sense of closeness, dependence, and pure joy that resonated from the depths of her bloodline. That warmth surpassed even the earlier silver glow. With a soft coo, as tender as a fledgling returning to its nest, she moved, like discovering the world's most precious treasure. She leaped towards Lin Mo's embrace with the fearless exuberance of youth. Her tiny hands, padded with softness, clung tightly around Lin Mo's neck. Her little head affectionately nuzzled into the crook of his neck, emitting a contented purr. Then, she lifted her head, parting her delicate lips to reveal two sharp, glistening little fangs, shining with health, aimed at Lin Mo's defined chin. Oh! Gently, with an endearing possessiveness and satisfaction, she nibbled at him, leaving a shallow, milky bite mark. Lin Mo, exhausted from overexertion, assaulted by the little dragon maiden's affections, and nearly overwhelmed by 3 successive shocks, he almost rolled his eyes. Lilith. Just having secured a promise for the potion, she faced the disdain of her natural enemy's youngling, witnessing her contract partner being marked, all while experiencing a surge of extreme displeasure and a sense of impending crisis. The small living room fell into an eerie silence. Lin Mo, rigid and struggling, lowered his head to look at the little dragon maiden, akin to a koala clinging to him, exuding a faint scent of milk and greenery. She gazed up at him with her pure, innocent eyes, filled with longing and affection. Her little tail swayed joyfully, entirely oblivious to the furious blood prince beside her. Lilith, however, fixated on the small creature in Lin Mo's arms, then glanced at Lin Mo's astonished face, which bore the expression of bewilderment. Who am I? Where am I? What just happened? Finally, her gaze seemed to penetrate through his clothing, landing on the dark golden potion nestled in his pocket. A torrent of unprecedented, complex emotions surged within her chest. A fierce determination to possess the potion, a natural wariness towards the dragon offspring, overwhelming displeasure at her contract partner being usurped by a third party, and a profound sense of crisis regarding the terrifying potential exhibited by this youngling and her innate affinity for Lin Mo. Lin Mo. Lilith's voice sliced through the air like ice, carrying a chilling undertone and the impending eruption of her wrath, her scarlet eyes gleaming like 2 blood moons. With a fierce glare directed at the innocent little dragon girl, it felt as if a tangible force had been pinned onto Lin Mo's face. Lin Mo, rise at once. And my potion, do not allow this little creature to have it. Chapter 11, Lin Yuyan. In the living room, the oppressive silence was shattered by a soft yet fierce huff. The little dragon girl seemed displeased by Lilith's unabashed hostility and sharp tone. She clung tightly to Lin Mo's neck, burying her small face in the crook of his shoulder, revealing only one large, amethyst-like eye, warily surveying the red-eyed figure on the coffee table that emitted an aura that made her feel uncomfortable. With a louder, more petulant huff, she expressed her discontent. This huff ignited a powder keg of emotions within Lilith, who felt a distinct vein throb on her exquisitely beautiful forehead, her crimson eyes nearly ablaze with fury. How could a mere hatchling, barely out of its shell, dare to disdain her, a dignified bloodline prince, after countless years of existence? Little creature, what do you huff about? Lilith exclaimed, hands on her hips, attempting to assert her dominance. This prince is conversing with your caretaker. How rude. Haven't your guardians taught you to greet your elders? She emphasized the word caretaker with deliberate weight. The little dragon girl blinked her large eyes, her long silver lashes fluttering like tiny fans. She appeared not to comprehend the meaning of caretaker, but the condescending tone and attitude instinctively irked her further. She simply withdrew her head entirely into Lin Mo's embrace, leaving only a tuft of silver hair facing Lilith, her fluffy little tail ceasing its joyful wagging, curling up in a defensive manner. You, Lilith seethed, feeling as though she had struck a cotton pillow. Redirecting her ire, she turned to Lin Mo. Manage your little creature. Ensure she shows this prince some respect. just as Lin Mo emerged from the shock of being marked by the young dragon. He found himself caught in the crossfire of two affectionate beasts, feeling overwhelmed. He glanced at the soft, fragrant silver-haired darling nestled in his arms, and then at the furious, fiery-eyed Lilith on the coffee table, letting out a helpless sigh. All right, let us all tone it down a bit, he attempted to mediate. Lilith. She's still a baby, just hatched, and knows nothing. Why bother with her? Baby. Lilith's voice soared an octave higher. What kind of baby pounces and gnaws on chins right after hatching? And exudes dragon might. The more she pondered, the angrier she became, especially upon seeing the little dragon girl nestled comfortably against Lin Mo, a pang of inexplicable jealousy swelling within her. Moreover, my potion. Ensure you keep it safe. Don't let this little monster mistake it for syrup. At the mention of syrup, the previously withdrawn little dragon girl perked up, her ears twitching, and her little head lifted slightly, her curious amethyst eyes searching Lin Mo's pocket as if seeking something delicious. Lin Mo hastily covered his pocket, bemused. Rest assured, he said, gazing at the little one in his arms, her innocent, bewildered eyes melting his heart. He extended his finger, cautiously brushing against the delicate, translucent little horns atop her head, feeling their warm, jade-like texture pulsing with life. Please name your beast. Naming her? Since she is my beast, let us adopt my surname. I shall call you Lin Yuyan. Beast, Lin Yuyan. Rarity, SS grade. Species, dragon. Current level, 1, apprentice level. Current attribute values. Strength, 20. Speed, 25. Defense, 23. Mental power, 18. Current affinity, 70. Goodness, what extraordinary stats. And such a high affinity. Does she consider me her father? Lin Mo mused, marveling at the formidable values of this newborn, which even surpassed Lilith's first level. The little dragon girl seemed somewhat confused by the concept of a name, but could distinctly sense the gentleness and kindness radiating from Lin Mo's fingertips, as well as the soothing tone in which he called her. Tilting her little head, she focused intently on Lin Mo with her dreamy purple eyes, evidently striving to grasp the meaning. Moments later, she broke into a toothless, radiant smile, her little tail wagging joyfully once more, emitting delightful coos. She even reached out her soft, padded hand to gently grasp Lin Mo's finger, rubbing it against her cheek. This reaction clearly signified her approval of the name. It appeared she was quite fond of it. Lin Mo smiled back, feeling the fatigue lift considerably in the presence of her pure joy. From now on, you shall be known as Lin Yuyan, little Yuyan. Humph, such a mundane name. Lilith scoffed, crossing her arms, her envy palpable. Witnessing Lin Mo and the newcomer basking in each other's affection only intensified her displeasure, feeling her status as the first beast was gravely threatened. She huffed, Lin Mo. Remember, the potion belongs to me. Mine. At that moment, the kitchen door creaked open. Brother, the noodles are ready. I added your favorite soft-boiled egg, and Lin Yue emerged. Holding a steaming bowl, her exuberance abruptly halted mid-sentence as she froze in place, mouth agape, astonished by the scene in the living room. Her brother slumped on the couch, cradling a little girl with dreamlike silver hair, adorned with small white dragon horns, enchanting purple eyes, dressed in silver soft armor, and trailing a fluffy little tail. Meanwhile, standing by the coffee table, Lilith, arms akimbo, wore an irritable expression in her gothic black dress, her red eyes seeming to smolder with ire. An odd atmosphere enveloped the living room, tinged with a faint scent of potential conflict. Clatter. Lin Yue's chopsticks slipped from her grasp, clattering to the floor. Wei. Lin Mo stammered, somewhat embarrassed, attempting to explain. This is actually that egg. However, Lin Yue's shock lasted less than 3 seconds. Her large eyes, strikingly similar to Lin Mo's, sparkled with a glow of pure adoration. Wow! A scream erupted, potent enough to rattle the roof, brimming with uncontainable excitement. Lin Yue entirely disregarded the tense atmosphere surrounding Lilith, rushing forward with her bowl as if propelled by the wind, fixated on Lin Mo's arms where the little dragon girl, Lin Yuyan, resided. Brother, where did this little angel come from? She is too adorable. Silver hair, purple eyes, and horns, and a tail. Oh. Lin Yue babbled excitedly, practically itching to scoop her up. Who is she? What is her name? Is she our new family member? Startled by the sudden enthusiasm and shrillness, Lin Yuyan instinctively shrank closer to Lin Mo, her violet eyes warily observing this exuberant human girl. She called Lin Yuyan. Lin Mo quickly introduced, gently patting the little one's back to soothe her. Well, I suppose she's a new member of our family. He vaguely alluded to her origins. Yuyan? What a lovely name. Lin Yue immediately softened her voice, her face adorned with the most radiant and innocent smile, attempting to convey goodwill. Hello, Xiao Yuyan. I am your elder sister Yue. She cautiously extended her finger, hoping to gently touch Xiao Yuyan's cheek. Xiao Yuyan glanced at Lin Mo, then back at the girl before her, whose dazzling smile was accompanied by the enticing aroma of food. The wariness in her violet eyes gradually faded, giving way to curiosity. After a moment's hesitation, she reached out her small hand, with its tiny pads, and tentatively brushed against Lin Yue's fingertip. Eep! As she sensed the other's kindness. A brilliant smile blossomed on Xiao Yuyan's face. Oh, she touched me. She smiled at me. Lin Yue was so excited that she nearly tossed her bowl aside. Overwhelmed with happiness. Brother, she's so well-behaved. So adorable. Can I hug her? Just for a moment. Lin Mo observed his sister, utterly enchanted, and then glanced at the seemingly unperturbed Xiao Yuyan in his arms, nodding in agreement. Be gentle. Without hesitation, Lin Yue shoved the bowl into Lin Mo's hands. Lin Mo, treating Xiao Yuyan as a priceless treasure, carefully cradled the soft, fragrant little dragon girl in his embrace. Xiao Yuyan appeared to relish the warmth, curiously reaching out to touch Lin Yue's cheek. She then glanced at the steaming bowl that Lin Mo held, her large, amethyst-like eyes brimming with curiosity. Her little nose twitching as she seemed to savor the alluring aroma. Are you hungry, Xiao Yuyan? Lin Yue immediately understood, settling beside Lin Mo while proudly pointing at the bowl. Look, noodles made by your sister. They smell so good. You can have some. She suddenly faltered, pondering whether a dragon could consume human food. Lilith, standing on the coffee table, observed the tender scene between the sisters. Captivated by how Lin Yue was completely enchanted by the newcomer, she noted how Lin Mo held the bowl, lost in his thoughts, and then reflected on her own recent experience of being ignored and dismissed, her own precarious situation hanging by a thread. An unprecedented sense of crisis, fueled by feelings of neglect and discontent, surged within her. Hey, you too. Lilith's voice, laced with frost, shattered the warm atmosphere instantly. She pointed at the bowl in Lin Mo's hand, then at the little dragon girl in Lin Yue's embrace, and finally at herself. Enunciating each word with clenched teeth. The noodles. They are mine. The potion. It belongs to me too. In this household, I, Lilith, am the boss. This little creature shall not take anything that rightfully belongs to this queen, including attention. Her scarlet eyes glared fiercely at Xiao Yuyan. If you dare to make another sound, I shall pluck your horn and use it as a scratching post. Xiao Yuyan seemed frightened by Lilith's sudden burst of ferocity. Her lips quivered, her violet eyes misting over as tears threatened to spill, her little tail curling up in fear. Lin Yue immediately shielded Xiao Yuyan protectively. Lilith, don't scare her. She's just a baby. Lin Mo, holding the bowl of noodles, observed the irate vampire queen, then looked at the pitiful newborn dragon girl in his sister's arms, and finally at his sister, who was fiercely protective of her. He silently picked up a strand of noodles, blew on it, and thought, it seems the days ahead will not be peaceful. Will I ever get to enjoy a warm bowl of noodles again? Chapter 12. The eve of the college entrance examination. Lin Mo, carrying the now lukewarm bowl of noodles, felt utterly drained. He sighed, placing the bowl on the coffee table and rubbing his temples. All right, everyone calm down. Lilith, you are the elder, be magnanimous. Wei, Xiao Yuyan has just arrived. She may not be accustomed to things yet, so please take care of her. He reached out, intending to gently poke Xiao Yuyan's exposed cheek to comfort her. Just then, Xiao Yuyan, who had been nestled in Lin Yue's arms, seemed drawn to Lin Mo's approaching finger. She lifted her little face, her violet eyes still glistening with tears, long lashes adorned with sparkling droplets. Curiously, she gazed at Lin Mo's finger, which bore an aura of comfort and familiarity. Before anyone could react, she suddenly opened her mouth and, with a swift motion, nibbled on the tip of Lin Mo's index finger. Ouch! Lin Mo inhaled sharply. Not from pain, but from the surprise of this sudden assault. Brother! Lin Yue exclaimed. What are you doing, little monster? Lilith also turned her head sharply, her crimson gaze narrowing. However, what happened next left everyone in stunned silence. Xiao Yuyan did not bite down hard. Instead, she gently used her two tiny, sharp teeth to break the skin ever so slightly. A minuscule bead of blood emerged. Almost simultaneously, a faint yet peculiar energy ripple emanated from the point of contact, resonating with an ancient rhythm of a covenant. Xiao Yuyan's violet eyes brightened, as if countless tiny runes were swirling, glimmering, and reconfiguring within them. She released her bite, staring blankly at Lin Mo, then at Lin Yue and Lilith, her little face a picture of confusion, as if processing some vast information. After a few moments, she blinked her large eyes, her mouth slightly ajar, a clear, soft, uncertain word stumbling from her lips. Lin Mo Gidge? The voice was soft, yet resonated like thunder within the small living room. Lin Mo, Lin Yue, and Lilith were instantly petrified. She spoke. Lin Yue was the first to recover, her excitement causing her voice to pitch. Xiao Yu, what did you just call me? Say it again. Xiao Yuyan appeared startled by Lin Yue's enthusiasm, retreating slightly into her embrace while timidly looking at Lin Mo, softly repeating, "Lin Mo Gidge?" This time, it was crystal clear. "Oh my goodness. Brother, did you hear that? Xiaoyu can talk. She called you brother." Lin Yue was so thrilled, she nearly leapt into the air, showering Xiaoyu Yin with kisses and cuddles. "Xiaoyu, you're so clever. This is amazing." Lin Mo stared in shock at Xiaoyu Yin, the tiny wound on his fingertip still tingling with a strange sensation. He understood the dragon clan's innate ability through the connection of blood and the information contained within. She had instantly learned and mastered human language. This was an extraordinary capacity for learning. Lilith's expression was far more complex. Her scarlet eyes were filled with shock and a hint of barely perceptible gravity. This little creature, able to grasp language through blood contact right after hatching, was more extraordinary than she had anticipated. The sense of crisis intensified. The ensuing moments became a language lesson for Xiaoyu Yin, guided by Lin Yue. After grasping the meanings of brother and sister, Xiaoyu Yin's learning speed was astonishing. She quickly acquired basic vocabulary such as Sister Weiwei, hungry, eat, and Lilith, and even managed simple conversations. Sister Weiwei, hungry. Xiaoyu Yin patted her little, round belly, her violet eyes shimmering as she looked at Lin Yue. "All right. Sister will make you something delicious. What do you want to eat?" Lin Yue's maternal instincts surged. "Fragrant meat?" Xiaoyu Yin tilted her little head, trying to recall the aroma of the noodles from earlier, but her instincts drew her towards something rich in energy. Lilith, observing from the sidelines, occasionally scoffed, interjecting with a hint of disdain. "Humph, a little monster is still a little monster. The moment she learns to speak, she wants to eat meat." This earned Xiaoyu Yin a look of both grievance and stubbornness. In the midst of commotion, time slipped away swiftly. By the time Lin Mo finally savored the bowl of lukewarm noodles, the sky outside had completely darkened. The countdown to the college entrance examination had dwindled to merely a few hours. "Brother Lin Mo, I'm hungry." Xiaoyu Yin tugged at Lin Mo's shirt, her amethyst-like big eyes glistening with anticipation, her little tail swaying gently. She seemed particularly dependent on Lin Mo, cherishing the term brother with affection. All right. I'll get you something to eat," Lin Mo replied, a blend of exasperation and indulgence gracing his smile as he retrieved a specially formulated high-energy nutritional paste from the refrigerator. "Humph, acting all pitiful, you little monster." Lilith perched atop a tall bookshelf, her black skirt cascading down, casting a disdainful glance below with her crimson eyes. Though she still feigned toughness, the hostility that had once bristled had considerably softened, replaced by a haughty demeanor that suggested she deemed herself above quarreling with mere cubs. "Sister Lilith, you're bad." Xiaoyu Yin tilted her small face upwards, her voice sweet and innocent as she retorted, pointing at the top of the bookshelf. She had begun to express herself fluently and had keenly grasped the implications of Lilith's words regarding the little monster and acting pitiful. "What did you call me? Sister? Who is your sister? I am a royal." Lilith nearly toppled from her perch, her exquisite face wrought with disbelief. Sister Lilith." Xiaoyu Yin giggled, as if she had discovered a new world, her laughter ringing clear and delightful. "Lilith." She gazed at the carefree, silver-haired bundle of joy below, a lump forming in her throat, caught between the urge to express her annoyance or remain silent. Ultimately, she could only turn her head away in irritation. "Umph. Call me whatever you want, you fool." Meanwhile, Lin Yue watched the sibling banter with unabashed amusement, laughing heartily. Lin Mo, while feeding Xiaoyu Yin, perused the book titled Analysis of the Distribution and Weaknesses of Beasts in the Shadow Forest. With the college entrance examination looming, he had recovered significantly. Yet he dared not relax. His B-level, third-tier strength was genuine, but the outside world, including most of his classmates and teachers, still regarded him as a C-level beastmaster who had contracted an E-level little bat. This misunderstanding would serve him well in the upcoming examination, as he merely aimed to secure a passing score. Chapter 13. The college entrance examination commences. With only half a day remaining until the national transition examination, the vast training ground of Magic City No. 1 High School was charged with tension akin to a taut bowstring. The air was thick with the scent of sweat, various potions, and the palpable energy emanating from the youths. At this moment, the training ground was a realm of stark contrasts. The young individuals, having recently acquired formidable powers, excitedly showcased their newfound abilities or engaged in final adjustments with their recently bonded companions. Amidst this vibrant scene filled with strength and hope, Lin Mo appeared somewhat out of place. He leaned alone in the shadows at the edge of the training ground, clad in a faded school uniform, his presence subdued to that of an ordinary person, nearly devoid of any discernible energy fluctuations. At his feet, a small bat, no larger than a palm, with dull gray fur, quietly hung from his backpack strap, napping peacefully. "Wow, Sister Snow, your illumination butterfly is stunning. An A-grade rarity." This year's top scorer in the entrance exam will surely be you, Sister Sue. Several girls surrounded a cool and ethereal-looking girl. A magnificent butterfly with nearly half a meter wingspan, shimmering with a rainbow of colors flitting beside her. Sister Su Ching Snow merely nodded lightly. As an A-grade Beastmaster, she was eligible for direct admission, yet she was reluctant to miss the opportunity to level up her beasts in the lower-level beasts of the examination's secret realm. Her gaze swept across the crowd, pausing momentarily on Lin Mo, her brows slightly furrowing. Her illumination butterfly seemed wary of Lin Mo and his beast. Yet she recalled Lin Mo was merely a sea-level Beastmaster. At that moment, a figure approached from the center of the training ground. Zhou Kai was surrounded by flickering blue arcs of electricity, crackling softly, his hair slightly lifted from static. A lively electric serpent danced at his fingertips, his sharp gaze radiating suppressed rage and discontent, revealing his level had astonishingly risen to 4th tier. He could not swallow the humiliation of having been defeated by Lin Mo previously. Originally eligible for direct admission, he had resolutely chosen to participate in the entrance examination. Beside him, several sycophants were fervently flattering him. Brother Kai, your control over lightning is incredible. An A-grade, the top scorer in the entrance exam, is undoubtedly yours. Exactly. Unlike some people, a C-level Beastmaster, trailing along with an E-level Shadow Bat. One of the followers deliberately raised his voice, casting a disdainful glance in Lin Mo's direction. TSK, I heard he is still at level 1? What can someone like that even do in the secret realm? Serve as bait for the beasts? Surely he can't even defeat a level 1 slime. Laughter erupted. Zhou Kai's lips curled into a cold smirk, his gaze piercing Lin Mo like a blade. His voice dripping with unmasked provocation. Lin Mo, you were lucky to win once. This time in the entrance examination, I will demonstrate with absolute strength what true disparity looks like. I will trample you into the dust on the scoreboard, leaving you unable to even catch a glimpse of my shadow. You and your useless bat can just tremble in the secret realm. The harsh ridicule and blatant threats echoed at the edge of the training ground. Lin Mo appeared unfazed, calmly adjusting his cuff without a flicker of emotion in his eyes. At that moment, a clear and melodious voice resonated, carrying an undeniable authority. Enough, Zhou Kai. The crowd turned towards the source of the voice, witnessing Su Qingsnow approaching. Though her demeanor was cool, an aura of an A-grade Beastmaster subtly radiated from her, causing the laughing sycophants to instinctively retreat. Soon, it will be the entrance examination. A pivotal moment determining our futures. Su Qingsnow's gaze swept over Zhou Kai and his entourage, finally settling on Lin Mo, her tone calm, yet powerful. Instead of squabbling and making threats, it would be wiser to focus on adjusting our states. Magic City No. 1 High School is a collective. Is it dignified to undermine each other in front of outsiders? Her reasoning was sound, bolstered by the natural presence of an A-grade professional. Zhou Kai's expression darkened. He could dismiss Lin Mo, but he had to tread carefully around Su Qingsnow, an A-grade like himself. With a cold snort, he shot Lin Mo a fierce glare, the electric serpent at his fingertips leaping high and then extinguishing, leaving behind a parting remark. Humph. We shall see. Before turning with his followers to leave, Su Qingsnow glanced at Lin Mo, her expression still cool, saying nothing further before she too departed. The edge of the training ground lapsed into a brief silence. Lin Mo seemed oblivious to the earlier conflict, silently reminding himself, Xiaoyu Yin, rest well in the beast space. I'll help you level up shortly. Within the beast space, the little dragon girl, Lin Xiaoyu Yin, cradled an energy crystal, sleeping soundly, a content smile gracing her lips. As sunlight poured over the training ground, the atmosphere turned solemn yet fervent. A colossal holographic screen illuminated with the rules. 47th National Transition Examination, Magic City Examination Center. Assessment format, Secret Realm Survival Hunting Battle. Assessment location, Dark Canyons, Junior Secret Realm. Core rules. 1. Points acquisition. Slay Secret Realm beasts for points equal to their level. Level 1 beasts, 1 point. Level 2 beasts, 2 points. Highest level 10 beasts, 10 points. 2. Restrictions of the Secret Realm. The energy levels within the Secret Realm are designated as primary, theoretically generating creatures of no more than level 10. 3. Assessment procedure. All candidates will be randomly teleported into the Secret Realm for a duration of 3 days, during which scores will be accumulated and ranked. 4. Additional information. A real-time leaderboard will display only the top 1,000 participants and their individual rankings, with malicious competition strictly prohibited. Thousands of candidates from various schools in the magical city, each harboring distinct emotions, stepped into the vast composite teleportation array in succession. Radiant flashes ensued, and figures vanished into thin air. Just before stepping into the array, Zhou Kai cast a provocative and confident glance towards Lin Mo. Su Qingxue, however, maintained a serene demeanor as her figure faded amidst the brilliance. Lin Mo's expression remained composed. With the brilliance illuminating, he too disappeared from the spot. The inconspicuous little bat perched on his shoulder vanished along with him. A moment later, Lin Mo found himself in a dimly lit valley floor strewn with grotesque rocks. The air thick with the scent of sulfur. With a mere thought, Lilith, disguised as a small bat, silently landed on his shoulder, her crimson eyes surveying the surroundings. Lilith, activate wide area perception, filter out low-level noise, and lock onto energy sources above level 6 while avoiding crowds, Lin Mo instructed softly. Understood, Lilith replied. An invisible psychic field rippled outward, precisely filtering the faint fluctuations from level 15 creatures, honing in on targets radiating more powerful energy, all the while cleverly sidestepping potential areas populated by other candidates. Lin Mo's strategy was clear: prioritize efficiency and precisely hunt high-value targets. Initially, he aimed for a low profile to accumulate points. With Lilith's near-cheating level of perception and route planning, Lin Mo maneuvered like an efficient specter through the complex terrain of the valley, perfectly avoiding clusters of low-level beasts and entangling landscapes. He pinpointed a solitary level 7 rock-armored lizard. A subtle mental impact from Lilith left it dazed, allowing Lin Mo to approach and precisely shatter its energy core with a single finger. 7 points, all accomplished in under 5 seconds. He then discovered 2 level 8 corrupted vultures circling at low altitude. With a slight flutter of her wings, Lilith disrupted their balance, while Lin Mo unleashed shards infused with spiritual energy, striking their vulnerable energy nodes with pinpoint accuracy. 16 points. Next, he sensed a level 9 shadow leopard lurking in the shadows, pretending to be unaware at the moment of its pounce. Lilith's psychic interference caused a momentary delay in its actions, allowing Lin Mo to dodge with utmost precision and deliver a swift hand strike that contained concentrated force to its vital spot. 9 points. His score steadily increased. Yet Lin Mo deliberately controlled the pace of his hunting and visibility. He targeted secluded corners and areas beyond surveillance. His score grew solidly and discreetly, far from explosive surges. Chapter 14, Beast Tide. On the vast holographic leaderboard, names and scores scrolled wildly. The competition for the top 1,000 was exceptionally fierce. No. 1. Zhou Kai, First High School of Magic City, Master of Lightning, score, 82 points. Number 2. Su Qingxue, First High School of Magic City, Beast Tamer, score, 75 points. Number 3. Li Hao, Second High School of Magic City, Gale Archer, score, 68 points. Number 498. Sun Yu, Magic City Experimental School, Heavy Armor Swordsman, score, 34 points. No. 499. Zhao Feng, Third High School of Magic City, Earth Mage, score, 33 points. Number 500. Lin Mo, First High School of Magic City, Beast Tamer, score, 33 points. The leaderboard refreshed continuously, with Lin Mo's name hovering around the 500th position, his score growing slowly yet steadily. Brother Kai is incredible. First place. The mastery of lightning clears the field so swiftly. Goddess Su is second. The illusory butterfly is too powerful. Lin Mo, 500th place, 33 points. Didn't he even come last? Some remarked with a hint of surprise upon seeing Lin Mo's name. Even being 500th is something to boast about. Look at Brother Kai, 82 points. That's more than double. They scoffed. He must be hiding in a corner, hoping for a stroke of luck to take down a couple of level 5 or 6 beasts, carrying around an E-grade, 0-tier bat. Managing to score 33 points without being eliminated is a miracle. Zhou Kai's lackeys mercilessly mocked him, as if Lin Mo's performance only reinforced his reputation as a failure. Exactly. Look how slowly his score is rising. It takes ages for him to gain a few points. He must be cowering, not daring to breathe. The observing teachers regarded the leaderboard with a degree of leniency toward Lin Mo's performance. Lin Mo, 33 points, around the 500th rank. For a C-grade beast tamer with a contract to an E-grade, 0-tier beast, achieving this score is commendable. Indeed, surviving to accumulate points is a success in itself. Given such a weak beast, merely staying alive is impressive. Zhou Kai's supporters reveled in their triumph, as if Lin Mo's 500th position and 33 points were merely stepping stones to elevate their hero's A-grade prowess. Su Qingxue glanced at the leaderboard, her gaze briefly lingering on Lin Mo's name, a fleeting trace of mild confusion crossing her cool expression before she swiftly regained her composure. Little did anyone know, the beast tamer, ridiculed for lurking in the shadows while hovering around the 500th position, was in fact deep within the shadowy valleys, functioning as a precise hunting machine, reaping creatures of levels 7, 8, and 9 with an efficiency far surpassing that of the leaderboard's frontrunners. The unassuming bat on his shoulder was the true core of his hunting prowess. The real outburst had yet to commence. What Lin Mo required was time and a suitable opportunity. Meanwhile, Lin Yuyin was nestled in the Beast Taming space, clutching an energy crystal, blissfully asleep. Out in the world, a foreboding rumble echoed from the edge of the playground. Several helicopters adorned with the insignia of the Chinese military descended into the center of the field. The powerful gusts created by their descent caused the flags on the playground to flutter violently. As the cabin doors opened and the stairway descended, a number of high-ranking military officials donned with stars descended in single file, their expressions respectful and solemn. Finally, a figure clad in a deep blue officer's uniform, bedecked with 3 brilliant golden stars on his epaulets, stepped down the staircase with measured grace. His posture was as straight as a pine, his countenance resolute as rock, and his deep-set eyes, calm yet seemingly all-seeing, commanded an air of authority that silenced the previously boisterous playground in an instant. General Han Wenxing, the already present governor of education from the Magic City, the president of the Beast Tamer Association, the chief examiner of the college entrance examination, and several core figures from the municipal government of the Magic City promptly approached, their faces adorned with expressions of eager yet constrained respect. General Han, your presence at the examination site honors us. We have failed to greet you properly. The education governor was the first to step forward, bowing low. You, who are burdened with the nation's future, please, take your seat. The president of the Beast Tamer Association followed suit. General Han Wenxing remained composed, merely nodding slightly, engaging in brief handshakes with a few local dignitaries, and refraining from further discourse. His gaze swept over the enormous scoreboard like that of a hawk, observing the swiftly fluctuating names and scores at the forefront. His attention did not linger excessively on the illustrious names of Zhou Kai or Su Qingxue, but rather scanned the latter half of the leaderboard with intent. Ultimately, his gaze came to rest on an unremarkable position. Number 503, Lin Mo, First High School of Magic City, Beast Tamer, score, 36 points. Upon seeing this name and its hovering status around the 500 mark, Han Wenxing frowned slightly. He discreetly withdrew his gaze and ascended to the prominent viewing platform, where his vision could broaden. His arrival imbued the examination hall with an atmosphere of solemnity and oppressive tension. Countless reverent gazes were directed towards the viewing platform. Local officials cautiously provided updates on the frontrunner, while Han Wenxing merely nodded occasionally, his gaze predominantly fixed upon the massive central monitor screen. In the dimly lit canyon, Lin Mo had just dispatched a solitary level 8 rock puppet, earning himself 8 points. Suddenly, Lilith's perception delivered a potent warning. At 11 o'clock, an abnormal concentration of energy surged forth. Numerous and swift, it was a beast horde, charging directly towards us. Lin Mo focused intently, and in the distance, he beheld a cloud of dust rising from the bend of the valley. The ground reverberated with a low, dense tremor, akin to the rumble of distant thunder. In the next instant, a mass of dark figures surged forth like a flood breaching its dam. It appeared to be a small-scale beast horde. Leading the charge were a dozen or so level 7 iron-furred wild boars, their tusks menacing, their charge unstoppable. Alarmingly, at the center of the horde were 3 level 9 bloodthirsty apes, radiating a ferocious aura as they drove the beasts onward. The horde comprised over 50 creatures, with levels predominantly around 59. It seemed they were spurred by some unseen force, racing towards the relatively narrow gorge where Lin Mo stood. The terrifying momentum resembled a cataclysmic landslide, capable of instantly engulfing any isolated candidate. At Magic City No. 1 High School, in the viewing area, an alarm sounded. The D7 region of the Dark Canyon had detected a medium-sized beast horde, numbering over 50 and averaging level 59. The energy response was intense. A candidate was detected within the area. Lin Mo, Magic City No. 1 High School, Beastmaster. The monitor's voice quivered with terror, echoing through the control room and the viewing area. The colossal monitor screen immediately switched to the D7 region's imagery. The sight of the ominous horde, akin to a deadly torrent, surged towards the solitary figure of Lin Mo. In the footage, Lin Mo appeared diminutive before the vast beast horde. It was over. He was doomed. With so many level 59 monsters, not even a C-level Beastmaster with an E-level bat could withstand this, let alone Zhou Kai or Su Qingxue. Emergency. Activate the urgent rescue protocol immediately. The playground erupted into chaos. Gasps, lamentations, and even schadenfreude intermingled. Zhou Kai's supporters were particularly exhilarated. In the viewing area, local officials turned pale, the education supervisor sweating profusely with urgency. Quick. Initiate the highest level rescue plan. At all costs. Han Wenxing's brow furrowed slightly. His gaze locked onto the screen where Lin Mo was on the verge of being engulfed by the horde. Chapter 15, A Collective Shock. In the secret realm of the Dark Canyon, D7 region, confronted by the oncoming beast horde, Lin Mo's expression betrayed no hint of panic. Lilith. Lin Mo spoke with an unsettling calm, merely uttering 2 words. Humph, a throng of oblivious ants. Lilith ascended from his shoulder, hovering before him. Within its unassuming form lay an indescribable and terrifying pressure, emanating from the pinnacle of the life hierarchy, akin to a dormant volcano erupting with ferocity. Buzz. There was no earth-shattering light, no deafening sound. Only an invisible, princely pressure swept over the entire horde like an absolute zero chill. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. The wild boars, in their frantic charge, collided with an invisible wall of resignation, their forelegs raised, their massive bodies rolling due to inertia, their eyes filled with sheer terror. The rushing windblade hyenas collapsed as if their bones had been removed, crumpling to the ground, excreting in desperation, emitting pitiful whimpers. The 3 ferocious bloodthirsty apes appeared as though an unseen giant hand had seized their throats, their once manic rage instantly replaced by boundless fear, their massive forms trembling uncontrollably. Unable to drive the horde forward, let alone stand, the once menacing horde, capable of obliterating a small team, was rendered motionless before Lilith's princely pressure. As though a pause button had been pressed, all the beasts froze in place, shivering, their primal fear extinguishing any will to resist. In their eyes, there remained only the diminutive bat hovering in midair, exuding an aura that made their very souls weep. In the control room, all eyes glued to the screen were left petrified. They witnessed the horde, less than 10 meters from Lin Mo, collectively freeze, slacken, and tremble as if under a binding spell. What was happening? The horde had stopped. What transpired? What had Lin Mo done? Before they could comprehend, Lin Mo moved. He strolled leisurely towards the mass of beasts, now enveloped in fear and stripped of their ability to resist. Perched upon his shoulder, Lilith continued to hover, maintaining that terrifying pressure. His movements were fluid, precise, efficient, and merciless. It was akin to harvesting wheat, under the absolute pressure exerted by Lilith. The once ferocious beasts found themselves incapable of even struggling, resigned to await their demise. Points began to soar at an astonishing rate. At Magic City No. 1 High School, in the viewing area, silence descended. The entire playground was enveloped in a deathly hush. Everyone fixated intently on the colossal scoreboard and the central monitor. Lin Mo's name on the score chart ascended like a rocket. No, it surpassed even a rocket. The points fluctuated wildly, refreshing. Almost every second saw increases of 10 or even 20 points. On the monitor screen, the boy in the old-school uniform strolled among the paralyzed beasts. Each wave of his hand, each lift of his foot, accompanied by the complete dissolution of a beast and a surge in points. That small, inconspicuous bat on his shoulder had transformed in the eyes of all into something profoundly mysterious and terrifying. No, it's impossible. Zhou Kai's supporters turned ashen, as if they had seen a ghost. Heavens, what is he doing? Is he slaughtering the horde? What has that E-level bat done? Why aren't the beasts moving? His points have surpassed Zhou Kai, surpassed Su Qingxue. My God. Zhou Kai himself stared fixedly at the scoreboard, watching as his score was overtaken and continued to grow at an alarming rate. His complexion shifting from crimson to ashen, he trembled, arcs of electricity dancing uncontrollably at his fingertips. Su Qingxue's cold demeanor faltered, revealing unmistakable shock for the first time as she gazed at the name on the scoreboard that had left all others behind, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. In the viewing area, local dignitaries gaped, their mouths agape as they beheld the frantically fluctuating points and the bizarre imagery on the screen, their minds blank. Only Han Wenqing, his previously furrowed brow gradually unfurling, watched the boy on the screen, who harvested the horde like a war god, and his mysterious little bat. A flicker of understanding glimmering in his deep-set eyes. It was replaced by an unspeakable sense of relief, and a slight, yet meaningful smile graced his lips. Like father, like son. When Lin Mo decisively dispatched the last of the level 9 bloodthirsty apes, he had single-handedly annihilated the entire horde. His final score stood at 298 points. Ranking, number 1. At this moment, the second-place contestant, Zhou Kai, had a score of 102 points. The vast disparity was akin to an insurmountable chasm. The eerie silence on the playground persisted for several seconds, only to be abruptly shattered by a cacophony of incredulous gasps and exclamations. Lin Mo? It is Lin Mo. He secured the first position, 298 points. My goodness, did he single-handedly vanquish an entire beast tide? That bat was certainly not an E-grade shadow bat. He concealed his true prowess. A dark horse. This is the epitome of a dark horse. No, he is a monster. Lin Mo from Magic City No. 1 High School. Standing amidst the faint remnants of energy left by the dissipating demonic beasts, Lin Mo wore a serene expression. Congratulations, host. On achieving a milestone, Beastmaster level has surpassed level 5. Reward, Profession Level Enhancement Potion X1. Another Profession Level Enhancement Potion. Lin Mo felt a flicker of delight. His own Beastmaster level had always been a sore point. Each time he leveled up Lilith, her attributes would increase by approximately 6 points, while his own would only rise by about 3. He glanced at the score displayed on his wristband. 298 points. Number 1. This is merely the beginning, he murmured softly. As Lilith, perched lazily on his shoulder, yawned, her crimson eyes shimmering with disdain. Humans, should you not express your gratitude to me? She nudged Lin Mo's shoulder with her tiny foot, turning her little head away, seemingly awaiting his praise. Observing her haughty demeanor, Lin Mo promptly embraced her. Startled by his sudden action, Lilith flapped her wings in a brief panic before settling against his chest, occasionally rubbing against him. Within the Beastmaster space, the little dragon girl, Lin Yuyin, appeared to sense the commotion outside, rolled over, clutching an energy crystal, and fell into a deeper slumber. The true assessment was still 2.5 days away. It was nearly time for Yuyin to level up, Lin Mo mused. After the recent beast tide, both he and Lilith had risen to level 7, a remarkable leap of 4 levels. Regrettably, there were no demonic beasts above level 10, otherwise, the level-up process would have been even swifter. System, utilize the Profession Enhancement Potion. Usage successful. In an instant, Lin Mo felt a warm current enveloping his bones, as faint impurities seemed to dissipate from his body. Chapter 16, A Surge in Numbers. Host, Lin Mo. Profession, A-Grade Beastmaster. Level, 7. Current attributes. Strength, 30. Speed, 35. Defense, 37. Mental power, 30. Current skills, S-Grade Martial Arts, S-Grade Voice of the Mind, S-Grade Ultimate Breakthrough. Current items, 5 free attribute points, Bloodline Reversion Potion, X1. Lin Mo regarded his status panel with a nod of approval. Not too shabby. As for why Lin Mo chose not to use his free attribute points, it was because he discovered that they could help replenish his state when enhancing attributes. He preferred to save them for times when his condition was less than optimal. Brother Lin Mo, I'm hungry, my stomach is growling. Little Yuyin had just emerged from the Beastmaster space, tugging at Lin Mo's pant leg. She rubbed her sleepy, bright eyes, her amethyst-like gaze still slightly dazed, yet her little stomach audibly protested. With a pitiful expression, she clutched at Lin Mo's pants. Yuyin is hungry and wants to eat delicious meat. Her little nose twitched, seemingly catching the scent of the lingering blood from the demonic beasts Lin Mo had defeated. Seeing the little one's forlorn yet greedy expression, Lin Mo's heart softened. He surveyed the area, recently ravaged by the beast tide, which was temporarily safe, tucked away in a remote corner with plenty of blind spots for surveillance. He gently patted little Yuyin's head. All right, brother will make you some roasted meat. Roasted meat? Little Yuyin's eyes instantly sparkled with anticipation, her small tail wagging joyfully. Lin Mo approached a bloodthirsty ape. With his fingers sharp as a blade, he sliced off chunks of meat that resembled premium Wagyu beef. Then, he deftly gathered some dry twigs, conjured a pure flame of spiritual energy at his fingertips, and effortlessly ignited a campfire. He retrieved several pre-prepared wooden skewers and a small seasoning jar from his system space, commencing the roasting process. As Lilith perched on a nearby stone beside the campfire, wearing a look of disdain at the flames, little Yuyin found a small rock to sit on, her sparkling purple eyes fixated on the meat, her little nose twitching incessantly. Before long, a mouth-watering aroma, a blend of smoky char and fragrant spices, wafted through the air. Lilith's initially disdainful expression began to shift. Her petite nose involuntarily twitched. Her crimson eyes fixed intently on the skewers, transforming into golden, crisp perfection, the fat dripping and sizzling enticingly. Although she preferred fresh blood, Lin Mo's cooking was undeniably delectable. Little Yuyin could no longer contain herself, exclaiming in delight as drool nearly dripped from her mouth, her little tail wagging furiously, her body instinctively inching forward. Her violet eyes solely focused on the skewers, radiating irresistible allure. All right, little glutton. Lin Mo chuckled as he offered a perfectly roasted skewer to little Yuyin's lips, blowing gently on it. Be careful, it's hot. Little Yuyin eagerly opened her mouth, cautiously taking a bite. The outer layer was crispy and fragrant, while the inside was succulent and juicy, the rich essence of energy mingling with the spices exploding in her mouth. The Dragon Clan's innate craving for high-energy food was instantaneously satisfied. So delicious. Little Yuyin's eyes squinted into crescent moons, her cheeks puffed up, mumbling in blissful admiration, clutching the skewer tightly, her mouth greasy as she savored every bite, her little tail wagging so fast it nearly left a blur. Lin Mo picked up another skewer, deliberately waving it in front of Lilith. My esteemed princess, would you care for some? Lilith haughtily turned her head away. Humph, crude food. This princess only consumes. Yet before she could finish her sentence, an even richer aroma of charred meat wafted into her nostrils. Uncontrollably, her head turned back. Her eyes fixed upon the skewer, her little paws seemingly scratching the stone beneath her. Suppressing a chuckle, Lin Mo placed the skewer on a clean stone beside Lilith. Give it a try. This piece is the most tender. Lilith hesitated for a few seconds, ultimately succumbing to the irresistible scent. Moments later, she quietly began to peck at the meat, gradually increasing her pace, even savoring the slightest sprinkle of chili powder, clearly relishing the flavor. Lin Mo also took a skewer for himself, savoring it leisurely. With A-grade culinary skills combined with the essence of level 9 demonic beast meat, the flavor was indeed extraordinary. With the warm roasted meat in his belly, coupled with his formidable recovery ability, the slight fatigue from the previous battle and maintaining his pressure swiftly dissipated. As night fell quietly, Lin Mo and his companions sought refuge in a cave, ready to rest, feeling secure under Lilith's imposing presence, unperturbed by any daring demonic beasts. The following morning, little Yin was bursting with energy, her violet eyes sparkling, her little face flushed from sleep. Lilith also returned to Lin Mo's shoulder, maintaining her bat disguise but appearing to be in good spirits. Lin Mo prepared a simple breakfast for them, and the group enjoyed a hearty meal once more. Congratulations to the host for achieving the feat. The affinity with the beast has reached 80 points, rewarding the SS level skill of affinity. Affinity. Upon reaching an affinity of 80 points with the beast, 20 of the beast's current stats will be shared. After the affinity reaches 90 points, the skills of the beast will also be shared. In an instant, Lin Mo felt a surge in his physical prowess as the stats of the little dragon girl were bestowed upon him. It seems that Yu Yan's affinity has indeed reached 80, but this skill is simply extraordinary. In the future, wouldn't I be able to soar directly into the skies as my beast levels up? Lin Mo marveled, then turned to Lin Yan. Have you eaten enough? Yan? Lin Mo inquired with a smile. Yes, I'm full. It was delicious. Little Yan nodded vigorously, licking her lips with lingering delight. Well then, it's time to get moving. Lin Mo rose, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. Brother will take you to hunt monsters and help you level up along the way. Hunt monsters? Little Yan tilted her head, then jumped up in excitement. Yes. Yan wants to hunt monsters. Help brother defeat the bad guys. The warrior spirit of the dragon tribe and her affinity for Lin Mo filled her with anticipation for the hunt. Lin Mo's objective was clear: to utilize the remaining time in the secret realm to efficiently score points, while familiarizing Lin Yan with combat to accelerate her growth. The growth of a dragon cub requires abundant energy and combat training. Lilith, activate full perception, lock onto level 10 targets, avoid crowds, and plan the route. Humph, understood. Lilith unleashed an invisible web of mental perception once more. Soon, a target was locked, a solitary level 10 peak demon beast, the crystal poison scorpion. It resided near a cave adorned with amethyst deep within the canyon, reigning as one of the area's overlords. Lin Mo swiftly led little Yan to the scene. The crystal poison scorpion was as large as a small car, its shell as hard as pale purple crystal, and its tail stinger glimmered with a deadly blue hue, exuding a chilling level 10 peak pressure. It detected the intruders and hissed threateningly. Yan, it's your turn. Lin Mo stepped back, entrusting the battlefield to the little dragon girl. He needed to assess her true combat capabilities. Little Yan gazed at the menacing scorpion. Bad guy, no being fierce, she exclaimed in her sweet voice, pointing her tiny finger at the crystal poison scorpion. The scorpion seemed enraged, its massive pincers lunging toward little Yan with astonishing speed. Its tail stinger poised like a venomous snake, ready to strike. Be careful, someone in the monitoring room exclaimed instinctively. However, little Yan was faster. Her petite form erupted with terrifying speed that belied her size, easily sidestepping the pincers. Simultaneously, she opened her mouth and took a deep breath. Hoo! A stream of ice-blue dragon breath, imbued with an intense chill, erupted forth like a high-pressure water gun, accurately striking the scorpion's smooth, crystal-like shell. Crack! Sizzle! The sound of freezing echoed, making one's teeth ache. The crystal shell, capable of withstanding ordinary blades, was utterly overwhelmed by the pure dragon breath. Instantly coated in a thick layer of ice emanating a frigid aura, the icy layer spread rapidly, encasing the massive body of the crystal poison scorpion in a colossal ice sculpture in the blink of an eye. Even its glimmering stinger was frozen mid-air. Within the ice sculpture, the terrified eyes of the crystal poison scorpion were vividly visible. Instant kill. Wow, it's frozen. Little Yan clapped her hands in delight. as if she had accomplished something wondrous. She hopped over to the ice sculpture, extending her tiny finger to curiously poke at the hard, icy surface. A flicker of surprise and satisfaction crossed Lin Mo's eyes. The innate suppression and power of the pureblood dragon tribe were indeed formidable. This level 10 peak crystal poison scorpion couldn't even withstand a single attack from little Yu Yin. He stepped forward, slamming his palm against the ice sculpture, causing a surge of spiritual energy that shattered the frozen crystal poison scorpion alongside the ice into fragments of energy. 10 points. Yu Yin is amazing, Lin Mo praised without reservation. Little Yu Yin beamed with joy, her little tail proudly wagging. The ensuing time transformed into a hunting game for little Yu Yin. Chapter 17, Crisis. In the dim canyon, near the D7 area, a temporary team of 5 candidates had formed. They hailed from different schools. Their class composition well-balanced. 2 heavily armored warriors leading the front, a flame mage providing support from the center, a swift archer striking from a distance, and a nature bard offering healing and buffs. Their average level was around 3, with the leader being a level 4 heavy warrior. Through their coordination, they had just struggled to defeat a level 8 iron-armored bear, basking in the joy and fatigue of their hard-earned points. Finally took it down. That level 8 beast was truly troublesome. The heavy warrior captain gasped, wiping the sweat from his brow. Thanks to the captain's shield and Brother Zhao's healing. The flame mage said, still shaken as he stowed away his staff. Quick, collect the energy cores. We need to move to another spot to rest. Something feels off around here. The swift archer scanned their surroundings warily, keenly sensing a hint of decay mingled with the sulfurous scent in the air. Yet, his warning came too late. An indescribable cold, a silence akin to a millennia-old tomb being unearthed, infused with an overwhelming stench of decay, suddenly seeped from the shadows of the rock wall behind them. The darkness seemed alive, greedily consuming surrounding light and sound. Simultaneously, a terrifying pressure gripped their throats like an invisible shackle, sending shivers down their spines. Ugh! The 2 heavy warriors were the first to be affected. Their proud fighting spirit and indomitable will crumbling like paper before this oppressive force. Their heavy armor felt like a cold coffin, pinning them in place. Unable to even lift an arm, their eyes filled with boundless terror. What is that? The flame mage's staff clattered to the ground, as he felt his magical energy freeze within him, unable to conjure even a spark, only a chilling despair creeping up his spine. Run! Quick, run! The swift archer reacted first, yelling in desperation as he turned to flee, but his movements appeared laughably slow in the face of such overwhelming pressure. Life barrier. The nature bard's face turned pale as he sang the last note with all his might, a thin green aura barely enveloping the team. But this feeble resistance was meaningless against absolute power. In the darkness, a massive claw, covered in pitch black, cracked, and moss-like decayed scales, slowly reached out like the touch of death from the depths of hell. The claw was enwrapped in a visible, viscous black miasma. It disregarded the frail life barrier, as if it were merely a soap bubble. PFF. The claw latched onto the swift archer, who was attempting to escape at the back of the team. The speed seemed slow, yet it carried an irresistible force of inevitability. No. Help! The swift archer's cries for help were abruptly silenced. He was grasped tightly by the enormous claw, akin to prey ensnared by a giant python. A horrifying, decaying black mist instantaneously invaded his body. In terror, he beheld his own arm and chest deteriorating at a visible pace, turning ashen, shriveled, and devoid of life. The flesh and blood beneath his skin seemed to be instantly drained, putrefying. The excruciating pain scarcely had time to reach his brain, for his vitality, along with his very soul, was being insatiably and irretrievably devoured, annihilated by that black mist. In merely 2 or 3 seconds, a living level 3 Gale archer was utterly transformed into a desiccated corpse, ensconced in tattered garments, cloaked in black ashes, under the horrified gaze of his teammates. The sheer terror and agony frozen on his face in his final moments became an eternal nightmare for the remaining 4. Monster! The heavy armor captain's eyes bulged with fear, overwhelming him. Memories of the life-saving teleportation talisman surged to mind. His trembling hands frantically fumbled for the storage pouch. Teleport! Quickly, teleport! The flame mage and nature singer, grasping at straws, desperately shattered the jade stones in their hands. Yet, the anticipated light of salvation failed to descend. The jade disintegrated into useless powder, slipping through their fingers. A chilling despair washed over them, extinguishing the last flicker of hope in their hearts. The rules had been distorted. No. Despairing wails echoed throughout the canyon. The decaying lizard seemed to relish the fear of its prey in their final moments. Its 3 blood-red, colossal eyes glimmered in the darkness, akin to 3 infernal lanterns. Its massive form slowly emerged from the shadows, exuding an oppressive aura that suffocated. It opened its gaping maw, lined with fangs, and unleashed a powerful suction. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The three candidates, paralyzed by terror, were seized by an invisible hand, screaming as they were dragged towards that abyss-like gaping maw. Help! I don't want to die. Their piercing cries were abruptly silenced the moment they made contact with the monstrous mouth. The viscous, decaying black mist coiled around their bodies like a living entity, voraciously consuming their life, force, and energy. They rapidly withered and decayed, transforming into three rich streams of vital essence and chaotic energy, greedily absorbed by the lizard's gullet. Ultimately, only the nature singer remained, slumped on the ground, his spirit nearly shattered. He watched helplessly as his companions were instantaneously devoured, vanishing into nothingness, the overwhelming dread rendering him incapable of even a scream. The lizard appeared disinterested in his meager life energy, casually lifting its enormous foot, as if squashing an ant, and gently descending. With a barely perceptible sound, all that remained was a pool of indistinct flesh and tattered garments, swiftly eroded and assimilated by the encroaching, decaying black mist, ultimately disappearing as if they had never existed. In less than a minute, a 5-person team had been completely obliterated. The lizard emitted a low, raspy roar of satisfaction, its 3 crimson eyes greedily scanning the dim canyon in search of the next delectable source of energy. Its massive form once again melded into the shadows, leaving behind a valley utterly shrouded in death and despair, silent and lifeless. At the playground of Demon City No. 1, in the monitoring room, an ear-piercing alarm suddenly reverberated throughout the entire facility and the viewing area. Highest alert! Highest alert! An ultra-spec energy response has been detected in the D7 region of the Dark Canyon. Level assessment, level 16. Energy characteristics, extremely dangerous. Distorted secret realm rules. Warning. This target possesses strong aggressiveness and predatory instincts. It is on the move. Target locked. All high-energy life forms. Repeat. Highest alert. Level 16 ultra-regulated monster invasion. All candidates. Immediately activate emergency escape devices. The examiner group is preparing for forced intervention. On the monitoring screen, the D7 region was engulfed in an eerie darkness, with only a massive, grotesque silhouette, akin to a moving mountain, vaguely discernible. Wherever it passed, even the rocks and plants simulated by the secret realm rapidly withered and decayed. The entire playground was plunged into a profound silence. Then, panic erupted in a cacophony. Level 16. How is this possible? It's over. How could such a monster appear in the secret realm? Save the children. Terminate the exam. Quick, terminate the exam. Parents screamed in terror. General, Director, it's bad. An extremely high-level monster has appeared in the secret realm. It seems to possess a treasure that interferes with the rules of the secret realm, and we cannot expel it. A staff member exclaimed, drenched in sweat. Enforce forced intervention. Immediately activate the highest authority for forced intervention. Extract all candidates. The education supervisor's face turned ashen. No, supervisor. The rules restrict us. A large-scale forced interruption of the secret realm will cause irreversible damage to the candidate's mental faculties. Moreover, that monster has distorted the rules, making the forced intervention pathway potentially unstable. The technicians reported, sweating profusely. General Han Wenxing suddenly stood, his sharp gaze fixed on the moving darkness on the screen, veins bulging on the back of his hand resting on the armrest. He commanded in a deep voice, activate the emergency plan. Notify all standby examiners to prepare for immediate forced entry. Lock onto the coordinates of all high-risk area candidates for priority rescue. His eyes swept over the name Lin Mo at the top of the leaderboard, filled with unprecedented concern. This turn of events exceeded everyone's expectations. Chapter 18, Life and Death Struggle. In the dark canyon, the dying rays of the sun struggled to pierce the mist above, casting a dim yellow hue over the valley floor. Lin Mo, accompanied by Xiao Yuyan, continued to efficiently eliminate the marked high-level monster targets, guided by Lilith's precise navigation. Xiao Yuyan grew increasingly formidable in battle, skillfully employing dragon breath and claw strikes, becoming adept at dealing with monsters below level 10. Lin Mo's score steadily climbed, surpassing 450 points, leaving the second place Zhou Kai with 150 points and Su Qingxue with 140 points far behind, his top position as secure as a mountain. Suddenly, Lilith's voice resonated in Lin Mo's mind, tinged with an unusual gravity. Something is amiss. Lin Mo, the D7 area where we previously cleared the Beast Tide is exhibiting abnormalities. Lin Mo immediately halted, extending his senses. The valley where they had exterminated the Beast Tide now radiated an unsettling aura. It was a deathly stillness? No. It was something deeper, an abyss that seemed capable of consuming light and sound. Concurrently, a terror-inducing pressure far exceeding the secret realm's limits, sending shivers through the very soul, began to seep out from the center of that area, as if an ancient, ferocious beast was awakening. Level 16. Lilith's voice carried a hint of astonishment. This secret realm should only accommodate energy up to level 10. This pressure is undoubtedly that of a level 16 entity. Moreover, it seems to carry something that has distorted some of the secret realm's rules. Lin Mo's heart sank. Level 16. This was entirely beyond the design limits of a primary secret realm. Not to mention the candidates. Even examiners might struggle to cope. How did it get in? Lin Mo asked solemnly. Uncertain, but the previous beast tide was likely not to attack anywhere. Lilith's voice was cold. They were fleeing, hiding from this monster's hunt. And now, this monstrous creature appears to be famished. As if to affirm Lilith's conjecture, a deep, savage roar erupted violently from the D7 area, instantly resonating throughout a significant portion of the shadowy canyon. Roar. All candidates within the canyon, regardless of their levels, felt as if their hearts were gripped tightly by an invisible hand. An overwhelming, primal fear surged through their beings, utterly uncontainable. Su Qingxue and Zhou Kai were simultaneously drawn to this relatively open tributary by the terrifying pressure of level 16 and the menacing roar. Both wore expressions of grave concern and vigilance, yet upon seeing each other, instinctively set aside their usual rivalry, forming a fragile alliance in the face of the colossal crisis. Zhou Kai, let us join forces. This monster is not right. Su Qingxue's cold voice carried a hint of urgency, as the illusory light butterfly flitted around her, casting layers of mesmerizing luminescence. Humph, as if I needed your prompting. Zhou Kai's complexion paled, yet he maintained the pride befitting an A-level lightning controller. Lightning serpents dancing around him as he conjured a crackling lightning shield to guard his front. Let us test its limits. The vast silhouette of the decaying magic lizard loomed in the darkness, its three crimson eyes locking onto these two delectable sources of energy. It seemed particularly intrigued by the pure light energy emanating from Su Qingxue's illusory light butterfly, launching its attack first. A massive tail, covered in decaying scales and shrouded in dark energy, swept toward them like a battering ram. Be careful, Su Qingxue cried out. The illusory light butterfly's wings flapping rapidly as a solid 7-colored light shield sprang into existence before her. With the might of thunder, Zhou Kai roared as well, thrusting both palms forward, unleashing a thick column of lightning toward the incoming tail. Boom. Crack. The 7-colored light shield quivered violently upon impact, barely holding for a second before shattering into fragments. Su Qingxue gasped, blood trickling from her lips, as the brilliance of the illusory light butterfly dimmed significantly. Meanwhile, Zhou Kai's lightning struck the tail, leaving only charred marks, which only served to enrage the magic lizard further. The tail continued unabated, crashing down upon the hastily formed lightning shield. Bang! The shield shattered like glass. Zhou Kai was thrown backward as if struck by a high-speed train, crashing violently against a boulder, debris scattering. He felt his insides shift painfully, his sternum aching fiercely, and he spat out blood. An excruciating pain shot through his arm. Glancing down, he saw that the edge of the tail had sliced a deep gash into his forearm, exposing bone, the edges rapidly turning black with decay. The agonizing pain, coupled with the terrifying decaying force, elicited a chilling scream from Zhou Kai. Watching as the monster slowly adjusted its trajectory, its three crimson eyes locking onto him once more, a wave of boundless fear drowned his reason and so-called pride. No, don't come any closer. Zhou Kai shrieked in terror, witnessing the corrosive saliva dripping from the magic lizardess jaws, and he saw the pure greed in its eyes. What alliance? What Su Qingxue? What examination scores? Everything became utterly worthless in the face of death. Zhou Kai? Hold on. Su Qingxue gritted her teeth against her injuries, attempting to gather her light-based energy to distract the magic lizard once more. But Zhou Kai was beyond hearing, summoning the last of his strength. He frantically extracted a rune-engraved jade stone, a desperate teleportation talisman. This was the life-saving trump card provided to each candidate for the examination. Shattering it would allow instant escape from the secret realm. Let me go? Zhou Kai crushed the talisman with his bloodied hand. Yet, the expected teleportation light did not materialize. The jade merely crumbled into a useless pile of dust. How is this possible? The terror on Zhou Kai's face morphed instantly into despair. It dawned on him that the monitoring rules had been distorted. Forced teleportation was ineffective. In that moment of despair, the magic lizard's massive claws, reeking of blood, were already descending upon him, who lay injured and defenseless. No. In a moment of imminent peril, a 7-colored light chain wrapped around Zhou Kai's waist, abruptly yanking him backward a short distance. It was Su Qingxue, even in her severely injured state. She exerted every ounce of her strength to save Zhou Kai with the threads of the illusory light butterfly. Boom! The magic lizard's massive claw struck where Zhou Kai had just been, creating a deep crater in the ground, a malodorous decay wafting through the air. Seeing her chance to be saved, Zhou Kai cast a terrified glance at her, then at the swiftly approaching darkness exuding a deathly aura, his face paling further. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed a surge of lightning, unhesitatingly turning to flee in the opposite direction of Su Qingxue, pouring every bit of his strength into a desperate escape. He didn't dare look back. A flicker of despair and disbelief flashed in Su Qingxue's eyes. She struggled to rise, but her internal energy was in disarray. Her injury severe, rendering her immobile. This act of rescue had utterly drained her last reserves of power and completely exposed her. The illusory light butterfly emitted a mournful cry. Its brilliance nearly extinguished as it plummeted to the ground. Su Qingxue, too, was afflicted by a backlash of energy, spitting out another mouthful of blood. Her complexion as pale as paper, she lacked even the strength to stand, collapsing weakly against the rocky wall, helplessly watching as the magic lizard's 3 eyes, filled with brutality and greed, fixated on her. It seemed that Su Qingxue's continuous provocations had thoroughly enraged the creature. A massive claw, enveloped in a dense aura of decay, loomed like a shadow of death, descending upon the injured and weakened Su Qingxue. Although its speed appeared slow, it sealed off all avenues of escape. A glimmer of despair flickered in Su Qingxue's eyes. She could even smell the nauseating deathly aura emanating from the giant claw. Chapter 19. The tide of battle turns. At this moment of utter despair, a figure, like a streak of red lightning tearing through space, appeared in an instant between Su Qingxue and the deathly claw, transcending the limits of thought. It was Lin Mo. He did not activate the grand five-fold breakthrough state, but, in the final moment of rushing into the battlefield, unleashed a piercing light in his eyes as the power within him erupted in an unfathomable manner. Compressed to an extreme level. Instant five-fold breakthrough. This was Lin Mo's self-developed combat technique, opening the extreme breakthrough only at the moment of attack, significantly reducing his own consumption. Buzz, a terrifying force, compressed to its utmost, coalesced on Lin Mo's right fist in less than 0.1 seconds. Boom. His fist collided fiercely with the giant claw shrouded in decaying black energy. Time seemed to freeze for a moment. The next second, an unbelievable scene unfolded. The colossal, mountain-like magic lizard, exuding a terrifying level 16 pressure, emitted a cry of pain and astonishment. Its seemingly unstoppable claw, as if struck by an invisible hammer weighing tons, was forcefully deflected upward, causing its massive body to stagger backward uncontrollably. The decaying scales covering its claw shattered and flew apart, leaving behind a faintly glowing imprint of a fist. And Lin Mo, taking advantage of this recoil, effortlessly executed a backflip, landing steadily in front of Su Qingxue, his back facing her. The brilliant red light that had exploded from him moments ago had already receded, as if that earth-shattering punch had been but a fleeting illusion. Only his breath was slightly hurried, and the knuckles of his right fist bore a hint of redness. Lin Mo Su Qingxue leaned against the rocky wall, gazing at the figure before her. Though not particularly towering, it stood before her like a mountain, blocking her path. She felt the remnants of an explosive aura that sent shivers through her very soul, her beautiful eyes filled with a bewildering mix of disbelief, shock, and an indescribable complexity of emotions, as if she had narrowly escaped a catastrophe. At that moment, Lin Mo's silhouette was indelibly etched in her heart. Lin Mo did not turn around. His gaze was as cold as a blade, fixated on the decaying demon lizard that had been momentarily stunned and enraged by his punch. He spoke swiftly and calmly to those behind him. Yuyan, heal her. In a flash of silver light, the young dragon maiden, Lin Yuyan, appeared beside Su Qingxue. Her amethyst-like eyes brimmed with disdain for the demon lizard and concern for Su Qingxue. She extended her delicate, white hand, adorned with tiny pads, gently pressing it against Su Qingxue's injured shoulder. A resonant hum filled the air. A stream of pure, warm, and vibrant silver light, akin to moonlight, flowed from Lin Yuyan's hand, swiftly enveloping Su Qingxue's wound. This light, imbued with the sacred essence of the dragon clan, stood in stark contrast to the decaying power of the demon lizard. Su Qingxue felt a warm current surge within her. The excruciating pain quickly subsided, and her chaotic spiritual energy was soothed, alleviating her mental fatigue significantly. A hint of color returned to her pale face as she gazed, astonished, at the angelic little girl beside her, a pure-blooded dragon. The dragon clan possesses an innate affinity for all attributes, effortlessly wielding healing magic. Thank you, Su Qingxue murmured weakly, her heart tumultuous with questions. What secrets was Lin Mo concealing? Meanwhile, Lin Mo took a deep breath, his fighting spirit igniting. Faced with a terrifying level 16 foe, he dared not let his guard down, yet he would never retreat. Triple limit breakthrough engaged. A powerful crimson energy enveloped Lin Mo in an instant. Though not as fearsome as the earlier quintuple burst, it surpassed his usual state. His muscles taut, veins bulging, his aura steadily climbed to its peak. This was a combat state he could maintain for a prolonged period, imposing relatively less strain on his body. He clashed his fists together, producing a resonant clang. His gaze fixed fiercely on the enraged demon lizard charging towards him. Big Lizard, your opponent is me. In the viewing area of the playground at Magic City No. 1 High School, the monitoring room fell into an eerie silence. Everyone was rendered speechless by the stunning, paradigm-shifting scenes they had just witnessed. They saw Su Qingxue and Zhou Kai collaborating, only to be instantly devastated by the demon lizard. Zhou Kai crushed his teleportation talisman in despair, only to be saved at the last moment by Su Qingxue. Yet, at this critical juncture, Zhou Kai displayed ingratitude, abandoning the gravely injured Su Qingxue to flee. The demon lizard's massive claws descended upon the defenseless Su Qingxue. Just then, Lin Mo appeared like a divine warrior, materializing instantaneously. Most crucially, it seemed as if a mere flash of red light emanated from Lin Mo, and the level 16 demon lizard's enormous claw was lifted high, its colossal form staggering backward. Then, astonishingly, Lin Mo took the initiative to challenge the level 16 horror. After a brief silence, a more fervent roar erupted. Am I seeing things? Lin Mo just repelled a level 16 beast. What kind of power is that? Instantaneous explosion. How did he manage it? Zhou Kai is utterly despicable. Su Qingxue saved him, and he abandoned her to flee. Look, Su Qingxue, that little girl is healing her. What is that light? The effect seems remarkable. Lin Mo, he is going to fight the level 16 beast. Madness. Even if he just unleashed a burst of energy. That is still a level 16. He, a beastmaster, dares to stand firm? Is he trying to hold the monster off so Su Qingxue can recover? But that is far too dangerous. Zhou Kai's supporters fell into silence, their faces grim, feeling utterly humiliated by Zhou Kai's cowardice and ingratitude. General Han Wenqing stared intently at the screen, his sharp gaze seemingly penetrating the display. When he beheld Lin Mo's momentary repulsion of the demon lizard, a spark ignited in his eyes. Others may not have discerned it, but he, with his formidable strength and experience, vaguely captured the essence of that moment's terrifying explosive force. This technique was anything but ordinary. When he saw Lin Mo boldly approach the demon lizard, his tightly clenched fist relaxed slightly, revealing a glimmer of understanding and profound anticipation. This little brat has been concealing such a trump card, Han Wenqing murmured to himself, a subtle smile forming at the corner of his mouth, clearly relieved. However, where did this boy contract a pure-blooded dragon? Han Wenqing regarded the small figure on the monitor, diligently healing Su Qingxue. One must understand. Pure-blooded dragons seldom reveal themselves in this world, for they have never regarded humans as adversaries, or rather, they deem humanity unworthy of being their foes. The inherent power possessed by a pure-blooded dragon at birth can rival that of an elite human of A rank. The natural disparity has led the exalted pure-blooded dragons to dwell solely in their own realms, save for certain war-loving and aggressive dragons. Yet now, Lin Mo had actually contracted a pure-blooded dragon. This was unprecedented since humanity entered the era of job transitions. Previously, Han Wenqing had assumed the little girl was a subspecies of ice dragon, as many beastmasters had contracted subspecies dragons. Zhenyuan, your son's talent surpasses even yours. Chapter 20, Love's Poison. In the dimly lit canyon, the decaying demon lizard was thoroughly incensed by Lin Mo's punch. Its 3 scarlet eyes blazed with overwhelming fury. It unleashed a deafening roar and charged forward with astonishing speed. Its claw, laden with bone spurs and accompanied by a piercing shriek that tore through the air, was ensnared by a miasma of decay, hurtling towards Lin Mo with ferocity. As the claw approached, the nauseating stench of decay assaulted his senses, as if it could erode all vitality. Come at me. Lin Mo's eyes blazed with combat fervor. The dynamic vision and reaction speed from his triple breakthrough allowed him to clearly track the trajectory of the colossal claw. He did not stand his ground. His feet danced with esoteric grace, his body as light as a willow seed, slipping perilously close to the edge of the claw shrouded in black mist. The noxious aura brushed past him, warded off by the crimson energy surrounding him. Simultaneously, Lin Mo's right fist was tightly clenched, the crimson energy coalescing to a peak, akin to a glowing iron brand. In the fleeting moment of evasion, he delivered a precise, vicious uppercut aimed squarely at the relatively vulnerable joint beneath the demon lizard's arm. Boom! A deep, Resonant impact reverberated. The demon lizard's massive form shuddered slightly, the hardened scales beneath its arm dinting and charred black. While it did not inflict a fatal wound, it was evident that it had caused the creature pain and discomfort. Roar! The demon lizard, enraged, became even more frenzied. Its immense tail lashed out like a steel whip, accompanied by a terrifying whoosh, sweeping in from an unexpected angle. Lin Mo's mind was razor-focused. His agility heightened to the extreme under the influence of the triple breakthrough. He maneuvered with the grace of a fish, evading at times, and with the swiftness of a cheetah, striking with ferocity. He circled around the demon lizard's colossal form, his crimson fists raining down like a torrential downpour, relentlessly pounding at its relatively weak joints, abdomen, and even around its eyes. Every strike embodies a formidable power thrice as potent. Although it cannot penetrate the magic lizard's most resilient armor or skull, targeting its vulnerable spots elicits painful roars and disrupts its movements. In an instant, the arena was filled with a flurry of crimson shadows and the swirling of decaying black mist. Lin Mo, relying on his exquisite agility, precise timing, and the overwhelming strength and speed granted by the triple breakthrough, surprisingly matched the terrifying level 16 magic lizard blow for blow, though peril lurked at every turn. With close calls of being struck by its colossal claws or swept away by its tail, he consistently transformed danger into opportunity through his exceptional reflexes and skill. Under the miraculous dragon healing arts of Lin Yuyan, Su Qingshue's injuries were mending at an astonishing pace, with the corrupting forces within her being largely dispelled by pure life energy. Leaning against the rock wall, her enchanting eyes remained glued to the figure in the arena, dancing like flames and engaging the colossal beast, her heart overwhelmed with awe. "Who exactly are you, Lin Mo?" she murmured, her gaze filled with a complex radiance. The classmate who once held a mere C rank now exhibited strength, courage, and responsibility that utterly shattered her previous perceptions. Little dragon maiden Lin Yuyan clenched her tiny fists nervously, her violet eyes fixed intently on Lin Mo, her cherubic face etched with worry, poised to assist at any moment. Meanwhile, the spectators outside, witnessing the fierce struggle between the diminutive figure and the monstrous beast on the screen, felt their shock transcend mere fear, leaving only one thought: is this fellow truly human? With crimson shadows flitting and the decaying black mist swirling, Lin Mo, in a state of triple extreme breakthrough, pushed his combat skills to their zenith. No longer seeking brute force, he entwined himself around the magic lizard. Taking advantage of its immense size and relatively sluggish turning speed, he keenly observed that with every powerful attack from the lizard, a momentary surge of energy would escape from beneath the thickest layer of decaying scales on its chest, where its heart resided. There, it seemed to conceal something, both the source of its power and possibly its weakness. "Lilith, target its core at the chest. Yuyan, heed my command," Lin Mo swiftly ordered in his mind as he dodged the sweeping tail. "Humph, I noticed it long ago. That core is shrouded by a layer of twisted rule power. A direct attack will result in backlash." Lilith's voice was grave. "I understand," Yuyan replied, tension evident in her tone. The opportunity was fleeting. The magic lizard, seemingly infuriated by Lin Mo's elusive tactics, ignited its 3 crimson eyes with blinding light. It abandoned all other attacks, lowering its massive head, its gaping maw unleashing a noxious mist, far more concentrated and dark green than before, surging forth like a torrent toward Lin Mo's vicinity. The area it encompassed nearly engulfed half the valley. This was its devastating wide-range assault. Where the toxic mist passed, the air sizzled with corrosive sound, even the rocks dissolving rapidly. Although Su Qingxue and Lin Yuyan were positioned slightly farther away, they too felt the effects of the mist's edge. "Yuyan, light barrier," Lin Mo commanded, his eyes blazing with determination. "Now is the time." Instant 5-fold breakthrough. Buzz. The utmost crimson energy once again compressed and coalesced in his right fist. However, this time, the target was not the lizard's body, but the moment the core at its chest became exposed, pulsating with violent energy as it expelled the toxic mist. At the very moment the mist was about to engulf him, Lin Mo's figure vanished, as if teleporting, not retreating, but surging toward the source of the spray, swimming upstream. The terrifying speed bestowed by the 5-fold breakthrough allowed him to narrowly evade the toxic torrent, resembling a red meteor slicing through the darkness, hurtling directly toward the lizard's lowly chest. Roar! The magic lizard seemed to sense the imminent threat and attempted to close its massive jaws. But it was already too late. "Break for me." Lin Mo's roar coincided with the lizard's furious bellow. The crimson fist, condensed with 5-fold extreme power and compressed to its limit, struck precisely and without reservation upon the energy core node shielded by the lizard's thick, decaying scales. Crack! A sound reminiscent of space fracturing echoed. The layer of twisted rule power and the hardened decaying scales on the lizard's chest were rent open like paper before such concentrated explosive force. The Crimson Fist's momentum did not wane, driving fiercely into its core. Buzz. The colossal body of the decaying magic lizard abruptly stiffened, the glow in its 3 crimson eyes extinguishing in an instant. It emitted a weak, reluctant shriek, its massive form collapsing as if all support had been stripped away, leaving only the potent remnants of decay in the air as evidence of its former existence. Lin Mo staggered back several steps, gasping for breath, the triple breakthrough state dissipating. An overwhelming sense of weakness and searing pain from the magic blood burns flooding over him. Yet, he paid no heed to these sensations. His gaze firmly fixed upon the black crystal in his hand, emanating an aura of cold and profundity. Is this the treasure that can distort the rules of the secret realm? Lin Mo could distinctly feel the exceptionally unique and powerful spatial distortion force contained within the crystal. At that moment, a strange sensation, previously masked by the ferocity of battle and the terrifying pressure of the lizard, erupted within Lin Mo like a hidden serpent. A searing, restless, and aggressively invasive dark fire surged unexpectedly from his lower abdomen, instantaneously engulfing his entire being. His blood seemed to boil, and his rationality felt as if it were being scorched over an open flame. Simultaneously, an indescribable, sweetly corrupt aroma, intertwined with the lingering decay from the lizard's demise, penetrated his nostrils, acting as a catalyst that intensified the inferno raging within him. This is bad. That magic lizard's aura is peculiar. Lin Mo instantly comprehended. Within the lizard's decaying aura lurked an insidiously potent and domineering aphrodisiac toxin. During the fierce battle, this toxin had unknowingly seeped into both him and Su Qingxue with every breath and energy erosion, previously suppressed by the will to fight and heightened tension. The moment the magic lizard perished and the threat was lifted, his spirit relaxed just enough for this horrifying toxin to erupt. Chapter 21. The Beginning of Bonds. Lin Mo abruptly turned his gaze towards Su Qingxue. There, leaning against the rock wall, her situation was even more dire than his. Though she had been heavily injured, and Lin Yuyan's dragon healing arts had treated her wounds, her weakened state rendered her even more susceptible to the toxin. At that moment, her ethereal and beautiful face was flushed with an abnormal, intoxicated hue. Her once clear eyes, akin to a cold pool, now shimmered with a bewitching allure and an indescribable longing. Her breath came in rapid, heated gasps, her body trembling slightly as if struggling against something. Yet her gaze remained uncontrollably fixed on Lin Mo. In her eyes burned a primal, fervent desire that seemed capable of melting him away. Lin Mo. Su Qingxue's voice lost its usual chill, becoming hoarse and laced with temptation, accompanied by a breathless quaver. It's so hot. Lin Mo's rationality was also being violently assailed by the surging dark fire. He gazed at Su Qingxue, who was adorned with an unprecedented, dangerously alluring demeanor, and a potent wave of possessiveness surged within him, nearly overwhelming his resolve. He recognized that if this continued, both of them would spiral into utter chaos. Yuyan, Lilith, keep watch around us. No one is allowed to approach. Lin Mo rasped, summoning the last remnants of his clarity. Without hesitation, he activated the recently acquired black crystal. A humming sound filled the air as an intangible, dark radiance, replete with spatial distortions, radiated outward from the black crystal, forming a spherical force field with a diameter of approximately 10 meters, completely isolating the interior from the outside world. The light within the force field dimmed, sounds were muted, and even the breath of life seemed to vanish entirely. Every method of external reconnaissance, whether from the secret realm's surveillance or any outside perception, was utterly blocked by this precious artifact, the Heart of Shadows, derived from the core of the demon lizard. Having accomplished this, Lin Mo's reason was nearly engulfed by the consuming flames of desire. He staggered towards Su Qingxue. Upon seeing Lin Mo approach, the last flicker of conflict in her eyes extinguished. The flames ignited by both poison and a feeling that had long quietly taken root compelled her to take an action she could never have imagined while in her right mind. She summoned all her strength and leapt into Lin Mo's embrace. Her heated, delicate form pressed tightly against him, and her jade-like arms ensnared his neck like tendrils. She tilted her face, suffused with a breathtaking blush, her enchanting eyes gazing deeply into Lin Mo's. Exhaling like orchids with a fervent determination and a reckless passion, "I beg you, Lin Mo." Before her words could linger in the air, her warm, soft lips, filled with a raw yet audacious courage, clumsily yet fervently pressed against Lin Mo's. This kiss ignited the final fuse. The string of reason within Lin Mo snapped completely. He held her burning, tender form close, responding with an even more fervent and possessive kiss. On the playground of Demon City Number 1, in the observation area, when Lin Mo struck down the demon lizard and revealed the black crystal, an uproar of cheers and incredulous gasps erupted from the crowd. He won. Lin Mo has triumphed. He has slain a level 16 demon beast. My heavens, what have I just witnessed? What is that crystal? It is a treasure. A treasure capable of distorting the rules. Incredible. Lin Mo, is he a god? Su Qingxue is unharmed. How wonderful. However, before the cheers could fade, the monitoring screen displayed Lin Mo's area, suddenly engulfed in a profound sphere of darkness that seemed to consume even light. The force field isolated all forms of detection, rendering the screen pitch black, and the signal was completely severed. What is happening? The signal is lost. It's Lin Mo. He activated that black crystal. He has blocked external surveillance. What does he intend to do? He and Su Qingxue are still inside. They won't come to harm, will they? Various speculations and concerns surged forth. General Han Wenxing furrowed his brow, his piercing gaze seemingly attempting to penetrate the shroud of darkness. He commanded in a deep voice, maintain the highest alert. Be ready to breach at a moment's notice. If the force field dissipates or exhibits any abnormalities, initiate rescue immediately. In the dim valley, the dark force field gradually receded like a receding tide, revealing the scene within. In the cave, light filtered through the curtain of water at the entrance, casting a mosaic of shadows. Lin Mo leaned against the cave wall, draped in a large coat. He looked down at Su Qingxue, still peacefully slumbering in his arms, his gaze complex. Cuddled within his embrace, Su Qingxue's ethereal beauty retained a lingering blush, her long eyelashes casting a delicate shadow across her face, the corners of her mouth hinting at a subtle satisfaction and tranquility. The half of Lin Mo's coat covering her revealed faint, ambiguous red marks on her shoulder, silently narrating the wildness of the previous night. Lin Mo reminisced about the previous night, Su Qingxue's initiative and fervor, akin to a moth drawn to a flame, her clumsy yet brave kisses, her tentative caresses. When she trembled and unfastened her garment, revealing expanses of alabaster skin, and gazed at him with her dreamy, yet resolutely affectionate eyes, Lin Mo's final defenses crumbled entirely. What followed was akin to a raging inferno, intense and frenzied. The potency of the toxins finally subsided after the fervent release, leaving behind not only physical exhaustion, but also an indescribable intimacy and bond. Lin Mo gently stirred his slightly numb arm. Su Qingxue let out a soft whimper, her long eyelashes fluttering several times before she slowly opened her eyes. Her clear, icy gaze, after a moment of post-slumber haze, instantly locked onto Lin Mo's deep eyes. Last night's events surged back into her mind like a tidal wave. Su Qingxue's charming face flushed anew, resembling a ripened apple, her delicate earlobes tinged with crimson. She instinctively sought to evade Lin Mo's gaze, her body stiffening slightly. Yet soon, it appeared she recalled something. That trace of shyness had not entirely dissipated, but her eyes now shone with an unprecedented determination and tenderness. She did not push Lin Mo away. Rather, she nestled closer into his warm embrace, resting her cheek gently against his solid chest, listening to the rhythm of his powerful heartbeat. She remained silent, merely extending her slender fingers to gently caress the scabbed wound on Lin Mo's arm, a mark left by the demon blood, her movements imbued with tenderness and compassion. Lin Mo felt the warmth of her reliance and unspoken trust, stirring a gentle warmth within his heart. He tightened his embrace, holding Su Qingxue closer. How do you feel? Lin Mo's voice was laced with a hint of hoarseness. Su Qingxue's voice was as soft as a whisper, laced with shyness yet predominantly filled with reassurance. Much better. Just a bit tired. She paused, raising her still flushed face to meet Lin Mo's earnest gaze. I have no regrets about last night. Her eyes were clear and resolute. Lin Mo looked at her, a tender smile gracing his lips as he gently pressed a kiss to her smooth forehead. Just then, a voice laced with mischievousness and discontent echoed from the cave entrance. Oh, have the two of you finally awakened? This princess has been outside, braving the cold wind for an entire night, acting as your doorman, while you two enjoy your warmth inside. She still maintained her little bat form, her crimson eyes filled with playful mischief. Little Yin also poked her head in, her large, amethyst-like eyes sparkling with curiosity as she observed the embraced pair. Brother Lin Mo. Sister Qingxue, are you playing the hugging game? Yin wants a hug too. As she spoke, she made a move to leap forward. Su Qingxue, instantly embarrassed to the point of wishing to disappear into the ground, hurriedly sat up from Lin Mo's embrace, flustered as she attempted to tidy her disheveled attire. Lin Mo's face turned crimson as well. He quickly cleared his throat, shifting the topic. Ahem, Yin, be a good girl and wait outside for your brother and sister. We'll tidy up and come out shortly. He turned to Lilith, asking earnestly, "What is the situation outside?" It remains relatively calm. That wretched stone's shielding effect is quite good. No one has discovered your little escapade. Lilith pouted. However, have you figured out the workings of that crystal? It was then that Lin Mo remembered the crucial black crystal. He spread open his palm, and the heart of shadows lay quietly within, emitting a profound, ethereal glow. The viscous darkness within flowed languidly, as if it contained a miniature black hole. He could distinctly sense the powerful and enigmatic force of spatial distortion it harbored. The heart of shadows, Lin Mo murmured, echoing the vague message conveyed to him by the crystal. The ability to warp local spatial rules, obscure detection, and even conjure illusions and facilitate short-distance spatial displacement. A flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. This was undoubtedly an exceedingly precious and formidable auxiliary treasure. Though it emanated a corrupting aura that required purification, the intrinsic value of its spatial distortion capability was immeasurable. He carefully stowed the heart of shadows away. With this treasure in hand, the forthcoming journey through the secret realm, as well as the paths ahead, brimmed with newfound possibilities. Lin Mo rose, stretching his limbs. Despite the frenzy of the previous night, the residual effects of the Dragon Clan's healing arts, combined with his formidable recuperative abilities, had restored him to a considerable extent. He turned to Su Qingxue, who had tidied her attire. Her delicate face still bore a tinge of crimson, yet her gaze had regained a semblance of cool composure. He extended his hand. "Let us go, Qingxue. The college entrance examination is not yet over." Su Qingxue glanced at Lin Mo's outstretched hand, her cheeks flushing even deeper. Yet without hesitation, she placed her delicate hand into his broad palm, softly affirming with a gentle hum. The two of them emerged from the cave, hand in hand, as the morning light bathed them, illuminating the unknown journey that lay ahead. Chapter 22, Magic City University. The 3-day college entrance examination had concluded. At Magic City High School, a colossal holographic projection screen was displaying the final rankings in real time. First place, Lin Mo, score, 613 points. Second place, Su Qingxue, score, 189 points. Third place, 613 points. My heavens, has the highest score record been shattered? What kind of beast did that little girl in his arms possess? I didn't see her registered. Goddess Su's 189 points are impressive too. It seems they emerged together. Gasps of astonishment, discussions, and incredulous gazes converged upon Lin Mo like a tangible force. A previously obscure C-rank beast master, accompanied by an ordinary little bat and a seemingly frail girl, had achieved such extraordinary feats within the secret realm. It was utterly mind-boggling. Yet, the actions of the admissions officers were swifter than the discussions. Several figures darted through the crowd like arrows, swiftly converging upon them. Representatives from the nation's top universities, Qingbei, Nanlian, and Donghai United, gazed at Lin Mo with fervent intensity, as if they wished to ignite him with their stares. The conditions they offered were increasingly generous, the promised resources ever more astonishing. The scene transformed into a fierce auction. With one sole target, Lin Mo. Lin Mo, Qingbei is your best choice. All S-rank resources are at your disposal. Director Zhang from Qingbei spoke rapidly. Lin Mo, Nanlian offers you a stage for real combat. Graduation guarantees an officer rank. The voice of Nanlian's representative boomed like a bell. Lin, our Donghai United is willing to provide you with the utmost training. The female professor from Donghai United was equally assertive. Lin Mo frowned at the clamor. While the little girl in his arms, Lin Yuyin, clutched his clothing tightly in fear, murmuring softly, "Brother Lin Mo, there are so many people." The little bat, Lilith, perched on his shoulder, seemed to flutter her eyelids ever so slightly, and a languid, playful thought echoed in Lin Mo's mind. Tiske, human. How does it feel to be treated like a coveted prize? It's deafening. Just as the chaotic competition was on the verge of spiraling out of control, a deep, penetrating voice resonated, seemingly forged from iron and steel, calling out, "Silence." The crowd fell into an instant hush, as if a mute button had been pressed. An invisible pressure, imbued with the scent of iron and gunpowder, permeated the air. The crowd automatically parted to create a passageway. General Han Wenxing, clad in a crisp, deep green military uniform adorned with golden stars, approached with steady and powerful strides. His eagle-like gaze swept across the throng, causing the excited admissions officers to instinctively temper their fervor, revealing a hint of reverence. Han Wenxing strode directly to Lin Mo, his keen eyes first resting upon Lin Mo's face. Within their sharp depths, a flicker of complex emotions, scrutiny, inquiry, and an indescribable warmth flashed momentarily. His gaze then flicked to the little bat on Lin Mo's shoulder before lingering for a brief moment on the timid dragon girl cradled in his arms. "General Han." The admissions officers greeted respectfully. Han Wenxing nodded slightly, his attention returning to Lin Mo's face, his voice low and steady, imbued with an undeniable authority. Lin Mo. Which university you choose is your own affair. No one can decide for you, nor can anyone compel you. His words were directed not only at Lin Mo, but also at all those surrounding him. Lin Mo's eyes brightened as he regarded this imposing yet oddly familiar general. Responding with a relaxed tone, "Uncle Han, you've come." Previously unaware of Han Wenxing's true identity, he only knew him as his father's comrade, not realizing he was one of the 5 great generals. Upon hearing Uncle Han, the rigid lines of Han Wenxing's face softened ever so slightly. He nodded, standing with hands clasped behind his back, a steadfast presence that insulated Lin Mo from the surrounding pressure. Although the atmosphere had quieted with General Han's presence, the admissions officers' gazes remained fervent, and representatives from Qingbei and Nanlian still sought to vie for Lin Mo's attention. At that moment, a gentle voice interjected, directed not at Lin Mo but at Su Qingxue. "Congratulations, Qingxue, on your outstanding achievement as the 2nd place in Magic City." A middle-aged man, exuding an air of refinement and clad in the distinctive deep purple robe of Magic City University, had approached Su Qingxue, his smile as warm as a spring breeze. "I am Director Li from the admissions office of Magic City University. Our institution has been closely monitoring talented and promising young beast masters like yourself, and we sincerely invite you to join us." Professor Qin, the head of the illusion department, has already expressed his willingness to personally mentor you, should you choose to accept. It seemed as if he was entirely oblivious to the commotion surrounding Lin Mo, or perhaps he deliberately chose to overlook it, channeling all his enthusiasm and attention towards Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue was momentarily taken aback, clearly surprised by the direct and generous approach from Magic City University. She instinctively cast another glance in Lin Mo's direction. Director Li caught her fleeting look, his smile growing even more sincere. His voice pitched just right so that Lin Mo could hear clearly. "Qingxue, while we at Magic City University do not claim to excel in every aspect, our overall strength is undoubtedly on par with esteemed institutions like Qingbei and Nanlian. Particularly in the realms of illusion and spatial studies, we possess a profound foundation, with top-tier faculty and unparalleled resources from the secret realms." He shifted his tone, hinting with a knowing smile, "Magic City University warmly welcomes exceptional students like you, who possess both skill and charm, and understand the essence of teamwork. I believe that together with like-minded peers, you will achieve your most ideal development at our university." This statement, especially the mention of like-minded, was an implicit suggestion that they were aware of her close relationship with Lin Mo, encouraging her to choose Magic City University so they could remain together. Su Qingxue, astute as she was, instantly grasped Director Li's underlying message, and a faint blush finally graced her cool demeanor, her gaze flickering with a hint of uncertainty. She did not immediately acquiesce, nor did she outright refuse. Instead, she merely inclined her head slightly, signaling her acknowledgement. This scene, along with Director Li's almost unabashed insinuation, did not escape Lin Mo's keen observation. Director Zhang from Qingbei and the bearded face from Nanlian exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they seemingly grasped the subtle cunning of Moda University's strategy. Under the scrutiny of countless gazes, and buoyed by Han Wenxing's silent support, Lin Mo's gaze ultimately settled on Su Qingxue. It appeared that she sensed his penetrating stare and raised her eyes in response. This time, their eyes met, devoid of the previous night's confusion and the morning's awkwardness, enriched instead by a complex tacit understanding forged through their shared brushes with life and death, tinged with a hint of subtle discomfort from Director Li's revelations. A barely perceptible smile curved at the corner of Lin Mo's lips. He cradled Lin Yuyan, who was growing restless in his arms, and she gently nudged his chin with her tiny horn. Her voice, though soft, resonated clearly across the quiet playground. "I choose Moda University." The crowd erupted in astonished murmurs, for while Moda University was indeed prestigious, this decision still sparked a wave of surprise. After all, the conditions offered by Qingbei and Nanlian were exceedingly tempting. Director Li's face immediately transformed with overwhelming joy and a knowing glimmer, and he quickly turned to Lin Mo, exuding enthusiasm. "Lin Mo, welcome to Moda University. You and Qingxue will be the brightest twin stars among this year's freshmen. Moda will not disappoint your choice." He cleverly bound the two together once more. Director Zhang from Qingbei wore an expression of shock and regret, while the bearded man from Nanlian could not help but exclaim, "Lin Mo, think again about what Modu can offer you." Lin Mo did not turn to them. He simply continued to soothe the squirming Lin Yuyan in his arms, his tone calm, yet resolute. "I have made my decision." His choice of Moda University stemmed partly from Director Li's insinuation and Su Qingxue's presence, but also because his sister awaited him there. Upon hearing Lin Mo's decision, The last vestiges of tension dissipated within Su Qingxue, replaced by a complex sense of relief tinged with sweetness. She gazed at Lin Mo, her lips curving slightly upward, though she quickly suppressed it. Yet, the brightness in her eyes intensified. Unbeknownst to anyone, Lilith, the ordinary little bat resting on Lin Mo's shoulder, stirred slightly, her eyes fluttering open. And a teasing thought resonated solely in Lin Mo's mind. Humans are indeed ensnared by the allure of beauty. Chapter 23, The Contest for the Star Garden. At Modu No. 1 High School, on the playground, Su Qingxue approached Lin Mo, her voice low yet clear. Lin Mo, I have some matters to attend to at home and must return for a while. She paused momentarily, adding, Director Li will arrange your accommodation. Her tone carried a hint of implication understood only by the two of them. Lin Mo nodded slightly. Understood, see you at Modu. At that moment, Director Li of Modu University approached with a radiant smile, eagerly taking Lin Mo under his wing. Lin Mo, the paperwork is complete. Let us proceed to settle you in at the school. Qingxue, we shall meet again at Modu. He directed a special smile towards Su Qingxue, a fleeting glimmer of mischief in his eyes. A faint blush flitted across Su Qingxue's cheeks as she nodded gently, turning to leave with the Su family's steward. Lin Mo, cradling Lin Yuyan, followed Director Li towards the private shuttle outside the school gates. Behind them, Director Zhang from Qingbei lamented, Alas, Modu University has truly struck gold by securing Lin Mo. However, his voice lowered slightly, laced with a mix of pride and reverence. We from Qingbei are not leaving empty-handed. Let us not forget, the young prodigy from the Luo family is undoubtedly joining us at Qingbei. Who could that be? The bearded man from Nanlian gasped, his voice dropping in tone. None other than Luo Qingli, the granddaughter of the esteemed Luo, the sole SS-level practitioner of this year's college entrance examination, a resonator of the Star Realm, the 8th of her kind in human history. Director Zhang's voice brimmed with uncontainable excitement and pride. Her examination score. Let me build suspense here. An unprecedented 862 points. A true first with no competition. Only her unique status has kept her scores under wraps. With her in our ranks, Qingbei's cohort remains formidable. Star Garden at Modu University. This enclave, tailored for the most outstanding direct admission candidates from various provinces, was a luxurious villa district, its spaces intricately compressed by top-tier spatial mages, opulent yet remarkably space-efficient. Upon arriving at the training ground, Director Li and Lin Mo encountered several remarkable newcomers, each exuding an extraordinary presence. Director Li, you have finally arrived. This rock residence practically bears my name. Boomed a towering youth named Tuoba Xiong, nearly 2 meters tall, his muscles rippling beneath a sleeveless shirt. He ranked third in the college entrance examination of Beijiang province, a berserker by profession, his laughter resonating like thunder. He clashed his fists together, generating a resonant thud, his raw vitality radiating in waves. Brawn does not equate to everything. A figure clad in a deep blue robe, crackling with arcs of electricity, chimed in. This was Lei Hao, a lightning element mage from Dongchuan province, confidently crossing his arms. The lightning pavilion boasts the most active lightning elements. I shall claim it. Looks like the competition is fierce, a cool, melodious voice interjected. A graceful girl stood poised, her ethereal presence captivating, dressed in a moon-white mage robe. Adorned with intricate patterns of icy blue crystals and fiery red flames, she embodied a harmonious coexistence of contrasting elemental designs. Her beauty was striking, skin fair as snow, brows resembling distant mountains, and eyes clear yet imbued with a touch of detachment, akin to a spring at the summit of a snow-capped peak. Her long, dark hair cascaded like a waterfall, merely held in place by a simple ice crystal hairpin. She was Dan Tai Qingyi, the top scorer from Zhongzhou province, a dual-element master of both ice and fire. Simply by standing there, she seemed to divide the surrounding air into 2 distinct realms, one imbued with a subtle chill, the other radiating a faint warmth. Her gaze swept over Tuoba Xiong and Lei Hao before finally resting on Lin Mo. And who might this classmate be? Here to vie for accommodation as well? Her eyes lingered momentarily on Lin Yuyan and Lilith, curiosity overtaking any hint of condescension. Lin Mo, holding Lin Yuyan, replied calmly, Lin Mo, Beast Tamer. Let's see which building suits best. Tuoba Xiong's booming voice immediately erupted. Brother, Tuoba Xiong, speak plainly. You're bringing along a little sister and this small bat. Can these 2 cuties fight? I worry that in the ensuing chaos, I might inadvertently bump into them. Why not let your sister rest off to the side for a bit? Once we're done, you can choose. His tone was genuine, simply reflecting his belief that bringing non-combatants was unsuitable. Lei Hao shrugged. Tuoba makes a valid point. Safety first. His attention was primarily captivated by Dan Tai Qingyi, eagerly anticipating her dual-element spells. Dan Tai Chingy remained silent. Her interest peaked as she observed Lin Mo, curious to see how he would respond. Director Lee interjected hastily. Ahem. Lin Mo's prowess is beyond question. In a free-for-all, we shall keep it restrained. Begin. All right, then let me warm up. Come at me. Tuoba Xiong erupted with a hearty laugh, his blood surging as battle tattoos glowed with a crimson light. Charging forth like a human war chariot towards Lei Hao and Dan Tai Chingy, unleashing a barrage of blood-red fist waves. Defying two foes, his momentum was formidable. Lei Hao's gaze sharpened, his hands swiftly forming seals as several violet lightning spears coalesced in an instant, meeting the oncoming fist waves head-on. Meanwhile, Dan Tai Chingy remained poised, her delicate hand raised gracefully. With her left palm facing upwards, a flickering crimson flame ignited silently, emanating intense heat. Her right palm faced downwards, and wisps of icy blue chill spread around her, crystallizing into tiny ice shards beneath her feet. Fire and ice existed in perfect harmony within her, brimming with latent power. The three forces were on the verge of a cataclysmic clash. In that fleeting moment, Lin Mo sprang into action, a tripling of his limits. An invisible force erupted from within him. His vitality surged, muscles and bones instantaneously enhanced to their utmost. Although his aura did not violently radiate outward, his entire being ascended to a terrifying level, akin to a slumbering dragon awakening with a fierce gaze. Swift. A speed that transcended the limits of sight. The ground beneath his feet cracked slightly as Lin Mo transformed into a blurred shadow, tearing through the air with a sharp crack, targeting the mightiest and most imposing Tuoba Xiong in the fray. Just as Tuoba Xiong unleashed his fist waves, an overwhelming sense of danger surged from his flank. With a thunderous roar, he swung his left fist, gathering all his strength like a colossal hammer sweeping backward. This punch was immensely powerful. However, Lin Mo, having activated his limit-breaking prowess, moved with even greater speed. His strength was more concentrated, his senses sharper. Faced with that violent giant fist, Lin Mo opted not to confront it head-on. Instead, he exhibited astonishing flexibility and control. His body executed a near-ground-scraping slide in the midst of high-speed sprinting, narrowly skimming beneath the terrifying fist's wind. At the very moment he glided close to Tuoba Xiong's side, with the old power just fading and the new power yet to emerge. Lin Mo's right fist shot upward like a taut crossbow, aimed not at a vital point, but rather at the relatively vulnerable gap beneath Tuoba Xiong's ribs. Bang! A dull thud resonated as Lin Mo's fist struck precisely beneath Tuoba Xiong's ribs. The force was impeccably controlled, the sudden burst of impact penetrating deeply, causing Tuoba Xiong's massive form to stiffen abruptly, as if struck at a pressure point. The violent energy surged chaotically within him. The sweeping giant fist instantly losing all its might, his center of gravity destabilized, and his enormous body staggered back several steps, akin to a drunken man. Finally, he fell heavily to the ground, clutching his ribs, his face flushed, gasping for breath, utterly drained of strength, leaving only a visage of shock and confusion. In a single strike, merely one strike, the formidable Tuoba Xiong, renowned for his brute force, was instantaneously rendered powerless by Lin Mo's cunning. Time seemed to freeze. The lightning spears Lei Hao had conjured hung suspended in midair, his confident demeanor morphing into astonishment. Dan Tai Chingy's previously calm and serene eyes now rippled with evident intrigue. She beheld Lin Mo's ghostly agility, the exquisite timing of his infiltration, the effortless control of his force, and his eerily calm aura. This was far from the demeanor expected of an ordinary beast master. The flames in her left palm flickered slightly, and the chilly aura emanating from her right hand momentarily stagnated, betraying her inner turbulence. Her gaze upon Lin Mo transformed from mere curiosity to one of scrutiny, gravity, and an unrecognized glimmer of excitement ignited by a formidable opponent. In the martial arts arena, Lin Mo gradually straightened his posture, his breath steady, as if the breathtaking strike prior was but a casual gesture. The little bat, Lilith, perched lazily upon his shoulder. Lin Mo's tranquil gaze swept over the astonished Lei Hao and the rippling-eyed Dan Tai Chingy. Shall we continue now? Lei Hao inhaled deeply, his expression grave, the lightning surrounding him crackling back to life. Impressive. Lin Mo, I humbly seek your guidance. He had entirely shed his previous disdain. Dan Tai Chingy gently clasped her hands, the elemental fire and ice in her palms dissipating silently. She stepped forward, her clear, melodious voice resonating like ice beads upon a jade plate, yet laced with an imperceptible seriousness. Dan Tai Chingy, elemental controller. Lin Mo, please. She spoke little, yet the battle intent igniting within her icy gaze and the hidden inquiry spoke volumes. Lin Mo's strength and mystery stirred ripples in her heart, like a stone cast into a tranquil lake. Chapter 24, The Victorious One. In the Star Garden Martial Arts Arena, Lin Mo's single blow that repelled Tuoba Xiong astonished the entire assembly. Though Lei Hao felt a chill within, the pride of a top-tier genius would not allow him to retreat. He inhaled deeply, the lightning around him swelling once more. His hands swiftly forming seals as he chanted, "Lightning chains, bind." Several robust purple lightning chains surged forth like a rampaging serpent, accompanied by a cacophony of crackling sounds, entangling towards Lin Mo from different angles, attempting to restrain his ghostly speed. Lin Mo's gaze sharpened. In his tripling of limits, his reflexes and speed reached an astounding pinnacle. He did not confront the chains directly. Instead, his body flowed like a boneless fish, darting swiftly through the gaps in the lightning chains. Each evasion perilously close, yet perfectly timed, leaving Lei Hao in a state of alarm. Lightning strike. Noting the chain's ineffectiveness, Lei Hao swiftly changed tactics, hands pressed together. As a colossal purple lightning pillar descended from above, aimed directly at Lin Mo's head. The momentum was terrifying. Lin Mo exerted force beneath his feet, the ground cracking as he shot sideways like a cannonball. Boom. The lightning pillar collided with the spot where he had just stood, leaving a charred, deep crater, debris scattering. Just as Lin Mo evaded the lightning pillar, his form suspended in the air, the remnants of his old power waning and new power yet to be born. A mingling of searing heat and icy cold suddenly locked onto him. It was Dan Tai-Ching making her move. Having remained still like a fairy carved from ice and snow, her cold eyes now radiated battle intent. She gracefully lifted her left hand, summoning several fist-sized fireballs burning with pure white flames, silently appearing in Lin Mo's evasion path, sealing off his escape. Simultaneously, her right hand elegantly pressed downward, causing the area where Lin Mo was about to land to crystallize into a slick, mirror-like surface, emanating a bone-chilling cold. Fire and ice intertwined, blocking evasion, restricting his landing. The timing was exquisitely precise. Lin Mo found himself suspended in midair, surrounded by dead ends. Below lay a treacherous ice trap, while ahead loomed the explosive fireballs. Excellent. Even Director Li, watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but exclaim. Dan Tai-Ching's mastery of the elements was precise and lethal, showcasing an incredibly terrifying control. Seizing the opportunity, Lei Hao concentrated lightning once more, preparing to deliver a decisive blow. In that critical moment, Lin Mo's eyes sparkled with brilliance. He forcibly twisted his body midair, core energy erupting to its zenith. Instead of directly stepping onto the ice, he executed a series of nearly imperceptible rapid taps with his toes on the icy surface just as he was descending. Each tap contained a deft balance of releasing force, leveraging power, and changing direction, akin to walking on waves or a dragonfly skimming water. The smooth ice surface transformed from an obstacle into a launching pad for his agile maneuvers. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Mo's figure etched an almost impossible zigzag trajectory upon the ice, narrowly evading the searing white fireballs that threatened to block his path. The fireball grazed the hem of his clothing, the scorching wave of heat causing a sharp sting upon his skin. At the same time, utilizing the last vestiges of the ice's reactive force, he propelled himself forward like an arrow released from a bow, instantly breaking through the fiery encirclement. His target set on Lei Hao, who had just unleashed a powerful lightning strike and whose energy had slightly waned. Swift, exceeding all limits. Lei Hao barely had time to gather his strength for another potent spell, only catching a fleeting glimpse of a blurred figure accompanied by a piercing sound slicing through the air, rushing towards him in an instant. A heavy sense of oppression washed over him. Alarmed, Lei Hao hastily crossed his arms defensively over his chest, conjuring a thin layer of lightning shield. Bang! Lin Mo's fist, wielding an overwhelming force of ultimate breakthrough, struck fiercely against Lei Hao's crossed arms. Crack! The lightning shield shattered in response. Lei Hao felt an uncontainable, colossal force surge through him, his arms ablaze with pain, and he was sent flying like a kite with severed strings, crashing heavily at the edge of the training ground. Although he did not find himself incapacitated like Tuoba Xiong, he felt a numbing sensation in his arms, his vitality surging chaotically, rendering him temporarily unable to fight. Silence enveloped the arena. Only Lin Mo, having landed steadily, appeared slightly breathless. The small bat, Lilith, perched upon his shoulder, seemed to smirk ever so slightly. Through telepathy, she mused, "Human, is it really necessary to employ triple the effort against such a foe? How wasteful." Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the training ground stood Dan Tai-Ching, her elemental powers of ice and fire gradually calming. Her frosty gaze bored deeply into Lin Mo, filled with astonishment, scrutiny, and a hint of seriousness befitting a worthy adversary. The terrifying physical control and adaptability Lin Mo had exhibited in a dire situation completely overturned her perception of the Beastmaster profession. He was, in essence, a humanoid beast clad in the guise of a Beastmaster. As for the little girl in his arms and the bat, at that moment, they appeared to her as mere pets nurtured by a peculiar hobby of his, entirely unrelated to the battle at hand. Director Li, brimming with excitement, proclaimed, "The victor has been determined. The two remaining contestants are Lin Mo and Dan Tai Ching-yi. Congratulations to both for securing the priority selection of the premier residence at Xingyuan." Tuoba Xiong, nursing his bruised ribs, rose with a grimace, gazing at Lin Mo. His expression transformed from disdain to admiration tinged with apprehension. "Brother, Tuoba Xiong, concede. Your punch is fiercer than my family bear. This Beastmaster business is truly bizarre." He glanced at the little bat on Lin Mo's shoulder and Lin Yuyen with an expression of disbelief. Lei Hao, too, stood up with a wry smile, shaking his numbed arms. "Lin Mo is formidable. I fully acknowledge your strength. Your physical prowess is nothing short of monstrous." He regarded Lin Yuyen and Lilith as mere embellishments. Dan Tai Ching-yi gracefully stepped forward, halting a few paces from Lin Mo. The cool moonlight seemed to coalesce around her as she regarded him, her voice still melodious, but now imbued with sincerity. "Lin Mo, you are impressive. I look forward to our future exchanges at the Magic University." Her words were succinct, yet the recognition and latent combat intent were palpable. She was deeply curious about this Beastmaster of extraordinary physical strength. What were his limits? What was his true power? Lin Mo inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement. Likewise. Ultimately, Lin Mo chose the tranquil Xingyuan residence, imbued with harmonious spiritual energy, featuring a small courtyard and a spring of spiritual water, Jing Zhuxian. Dan Tai Ching-yi opted for the Ice Flame Cottage, which boasted an elemental harmonization array and an elegant, unique environment. Director Li eagerly assisted Lin Mo with the check-in process, handing him the key and access card for Jing Zhuxian, while reminding him, "Lin Mo, once you've settled in, feel free to visit the task hall. The school encourages freshmen to grow through practical experience, and there are numerous low-level tasks nearby suitable for training, allowing you to earn credits and resources while quickly familiarizing yourself with the environment and enhancing your strength." Lin Mo felt a surge of inspiration. Strengthening his abilities was of utmost importance. Whether to face future challenges or aspire to a better life, greater power was essential. He nodded in gratitude. "Thank you, Director Li. I will visit shortly." Chapter 25, Meeting the Parents. Meanwhile, in the heart of Magic City, at the Su family estate, Su Qingxue had just returned to her elegantly adorned chamber, which exuded a faint fragrance of blossoms. Her mother, Lu Rian, entered bearing a bowl of sweet soup infused with spiritual energy. Lu Rian, possessing a gentle demeanor and well-maintained beauty, had been renowned for her looks in her youth. Now, as she gazed at her daughter, her eyes harbored warmth and an almost imperceptible sharpness. "Swear you're back? It must have been arduous in the secret realm. Quickly, have some soup to replenish yourself." Lu Rian set the soup on the table, her gaze meticulously assessing her daughter. Su Qingxue accepted the bowl, murmuring, "Thank you, Mom." She sipped the soup in small increments, though her eyes seemed distant, lost in thought. Lu Rian seated herself beside her daughter, speaking softly. "Swear, you seem a bit different." Su Qingxue's hand, clutching the spoon, paused momentarily, a subtle blush rising to her cheeks as she forced herself to remain composed. "Mom, I'm fine, just a bit tired." "Tired?" Lu Rian gently grasped her daughter's hand, her tone growing softer. "Tell me, did you encounter anything special in the secret realm? Or perhaps someone special?" As a seasoned individual with a keen maternal instinct, she could not overlook the faint hint of spring in her daughter's demeanor and her distracted air. Su Qingxue's face reddened further, resembling the most exquisite blush. She lowered her head, her long lashes quivering slightly, her voice barely above a whisper. "Mom, I." Just then, a firm and authoritative voice called from the door. "Rian, is Shuer inside?" It was Su Qingxue's father, Su Zhenghong, the head of the Su family. Lu Rian responded, and Su Zhenghong entered, his square visage exuding an innate aura of authority. His penetrating gaze fell upon his daughter, and he frowned imperceptibly. "Shuer, your energy seems a bit unsteady. Moreover, your Yuan-yin energy." He did not finish his sentence, but a flicker of suspicion and scrutiny passed through his eyes. As a powerful practitioner, he possessed an acute perception of energy. His daughter was clearly in an unusual state. Su Qingxue's heart leapt into her throat. Her cheeks flushed to the point of near bleeding, her head lowered even further. Lu Rian gently patted her daughter's hand, casting a glance at her husband, sighing softly, and said, "Zhenghong, it seems our daughter has encountered that special someone in the secret realm. Moreover, their relationship is quite significant." Su Jinghong's brow furrowed even deeper, his gaze sharpening. He approached his daughter, his voice low and imbued with undeniable authority. Shuer, who is he? A student from Magic City No. 1? What is his name? As the cherished daughter of the Su family, her status was far too esteemed to be left in ambiguity. Su Qingxue realized she could no longer conceal the truth. Took a deep breath, lifted her head, and though her cheeks remained flushed, her eyes conveyed an air of determination. His name is Lin Mo. He ranked first in the points during this year's college entrance examination in Magic City. Lin Mo? First in points? A flicker of surprise flashed in Su Jinghong's eyes. The college entrance examination had just concluded, and news had yet to fully circulate, but the title of the top student from Magic City commanded his attention. A Beastmaster? C-level aptitude? He had evidently reviewed the basic information. Yes, Su Qingxue affirmed, but he is incredibly strong. Exceptionally strong. She recalled Lin Mo's remarkable performance in the secret realm. Strong? Su Jinghong pondered for a moment, the sharpness in his gaze not entirely dissipating, yet tempered with a degree of contemplation. To elicit such praise from my daughter. It seems he indeed possesses extraordinary qualities. Nevertheless, he shifted his tone, exuding the authority of a family patriarch. Regardless of his strength, since events have transpired, the Su family must adopt a stance. Shuer, find a moment to bring him to our home. Your mother and I wish to meet this Lin Mo in person. Cough, cough, cough. As he spoke, Su father suddenly clutched his chest, a flicker of pain crossing his face. Seeing this, Lu Rian hurried to support him. Zhenghong, are you all right? It's nothing, just an old ailment. Observing his condition, Lu Rian felt a twinge of guilt. Yet, she turned to Su Qingxue and gently said, Indeed, Shuer. We must see what manner of young man has captured the heart of our intelligent and proud daughter. Her tone carried a hint of teasing, yet it also conveyed her stance. A trace of concern crossed Su Qingxue's face, and though her mother's words made her blush, she felt a mix of shyness, anxiety, and an inexplicable sense of anticipation. She nodded softly. Yes, I will tell him. Bringing Lin Mo to meet my parents? Isn't this progress a bit too swift? Yet, given the circumstances, there seemed to be no better course of action. At Magic Capital University, in the quiet bamboo pavilion, the gentle sound of flowing spiritual spring water echoed in the tranquil courtyard, filling the air with the refreshing scent of flora and spiritual essence. Lin Yuyan, seated on the plush carpet of the living room, curiously poked at the animated projection on the virtual screen, her laughter ringing out like bells. Above, Prince Lilith, disguised as an ordinary bat, conveyed his dissatisfaction through thoughts only Lin Mo could perceive. Human, the angle of this chandelier is far from perfect, preventing a complete overview of my domain. Moreover, the quality of this spiritual spring barely reaches grade A. It is hardly worth mentioning. Lin Mo had just finished arranging some simple luggage when his wrist communicator vibrated. He activated the screen, revealing Su Qingxue's avatar, followed by 2 messages. Qingxue, are you there? I'm home. Qingxue, my parents want to meet you. When are you free? Meeting the parents? Lin Mo felt a slight tingling at the back of his head. Even with his steadfast resolve, remaining composed in the face of high-level beasts in the secret realm, the thought of confronting Su Qingxue's parents, the leaders of the second most powerful family in Magic Capital, especially after the nature of their relationship, weighed heavily on him, akin to preparing for a fierce battle. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. There was no turning back now. Furthermore, had he ever shied away from challenges? He swiftly replied, Lin Mo, I'm free all weekend. What day works for you? Hardly had he sent the message when Su Qingxue responded almost immediately, clearly having been waiting by her communicator. Qingxue, at the weekend? How about Saturday evening? I'll have my family prepare. Don't be nervous. My parents, though a bit stern, are reasonable people. She added a nervous rabbit emoji at the end. Lin Mo, glancing at the rabbit emoji, could easily envision Su Qingxue on the other side of the screen, slightly embarrassed yet putting on a brave front, causing the corners of his mouth to lift in a faint smile. Lin Mo, all right, Saturday evening it is. I'm not nervous. By the way, the school has arranged housing for me at the quiet bamboo pavilion in Xingyuan. He casually sent the location information for the pavilion. Qingxue, Xingyuan, quiet bamboo pavilion. That's one of the best buildings. How did you manage to get it? Director Li must be treating you exceptionally well. Qingxue, wait. Did you get into a fight again? Lin Mo chuckled. Lin Mo, just a friendly spar. Luck was on my side, and I won. The environment is quite nice. Very peaceful, with a small courtyard and a spiritual spring. We can enjoy a hot spring together then. Qingxue, I knew it. But the quiet bamboo pavilion is indeed excellent. With pure spiritual energy, suitable for cultivation and relaxation. Qingxue, let us finalize it then, Saturday at 6 in the evening. I'll have a hovercraft pick you up at the entrance of Xingyuan. Chapter 26, Task Hall. Communication concluded. Lin Mo set down his wrist device, exhaling softly. The Saturday rendezvous was settled. He approached the window, gazing at the pool of spiritual, energy-laden water in the courtyard, his expression returning to calm. When warriors come, they shall be met. When water flows, it shall be contained. Ultimately, he must face the challenge posed by the Su family. TSK, human, meeting the parents? Feeling nervous? Lilith's languid thoughts echoed teasingly in his mind. A mere mortal family warrants such solemnity from you? Shall I exert a bit of princely pressure to bolster your presence? I can assure you that they will treat you with utmost respect. Lin Mo twitched his lips. Your Highness, it would be best for you to rest comfortably on the chandelier. I can handle this minor matter myself. Humph, ungrateful. Lilith huffed and ceased her communication. Lin Mo's gaze shifted to Lin Yuyan, who was giggling at the virtual animation, his expression softening. The little dragon girl seemed to sense his gaze, turning her head with her amethyst-like eyes curving into crescent moons. Brother Lin Mo, this place is so beautiful, much more comfortable than the secret realm. If you like it, that's good. Lin Mo approached and ruffled her soft silver hair. Brother Lin Mo, were you just talking to Sister Qingxue? Lin Yuyan inquired curiously. Yes. Lin Mo nodded. In a few days, I'll take you to Sister Qingxue's house to play. Yay. Lin Yuyan clapped her hands in delight. After settling Lin Yuyan and soothing the proud prince, Lin Mo wasted no time. He needed to enhance his strength promptly, whether to confront the Su family or for his own development, as well as to explore the secrets surrounding Lilith and Lin Yuyan. The task hall mentioned by Director Li was currently the best destination. Yuyan, I'm stepping out for a bit. I'll be back soon. Behave and watch your animation. If anything happens, just call for Lilith, Lin Mo instructed. Got it. Brother Lin Mo, come back soon. Lin Yuyan nodded obediently. He turned and exited the quiet bamboo pavilion, inhaling the fresh air infused with the scent of greenery. The environment in Xingyuan was serene, occasionally revealing other villa owners entering and exiting, all of whom were remarkable students or mentors. Lin Mo did not linger and made his way directly towards the core area of Magic Capital University, the Grand Wanxiang Tower. The task hall is located on the first floor of Wanxiang Tower. Meanwhile, at the Su family estate, Su Qingxue set down her communicator, her cheeks still slightly flushed. As she stepped out of her room, she found her father, Su Zhenghong, and mother, Lu Rian, seated on the living room sofa, evidently waiting for her. Father, mother. Su Qingxue approached, striving to appear calm. Is everything arranged? Su Zhenghong set down the spiritual energy crystal board, his voice steady. Yes. He will come over on Saturday evening at 6. Su Qingxue nodded. Saturday, Su Zhenghong mused for a moment. That works. We have a few days to prepare. Let us hold it in the small reception room at home. It will be quieter there. Lu Rian smiled gently, looking at her daughter. Shuer, did you discuss our family situation with him? What was his reaction? Su Qingxue recalled Lin Mo's calm response, a slight smile gracing her lips. He said it was fine, asked no further questions, and did not seem anxious at all. Yet, she sensed that Lin Mo was certainly not as composed as he appeared. Not anxious. Su Zhenghong raised his brows slightly, a flicker of intrigue crossing his eyes. Faced with the Su family's invitation, how could an ordinary boy, fresh out of university, remain so tranquil? It was either a testament to his extraordinary temperament or a case of ignorance being bliss. He leaned towards the former. After all, achieving the top score in the college entrance examination in Modu was no feat for the simple-minded. All right, I understand. Su Zhenghong nodded. On Saturday evening, your mother and I shall properly get to know this Lin Mo. His tone was unassuming, yet it carried an invisible weight. Being a son-in-law of the Su family was no trifling matter. Su Qingxue's heart raced once more. She could only silently pray. Lin Mo, you must hold your ground. In the heart of Moda University stood a magnificent edifice, the Wanxiang Building, seemingly constructed from countless irregular crystals. Under the sunlight, the structure refracted a spectrum of colors, symbolizing the vast knowledge and opportunities within. The task hall, located on the east side of the first floor, was one of the busiest and most vibrant places in the entire university. As Lin Mo stepped into the hall, the cacophony of voices and the mingling energies enveloped him. Beneath the grand dome, dozens of holographic screens floated in midair, constantly updating task information. Below the screens, several intelligently arranged service counters and consultation desks formed a circular layout. The hall bustled with students dressed in a variety of departmental attire, their energies fluctuating as they gathered in small groups to discuss tasks, queued at the counters to process paperwork, or hurriedly entered and exited. The air was thick with the sense of sweat, potions, a hint of blood, and the distinctive vigor and tension of youth. Look, a B-level task to eliminate the Gale Wolves outside Blackwind Gorge. Reward, 30 credits plus 1 Gale Demon Core. Who wants to team up with me? Need a strong frontline. Seeking a teammate proficient in healing arts. Exploring the poisonous miasma region of the shadowy bogs. Generous rewards. The task to collect century-old moonlight grass has been posted for ages. It's too dangerous in the depths of Moonshadow Forest. No one dares to take it. Hey, have you heard? This year's freshman, Lei Hao, just took on an A-level task, soloing the Thunder Lizard Lord in Thunder Valley. Truly worthy of the title Thunder God of Dongchuan. Various discussions arose in waves. Lin Mo scanned the screens, where tasks range from the lowest F level to the highest S level. The rewards varied widely: credits, money, rare materials, equipment, and cultivation resources, among others. He made his way to an unoccupied consultation desk. Behind the counter sat a middle-aged staff member, bespectacled and somewhat austere. "Student, what business do you wish to conduct?" The staff member did not look up, fingers flying swiftly across the screen. "I wish to accept a task." Lin Mo's request was succinct. "Student ID, please scan it." The staff member gestured towards the identification area on the counter. Lin Mo held his wrist communicator over the recognition area. With a beep, his basic information appeared on the staff member's screen. Name, Lin Mo. Student ID, MU230001, Special Recruitment Sequence. Department, Beast Taming Academy, Freshman. Profession, Beast Tamer. Qualification rating, C. Current credits, 0. Upon seeing the designation of Beast Tamer and the C-level qualification, the staff member raised their head, adjusted their glasses, and offered a formulaic smile. However, their gaze bore a professional scrutiny. Lin Mo, a freshman from the Beast Taming Academy? C-level qualification? As a newcomer, I would advise you to begin with basic F-level or E-level tasks to familiarize yourself with the processes and environment. For instance, caring for the spiritual plant garden or collecting the shells of armored beetles outside the city. I wish to take on a hunting task outside the city. Lin Mo interrupted the suggestion, his gaze calmly fixed on several newly refreshed A-level tasks displayed on the screen. Hunt the frost giant wolf, level 15 elite. Collect shadow mushrooms from the depths of Moonshadow Forest. Escort a merchant caravan to the craggy wastes. The staff member furrowed their brow. Hunting tasks? Outside the city? Lin Mo, the outside world is no trivial matter. The beasts are ferocious, and danger lurks everywhere. You have just enrolled, and as a beast tamer with a C-level qualification, your mental strength and contract capacity are limited, affecting your ability to cultivate and fight. Their gaze swept over Lin Mo's empty surroundings. Where's your beast? According to regulations, beast tamers must present and register their beast's information when undertaking combat tasks to assess its combat capability. This is for your safety. It's resting at my residence. Lin Mo scratched his head sheepishly. He had just realized his oversight. He had almost forgotten he was a beast tamer and had left his beast behind while coming to accept tasks. Not brought it. The staff member's smile faltered. Student, this is not child's play. According to regulations, I cannot assign you any combat or high-risk tasks outside the city. Please understand the school's rules and safety considerations. A few students queuing or passing by had already taken notice of the altercation, casting curious glances their way. Hearing about a C-level beast tamer wishing to undertake an outside task without their beast, many wore expressions of disdain or amusement. Look, another naive freshman. A C-level beast tamer? Thinking of taking on outside tasks? Courageous, but where's the sense? Are you desperate for credits? Why is a C-level beast tamer a special recruit? Did they pull strings? I don't know, perhaps their beast is strong, but they haven't even brought it. The murmurs, though low, were clear to Lin Mo's ears. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he looked at the staff member once more and said, I can undergo a personal test. The staff member, taken aback by his persistence, found the situation amusing. Student, you. In her view, even an A-level beast tamer would struggle to pass a personal physical test, given that beast tamers were notoriously weak in physique. Teacher Wong, what is going on? A steady voice interjected. A middle-aged man clad in an instructor's uniform, exuding a calm aura and sharp gaze, approached. He was one of the duty instructors in the task hall, Zhao Gang, a high-tier martial artist. Instructor Zhao. Staff member Teacher Wong quickly explained, this is Lin Mo, a freshman from the Beast Taming Academy, a C-level beast tamer. He wishes to undertake an A-level hunting task outside the city, but he has not brought his beast, making registration and assessment impossible. I had to refuse his application according to the rules, but he insists on proceeding. Zhao Gang's gaze fell upon Lin Mo, scrutinizing him closely. It was evident he recognized Lin Mo's information. Lin Mo? The one who topped the entrance examination scores in Moda City? A hint of surprise flickered in his eyes. But his brow soon furrowed. Top scores indicated strength, yet rules were rules. Without a beast for evaluation, combat tasks could not be assigned. Lin Mo met Zhao Gang's gaze, calmly stating, Instructor Zhao, the regulation for evaluating a beast's combat capability is based on the premise that a beast tamer's strength often relies on their beast. However, what if I can prove that I possess the capability to undertake an A-level task on my own? Zhao Gang was momentarily taken aback. Proving one's prowess? Zhao Gang narrowed his eyes. Are you suggesting we conduct a personal strength assessment? Lin Mo's gaze drifted towards the several large instruments situated in the corner of the hall, specifically designed for evaluating students' foundational qualities: the strength testing machine, the speed testing track, and the neural response testing chamber. Let the data speak for itself. At this pronouncement, not only did Zhao Gang appear momentarily taken aback, but the surrounding students, who had gathered to spectate, fell into an immediate silence, soon erupting into a cacophony of astonished murmurs. What the hell? Has he lost his mind? A Beastmaster wants to test their personal strength? Strength? Speed? Neural response? What does that have to do with being a Beastmaster? A C-level qualification, for heaven's sake. How strong could his physique possibly be? This is getting interesting. Let us see how he handles this. Zhao Gang observed Lin Mo's calm and unwavering gaze, the confidence within it seeming genuine rather than feigned. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded. Very well, since you insist. According to the regulations, if you can demonstrate that your foundational qualities meet the elite standard, we may consider assigning you some tasks. Although you will still need to subsequently register your Beastmaster information. Teacher Wang, escort him to the testing area. Activate the highest authority recording device and ensure the entire process is documented. Understood. Observing Lin Mo's resolute demeanor, Teacher Wang felt invigorated, leading him towards the testing area. A throng of curious students quickly surrounded them, effectively rendering the testing area a bustling spectacle. The first test, the strength assessment. The strength testing machine was a colossal metal pillar embedded with intricate sensors and cushioning devices. The tester was required to strike the central target with all their might. Lin Mo stood before the machine, inhaling deeply. He refrained from utilizing his limit-breaking abilities, instead channeling all his innate strength. Lowering his stance, he aligned his spine like a dragon, and in an instant, he unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! A resounding thud reverberated through the air. The machine's cushioning apparatus trembled violently. On the adjacent screen, numbers fluctuated wildly before finally settling on a striking crimson figure. Peak strength, 7,580 kilograms. Hiss! A chorus of gasps echoed throughout the hall. The elite strength benchmark was set at 5,000 kilograms. 7,580 kilograms. This was already approaching the standards of mid-tier elites. How could a C-level Beastmaster achieve such strength? The second test, speed assessment. The 100-meter speed track was laid with highly sensitive sensors. Lin Mo positioned himself at the starting line. The moment the signal light illuminated, he surged forward like an arrow released from a bow. His figure blurred along the track, leaving behind a ghostly afterimage. The finishing timer settled at 100-meter speed, 182 seconds. What the hell? 182 seconds. This speed surpassed that of many elite agile assassins. Didn't it? The elite standard was 25 seconds. He exceeded it by nearly 7 seconds. The third test, neural response assessment. Entering a holographic simulation chamber filled with launch ports, he was required to evade high-speed energy orbs shot from all directions within a specified time. Lin Mo stepped inside. The test commenced. Countless red energy orbs rained down like a tempest from various cunning angles. Lin Mo's figure darted within the confined space, swift as a specter, leaving trails of afterimages. Each evasion was executed with impeccable precision, narrowly escaping without a scratch. Neural response speed, SS level, exceeding the chamber's limits. Hits taken, 0. As this result was projected onto the large screen outside, the entire mission hall fell into an eerie silence. Strength, speed, and neural response. All foundational qualities far surpassed the elite standards. Particularly astonishing were the SS-level neural response and the 0 hits taken. It was simply unfathomable. Was this truly a C-level qualified Beastmaster? Such physical prowess rivaled that of specialized martial artists and berserkers. Instructor Zhao Gang gazed at the dazzling data on the screen, then glanced at Lin Mo, who emerged from the testing chamber, his breath steady as if he had merely taken a leisurely stroll. The gravity on his face was swiftly replaced by astonishment. He inhaled deeply and stated solemnly, "The test results are valid. Student Lin Mo's foundational qualities are confirmed to have reached the high-tier elite level. He meets the basic requirements for undertaking A-level tasks." Teacher Wang, thoroughly impressed, hurriedly operated the screen, his demeanor transforming to one of utmost respect. "Student Lin Mo, which A-level tasks would you like to undertake?" Under the multitude of astonished gazes, akin to those observing a rare beast, Lin Mo calmly extended his finger and selected 3 tasks on the screen. Hunt the frost giant wolf, level 15 elite. Collect shadow mushrooms from the depths of Moonshadow Forest. Escort a small merchant convoy to the Shattered Stone Wilderness. Just these 3, Lin Mo stated coolly. Understood. I will process that immediately. Teacher Wang operated with incredible speed. As Zhao Gang watched Lin Mo's departing figure, his expression was complex, murmuring, It seems that Magic City University has attracted an extraordinary prodigy this time. A sea-level Beastmaster? Huh. He shook his head and turned to leave, yet in his heart, he had already placed this new student on his watch list. Chapter 28. Ambushed. Outside Magic City, the frosted wasteland. The towering alloy walls of Magic City gradually receded behind him, eventually vanishing from sight. In their place lay a vast, desolate expanse, imbued with a primal essence and lurking dangers. Lin Mo, accompanied by Lin Yuyan, with Lilith perched upon his shoulder, embarked on the path leading to the first task location, the frosted wasteland. The air grew biting and arid. The ground beneath their feet blanketed in a thin layer of frost, and sparse, hardy plants stubbornly emerged from the crevices of the rocks. In the distance, snow-capped mountains undulated, the cold wind whipping ice particles through the air, emitting a mournful howl. Brother Lin Mo, are you cold? Lin Yuyan, seemingly endowed with an innate resistance to the cold, observed Lin Mo shivering with curiosity. Humph, a barren land like this hardly yields even a decent ice-type beast. I hope the blood of that frost giant wolf isn't too bland. Lilith's expectations for A-level blood food were evidently not diminished. We're almost there. Lin Mo's keen gaze scanned the surroundings. Although he had not activated his limit-breaking abilities, his perception far exceeded that of an average person, allowing him to distinctly detect the scent of beasts mingling with the wind and distant growls echoing. The task of hunting the frost giant wolf posed little challenge for Lin Mo, who possessed elite high-tier physical qualities even in his normal state, coupled with rich experience. Utilizing the terrain and his speed advantage, along with precise strikes, he dispatched the target with remarkable efficiency, earning a begrudging commendation from Lilith and enthusiastic cheers from Lin Yuyan. Brother Lin Mo is so amazing. The massive wolf carcass was secured in a specially designed spatial compression capsule, while the magical core, infused with ice energy, was reluctantly claimed by Lilith, who intended to save it for dessert. The second task location, Moonshadow Forest, in stark contrast to the desolation of the frosted wasteland. Moonshadow Forest was steeped in oppression and mystery. Towering ancient trees blotted out the sun, casting dim light upon the damp air thick with the scent of decay and the mingled fragrances of peculiar plants, interspersed with a barely perceptible aura of danger. Twisted vines coiled around the trunks like colossal serpents, and the ground was carpeted with a plush layer of moss, muffling footsteps in the silence. Only the calls of unseen insects and the occasional distant roar of beasts could be heard. It's a bit dark here. I don't like it, Lin Yuyan remarked. The little dragon maiden clutched Lin Mo's hand tightly, her violet eyes betraying a hint of unease. She possessed an acute sensitivity to spatial anomalies and sensed that certain areas within the forest exhibited a peculiar, wrinkled distortion. Do not fear, it shall be over soon. Lin Mo reassured her. The shadow mushrooms thrived in the darkest, dampest depths of the forest, near the vulnerable points in the fabric of space. Utilizing his formidable perception and reflexes, he deftly evaded several lurking traps set by venomous insects and a shadow leopard skilled in mental interference. Successfully locating his target, clusters of mushrooms emitting a faint, purplish-black glow, resembling tiny umbrellas. Just as Lin Mo carefully harvested the last shadow mushroom and placed it into a specially crafted isolation box, an unexpected turn of events occurred. 3 pitch-black figures, nearly indistinguishable from the shadows of the forest, surged forth from 3 strategically advantageous angles, akin to phantoms. Not a trace of murderous intent escaped them, nor did any energy fluctuations spill over. Only 3 meticulously honed beams of lethal darkness, infused with a chilling aura, lunged towards Lin Mo's back, neck, and temple. The timing was impeccable, exploiting the very moment when Lin Mo's mind was most relaxed and his movements most restricted for harvesting. A profound sense of impending doom crashed over him like a bucket of icy water. Lin Mo's pupils constricted sharply. He scarcely had time to contemplate before his body's instincts reacted ahead of his consciousness. A limit-breaking surge propelled him to triple his capabilities. Boom. The power within him erupted explosively. Perception, speed, and strength soared. He twisted his body at an improbable angle, narrowly evading the 2 beams of darkness aimed at his back and temple. Simultaneously, his left hand shot out like lightning, fingers splayed, precisely grasping the blade of the poisoned dagger aimed at his neck. Sizzle. The razor-sharp edge sliced through the skin of his palm, a wave of numbness coursing through him instantly. Poisoned. Seeking death. A cold glint flashed in Lin Mo's eyes, with a sudden, forceful grip on the dagger. A terrifying force transmitted through the weapon. Crack. The wrist of the dagger-wielding assassin shattered with a ghastly scream. Unwavering, Lin Mo's right fist, propelled by the terrifying power of his limit breaking, struck mercilessly at the chest of the assassin, who had just missed his mark and was attempting to change tactics. Bang. Splurt. The assassin had no time to react. His chest caved in, blood gushing forth, mingled with fragments of internal organs, his body flying like a broken sack, crashing into a small tree before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The assassin on Lin Mo's right, witnessing his companion's swift demise and grievous injury, finally revealed a look of horror. Without hesitation, he retreated rapidly, simultaneously launching several poison darts emitting green smoke in an attempt to hinder Lin Mo. Humph! Lin Mo let out a cold snort, his figure vanishing as if by teleportation. When he reappeared, it was already behind the retreating assassin. The assassin's soul fled in terror. As he turned to face Lin Mo, a hand like an iron vice seized his throat. "Who sent you?" Lin Mo's voice was as frigid as the depths of the abyss, his powerful mental force overwhelming the assassin's psyche. The assassin's eyes brimmed with fear. Yet he appeared trained to resist, gritting his teeth defiantly. At that moment, Lilith, who had been languidly perched on Lin Mo's shoulder, her ruby-like eyes flashing with an eerie brilliance, unleashed an alluring and terrifying mental wave that penetrated deep into the assassin's consciousness. "Look into my eyes." A voice, laden with endless temptation, resonated in the depths of the assassin's soul. "Tell me about your master." The assassin's gaze instantly turned vacant and bewildered, all resistance crumbling before the allure of the bloodline prince. He muttered dreamily, "It is Lady Qin Li, Madame Zhou Kai's mother. She said she wants you to disappear without a trace." "Zhou Kai? Qin Li?" Lin Mo's mind raced with clarity. This was retaliation for the public beating he had delivered to Zhou Kai. He had not anticipated such cruelty from the opponent's mother, who would hire assassins to ambush him outside the city. "Humph, the vengeful heart of an ant," came Lilith's disdainful thought. Lin Mo's expression hardened, fingers twisting. Crack! The assassin's neck was cleanly and decisively snapped, his eyes still lingering with the confusion of the enchantment. "Brother Lin Mo, you're bleeding." At that moment, Lin Yuyan rushed over. Her large eyes filled with concern and worry as she gazed at Lin Mo's palm, now marred with a dark bruise. "It's just a minor injury." "It's nothing to worry about," Lin Mo replied, channeling his chi to rapidly expel the faint toxin seeping in, the wound beginning to heal swiftly. He affectionately ruffled Lin Yuyan's hair. He swiftly cleared the scene, erasing all traces, and departed the Moonshadow Forest with Lin Yuyan. Not long after Lin Mo's departure, several figures clad in black military uniforms, exuding a menacing aura, appeared at the site like specters. They examined the assassin's corpse and the signs of battle. One of them produced an encrypted communicator. "Report to General Han. 3 members of the Shadow Kill organization were found dead in the Moonshadow Forest, their target being Lin Mo, who was ambushed and successfully turned the tide against them. Based on residual auras and traces at the scene, it is determined that Lin Mo's power far exceeds estimates." The assassin's testimony points to the Zhou family and Qin Li. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the communicator before Han Wenqing's voice, cold and devoid of emotion, resonated, as if imbued with the chill of ancient ice. "Starting tomorrow, I do not wish to see the Zhou family in Magic City." Understood. Chapter 29, The Merchant Caravan. After completing the first 2 missions, Lin Mo and Lilith had both reached level 10, officially entering the elite ranks. And even the little dragon maiden, Lin Yuyan, had attained level 7. Congratulations to the host for achieving the milestone. Beastmaster level has reached level 10. Earning SSS level reward, Bloodline Reversion Potion, X1. Lin Mo was somewhat taken aback, glancing at the system panel. The reason he had refrained from using the Bloodline Reversion Potion on Lilith was that he currently possessed only 1 vial. If he gave it to her, the little dragon maiden would be left without. While he could not ensure absolute fairness, he still wished to maintain a basic equilibrium. Lin Mo raised his gaze to the system panel, noting that both his and his 2 beast attributes had reached impressive heights. Host, Lin Mo. Occupation, A-Class Beastmaster. Level, 10. Current attributes. Strength, 62. Speed, 70. Defense, 72. Mental power, 61. Current skills, S-Class Martial Arts, S-Class Voice of the Mind, S-Class Limit Breakthrough, SS-Class Affinity. Current beasts, Lilith, Bloodline Prince Princess, Lin Yuyan, Pure Blood Dragon. Current items, 5 free attribute points, 2 Bloodline Reversion Potions. It is noteworthy that such attributes, among ordinary A-Class professionals, are akin to those of a level 21, Master level, combat profession. This implies that Lin Mo could now combat across a realm based on his own attributes. Should he activate his limit breaking, he could even contend with mid-tier Grandmaster level foes. His impressive stats were largely attributable to his affinity with the Little Dragon Maiden. A glance at Lilith's and Lin Yuyan's attributes revealed similarly astounding figures. Beast, Lilith. Rarity, SS Class. Race, Bloodline, Prince Princess. Current level, 10, sealed, requires the consumption of the host's blood to unlock. Original level, 48, Lord level. Current attribute values. Strength, 79. Speed, 86. Defense, 71. Mental power, 90. Current affinity, 75. Beastmaster, Lin Yun. Rarity, SS class. Race, Dragon Pureblood. Current level, 7. Current attributes. Strength, 68. Speed, 59. Defense, 67. Mental power, 61. Current affinity, 85. After tidying up their belongings, Lin Mo and his companions arrived punctually at the designated gathering point on the outskirts of the stony wastes. A caravan composed of a dozen beast-drawn carts had been waiting for quite some time. The caravan manager, a lean middle-aged man by the surname of Liu, oversaw the operation. The caravan itself was accompanied by several dozen guards, most of whom were at levels 5 to 10, led by a warrior captain of approximately level 15. Among them, a particularly striking 5-person team stood out. This elite team was well-equipped and emanated a fierce aura. At the forefront was a burly man named Li Kuei, an 18-level warrior, who bore a massive sword resembling a door plank and sported a menacing scar across his face. Accompanying him were a gaunt poison master with claws for fingers, an agile assassin wielding dual daggers, a robust shield warrior carrying a tower shield, and an elemental mage whose presence was accompanied by faint elemental fluctuations surrounding his staff. The overall strength of this team evidently surpassed that of the caravan guards, radiating an intimidating air that warned others to keep their distance. When Lin Mo, a youth cradling a little girl with a small bat perched on his shoulder, presented his escort mission credentials, both Manager Liu and the caravan guards displayed expressions of astonishment and discomfort. "So you are Lin Mo?" Manager Liu rubbed his hands together, wearing a rueful smile. "To be frank, this task has been unclaimed for quite some time due to the unique nature of the items to be transported, which are crucial for an important auction next month in the Magic City. With the deadline looming, we had no choice but to hire Captain Li Kuei and his Iron Lion Mercenary Corps at great expense. It seems the Magic City University also assigned this task to you." Manager Liu appeared embarrassed as he addressed Lin Mo. "Perhaps you could return to the mission hall and explain the situation? We can still offer you half of the task as reward as a token of appreciation for your effort. It would be too dangerous to accompany us." Before Lin Mo could respond, Li Kuei waved his hand grandly, exclaiming, "Oh, come on. It's not easy for anyone out here. If trouble arises, the Iron Lion Mercenary Corps will be at your side." Seeing Li Kuei's endorsement, Manager Liu had no choice but to smile apologetically at Lin Mo. "Very well then. Lin Mo, you may join us, but do exercise caution." Lin Mo nodded in agreement, cradling Lin Yun as he quietly moved to the rear of the caravan. Lilith's voice echoed in his mind, thick with derision. "Ah, humans, so blissfully ignorant even as death looms near. That scar-faced fellow and his companions reek of blood and harbor greed and malice. Their target is likely the special cargo of the caravan. How intriguing." As the caravan set forth, the heavy wheels crunched over the gravel. Li Kuei's Iron Lion Mercenary Corps took the lead and flanked the sides, subtly pushing the caravan guards to the periphery and asserting their dominance. Inside the cart, the manager was conversing with a strikingly beautiful woman, her fair cheeks reflecting the gentleness associated with Jiangnan women. This individual was Zhao Qingwan, seated in the elegantly adorned central cart. Upon lifting the cart's curtain and gazing at the quiet boy at the back, who held the little girl and walked in silence, she felt an inexplicable sense of calm wash over her. Intuition told her that this boy was extraordinary. As evening fell, the caravan made camp beneath a massive wind-sheltering rock. A campfire flickered to life, and the aroma of simmering meat soup wafted through the air as the cook served steaming bowls to everyone. Come, you've all worked hard. Drink a bowl of hot soup to warm yourselves." Lin Mo received his share. At that moment, Lilith's voice chimed in, tinged with amusement. "Human, the soup contains an ingredient known as dream sedation, a potent hypnotic drug that is colorless and odorless, acting swiftly in substantial doses. It seems they intend to incapacitate everyone." Lin Mo's gaze turned steely. "So it has begun." He lifted the bowl, feigning a few sips while skillfully spilling most of the contents into the shadows behind him, leaving only a small amount in the bottom. Then, he cradled Lin Yun, leaning against the cart, closing his eyes to feign sleep, his breathing gradually becoming deep and steady as if he had truly succumbed to slumber. Lin Yun, ever obedient, imitated Lin Mo, closing her eyes and snuggling against him, soon drifting into a genuine sleep while softly snoring. Before long, the camp fell into a profound silence. Apart from the crackling of the fire, the only sounds were the rhythmic snores of the guards, Manager Liu, and even the beast of burden pulling the cart, all ensnared in deep slumber. "Are they all down?" Li Kuei's voice emerged, devoid of the day's joviality, now replaced with a chilling greed. "Brother Kuei, the drug is potent. They won't awaken until noon tomorrow." The gaunt poison master chuckled darkly. "Excellent. Li Kuei rose, his scarred face appearing even more menacing in the firelight. Let us make our move. Take everything valuable. Especially those boxes escorted by the Zhao family, miss. Be swift and deft. Fourth, deal with that pesky boy and his little cub. Toss them far away to feed the wolves. Fifth, keep watch. Yes. The henchmen replied in unison, their eyes glinting with malice. The gaunt poison master rubbed his hands together with a lecherous grin as he approached Zhao Qingwan's cart. Brother Kuei, that Zhao family miss is a real gem. It would be a shame to just kill her. Why not let the brothers have their fun? A flicker of wickedness flashed in Li Kuei's eyes as he sneered. Make it quick. Don't delay the main event. Once it's done, I'll reward you with a bowl of soup. Thank you, Brother Kuei. The poison master exclaimed joyfully, eagerly lifting the cart's curtain. Inside, Zhao Qingwan was in a state of panic as a spirit-type mage. She possessed a greater resistance to hypnotic drugs than others, yet she could only manage to remain partially conscious. What are you doing? Get away, she cried out in terror. Although her limbs felt weak, her mental power remained, and she strained to unleash a feeble mental shock towards the poison master. Taken by surprise, the poison master staggered back, stunned by the mental impact, and then erupted in rage. You filthy wench. Dare to resist. He lunged into the cart, seizing Zhao Qingwan's delicate wrist with the intent to tear her clothes off. Help! Zhao Qingwan cried out in desperation, tears streaming down her face. Outside, the guards and manager remained in deep slumber, and the boy was likely filled with despair in her heart. Chapter 30. The Rescue. At that moment, a shadow appeared beside the cart like a phantom. The speed was so great that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. It was none other than Lin Mo, pretending to be unconscious, seeking death. His cold voice sounded as if it emerged from the depths of hell. Lin Mo's eyes blazed with a fierce light. Extreme breakthrough. His strength surged to its zenith in an instant. He struck like lightning, his fingers curling precisely around the gaunt poison master's throat. Crack! A sickening crunch echoed through the night. The poison master's sinister grin and lecherous demeanor froze on his face, his neck twisting at a grotesque angle as life rapidly drained from his eyes. He hadn't even seen who had struck. Lin Mo nonchalantly discarded the body of the poison master from the carriage, his movements precise and unhesitating, devoid of any hesitation. This abrupt turn of events left Li Kuei and his companions, who were preparing to transport the goods, utterly astonished. Old 5, Li Kuei exclaimed, a mixture of shock and fury igniting within him. You're seeking death, boy? He bellowed, drawing forth his colossal sword, charging at Lin Mo with a ferocious intensity. Akin to a rampaging bull, the massive blade tore through the air, emitting a thunderous whistle. The assassin, like a wraith, lunged at Lin Mo from the side, aiming a dagger directly at his back. Meanwhile, the mage began to chant, preparing to unleash a spell. Faced with this trifecta of assault, Lin Mo's gaze remained icy. Betraying no fear, he executed a low slide, narrowly evading the assassin's cunning backstab. Simultaneously, his left hand darted out like a striking serpent, seizing the assassin's wrist with uncanny precision, an overwhelming force erupting forth. Crack! The assassin's wrist shattered under the strain. The dagger slipped from his grasp. Lin Mo, with a deft twist, contorted the assassin's arm like a pretzel, sending him hurtling away with tremendous force, crashing against the rocks and losing consciousness. As he dealt with the assassin, Lin Mo's right foot swept back like a war axe. It struck the side of Li Kuei's colossal sword with pinpoint accuracy. Clang! The resounding clash of metal echoed. Li Kuei felt an unimaginable force transmit through his sword, causing his grip to falter and his hands to tremble. His massive frame was thrown off balance. Seizing the moment, Lin Mo spun around, akin to a top, positioning himself beside Li Kuei, his right fist launching forth like a cannonball, delivering a devastating blow to Li Kuei's unprotected ribs. Boom! Crackle! The dull impact was accompanied by the sound of splintering bones. Li Kuei's robust body was struck as if by a battering ram, emitting a pained howl, blood spewing from his mouth as he was sent tumbling like a broken sack. Toppling multiple crates before collapsing to the ground, his ribs surely shattered, rendered utterly incapable of further resistance. Just as the mage completed his incantation, a fireball the size of a basin hurtled towards Lin Mo. Without even glancing, Lin Mo snatched up the dagger dropped by the assassin, flicking his wrist. Whoosh! The dagger transformed into a streak of cold light, piercing through the core of the fireball with unerring accuracy. Boom! The fireball detonated prematurely in midair. A wave of scorching heat spread outward, yet Lin Mo remained unscathed. The mage stood in stunned silence, gazing at Lin Mo, who loomed like a deity, his cold eyes fixed upon him, causing him to recoil in terror and flee. In a flash, Lin Mo appeared behind the mage as if teleporting, delivering a precise chop to the back of his neck. The mage's eyes rolled back, collapsing limply to the ground. The battle concluded in mere moments. The notorious Iron Lion mercenary corps crumbled before Lin Mo like a house of cards. Inside the carriage, Zhao Qingwan's clothing was somewhat disheveled, her delicate face pale. Traces of tears still visible as she stared blankly at the figure of the youth outside, who had vanquished all foes like a celestial being. Overwhelmed by fear, she felt a profound sense of gratitude and indescribable shock. It was him. He truly saved her. Lin Mo approached the carriage, removing his outer robe and gently draping it over Zhao Qingwan, his voice calm, yet imbued with a subtle reassurance. It's all right. Feeling the warmth of the robe against her skin and gazing into Lin Mo's tranquil, yet comforting eyes, Zhao Qingwan's fear melted away like snow in spring, replaced by an unfamiliar sense of security and fluttering emotions. She nodded vigorously, tears welling up anew, but this time they were tears of gratitude. Thank you. Thank you. Lin Mo? Lin Mo nodded in acknowledgement and turned to check on the others. He approached Manager Lu and a few guards, employing a special technique to stimulate their acupoints, aiding in their swift recovery from the effects of the drug. As Manager Lu and the gradually awakening guards surveyed the chaos, the unconscious or slain Li Kuei and others, as well as the visibly shaken Zhao family wrapped in Lin Mo's robe, they were all left bewildered. What on earth had transpired? Manager Lu was still in shock. Zhao Qingwan, tightening Lin Mo's robe around her, steadied her emotions and recounted the harrowing tale. How Li Kuei and his cohort had drugged them with malicious intent, even plotting to assault her, and how Lin Mo had intervened at a critical moment to rescue her. Listening to Zhao Qingwan's account, observing the grim fate of Li Kuei and his men on the ground, and then glancing at the young boy, who seemed unaffected by the chaos, cradling a now-awake little girl who rubbed her eyes in curiosity, the others collectively gasped in horror, swiftly followed by waves of anger and fear. Beasts. These wretched beasts. Manager Lu trembled with rage. Damn it. We nearly fell into their trap. The guards were equally incensed, shouting curses at the unconscious Li Kuei and his men. Thanks to Lord Lin Mo. Lord Lin, you are our savior. Lord Lin, we were blind and disrespectful to you before. Please forgive us. The guards struggled to rise, bowing deeply to Lin Mo, their eyes filled with boundless gratitude, reverence, and shame, reminded of their previous disdain and mockery towards him. They wished for nothing more than to disappear into the ground. Manager Lu was particularly moved, tears streaming down his face as he repeatedly bowed to Lin Mo. Lord Lin, your kindness cannot be expressed in words. If it weren't for you, our entire caravan would have been doomed. The Zhao family shall forever be in your debt. Lin Mo helped Manager Lu to his feet, responding mildly, it was merely my duty, no need for such formalities. Bind these men, and we shall hand them over to the authorities once we arrive. The caravan reorganized itself, setting out once more with a renewed sense of relief. Zhao Qingwan, seated in the carriage with Lin Mo's robe draped over her, inhaled the clean, refreshing scent that lingered on the fabric, her heart a tumult of emotions. She gazed at the silent figure striding ahead, her eyes filled with complex feelings, gratitude, curiosity, and a hint of an indescribable tenderness that began to blossom. Upon safely reaching their destination, Zhao Qingwan solemnly presented Lin Mo with a smooth, blue jade pendant inscribed with the character for Zhao. Her voice soft yet earnest. Young Master Lin, I shall never forget the life-saving grace you have bestowed upon me. This is the token of the Zhao family. Anyone who possesses this pendant is regarded as our most esteemed guest. Should you require any assistance in the future, or find yourself traversing through Zhongzhou, the Zhao family will do everything within our power to aid you. Her voice was gentle, yet her gaze was resolute. Lin Mo accepted the pendant, nodding in acknowledgement. Thank you. With 3 A-level mission tokens in hand, Lin Mo set forth on his journey back to the magic capital. Meanwhile, the long-awaited appointment with the Su family loomed on the horizon. Chapter 31, Bloodline Return. In the serene bamboo pavilion of Star Garden at Magic Capital University, the golden hues of the setting sun streamed through the window, casting warm spots of light upon the soft carpet. As Lin Mo pushed open the door to his home, his silver-haired little dragon daughter, Lin Yuyin, could hardly contain her excitement, exclaiming, "We're home." With a swift motion, she slipped from his arms and leapt onto the large sofa in the living room, joyfully rolling about and displacing the cushions in her exuberance. Slow down, Yuyin. Lin Mo chuckled indulgently, unable to suppress a smile as he gently closed the door behind him. Lilith had also taken to the chandelier in the living room. Seemingly fond of her perch, Lin Mo approached the low table, methodically retrieving the mission tokens and Zhao family pendant from his storage ring, his movements calm and unhurried. At last, his fingers grazed a chilling and weighty object, a crystal vial shimmering with a profound, dark golden hue, adorned with intricate, ancient runes. As this vial was placed upon the low table, an ineffable aura, akin to the very essence of life itself, emanated forth, rippling through the air like a stone cast into a tranquil lake. The atmosphere seemed to freeze for a brief moment. Lin Yuyan, rolling on the sofa, abruptly halted her movements, sitting up with curiosity. Her amethyst-like eyes sparkled as they fixed upon the vial. "Brother Lin Mo, what is that? It smells so delightful." She sniffed eagerly with her tiny nose. The little bat hanging from the chandelier suddenly widened its ruby-like eyes. A flicker of yearning red light danced within its pupils. Her body tensed instantaneously, her small claws instinctively clutching the crystal prism of the chandelier. Lin Mo appeared oblivious to the anomaly above him as he lifted the dark golden potion, admiring its flowing luster in the setting sun, a faint smile gracing his lips. He turned his gaze toward Lin Yuyan on the sofa, his voice gentle. "Yuyan, would you like to become even more formidable than you are now? Just like the mighty dragons in the stories that can summon storms?" "Yes, I want to." Lin Yuyan nodded vigorously, her small face alight with aspiration. She wished to become incredibly powerful to protect brother Lin Mo, to safeguard sister Lilith. "Very well." A deeper smile spread across Lin Mo's face as he held the crystal vial, making as if to approach the sofa. This miraculous potion might just allow Yuyan's dreams to materialize. "I shall gift it to you. Is that agreeable?" "Absolutely. Thank you, brother Lin Mo." Lin Yuyan exclaimed joyfully, bouncing on the sofa and extending her delicate hand. Just as Lin Mo's hand was about to present the vial, a swift brown shadow plunged down from the chandelier with barely discernible speed, stirring a faint gust. The light and shadow distorted, elongated, and coalesced before Lin Mo, abruptly revealing a breathtaking figure clad in a gown of night, with fiery red hair like molten lava and pure crimson eyes, positioning itself between Lin Mo and Lin Yuyan, effectively blocking the vial intended for the little dragon girl. Lilith had reverted to her human form. She stood tall, her flame-like hair billowing without wind, her enchanting visage marked by an effort to maintain composure. Yet, her slightly hurried breath and the intense fixation of her blood-red gaze on the vial betrayed a fervent urgency within her. "Human." Lilith's voice strived to retain its customary chill and nobility, though its cadence bore a subtle tension. "The object in your possession is of considerable significance. To give it to this little girl would be somewhat wasteful." She slightly elevated her chin, attempting to mask her inner longing with a princely authority. Lin Mo halted his movements, intrigued by the momentary lapse of decorum displayed by the princely figure before him. He shook the vial in his hand, the dark golden liquid swirling within, refracting an alluring glow. "Oh, wasteful? Then who does Prince Lilith believe would benefit from it most?" Lilith's blood-red eyes fixated on the undulating liquid, her throat imperceptibly constricting. She compelled herself to divert her gaze toward Lin Mo, striving to imbue her voice with calm allure. "Naturally, it should be bestowed upon the one who requires it most and can truly harness its value, such as myself. I have vowed to protect you. If I obtain this item and restore my strength, my protection over you shall be even more unyielding." She paused, seemingly contemplating the sufficiency of her persuasion. A flicker of struggle crossed her crimson gaze before she resolutely tilted her head, a faint blush, reminiscent of the evening glow, gracing her alabaster cheeks. Her voice lowered slightly, imbued with an indescribable awkwardness. "Did you not previously assert that any requests could be made? So long as they are not excessive, I shall comply." The final words escaped her lips in a whisper, her cheeks tinged with a delicate hue, and her flickering eyes contrasted starkly with her usual regal demeanor, exuding a captivating charm. Lin Mo beheld her fade, a blend of desperate urgency and forced composure, even willing to sacrifice her princely dignity to negotiate terms, finding her both amusing and endearing. He deliberately elongated his tone, a mischievous glint in his eyes. "Oh? Any request can be made? Are you certain, Your Highness?" Lilith's face flushed deeper, her ears tinged with a rosy hue. She abruptly turned away, her blood-red eyes glaring at Lin Mo in a mix of embarrassment and indignation, raising her voice slightly, tinged with a sense of reckless abandon. "Huff. I am a creature of my word. As long as you do not demand anything that would tarnish my princely status, speak swiftly. Hand over the potion." Observing Lilith's flustered yet determined demeanor, Lin Mo could no longer suppress his laughter. He ceased his teasing, his empty left hand brushing against his storage ring, producing another identical crystal vial that shimmered with the same profound dark golden sheen. All right, I shan't tease you any longer." Lin Mo chuckled, gently extending the pristine vial belonging to Lilith before her. "Yours is here. I promised you. How could I forget?" The urgency, embarrassment, and feigned composure etched on Lilith's face froze in an instant. She glanced at the vial in Lin Mo's right hand, originally intended for Lin Yuyan, then at the fresh vial in his left, clearly designated for her, and finally met Lin Mo's gaze, which bore a blend of mischief and tenderness. A wave of overwhelming surprise washed away all her previous emotions. Following that was an intense wave of shame for having been so eager to negotiate. As if this foolish human had seen through her every sentiment. You tricked me. Lilith's blood-red eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Lin Mo. Her cheeks instantly blooming a vivid crimson, even her neck flushed with a rosy hue. In that moment, she felt her princely dignity shatter into countless fragments. Ahem, just a little jest. Lin Mo stifled his laughter, placing the vial meant for her into her slightly chilled hands. Quickly, take it, or I shall truly give it to you, Yen. Lilith instinctively clutched the warm crystal vial tightly, feeling the immense life force contained within. And her overwhelming joy finally eclipsed her embarrassment. She lifted her gaze, casting a fierce glare at Lin Mo, her expression a blend of fury and a barely perceptible shyness, illuminated by the sheen of her flushed cheeks, rendering her breathtakingly beautiful. Humph, shameless human. This debt shall not be forgotten, she muttered through gritted teeth, yet swiftly embraced the potion as if fearing Lin Mo would retract his promise. Then, without another glance at him, she turned and hastily strode to a corner of the living room, her shoulders subtly rising and falling from the emotional upheaval she had just experienced. Lin Mo observed her determined, yet somewhat flustered retreating figure, shaking his head with a smile. He then turned to present the other vial to the bewildered Lin Yuyan. Yen, here, drink this. All right, Lin Yuyan exclaimed happily, accepting the vial and tilting her head back to drink. Instantly, a brilliant silver light erupted, enveloping her in a cocoon of luminescence, as the ancient and majestic dragon might surged forth. Meanwhile, in the corner, Lilith inhaled deeply, uncorked her vial, and downed the dark golden liquid in one gulp. An even older, deeper crimson radiance enveloped her, the powerful essence of her ancestral lineage flashing momentarily. As he beheld the profound transformation of both the grand and the diminutive, Lin Mo's lips curled into a confident arc. Chapter 32, Terrifying Ascension. Within the serene confines of Jingzhu Xian, two decidedly distinct yet equally formidable auras emanated from the primordial source of life, akin to the awakening of a slumbering ancient behemoth, erupting with a thunderous force. In one corner of the living room, enveloped in resplendent silver light, Lin Yuyan's silken cocoon trembled violently. The surface of the cocoon was adorned with intricate silver runes, seemingly woven from the very fabric of space itself, swirling and reconfiguring at a rapid pace. An ancient dragon's might surged forth, akin to a tangible tsunami sweeping across the realm. Although this oppressive force was constrained by Lin Yuyan's own level, its inherent nobility and vastness caused Lin Mo's heart to flutter with trepidation. Crack! The cocoon shattered, dispersing into a myriad of silver specks. What emerged was no longer the silver-haired, violet-eyed little girl with delicate horns atop her head, but rather a graceful maiden. She had grown taller, appearing around 15 or 16 years of age, her figure beginning to reveal enchanting curves, adorned in a gown of silver gossamer, seemingly woven from moonlight and starlight. Her flowing silver hair cascaded down to her waist, gently swaying in the stillness of the room, each strand seemingly infused with the power of the cosmos. The small dragon horns atop her head had become more translucent, carved from the purest of crystals, radiating a mysterious halo. Glimmering silver dragon scales peeked through her fair skin, lending her an otherworldly allure. Her amethyst-like eyes, now deeper than ever, seemed to harbor swirling galaxies within their depths, reflecting the celestial firmament. A pure and boundless wave of spatial energy naturally rippled around her. Brother Lin Mo, the maiden's voice rang out, clear and melodious, yet now imbued with an ethereal resonance, reminiscent of a dragon's gentle roar. She gazed at Lin Mo, her eyes still brimming with affection and innocence, though now tinged with a trace of the ancestral dragon's regal authority that surveyed all creation. SSS-grade ancestral dragon lineage, Lin Yuyan. A glimmer of astonishment and pride flickered in Lin Mo's eyes, just as he opened his mouth to speak. An even more terrifying aura erupted from another corner of the living room. The space where Lilith stood had been utterly engulfed by a dense, unyielding crimson radiance, akin to liquid blood diamonds. This light was not malevolent. Rather, it was a purity of such extreme nobility that it transcended all living beings. A colossal, shadowy silhouette of bat wings, formed from an endless sea of blood and darkness, flickered within the glow, each flap seemingly capable of summoning a mournful wail from the void. Ancient, obscure blood-red runes, as if birthed from the dawn of existence, floated within the radiance, exuding a primordial pressure that commanded the submission of all. It struck Lin Mo's consciousness like an invisible hammer. Even his resilient spirit felt momentarily stifled, The intensity of this pressure undoubtedly reached the domain of master-level prowess. And this was not merely the initial stage of an ordinary master. The refinement and essence of its terror subtly suggested to Lin Mo that it rivaled the oppressive aura of those at the pinnacle of level 30. This was merely a glimpse of Lilith's ancestral bloodline, unconsciously leaking its power during her regression to ancestral level. She had yet to regain her peak state. Buzz. The crimson radiance suddenly contracted inward, akin to a black hole devouring light. As the glow dissipated, a brand new figure stood quietly at the center of the living room. Still possessing an unparalleled beauty, her aura had undergone a cataclysmic transformation. The previous languor and allure were supplanted by a regal and noble presence emanating from the very roots of her bloodline. Her figure seemed even taller and more graceful, with exquisite curves revealed beneath her dark, elegant gown, radiating an arresting allure that commanded reverence. Her fiery red hair had grown denser, moving of its own accord. Those blood-red eyes, their depths harboring the oldest stars in their cycle of extinction and rebirth, could freeze one's very soul with mere scrutiny. Her skin was now even fairer and more delicate, resembling the finest mutton-fat jade. The most notable change was her aura, an ancestral majesty that towered above all. Her mere existence rendered the atmosphere of Jingzhu Xian thick and heavy, dimming the surrounding light. The bloodline progenitor, Lilith. Her level had risen to 21. At that moment, a notification echoed in Lin Mo's mind. Congratulations to the host for having the Beast Lilith and Lin Yuyan's levels elevated to 15. Rewarded with S-grade skill, Heavenly Needle 9 Steps. Heavenly Needle 9 Steps, a legendary technique passed down from celestial beings, possessing the ability to revive the dead flesh and bones. Congratulations to the host for having the Beast Lilith's level elevated to 20, rewarded with Extraordinary Insight. Extraordinary Insight, as the name suggests, it enhances the host's comprehension, granting the ability to memorize anything at a glance, even allowing the learning of ancient races' secret arts and languages. Congratulations to the host for having the Beast Lilith and Lin Yuyan's affinity reaching 90, rewarded with SSS-grade Constitution. Indomitable. Indomitable, an extraordinary enhancement of bodily recovery capabilities. Possessing formidable self-healing abilities, significantly delaying aging, and exhibiting remarkable effects in certain unique aspects. Lin Mo felt enveloped by a searing warmth. A sensation so pleasurable that he struggled to maintain his footing. His gaze brightened. This constitution was indeed delightful, finally endowing him with the quintessential traits of a protagonist in a novel. Furthermore, the affinity with both beasts had reached 90, not only granting Lin Mo terrifying attributes, but also the right to wield their skills. Lin Mo felt a flurry of obscure and arcane runes flash through his mind, those runes embedding deeply within his consciousness as if they were an innate part of him. Beside him, Lilith slowly raised a hand, gently clenching her fist. Sensing the vast and overwhelming power within her, she felt the ancestral authority calling from the depths of her bloodline. A smile graced her lips, a subtle curve of satisfaction. Not too shabby. Lilith's voice resounded, still carrying that unique, alluring rasp, yet now imbued with a commanding authority that seemed capable of penetrating the very soul. Her blood-red eyes shifted towards Lin Mo, as if they could peer into his very essence, hinting at playful curiosity. Human, are you entranced? Captivated by this new form of mine, Lin Mo inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the joy and astonishment swelling within him. He could not deny that at this moment, Lilith's allure and oppressive presence had reached an unfathomable zenith, especially considering she was merely at level 21, yet possessed an oppressive force akin to that of a pinnacle level 30 being. The bloodline of this progenitor was indeed terrifyingly powerful. If she were to regain her peak state, Lin Mo could scarcely fathom the implications. It was truly astonishing. Lin Mo spoke candidly, meeting Lilith's soul-freezing gaze with unwavering composure. Congratulations, Lilith. The power of this ancestral bloodline is even more formidable than I had imagined. A hint of barely perceptible satisfaction flickered in Lilith's blood-red eyes. She gracefully stepped forward, her dark, elegant gown flowing like the cascading night, approaching Lin Mo. The overwhelming ancestral pressure receded like a tide, yet still bore an intangible weight. Leaning slightly closer, her fiery hair brushed against his cheek, her blood-red eyes gleaming with mischief and inquiry. Is it merely terror you feel? Do you harbor no other thoughts? Perhaps a flutter of the heart? The intoxicating blend of ancient blood and an exotic fragrance enveloped him, laden with lethal allure. Lin Mo's heartbeat skipped a beat involuntarily, yet his gaze remained lucid, even imbued with a hint of amusement. Your Highness, oh no. Should I now refer to you as the ancestor, Your Majesty? Are you testing my composure? Humph, silver-tongued flatterer. Lilith let out a soft huff, straightening her posture, the mischief in her blood-red eyes deepening. She evidently relished Lin Mo's response to her new form, as well as his continued calm demeanor. In fact, she sensed that Lin Mo was not any weaker than herself. This piqued her curiosity, for she recalled that Lin Mo was merely a C-level beast master. Yet his performance resembled that of an SSS-level human practitioner. Brother Lin Mo, Sister Lilith has become remarkably powerful. So has Yu Yan. At that moment, Lin Yuyan snapped out of her shock and joyfully rushed over, curiously assessing the transformed Lilith, while also showcasing the starlight coursing through her own being and the more pronounced spatial fluctuations. Lilith gazed at the metamorphosed Lin Yuyan, a flicker of surprise flashing in her blood-red eyes. She could sense the ancient and noble bloodline power within the young girl, although it was still in its infancy. Its potential was boundless. Little girl, cultivate diligently from now on. Do not squander this lineage. Lilith unusually refrained from her sharp tongue, instead offering a gentle admonition akin to that of a mentor. Lin Mo looked at the two strikingly different, yet equally radiant figures before him, filled with a sense of accomplishment. The starting point of an SSS-level progenitor of the bloodline, and the blood of the ancestral dragon was indeed astonishingly high. Just then, the vibration of his wrist communicator shattered this enchanting atmosphere. Qing Shui. Tomorrow evening at 6, at the gate of Star Garden. Don't be late. Lin Mo glanced at the message, then at the two extraordinary beast masters beside him, a composed and confident smile gracing his lips. Lin Mo, see you tomorrow. Chapter 33, Sparring. At the task hall of Magic City University, Lin Mo arrived to fulfill his mission, intending to exchange his task points for some items as gifts for Sue's parents. After all, the material possessions available outside would certainly not appeal to them. Furthermore, he was still an unequivocal pauper. While exchanging rewards at the task hall, Lin Mo inadvertently overheard a few students whispering nearby. Have you heard? The Zhou family of Magic City has vanished overnight. Is that for real? Which Zhou family? Which else could it be? It's the Zhou family that deals in energy business. I heard that General Han Wenxing's covert team sealed off the entire Zhou estate, accusing them of colluding with foreign forces to assassinate key talents of the Federation. TSK. That scene, apparently, not even a fly escaped. General Han took action himself? Who has such clout to provoke him into such a grand display? Shoo, keep it down. It's said to be related to Lin Mo, who scored first in the college entrance exam secret realm yesterday. Apparently, the Zhou family hired assassins to kill him outside the city. Lin Mo's steps faltered slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. He understood that this was undoubtedly the work of Han Wenxing. It seemed that this Uncle Han's protectiveness and iron-fisted resolve exceeded his expectations. He chose not to dwell on it, and continued with the exchange process. The display screen clearly outlined: Hunt Frost Giant Wolf, 100 credits, 5,000 task points. Frost Giant Wolf Magic Core, submitted. Gather Shadow Mushroom, 80 credits, for 1,000 task points. Shadow Mushroom, submitted. Guard Blackstone Merchant Caravan, 150 credits, 10,000 task points, submitted. Additionally, the staff handed him another card, adding, the Zhao family just sent a highest-level letter of gratitude and additional rewards. They have added 20,000 task points and a VIP card for the Magic City Treasure Pavilion. Manager Liu specifically emphasized that this was personally instructed by Miss Zhao Qingwan. In gratitude for your life-saving assistance, an additional 20,000 points and a VIP card for the Treasure Pavilion. This was undoubtedly a substantial sum. Gasps of astonishment echoed around him. Lin Mo calmly nodded. Very well, please transfer it all to my account. His account balance instantly soared to 330 credits and an astonishing 39,000 task points. With this windfall, Lin Mo did not rush to leave. He took Lilith and Lin Yuyan to the Academy Treasury, a resource exchange specifically for students. He first exchanged a portion of his points for a copious amount of high-quality ice element beast blood, along with several vials of exquisite frost dew brew as sustenance for Lilith. He also procured rare or suitable for space cultivation and crystals infused with pure spatial energy for his little dragon daughter to absorb and refine. Subsequently, he arrived at the gift area. The presents for Su Qingshui's parents could not be excessively lavish, as that might appear overly ingratiating. Yet they could not be too meager either, lest he lose face. More importantly, they needed to reflect his heartfelt intention. Lin Mo meticulously selected the gifts from the Academy Treasury. Voidstone Sword Tassel Pendant, 5,000 points. Moonlight Clam Natural Pearl Powder, 3,000 points. Star Pattern Steel Inlaid Illusory Butterfly Wing Fragment Hairpin, 2,000 points. Before departing, Lin Mo ensured that Lin Yuyan, who was in a deep slumber within the Beastmaster space due to her bloodline regression, was well taken care of. Lilith maintained her inconspicuous brown bat form, lazily perched on his shoulder, appearing merely as a benign ornament. Only Lin Mo could vividly perceive the terrifying ancestral power concealed within that diminutive body. At 6 in the evening, the Su family's flying shuttle arrived punctually. Dressed impeccably, Su Qingshue's eyes softened upon seeing Lin Mo. She naturally linked her arm with his, saying, "Let us go, my parents are waiting. We have a guest at home, a Qin Feng, the son of an old friend of my father, who happens to be visiting Magic City." The flying shuttle descended at the Su family estate. In the main hall, Su Zhenghong and Lu Ruyan occupied the seats of honor. In the guest seat sat a well-dressed young man with a gentle demeanor and a scholarly air, Qin Feng. Upon seeing Su Qingshui affectionately entwined with Lin Mo, a flicker of surprise and curiosity crossed his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure, standing politely. "Dad, Mom, Lin Mo is here," Su Qingshui introduced. "Good evening, Uncle Su, Aunt Lu. I apologize for the intrusion," Lin Mo greeted, presenting the gifts. Su Zhenghong and Lu Ruyan accepted the gifts, their eyes revealing satisfaction. Lu Ruyan warmly invited Lin Mo to take a seat. Qin Feng extended his hand toward Lin Mo with a gentle smile. "Junior Lin Mo, I've heard much about your esteemed name. Scoring first in the Magic City entrance exam, dominating the Star Garden, it is truly commendable. I am Qin Feng, a third-year student at Magic City University." "You flatter me, Senior Qin," Lin Mo replied, shaking his hand. After exchanging pleasantries, Qin Feng seemed quite intrigued by Lin Mo's prowess, cheerfully proposing, "I've heard that Junior Lin possesses extraordinary strength, capable of overpowering the Berserker Tuoba Xiong in a single clash. I, not being particularly gifted, am also a level 15 elemental swordsman. It would be an honor to receive some guidance from you today." His tone was sincere. Su Qingshui glanced at Lin Mo. Lin Mo nodded. "If Senior Chan is interested, I would be more than happy to oblige, though it may not be suitable in uncle and aunt's home." Su Zhenghong, curious to gauge Lin Mo's abilities, interjected, "No problem, the back garden's training ground will suffice, just keep it light." At this, Lin Mo nodded in agreement. Within the training ground, an energy barrier rose. Qin Feng wielded a long sword that shimmered with a faint light of water, his aura becoming dense and sharp. The might of a level 15 elemental swordsman unmistakably revealed. "Lin, please guide me." He struck first, the sword light cascading like mercury, enveloped in an unending mist and sharp sword intent, instantly surrounding Lin Mo. The sword technique was exquisite, evidently honed under the tutelage of a master. Faced with this intricate web of swords, Lin Mo remained rooted in place, calmly observing the oncoming brilliance of the sword. Just as the sword intent brushed against him, Lin Mo moved. There was no earth-shattering momentum, only pure speed and precision. His body glided like a specter through the dense array of sword light, evading with an artistry that seemed to preemptively anticipate every trajectory of the blades. Qin Feng's masterful swordplay could not even graze the hem of his attire. Qin Feng was struck with dread. He felt as if he were swinging his sword at mere air. Lin Mo's speed and agility were entirely beyond his comprehension. In the fleeting moment when Qin Feng's old strength had waned and new strength had yet to manifest, Lin Mo's figure appeared as if teleported to his side. A hand, gentle as a willow's caress yet imbued with an irresistible force, lightly pressed against the pulse point of Qin Feng's sword-wielding wrist. Buzz. Qin Feng felt a numbing sensation in his wrist, his gathered sword intent and strength dissipating in an instant. The long sword nearly slipped from his grasp. Simultaneously, a gentle yet overwhelming force surged through the pulse point, causing his entire energy to stagnate, forcing him to stumble forward a few steps before barely regaining his balance. The outcome was already determined. The entire exchange had lasted mere moments. Lin Mo hadn't even touched Qin Feng's vital points. He had effortlessly dismantled his opponent's offensive through unparalleled speed, perception, and precise control of power. "I concede, Senior Qin." Lin Mo withdrew his hand. His breath as steady as ever. Qin Feng steadied himself, his face awash with shock and genuine admiration. He took a deep breath, sheathing his sword, and bowed deeply to Lin Mo. "Your skills are astounding, Junior Lin. I am thoroughly convinced. Today, I have learned that there are greater talents beyond our own, and I thank you for your leniency." He accepted his defeat wholeheartedly, without a trace of resentment. Su Qingshui's eyes sparkled with pride, while Lu Ruyan smiled and nodded, exceedingly pleased with Lin Mo's performance. Chapter 34, Treatment. In the training arena, Su Zhenghong, seated in the main position, wore an expression of profound gravity. His gaze was not fixed on the effortlessly victorious Lin Mo, but rather on the brown bat perched lazily on Lin Mo's shoulder, appearing as if it were napping. Just moments ago, when Lin Mo evaded with an ethereal grace and then lightly pressed Qin Feng's pulse point, Su Zhenghong, a high-tier swordmaster, had distinctly sensed a terrifying aura that sent shivers through his very soul. This aura did not emanate from Lin Mo, but from that small bat. It was as if a primordial pressure, transcending all beings, had momentarily graced the air, though it flashed by as quickly as an illusion. Su Zhenghong was utterly convinced it was no mere trick of the mind. Furthermore, the level of that pressure was far beyond his own as a level 50 swordmaster. It even evoked memories of certain legendary beings recorded in his family's secret texts. How could this be possible? Su Zhenghong's mind churned with tumultuous thoughts. Lin Mo was a beastmaster. That bat was his beast, a creature infinitely more terrifying than Lin Mo himself. Lin Mo had already displayed astonishing prowess, enough to earn Su Zhenghong's admiration. Yet, at this moment, the seemingly harmless little bat on his shoulder had left Su Zhenghong more astounded than the earlier one-sided sparring match. The way Su Zhenghong looked at Lin Mo transformed entirely. He was no longer assessing a potential son-in-law, but gazing upon a young man with an ineffable shock, confusion, and a hint of reverence that even he himself had not recognized. Just how many secrets did this boy harbor? What exactly was that bat? After the sparring concluded, the atmosphere, though slightly tinged with Su Zhenghong's astonishment towards Lilith, quickly returned to warmth and harmony under Lu Rian's adept guidance and Su Qingshue's lively spirit. Chen Feng did not stay for dinner, bidding farewell to the group as he returned home. The others moved to the elegantly arranged dining room, where a sumptuous feast awaited. During the meal, Su Zhenghong reined in his earlier sharp scrutiny and initiated a conversation with Lin Mo. They discussed experiences from Magic City University and missions outside the city. Despite his youth, Lin Mo's insights were profound, calm, and collected, revealing a vision and temperament that increasingly astonished and impressed Su Zhenghong. His curiosity about the bat was temporarily suppressed, while his evaluation of Lin Mo rose sharply. Lu Rian, meanwhile, was more attuned to the interactions between her daughter and Lin Mo. She observed as her daughter occasionally served Lin Mo food, noting the natural rapport and affection that blossomed between them, filling her heart with delight. With a gentle smile, she posed seemingly innocuous yet subtly probing questions. Little Lin, are you adapting well to life at Magic University? Is it close to Qingxue? I heard you have a younger sister there as well. Do bring her home to play sometime. Qingxue has been spoiled since childhood and can be a bit stubborn at times. Has she caused you any trouble? Su Qingshue's cheeks flushed at her mother's inquiries, quietly pinching Lin Mo under the table, signaling him to remain discreet. Lin Mo spoke in defense of Su Qingxue, which brought a smile to Lu Rian's face and joy to Su Qingshue's heart. Su Zhenghong, observing his wife and daughter's reactions and glancing at the composed Lin Mo, felt the scales of his judgment tilt entirely. This young man possessed unfathomable strength, a steady demeanor, and treated his daughter well, an absolute match. Yet, as he subconsciously touched the area just below his right chest, a faint, deep-seated chill of pain coursed through him, evoking a bittersweet sense of nostalgia. This injury had plagued him for decades, pinning him at the threshold of level 50 and shattering his hopes of ascending to the monarch level. As the wine flowed and the atmosphere grew lively, Lin Mo set down his chopsticks, his gaze resting upon Su Zhenghong with a piercing clarity. His tone calm, yet undeniably assertive. Uncle Su, I hope you will excuse my boldness, just now in the training arena. I observed that your aura was as solid as a mountain, and your sword intent, restrained like a deep abyss. However, when the energy flowed near the Tianqi point, just 3 inches below your right chest, it appeared to stagnate, accompanied by a hint of cold, malevolent energy. If my intuition serves me correctly, there seems to be an old injury in that area, one that has compromised your fundamental essence and obstructed your path to a higher realm. Lin Mo's words struck like thunder, freezing the atmosphere around the dining table. Su Zhenghong's smile vanished in an instant, replaced by shock in his eyes. This old injury was exceedingly secretive. It had been incurred years ago when he bravely withstood a full-force strike from a malevolent monarch-level cultivator practicing sinister techniques to save his beloved wife. Not only had it harmed his internal organs and meridians, but an extremely cold and sinister energy had also settled near the Tianqi point, gnawing at his foundation day and night, hindering his progress for decades and even causing relapses. This matter was an absolute secret within the Su family, and Lin Mo had discerned it solely through his observation of the energy flow. Lu Rian's complexion paled instantly, her eyes welling with guilt and heartache as she grasped her husband's hand tightly, her voice trembling. Zhenghong, what little Lin said is true, isn't it? It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, that painful chapter of the past was an everlasting wound in her heart. Su Qingxue anxiously gazed at her father, acutely aware of his past injuries, yet entirely oblivious to their severity, much less the fact that they were a consequence of his efforts to save her mother. Su Zhenghong took a deep breath, suppressing the tumultuous waves of emotion within him, and regarded Lin Mo with an exceedingly complex gaze. Indeed, as you have stated, this affliction has plagued me for many years, becoming a chronic ailment that no remedy can alleviate. His voice bore a trace of bittersweet heroism. Lin Mo's expression remained composed, yet his eyes shimmered with a compelling confidence. If Uncle trusts me, I am willing to employ the 9 needles of heavenly motion. It may just clear the blockages and restore you to your former glory. The 9 needles of heavenly motion. Su Zhenghong exclaimed in astonishment. This name he had encountered only in the most ancient of texts, where it was whispered to be the creation of a fallen celestial, possessing the miraculous ability to revive the dead and alter fate. It had been lost to the world for millennia. How could Lin Mo possibly know of it? Little Lin, do you truly possess the certainty? Lu Rian's voice trembled with excitement, her eyes glistening with hopeful tears. Rest assured, Auntie, I will do my utmost. Lin Mo replied earnestly. As Su Zhenghong observed the clarity and confidence in Lin Mo's eyes, alongside the relentless chill that had tormented him for decades, he instantaneously made his decision. He slammed his hand on the table and declared solemnly, Very well. Lin Mo, I trust you. What preparations are required? Find a tranquil chamber and procure 9 silver needles, Lin Mo instructed. Chapter 35, The Jealous Lilith. Soon, the group moved to Su Zhenghong's meditation chamber. The room was suffused with abundant spiritual energy. Its decor simple. Su Zhenghong seated himself cross-legged upon a mat, removing his upper garment to reveal a robust torso marked by several grotesque scars. Just below his right breast, a palm print of a darker hue emanated a faint chill. Lin Mo stood before him, his gaze intensely focused. Uncle, relax your mind, no matter what transpires. Do not resist, he urged in a low voice. No sooner had he spoken than the 9 silver needles seemed to possess a life of their own, transforming into 9 streaks of light as they sequentially pierced Su Zhenghong's 9 major acupoints. Tianshu, Shanzhong, Shinkei, Guanyuan, Qihai, Mingmen, Shinshu, Tianqi, Yongquan. Once the needles were in place, Lin Mo's hands danced like butterflies among the flowers, his fingertips either twisting, lifting, plucking, or vibrating the needle ends. Each movement summoned the spiritual energy within the chamber, converging into 9 streams of pure, life-giving power that surged through the jade needles into Su Zhenghong's body. Su Zhenghong let out a muffled groan, feeling the 9 torrents of warmth and immense force surge through his limbs and bones, racing toward the chilling malevolence that lurked near the Tianqi acupoint. The stubborn malevolence seemed to encounter its nemesis, emitting a silent shriek as it fought back fiercely. Yet, under Lin Mo's masterful control, the 9 streams of life energy continued to peel away and dissolve the chilling malevolence. Su Zhenghong's body quaked violently, veins bulging on his forehead, beads of sweat rolling down his face, but he clenched his teeth, heeding Lin Mo's advice to relax his mind and fully cooperate. Outside the chamber, Lu Rian and Su Qingxue anxiously awaited, their hearts in their throats as they heard the muffled groans and fluctuations of energy from within. Time passed, second by second. Suddenly, buzz, an overwhelming and terrifying aura erupted from the chamber, soaring into the sky. The entire Su family estate trembled in response. This aura was vast as the ocean, sharp as a sword, brimming with an indomitable will and the joy of rebirth. It instantly shattered the invisible shackles that had burdened Su Zhenghong for decades, transporting him into an entirely new realm. Lord level 51. The chamber door swung open. Lin Mo emerged, his complexion slightly pale, beads of sweat dotting his brow, evidently exhausted. Yet his eyes remained bright. Behind him, Su Zhenghong strode forth with renewed vigor. His previously worn and weary visage now radiated vitality, as if he had regained 10 years. His gaze was sharp as lightning, his aura harmonious and expansive, akin to a divine sword unsheathed, its brilliance evident, yet deeply restrained. The chilling palm print that had once marred his chest had vanished without a trace, his skin now smooth and unblemished. Zhenghong, you. Lu Rian gazed at her husband, witnessing his miraculous transformation, feeling an incredibly familiar yet profoundly stronger presence, and tears cascaded down her cheeks. She rushed into his embrace, weeping uncontrollably. Years of guilt and heartache dissolved into sheer ecstasy in that moment. Xiaoyan, it's all right. It's all over. Everything is fine. Su Zhenghong held his wife tightly. This iron-willed master swordsman now with slightly reddened eyes, his voice filled with emotion and choked with gratitude. He gently patted her back while his gaze drifted over her shoulder, filled with complexity and profound appreciation as he looked at Lin Mo. Su Zhenghong's voice carried an unprecedented gravity and a hint of reverence. Your debt of rebirth, I shall never forget. From this day forth, you, Lin Mo, shall be the most esteemed benefactor of the Su family. Should you require anything, the entire Su clan will heed your call without hesitation. He released his wife and approached Lin Mo, even attempting to bow in respect. Lin Mo hurriedly supported him. Uncle, you overstate it. Your well-being and Auntie's happiness are what truly matter. This is but my duty. Su Qingxue was already in tears, watching her rejuvenated father, her ecstatic parents embracing each other. And then gazing at the pale yet upright youth who had wrought this miracle, her heart swelled with unparalleled happiness, pride, and an unbreakable affection. She stepped beside Lin Mo, gripping his hand tightly, a silent understanding passing between them. Lu Ruyan wiped her tears, her gaze toward Lin Mo radiating warmth and gratitude that surpassed that of a mother for her own child. Little Lin, dear, I truly do not know how to express my thanks. From now on, this will be your home. Su Zhenghong observed the clasped hands of his daughter and Lin Mo, then looked at his own transformed self, and finally at his weeping wife, the last remnants of doubt and scrutiny evaporating, leaving only profound contentment and acceptance. The atmosphere of the evening banquet reached unprecedented heights, buoyed by Su Zhenghong's breakthrough and Lin Mo's astonishing prowess. The Su family looked at Lin Mo with eyes filled with gratitude and satisfaction. Lin Mo's status within the family had ascended from a prospective son-in-law to the revered benefactor and core of the entire Su clan. As the clamor of the banquet began to fade, the light from the crystal chandelier softened and grew gentle. Su Zhenghong's face was aglow, the burdens of years lifted. He grasped Lin Mo's hand and patted it twice with heartfelt vigor, his eyes openly expressing admiration. Little Lin, from now on, this will truly be your home. Do not hold back. Lu Ruyan smiled beside him, her eyes twinkling with understanding as if she were a seasoned elder. Indeed, it's quite late. Shui's room is spacious and tidy. Why not stay here? The guest room cannot compare to the comfort of Shui's room. Su Qingshue's face flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe cherry, her earlobes tinged with a rosy hue. She shot a quick glance at Lin Mo, then instinctively lowered her head, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her clothes, her voice barely a whisper. Mom, what are you saying? At that moment, she wished to vanish into the ground, especially considering the notion of sharing a room with only one large bed. Lin Mo maintained a perfectly modest smile in response to Su's parents' enthusiasm, though inwardly he found the situation amusing. Perched upon his shoulder was a bat entirely cloaked in black, save for its eyes, which shimmered with an eerie ruby glow. It languidly yawned, its tiny sharp teeth glinting briefly in the light, in a tone that only Lin Mo could perceive, laced with a barely detectable hint of jealousy. It remarked, "Ah, foolish human female, your reason is utterly dominated by the desire for mating, to the extent that even basic modesty has been cast aside. Pray tell, human, do you truly intend to stay the night? This place is suffused with the cloying scent that belongs to that diminutive female, which is distinctly uncomfortable for me, the progenitor." The corners of Lin Mo's mouth curled into a subtle smirk as he mentally replied, "Lilith, are you feeling envious?" "What?" The little bat, utterly flustered, sprang up on Lin Mo's shoulder, her wings erect. "Inferior human, do not utter such nonsense. How could the progenitor feel envy over a mere human male? You are besmirching the dignity of the progenitor." Despite her vehement protest, her ruby-like eyes flickered uncertainly, unable to meet Lin Mo's gaze. Lin Mo's amusement deepened. He knew this proud progenitor bat all too well. After consuming the progenitor potion yesterday, Lilith's affinity had soared to 90 points, a level that granted Lin Mo considerable influence. Even within the lofty titles humans bestowed upon her, there lingered an unexpected hint of dependence and possessiveness that she herself did not recognize. Observing her discomfort at the thought of him staying in Su Qingshue's room was undeniably entertaining. He teased her deliberately. "Oh, is that so? It seems I have misjudged the situation. Since Lady Lilith is unconcerned, I shall defer to your wishes. After all, Qingshue's room does appear rather inviting." He emphasized the words Qingxue and inviting. "You." Lilith was so incensed she nearly fainted, her small chest heaving. This detestable human. Though, I suppose that Su Qingxue is indeed. She huffed, but the progenitor is very displeased. Extremely displeased. Yet what could she say? Should she, the esteemed progenitor of the blood clan, openly declare her disapproval of his visit to a human female's room? That would be utterly humiliating. All she could do was flap her wings in frustration against Lin Mo's neck, her strikes as light as feathers brushing against him. "Do as you please, inferior human. The progenitor does not care. It would be best if your wretched human constitution were drained dry." This last threat lacked any real force, sounding more like an awkward curse than a genuine warning. Lin Mo felt her feeble retaliation. It was not painful, but rather ticklish. With his newly acquired immortality, the prospect of being drained by a human was quite impossible. Perhaps tonight, Su Qingxue would. He chuckled silently, reaching out to gently tap her furry little head. "All right, little jealous one, settle down." Who is the little jealous one? Lilith was completely incensed, nearly bursting with the urge to reveal her true form and bite him. But ultimately, she merely turned away in indignation, presenting her small bat backside to Lin Mo, wrapping herself into a little black ball. A muffled voice emerged, "Despicable human. only knows how to bully the progenitor. Humph. Chapter 36. Sharing the same bed, Su Qingshue's room was situated on the top floor of the villa, adorned in a minimalist yet elegant style, imbued with a faint fragrance of gardenias. The expansive floor-to-ceiling windows framed a meticulously tended night garden, with moonlight cascading inside. The door gently closed behind her, sealing off the sounds from below, leaving only the two of them, along with a bat that had cocooned itself into a ball, radiating an intense aura of "I am very angry, do not provoke me." The atmosphere grew thick and intricate. Su Qingxue faced away from Lin Mo, feigning an interest in arranging her already immaculate vanity, her fingers trembling slightly. She could feel Lin Mo's gaze upon her back, warm and unsettling, igniting a tumult of intimate memories between them that sent heat coursing through her. I need to wash up," she stammered, practically fleeing into the adjoining luxurious bathroom. Slamming the door behind her, leaning against the cold door panel, she finally dared to take a deep breath. The girl in the mirror had a complexion akin to peach blossoms, her eyes shimmering with a glimmer of shyness. So much so that she could barely bear to look at her own reflection. Lin Mo observed the closed bathroom door, listening to the sound of water flowing. Suppressing a smile, he approached the window, gazing out at the tranquil night. The little black ball stirred, and Lilith's voice, muffled yet tinged with a hint of unacknowledged grievance and trepidation, echoed through their mental link. "Hey, human, are you really?" Lin Mo's eyes sparkled with understanding as he feigned ignorance. Lilith, what did you say?" "The sound of water is too loud. I can't hear you." "You." The little black ball shook violently, and Lilith was on the verge of losing her composure. This insufferable human was doing it on purpose, gathering every ounce of courage. Her voice emerged almost as a desperate whisper. "Lin Mo, could you not sleep here tonight?" Upon uttering this question, she felt as though her entire being was ablaze with embarrassment. Lin Mo could no longer contain his laughter, his chest vibrating with mirth. He reached out, gently poking the tightly wrapped little black ball, his tone laced with playful teasing and affection. "Oh? So, Lady Lilith has been concerned about this? You should have said so sooner." Reluctantly, the little black ball parted slightly, revealing a single glimmering ruby eye filled with complex emotions. "Lilith, Qingxue is an important person to me, and I must take responsibility for her," Lin Mo stated, his tone now serious. "You and Yu Yen are the same. The reason I yearn to grow stronger is to protect those who matter to me." It seems you possess a modicum of conscience." Lilith endeavored to uphold the dignity of the progenitor. Just then, the sound of running water in the bathroom ceased. Moments later, the doorknob turned. Su Qingxue took a deep breath, mustering her courage to push open the door. She emerged clad in a modest cotton nightgown, her long hair damply cascading over her shoulders. Her skin dewy and radiant, reminiscent of freshly peeled lychees. Her head bowed, eyes averted, she spoke in a soft murmur. I'm ready. Do you want to?" Before she could finish, a brilliant flash of white light illuminated the room. Moonlight spilled like water over the figure that had unexpectedly appeared in the center of the room. She was a woman whose allure defied description. Her wine-red waves flowed like flames, cascading over her smooth shoulders and exquisite curves. Clad in a splendid gown seemingly woven from the night and blood, it accentuated her breathtaking silhouette, the hem swaying as if stirred by an unseen breeze, creating ripples of crimson. Her skin was as pale as the finest porcelain, glistening under the moonlight with the luster of cold jade, forming a striking contrast against her fiery hair. Most captivating of all were her pure, deep crimson eyes, resembling two pools of solidified blood, filled with the weight of countless ages and a detached gaze upon all living beings. Her sharp chin was slightly raised, exuding an innate haughtiness, yet at this moment, a faint blush tinged her alabaster cheeks, as if remnants of embarrassment lingered. The progenitor of the blood clan, Lilith, had descended in her true form. Lin Mo watched in amusement as Lilith, who had just been indignant and furious, now strained to maintain her composure. He pressed a hand to his forehead, his voice tinged with exasperation and indulgence. "Lilith, you've startled Qingxue." Upon hearing this, Lilith's blood-red gaze fixed on Lin Mo, her chest rising and falling with agitation. "Lin Mo, this inferior human is all your fault." She could only cast a fierce glare at Lin Mo, then, with arms crossed and an air of extreme haughtiness, she abruptly turned away as if to flee, the blood-red, opulent hem of her gown cutting through the air in a sharp arc. She strode swiftly to the grand floor-to-ceiling window, standing with her back to the two, exuding an aura of nobility and aloofness, yet somehow imbued with a petulant sense of displeasure that suggested she was not easily appeased. The room fell into an eerie silence once more. On one side stood the ancient vampire, emanating an aura that warned others to keep their distance. Yet her ears seemed to betray a hint of crimson. On the other stood Su Qingxue, whose mind was in a state of shock, utterly bewildered by the unfolding situation. Lin Mo approached Su Qingxue, positioning himself to obstruct her view of Lilith, gently placing his warm palm over her slightly cool hand. His voice low and imbued with a soothing power. Do not be afraid, Qingxue. Her name is Lilith, and she is my companion. As you can see, her temperament is rather unique. He paused, his gaze sweeping over Lilith's defiant silhouette before a deeper smile graced his features. Moreover, she possesses a touch of shyness. At that moment, a heavy, indignant snort echoed from the window side. Lin Mo tightened his grip on Su Qingxue's hand, reassuringly stating, with me here, everything will be fine tonight. He glanced at the lone large bed in the center of the room and then back to the exquisite yet oppressive figure by the window. A wry smile crossing his lips. It seems we shall need to rest together, the three of us. He turned to Lilith, adopting a tone that was both conciliatory and subtly teasing. Lady Lilith, would you be so kind as to return to your former self? Or perhaps you would prefer to choose which side of the bed you wish to occupy? Lin Mo? Lilith whirled around, her blood-red eyes blazing with fury, the flush on her cheeks becoming ever more pronounced. You lowly human, do not even think of forcing me to revert, nor do I wish to share with you. Her words tumbled out in a flurry of indignation, culminating in another heavy huff before she vanished in a flash of crimson light. It appears she has gone off to hunt. Lin Mo chuckled softly. However, unbeknownst to them, a small figure was concealed in the shadow of the grand crystal chandelier above, a pair of ruby-like eyes glimmering with a mix of shame and fury in the darkness. Yet soon, she would come to regret her decision. Meanwhile, Su Qingxue observed Lin Mo's beaming smile, and then glanced at the large bed, sensing that tonight was destined to be a sleepless one. Chapter 37. The Situation. The morning sun spilled its vibrant rays through the floor-to-ceiling window. Su Qingxue slowly awakened, her gaze landing on a handsome face mere inches from her own. Remembering the events of the previous night, a blush crept onto her cheeks as she instinctively attempted to rise. But as she moved, she was gently pulled back, only to meet a pair of teasing eyes. Where are you off to so early, Qingxue? Lin Mo enwrapped her in his arms, the subtle fragrance emanating from her making him feel at ease. Lin Mo, it's getting late. We should rise, or we'll soon be called to get up. Su Qingxue murmured softly, her cheeks tinged with a delicate hue, as Lin Mo's hands began to wander restlessly. Qingxue, you were not saying that last night, Lin Mo teased, a playful lilt to his voice. At his words, the bashful Su Qingxue buried her face in his embrace. Lin Mo, you mustn't say that. Seeing her flustered state, Lin Mo ceased his playful teasing. After they finished breakfast, he bid farewell to Su's parents and prepared to return to school, as Su Qingxue was to remain at home for a few more days. In truth, she had wished to accompany Lin Mo back to school. But after the events of the previous night, she felt that residing at school would surely lead to sleepless nights. How could this fellow have such an abnormal constitution and not tire? She mused as she watched the departing shuttle. Before long, Lin Mo returned to Jingzhouxian, with Lilith perched on his shoulder, appearing somewhat listless, clearly having not rested well. Upon unlocking the fingerprint lock and entering the foyer, a vibrant voice rang out from the living room. Oh, big brother, are you willing to leave your cozy retreat? Lin Yue, clad in athletic wear, sat cross-legged on the sofa, munching on an apple, her short hair lending her an air of vitality. Enough of your banter. Lin Mo removed his coat, his tone laced with a familiar mix of exasperation and affection reserved for his sister. I merely assisted Uncle Su with some treatment last night and had a meal. Merely? Lin Yue teased, her eyes twinkling mischievously. Had a sleepover too? Progressing swiftly, aren't we, big brother? Lin Mo chose to ignore her, changing his shoes and heading to the kitchen to pour himself a glass of water. The villa was devoid of servants. Everything was managed by the siblings themselves, spacious yet filled with the warmth of daily life. Before Lin Yue could launch into another round of teasing, a firm, rhythmic knock echoed through the door. The siblings exchanged surprised glances. Who could it be at this hour? Lin Mo approached the door's security screen and, upon seeing the visitor's silhouette, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes as he swiftly opened the door. Standing outside was Han Wenqing, clad in a crisp dark green military uniform, his countenance resolute. With eyes as piercing as a hawk's, Uncle Han? Lin Mo quickly stepped aside. What brings you here? Please, come in. Greetings, Uncle Han. Lin Yue immediately leaped off the sofa, her playful demeanor replaced by respect as she greeted the old friend of their parents, who had long safeguarded the siblings. Han Wenqing offered a slight nod as he entered the living room, his gaze lingering on Lin Yue for a moment before revealing a gentle smile. Vivian is here too. He then turned to Lin Mo. I returned to the magic capital to see how you both are faring. Please, have a seat, Uncle Han. Lin Yue dutifully went to fetch some water. Thank you for your efforts regarding the Zhou family matter, Uncle Han, Lin Mo stated candidly, his tone sincere and grateful. The downfall of the Zhou family alleviated one of his many worries. Han Wenqing accepted the cup of water but did not drink, merely holding it in his hand to feel its warmth. It was my duty. Those who harm the pillars of the nation deserve their fate. The evidence is irrefutable. You can now rest easy. His voice was cold and resolute, carrying the weight of ironclad conviction. Lin Mo expressed his gratitude once more. The atmosphere in the living room shifted to one of solemnity. Han Wenqing set down the cup, reaching into the inner pocket of his uniform to solemnly retrieve a palm-sized box made of dark jade. The box, unadorned yet imbued with a sense of heavy history, was gently opened. 2 dark golden medals lay quietly atop a dark velvet lining, swords piercing the heavens, olive branches of protection, and the roaring dragon emblem. The highest honor of the human alliance, the first-class military medal for national defense. In contemporary Huaxia, the weight of this medal was immense. Any harm inflicted upon a family member bearing it would invite the united wrath of the 5 major military districts. This belongs to your parents. Han Wenqing's voice was heavy and hoarse as he extended the box to Lin Mo. It is what they rightfully earned. Lin Mo's breath hitched in his throat. He extended a trembling hand to receive the dark jade box. Observing Lin Mo's actions, Han Wenqing fell silent for a moment. His keen gaze refocused, the gravity of his voice deepening, laden with a sense of impending urgency. Lin Mo, the Zhou family was merely a minor ailment. With that resolved, you and your sister can momentarily breathe a sigh of relief. However, the true crisis is drawing near. Lin Mo raised his gaze to meet Han Wenqing's. The situation on the front lines was far worse than the outside world had been led to believe. Han Wenqing's tone was devoid of exaggeration, embodying the stark chill of reality. The pressure on the sighing wall of defense had reached its breaking point. Over the past 3 months, the activity of level 40 and above Lord-class monsters had surged by an astounding 200%. The presence of beings at level 50 and even suspected level 60 had been detected more than once at the fringes of the defense line. Lin Mo felt his heart plummet. Level 40 was already a moving disaster. The existence of level 50 or even 60 was akin to a nuclear threat. Humanity's top combat power was stretched thin. Han Wenqing's voice carried an undercurrent of profound fatigue and helplessness. S-class high-tier professionals were scarce, each serving as a steadfast anchor, not to be easily mobilized or sacrificed. They were dispersed across the most critical strategic nodes, leaving them overwhelmed. As for the SS class, they were the last trump cards of various nations. You must have heard. In your current examination cohort, a new SS class professional has emerged. She is the 8th SS class professional in human history and the only one in nearly 50 years. After a brief pause, he delivered an even more shocking announcement. Setting that aside, yesterday, we received classified reports from the South Asia war zone, revealing that the neighboring country of A3 is on the brink of collapse. What? Lin Yue could not suppress her startled exclamation, her complexion paling. Lin Mo's pupils constricted sharply. Their territory, over 70%, had already fallen, leaving only the last bastion of their core area clinging to survival. Han Wenqing's voice was as cold as ice. The strongest warrior of A3, their celestial guardian Beijian, an S-class high-tier fire mage, would engage in a final confrontation with the Beast Lord, the Phoenix of Destruction. In 2 months, the living room fell silent, the air seemingly frozen. This battle would determine the fate of A3, if victorious. They might retain a flicker of hope and struggle for survival amidst the ruins. If defeated, Han Wenqing's voice carried an unyielding calm. A3 would be eradicated from the map, and the consequences for over 1 billion souls would be unimaginable. His gaze was piercing, fixated on Lin Mo, as if bearing the weight of 1,000 burdens, suffocating in its intensity. Lin Mo, humanity has little time left. The fate of A3 today could very well be our tomorrow in other war zones. We need strength. We need new pillars capable of turning the tide. I know you possess extraordinary talent, concealing your true potential, and you should have reached level A. But that is far from sufficient. You must accelerate. Grow stronger. Strong enough to not only protect Weiwei amidst the forthcoming tempest, but to uphold the land your parents defended with their lives. Lin Mo tightly gripped the obsidian box in his hand, the cold metallic badge pressed against his palm, also piercing his heart. The glory and sacrifice of his parents. Han Wenqing's weighty words, the desperate countdown of A3, and the terrifying shadow of the Phoenix of Destruction all intertwined, forming an unprecedented surge of pressure and sense of mission. He slowly raised his head, his eyes now ablaze with a burning resolve, replacing all sadness and confusion. Chapter 38, Military Training Notification. In Magic City University. The sunlight was just right. Lin Mo drove his sleek black sports car into a serene, well-guarded villa district, finally stopping in front of a standalone villa named Jingshuxuan. Since that day when Han Wenqing briefed them on the situation, he had largely been away on missions for over a month, resulting in a rapid ascent to level 12. It was only after Su Qingxue moved in that he began to relax slightly. As soon as he opened the door, Lin Yue's voice burst forth with eager gossip. "Brother, come quick, the campus forum is ablaze." She held up her communicator, the screen prominently displaying a red-hot post from the university's most popular anonymous gossip board. Breaking. New goddess Su Qingxue allegedly moved into Jingzhuxuan. Is the Ice Queen off the market? The post featured several somewhat blurry, yet recognizable images. Su Qingxue entering the gate of Jingzhuxuan with her suitcase. Later, her silhouette watering pots of spirit plants on the balcony of the second floor. And even a distant shot of Lin Mo returning from a mission, with Su Qingxue greeting him at the door, the two seemingly engaged in an intimate conversation. The comments section was inundated with heartbreak. "Ah, my goddess. I caught a glimpse at the right moment, yet didn't act in time. Jingzhuxuan? ISNT that Lin Mo's territory? The top scorer of Magic City Province. It's over. I've lost to the Ink God, and I concede. Woe is me. To start the semester heartbroken, the university's first beauty is indeed not something we mere mortals can aspire to. Wake up upstairs, even without the Ink God. Do you think you stand a chance against a goddess of her lineage, talent, and grace?" Lin Mo glanced at the comments, feeling somewhat exasperated. These people truly had too much free time. He had anticipated the stir caused by Su Qingxue's arrival, but he hadn't expected it to happen so swiftly. "Huh, brother. You are now the enemy of all the boys in school," Lin Yue teased, then leaned in closer to whisper. "But having Sister Su move in is truly wonderful. Finally, someone at home can keep an eye on your obsession with training. And Sister Su's cooking is delightful." Just as she was speaking, the villa door swung open again. Su Qingxue entered, carrying an exquisite lunchbox, dressed in a simple cream-colored dress, her demeanor as cool and elegant as an orchid. Upon seeing Lin Mo, a gentle smile naturally graced her face. "You're back? Just in time. I made some snacks for you to try." Lin Yue cheered, rushing over. "Long live Sister Su." Su Qingxue's arrival indeed brought notable changes to Jingzhuxuan. Unlike Lin Yue's exuberance, she possessed a gentle, unobtrusive strength. She meticulously adjusted the villa's decor, adding vibrant spirit plants. After Lin Mo's intense days of tasks or training, she would timely present warm spirit tea. She collaborated with Lin Yue to explore new recipes, ensuring the large villa was always infused with comforting aromas of food. The A-class beast controlling illusory light butterfly danced gracefully around her like a guardian spirit, scattering dreamlike stardust. Not only beautiful but also soothing, dispelling fatigue. However, beneath the harmonious facade, subtle undercurrents lay hidden. In the stillness of the night, Lin Mo's bedroom, spacious and comfortable, now naturally accommodated Su Qingxue since her move-in. At this moment, Su Qingxue had finished her evening routine, reclined against the headboard in a silk nightgown. Engrossed in a book, the soft light illuminating her exquisite profile. Fresh from a shower, Lin Mo emerged, still slightly damp. Just then, a small shadow zipped through the open window, landing precisely on Lin Mo's shoulder. Having just dried his hair, it was Lilith. Her tiny claws clutched tightly to Lin Mo's collar, her crimson eyes scanning the room in a mix of vigilance and fury. Fixating on Lin Mo as her small chest heaved with indignation. In their mental link, Lilith's sharp voice conveyed an unmistakable sense of grievance. "Lin Mo, you lowly human, unashamed, reveling nightly, you have descended to the depths of depravity. The glory of the ancestors is being tarnished." Lin Mo paused in his hair drying. Gazing at the irate little bat on his shoulder, a flicker of understanding and amusement crossing his eyes. He deliberately wiped his neck with a towel, casually brushing against Lilith's tiny claws as well, responding languidly. "Oh, a night of revelry? My dear Lady Lilith. Have you perhaps acquired this phrase from those melodramatic television series that Vivi has been watching recently?" "You." Lilith was so incensed by his flippant demeanor that she nearly toppled off his shoulder, her wings fluttering as she steadied herself. "Stop changing the subject. What I mean is, why do you insist on sharing a room with that human female every night? Sleeping in the same bed? What kind of decorum is this?" Lin Mo approached the edge of the bed and sat down, while Su Qingxue looked up at him with a gentle smile, continuing to read her book. Seemingly accustomed to the silent exchange between Lin Mo and the small creature perched upon his shoulder, Lin Mo tilted his head, observing the indignant little bat. A playful smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth as he teased her. "Lady Lilith, are you expressing concern for my private life? Or perhaps..." He elongated his tone, his eyes glinting mischievously. "Do you wish to share the bed? I could have Qingxue spare half a pillow for you, though it might be a tad small." "Lin Mo?" Lilith erupted with fury, the shrillness of her mental link nearly piercing Lin Mo's mind. "You despicable, shameless, vulgar, and sordid lowly human. Who wants to share a bed? Who wants to share a pillow with her?" "I, The noble progenitor of the vampire lineage, Lilith, could never. She became so flustered that her words tumbled out incoherently, ultimately resorting to pecking Lin Mo's earlobe with a light bite before transforming into a flash of black light, vanishing into the dense night outside the window. All that remained was the final exclamation of her indignation echoing through their mental link. Go die. Lin Mo rubbed his slightly tingling earlobe, unable to suppress a chuckle. This proud progenitor, clearly feeling neglected and envious of his nightly companionship with Su Qingxue, adamantly refused to acknowledge her feelings, resorting instead to such an awkward form of protest. Is Lilith throwing another tantrum? Su Qingxue set her book down and asked with a resigned smile. Though she could not hear the mental link, she could surmise the situation from Lin Mo's expression and Lilith's reactions. Yes, her tsundere tendencies are acting up, Lin Mo replied with a laugh as he lay down, pulling her into his embrace. Don't mind her, she'll return on her own shortly. He felt the warmth against him, and the fatigue from the day's training seemed to dissipate considerably. Nestled in his arms, Su Qingxue whispered, Actually, Lilith is just very dependent on you. I can sense it. The illusionary butterfly at her fingertips gently settled beside her pillow, radiating a soft glow. Lin Mo tightened his embrace, but said nothing. He was well aware that both the proud Lilith and the straightforward Lin Yuyan had formed bonds of reliance and attachment that transcended the simple contract of beast mastery. Time slipped by quietly amidst training, tasks, and the cozy routines of Jingxhuxuan. Before long, the start of the school season approached. A notification from the Academic Affairs Office of Magic City University was sent through the campus communication system to all new students. Notification from the Academic Affairs Office of Magic City University to all new students and certain specially approved transfer students to enhance students' physical fitness, temper their willpower, cultivate teamwork spirit, and lay a foundation for future responsibilities. Our school will organize a 30-day closed military training at the Panshir Military Training Base located on the eastern coast, starting 3 days from now, August 25th. This military training will strictly adhere to militarized management standards, including basic formations, physical conditioning, tactical fundamentals, wilderness survival, basic weapon operation, and simulated combat exercises. The training base environment is relatively harsh, close to the coastline, so students should prepare psychologically and materially. Gathering time, August 25th at 7 o'clock a.m. Gathering place, Central Square of Magic City University. Uniform transportation by military bus will be provided. Academic Affairs Office of Magic City University. Chapter 39. The Clown at 7 in the morning, the Central Square of Magic City University was teeming with life. Thousands of new students donned in the standard-issue dark gray camouflage military training uniforms resembled tender shoots sprouting forth, bursting with vitality, yet tinged with trepidation for the unknown. A massive banner proclaimed, Temper the will, forge the military soul. Dozens of military buses, adorned with camouflage and exuding a rugged aura, stood in neat rows like iron beasts, their engines rumbling deeply. The square was preliminarily divided by vocational categories: close combat, warriors, fighters, etc., ranged combat, archers, gunsmiths, etc., support, healers, barrier masters, etc., special, psychics, elementalists, etc., and the relatively fewer beast masters. Lin Mo and Su Qingxue stood side by side in the beast master division, their presence strikingly distinct even among the uniformed crowd. Lin Mo's demeanor was calm and composed, his gaze steady, with the seemingly ordinary little black bat, Lilith, resting upon his shoulder, while Lin Yuyan had temporarily returned to the Beastmaster space. Su Qingxue, ethereal as the moon, stood tall, with a nearly 1-meter wingspan. Her translucent butterfly radiating a dreamlike glow, casting shimmering starlight that drew many admiring gazes from those around. Wow, is that the newly crowned campus beauty, Su Qingxue? She's truly stunning. Her illusionary butterfly is beautiful too. Is that Lin Mo beside her? He doesn't seem as formidable as rumored. I heard they live together? In Jingxhuxuan? TSK. Shoo, keep it down. Don't let them hear you. The whispers of the new students reached Lin Mo and Su Qingxue, who appeared to be oblivious. Lin Yui, stationed in the close combat division, waved excitedly from a distance, her exuberance palpable. Beast Masters, board the bus, commanded a stern-faced officer. Lin Mo and Su Qingxue followed the crowd onto the designated bus. The interior was filled with the scent of new leather and machine oil, the seats narrow and firm. As the vehicle started, it departed from the bustling Magic City University, heading towards the Panshir Military Training Base on the eastern coast. As the journey progressed, the atmosphere in the bus shifted from boisterous excitement to a heavy silence. The scenery outside transitioned from towering urban structures to expansive fields, eventually giving way to the faint, briny scent of the sea breeze. In the distance, the outlines of gray concrete fortifications became discernible, part of humanity's coastal defenses against sea monsters. Wow, is that the coastal defense line? It's magnificent. I heard the Panzer base is just behind the front line. We won't actually be going to the front lines, will we? Don't worry, the notice said it's a training base. They won't send us into combat. But being near the coast, training is bound to be tough, right? I heard the sea breeze is damp and cold. The new students chattered among themselves, curiosity and a hint of anxiety about the impending training evident in their voices. Approximately 2 hours later, the convoy entered a heavily guarded base. Towering walls, dense watchtowers, patrolling soldiers, and cold heavy weaponry all showcased the militarized atmosphere. The air grew even more humid, the salty tang of the sea breeze becoming more pronounced. All disembark. Form up. A sharp whistle pierced the air. The new students quickly lined up in the enormous drill ground at the center of the base, the Beastmaster Division forming their own distinct formation. Lin Mo and Su Qingxue stood at the front row. Soon, a group of instructors clad in crisp military training uniforms, their expressions stern, strode over to stand before each formation. The instructor in charge of the Beastmaster Department appears to be a young officer in his late 20s. He possesses a tall and handsome stature, yet his features are marred by an unmistakable air of arrogance and cynicism. The insignia on his shoulder denotes his rank as a captain, and his name is Zhao Jigang. His gaze swept over the formation of Beastmasters like a searchlight until it landed on Su Qingxue, who stood in the front row, exuding an aura of unparalleled coldness. His eyes suddenly brightened, revealing a glimmer of unabashed admiration and greed. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhao Jigang, your captain. For the next month, I shall be your chief instructor. His voice was deliberately elevated, yet his eyes remained fixated on Su Qingxue. Beastmasters are a valuable asset to the Alliance. However, you fledglings from your ivory towers have much to learn. Here, I shall eradicate your pampered habits and instill in you the essence of what it truly means to be a soldier, what it means to be a genuine Beastmaster. His admonishment carried an official tone, yet it was more a display of his authority, particularly before Su Qingxue. Upon concluding his speech, he approached Su Qingxue directly, wearing what he deemed a charming smile and extending his hand. This classmate, your beast is rather special, isn't it? An A-rank illusion butterfly, quite impressive. If you encounter any difficulties during training, feel free to seek me out. His gestures were overly deliberate, drawing curious glances from the surrounding students. Su Qingxue furrowed her brow ever so slightly, refraining from shaking his hand. Instead, she nodded gently, her tone distant yet polite. Thank you, instructor, I will train diligently. The illusion butterfly fluttered its wings gently, scattering shimmering dust that seemed to convey a sense of rejection. Zhao Jigang's hand hovered awkwardly in the air, his expression momentarily flickering with embarrassment and anger before he quickly masked it with a forced chuckle. Haha, good, you have character. I like that. His gaze lingered greedily on Su Qingxue's face for several seconds before he reluctantly withdrew his hand and returned to the front of the formation, his eyes still occasionally darting toward her. Lin Mo observed the entire exchange with a cool demeanor, while the Lilith perched on his shoulder emitted a sound, inaudible to anyone but him, filled with scorn. Ha! A lowly male, pitifully ruled by his mating instincts. The subsequent half-day consisted of basic formation training and internal organization. Zhao Jigang indeed paid special attention to Su Qingxue, frequently approaching her with a tone bordering on harassment, offering unsolicited advice on movements or trivial topics to strike up a conversation. Su Qingxue maintained her aloofness and distance, focusing solely on her training, which left Zhao Jigang frustrated. During dinner, the cafeteria buzzed with chatter. Lin Mo and Su Qingxue sat quietly in a corner, enjoying their meal. Zhao Jigang, with his officer's tray in hand, brazenly approached and plopped down in the empty seat next to Su Qingxue. Su, how are you finding the training? The food here pales in comparison to what you'd find in the Magic City, I presume? Zhao Jigang feigned familiarity, his eyes glinting with eagerness. Su Qingxue did not lift her gaze, responding coolly, It's fine. Thank you for your concern, instructor. Let us not be so formal. Zhao Jigang leaned in closer, lowering his voice, infused with a self-satisfied allure. You see, my father is an elder in the Zhao Merchant Association, and he invested in the expansion of this rock base. So I know it quite well. Training is just a matter of perspective. How about this evening? I could show you around the base. There are places where ordinary students cannot enter. I'm afraid not, instructor. Su Qingxue finally raised her head, her gaze as frigid as ice. I need to rest and prepare for tomorrow's training, and besides, she paused, her eyes naturally shifting to Lin Mo across the table. Her voice was not loud, but resonated clearly in Zhao Jigang's ears. I am with my boyfriend, so it wouldn't be appropriate. Boyfriend? Zhao Jigang's smile froze instantly as he followed Su Qingxue's line of sight, incredulity washing over him as he met the calm gaze of Lin Mo, who had just raised his head. The tranquility in Lin Mo's eyes inexplicably unnerved Zhao Jigang, generating an uncomfortable pressure. Several nearby freshmen who had been eavesdropping revealed expressions of realization and amusement. So, the ice goddess is taken, and right in front of them. Zhao Jigang's complexion shifted from green to pale, feeling as though he had been publicly humiliated. His pursuit of Su Qingxue had not been a secret among the freshmen, and to be publicly rejected in favor of a boyfriend turned him into the subject of ridicule, particularly in this base where he believed he had control over everything. He glared at Lin Mo for several seconds with a malevolent gaze, as if intending to devour the interloper whole. Ultimately, he said nothing, snorted coldly, picked up his nearly untouched tray, and stormed off. Lin Mo watched Zhao Jigang's retreating figure, a fleeting glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. An elder of the Zhao Merchant Association? Huh. Lilith scoffed from her perch on Lin Mo's shoulder. He likely has no idea that Lin Mo had once saved the life of their association's young lady. That night, in the instructor's dormitory area, Zhao Jigang downed several shots of strong liquor, growing increasingly enraged as he slammed his glass onto the table. Damn it, Lin Mo. A mere student dares to compete with me for a woman. He had deliberately inquired about Lin Mo's background, discovering only that he was a genius beast master from Magic City University, listed as a C rank, yet he had been the top scorer in the college entrance examination. With seemingly ordinary family circumstances. Humph, a C rank beastmaster? On my territory, dragons must coil, and tigers must crouch. A glint of malice flashed in Zhao Jigang's eyes. That wretched Su Qingxue, she won tea accept the wine willingly, so she shall drink the punishment. And as for you, Lin Mo, I shall make you understand what special treatment truly means. The following morning, on the training field, the Beastmaster department was engaged in high-intensity physical training, burdened with 20-kilogram weights, running a grueling 5 kilometers. For Beastmasters, whose physical prowess was not particularly robust, this was an exceedingly demanding standard. Most freshmen were panting heavily, their faces pale. Su Qingxue, bolstered by her A-rank Beastmaster-enhanced physique, was also perspiring profusely, yet managed to persevere. Lin Mo, however, glided effortlessly among the ranks. His breathing steady, his steps light, as though the weight on his back were non-existent. Zhao Jigang stood near the finish line, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Mo. As Lin Mo approached the finish line, Zhao Jigang suddenly seized the megaphone and bellowed, "Lin Mo, step forward." Lin Mo halted and turned to face Zhao Jigang. A malicious smile crept across Zhao Jigang's face. "You seem to be running quite effortlessly. Truly the genius Beastmaster. It appears that our training intensity is insufficient for you. To ensure your talents are not squandered, let's kick it up a notch. Do you see that slope over there?" He pointed to a steep hill at the edge of the training ground, nearly a 45-degree angle, strewn with gravel and low shrubs. "Maintain your weight and run up that slope. Then come back down. 10 rounds. You must complete it within half an hour. If you fail, you won't eat lunch today. Now, immediately execute." His voice brimmed with malice and vindictive pleasure. The surrounding freshmen collectively gasped. Running up that steep slope with a 20-kilogram weight. 10 rounds? In half an hour? This was not training. It was torture. All eyes turned to Lin Mo, filled with sympathy and a hint of outrage. Su Qingxue halted her steps, her gaze fixed on Zhao Jigang, her eyes as frigid as frost. The ethereal butterfly perched upon her shoulder seemed to sense its mistress's wrath, its wings flickering with an erratic luminescence. Lin Mo observed Zhao Jigang's face, which was inscribed with an unmistakable intent to annihilate, and then glanced at the steep slope before him. No trace of anger or grievance marred his countenance. Instead, a subtle, mocking smile graced his lips. "Yes, instructor," Lin Mo replied calmly, showing no sign of altering his breath. In the astonished gaze of those around him, he abruptly turned, akin to an arrow released from its bowstring, and charged up the steep incline with a speed that bordered on a sprint, burdened by a heavy pack. His movements were extraordinarily swift, and his steps were astonishingly steady, traversing the rocky slope as if it were a level surface. Each push-off unleashed immense power, as though the weight he bore no impact on him whatsoever. His figure swiftly ascended the slope, soon becoming a mere black dot, before rapidly descending, stirring up a cloud of dust. Once, twice, thrice. Lin Mo's pace showed no signs of deceleration, his breathing remaining calm and measured. His physical prowess had long surpassed that of his peers. This level of exertion was merely a warm-up for him. Zhao Jigang's sinister grin gradually froze, transforming into a look of astonishment, followed by disbelief. The image he had envisioned of Lin Mo being flustered and pleading did not materialize. Instead, what unfolded was a display of effortless ease, as if he were strolling in his own backyard. Su Qingxue watched Lin Mo's agile form, a flicker of amusement and pride surfacing in her icy gaze. On her shoulder, Lilith, the ethereal butterfly, communicated through a mental link that only Lin Mo could perceive, emitting a melodious, mocking laughter. Ha! Foolish human male. His pathetic tricks are laughable, far more so than the leaps of a moonlight frog. Lin Mo, run faster. Let this ant witness what true power looks like. Infuriate him. Ha ha ha. As Lin Mo effortlessly completed his 10th lap, pausing steadily before Zhao Jigang, his expression unchanged and his breath even, with merely a layer of light sweat upon his brow, a mere 20 minutes had elapsed. Reporting to the instructor. Mission accomplished. Lin Mo's voice was serene and unperturbed, as if he had merely completed a trivial task. Zhao Jigang's complexion had darkened to that of a charred pot bottom. He beheld the new students' admiring gazes directed towards Lin Mo and the barely concealed disdain they cast upon him, feeling a surge of indignation rise within him. He had intended to intimidate Lin Mo, yet the outcome had resulted in Lin Mo showcasing his prowess before all, rendering him a mere fool. You. Zhao Jigang pointed at Lin Mo, his finger trembling, yet he could not articulate a single word. He could hardly claim that Lin Mo's effortless success was invalid. Very well. Zhao Jigang spat the words through clenched teeth, his gaze venomous as it bore down on Lin Mo. It appears your physical capabilities are indeed commendable. I hope you can maintain this exceptional performance in the forthcoming training. All present. Assemble. Prepare for the next Beast Taming obstacle course training. Zhao Jigang nearly roared his new command, attempting to mask his emotional turmoil and rage with a louder voice. He was already plotting to devise a more cunning strategy to ensure that this damnable Lin Mo would endure considerable hardship during the forthcoming beast taming exercises. The military training at the Panshur base, beneath the facade of ironclad discipline, had only just commenced a fierce battle driven by jealousy and malice. Chapter 41. The instructor fell into a sewage pit. The morning's physical training concluded after Lin Mo effortlessly navigated Zhao Jigang's challenges. The gazes of all the new students in the Beast Tamer department towards Lin Mo brimmed with awe and admiration, while their looks towards the chief instructor Zhao Jigang were suffused with disdain and a hint of underlying concern, offending a petty-minded instructor. Lin Mo's days ahead seemed fraught with difficulty. Zhao Jigang simmered with pent-up rage, his expression dark enough to drip water. The afternoon's training activity was a coordinated beast taming obstacle course. This was a comprehensive training ground simulating a combat environment, replete with various obstacles, deep pits, high walls, barbed wire, swaying giant trees, and electromagnetic zones simulating energy interference. The requirement was for the trainees to work closely with their beasts, providing mutual cover and support to swiftly navigate all obstacles within a limited time frame. Before the training commenced, Zhao Jigang stood before the ranks, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, ultimately locking onto Lin Mo like a venomous serpent. Pay attention. This coordinated training emphasizes the unity between human and beast, requiring seamless synergy. Movements must be swift. Coordination must be precise. It's not merely brute strength that will see you through. Zhao Jigang deliberately raised his voice, casting a provocative glance at Lin Mo, hinting at his intentions. Now, I shall personally demonstrate for everyone. Allow you to witness what constitutes true elite beast taming prowess. He paused, a malicious smile creeping across his face as he pointed at Lin Mo. Lin Mo, you. Step forward. As the sole A-grade genius of our department, assist me in this demonstration. Experience firsthand the disparity. At this declaration, an uproar erupted among those present. For a trainee to assist an instructor in a demonstration, such an occurrence was exceedingly rare. Moreover, to have Lin Mo cooperate with Zhao Jigang, who clearly harbored malicious intent. It was evident that he aimed to exploit his position and experience to undermine Lin Mo, potentially causing him to embarrass himself or even suffer injury. Su Qingshue's brows knitted together, her expression icy. Yet, Lin Mo remained unfazed, as if he had not detected the underlying malice, responding calmly, "Yes, instructor." He stepped out of the ranks, positioning himself beside Zhao Jigang. The instructor gazed at Lin Mo's tranquil visage, a cold smirk curling within him. "Boy, let us see if you can maintain this composure." He inhaled deeply, a flash of brilliance emanating from him as he summoned forth his beast. A wave of searing heat radiated outwards, accompanied by a low, rumbling roar, as a massive lizard, its body enveloped in fiery red scales and sporting sharp bone spines along its back, materialized in the arena. The giant lizard's crimson eyes glowed with a fierce, elite-level intensity. It was Zhao Jigang's renowned beast, the B-grade flame-scaled lizard. Roar. Upon its emergence, the flame-scaled lizard aggressively directed a plume of sulphurous, scorching breath towards Lin Mo, evidently instructed by its master to intimidate the opponent. Yet, the seemingly lethargic black bat, Lilith, resting upon Lin Mo's shoulder. Didn't he even lift its eyelids? Humph. A lowly reptile, Lilith scoffed disdainfully within their mental link. Let the demonstration commence. The goal is to traverse all obstacles and reach the endpoint. Zhao Jigang bellowed, first charging towards the initial deep pit obstacle. His movements were agile, clearly indicating he had undergone rigorous training. The flame-scaled lizard followed closely, its sturdy limbs poised to assist or provide support at the base of the pit after its master leapt. Zhao Jigang's scheme was insidious. He intended to issue a subtle command to the flame-scaled lizard at the moment of his leap, causing it to either respond sluggishly or misposition itself slightly. Thus, Lin Mo, in synchrony with his leap, would either find himself unceremoniously tumbling into the deep pit due to a lack of support or would awkwardly contort himself in an attempt to avoid falling, resulting in a series of mistakes in the subsequent obstacles and ultimately embarrassing himself before all. Just as Zhao Jigang reached the brink of the deep pit, his leg muscles tensed, poised to exert force for the jump. A momentary hum resonated, a terrifying pressure emanating from the very depths of the bloodline, instantaneously engulfed the entire training ground. This oppressive force was precisely directed towards the flame-scale lizard. How? The once ferocious creature, charging forward to support its master, abruptly froze in place. Its crimson, beastly eyes were instantly filled with boundless fear and despair, as if confronted by an incomprehensible and insurmountable supreme foe. The tremors originating from its bloodline compelled it to emit a heart-wrenching, pitch-altering wail. Immediately thereafter, to the astonished gaze of all present, this elite-level beast, powerful and formidable, seemed to have all its bones extracted, its limbs giving way as it collapsed to the ground with a thud, its massive head pressed firmly against the earth, its scales quivering violently, producing a cacophony of clattering sounds. Its tail was tightly tucked between its hind legs, and a foul liquid uncontrollably spread from beneath it, revealing that it had been so frightened that it had lost control of its bowels. Meanwhile, Zhao Jigang, who had just leapt into the air, completely unprepared for his beast's sudden transformation, found himself bereft of his sole support and point of coordination. Suspended midair, he had nowhere to brace himself, and his posture spiraled out of control. A startled cry. Thud. Splash. Zhao Jigang landed in the pit with an exceedingly awkward, dog-eat-dog posture, crashing right into the filthy puddle that had flowed from the flame-scale lizard's loss of control. The pit's bottom was soft and muddy, and combined with that foul mess, it instantly transformed him into a grotesque, mud-stained figure exuding an unbearable stench. The entire arena fell into a deathly silence. All present gaped, eyes wide like saucers, incredulously gazing at the ludicrous and nauseating scene unfolding in the pit. What had transpired? Had Instructor Zhao's beast been paralyzed by fear? Had it lost control? Had Instructor Zhao fallen into his beast's excrement? Is this what they call elite beast taming standards? Is this the essence of man-beast harmony? This demonstration was simply profound. After a brief moment of stunned silence, a soft chuckle broke the tension. It was as if a fuse had been lit, and the suppressed, incredulous laughter surged through the training ground like a tidal wave, although many stifled their laughter. The rippling giggles and suppressed expressions were far more humiliating for Zhao Jigang than outright mockery. My heavens! The flame-scale lizard wet itself? Instructor Zhao fell into a dung pit? What an impeccable coordination! Su Qingshue's taut nerves instantly relaxed as she gazed at the disheveled Zhao Jigang in the pit, a faint smile creeping onto her lips. Lilith, well done. Lin Mo, standing at the edge of the pit, looked down at the struggling Zhao Jigang, who was attempting to rise but found himself further ensnared by the mud and filth. With an expression devoid of emotion, he calmly inquired, Instructor Zhao, are you all right? Do you need assistance? Uffed. This seemingly concerned remark became the last straw, provoking more students to erupt into even louder laughter. Shut up. All of you, shut your mouths. Zhao Jigang's voice reverberated from the pit, a cacophony of unrestrained humiliation and fury. He struggled to extract himself from the pit, reeking and covered in muck, as the filth dripped from his hair and cheeks, transforming his once pristine training uniform into a tattered, muddy garb. His face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead. He resembled a demon that had just clawed its way out of hell. The immense humiliation threatened to drive him to madness. His meticulously planned revenge had not only failed yet again, but had also left him with the most humiliating defeat of his life before all those present. He dared not meet Lin Mo's gaze, for that calm expression felt like the sharpest knife, mercilessly shredding his pride. Nor could he bear to look at Su Qingxue, whose unabashed scorn and icy demeanor twisted his heart like a dagger, bursting with uncontainable rage and humiliation, akin to a volcano erupting within his chest. He abruptly turned his head, his bloodshot eyes fixating on the new students who were still snickering and whispering amongst themselves. Laughing. Is it that amusing? Zhao Jigang's voice was hoarse and distorted, filled with wrath. It seems your training intensity is still too low. You still have the capacity to enjoy a spectacle? Everyone. Zhao Jigang's voice thundered like a tempest, laced with a frenzied desire for revenge. Immediately. Right now, enter the obstacle course. The objective is to complete the entire course. Time must be reduced by 1/3 from the standard time. Anyone who exceeds the time limit or is struck by an obstacle more than 3 times will forfeit dinner tonight, and an additional 100 laps around the field. Run until dawn. Now, instantly. He resembled a gambler blinded by rage, unleashing all his fury and humiliation without reserve upon the innocent new students. What had begun as a normal training session had abruptly morphed into a hellish ordeal of punishment. The smiles of the new students froze on their faces, transforming into expressions of despair and terror. They glanced at the intricate and perilous obstacle course, then at Zhao Jigang, who was roaring like a madman. Feeling both anger and fear, they could only brace themselves and, under Zhao Jigang's murderous gaze, timidly charged towards the entrance of the obstacle course. Lin Mo observed Zhao Jigang's frenzied outburst with a cold gaze. The Lilith perched on his shoulder once again emitted a sound filled with delight and contempt that only he could hear. Heh, the impotent rage of an ant. Venting his fury on the weak, truly despicable to the core. But perhaps it's for the best. Let these feeble humans experience firsthand what genuine despair and oppression feel like. Hee. The military training at the rock base had, under Zhao Jigang's twisted desire for revenge, completely lost its essence. Chapter 42. Resistance. Zhao Jigang's roar echoed like the death knell of hell. Under his frenzied, vengeful commands, the new students of the Beast Tamer department surged into the perilous obstacle training ground like a herd of frightened sheep, filled with terror and reluctance. Hurry, move faster. Haven't you eaten? Useless. Zhao Jigang stood at the side like a supervisor, reeking but indifferent, his face twisted with sadistic pleasure and frenzied release. He watched the figures struggling within the obstacles, particularly deriving a perverse satisfaction whenever someone faltered or fell. The training intensity was raised to inhuman levels. Obstacles that previously required cautious cooperation to navigate were now to be completed at nearly sprinting speed. A scrawny boy, bespectacled and named Chun-Ming, whose beast was a swift yet weak-winged shadow ferret, struggled to scale a slippery high wall. Despite multiple attempts, the wind shadow ferret was unable to fully lift its master. Chun-Ming's own strength was limited. After several failed attempts, exhaustion overcame him, and with a darkening vision, he lost his grip, plummeting from nearly 3 meters up and crashing heavily onto the muddy ground, emitting a muffled groan of pain, curling into himself. His face pale as he fainted. Chun-Ming. Several concerned classmates nearby gasped and rushed to assist. Stop. Who told you to halt? Zhao Jigang's roar thundered. Feigning death. Are we? Get up. Continue. If you don't complete the task, you'll lie there until training ends. Anyone who helps him will be held equally accountable. Another girl, Wang Lu, whose beast was a defensive stone-armored turtle, as the stone-armored tortoise endeavored to shield its master from a simulated energy surge while traversing an area rife with electromagnetic interference. It faltered slightly in its actions. This momentary lapse led to Wang Lu being struck on the arm by a swaying tree branch. The searing pain caused her to instantly lose her balance and tumble to the ground, her arm swelling rapidly and tears welling in her eyes, rendering her nearly immobile. Useless. You can't even withstand this minor disruption. Is your beast merely ornamental? Zhao Jigang not only showed no concern, but instead berated her harshly. Comfortable lying around, are you? Prepare to run 100 laps around the playground tonight. Among the group was the robust Sun Hao, known for his straightforward and fiery temperament, whose beast was an astonishingly powerful iron-backed wild boar. Witnessing Zhao Jigang's treatment of the unconscious Chun-Ming and the injured Wang Lu ignited a furious fire within him. Unable to contain himself, he halted and shouted at Zhao Jigang from the sidelines. Instructor Zhao, this training intensity is utterly unreasonable. Chun-Ming has fainted. Wang Lu is injured. This is sheer abuse. Oh, still have the energy to retort? Zhao Jigang's cold gaze swept over Sun Hao, his lips curling into a cruel smirk. It seems you are quite lively, Sun Hao. Immediately. Right now? Run the entire obstacle course 5 more times. Cut the time in half. If you can't finish, you'll join them in running until dawn. You. Sun Hao trembled with rage, yet under Zhao Jigang's icy stare and the anxious gazes of his classmates, he could only unleash his frustration with a fist against a nearby obstacle before turning away in defeat. Together with his equally furious iron-backed wild boar, he charged back into the obstacle course, exhausting his energy even more quickly. Such incidents continued to unfold, with students collapsing from fatigue, scraping themselves against obstacles, and even their beasts sustaining injuries due to hurried coordination. Zhao Jigang, observing from the sidelines, appeared to relish the spectacle. Each time someone faltered or made a mistake, his eyes sparkled with a sense of schadenfreude, transferring all humiliation onto these innocent students. Fear, anger, and frustration spread like a plague among the newcomers. Their gazes towards Zhao Jigang shifted from initial disdain to profound hatred. When they looked at Lin Mo, their expressions were filled with complex emotions, blame for the misfortunes they faced because of him. Yet upon reflection, they recognized that Lin Mo had never provoked Zhao Jigang. It was always the instructor who instigated trouble, igniting their indignation. The grueling afternoon training finally came to an end. As night fell, the dormitory area of the Shattered Rock base lay in utter silence. The brutal training of the day had drained everyone's physical strength and ravaged their spirits. The air was thick with the scent of medicinal oil and the muffled sounds of suppressed sobs. In Lin Mo's private dormitory, he had just utilized his spiritual energy in conjunction with some self-prepared potions to tend to Su Qingshue's slightly strained calf. At that moment, there was a cautious knock at the door. Upon opening it, Lin Mo found 7 or 8 new students from the Beastmaster department standing outside. Leading the group was the visibly agitated Sun Hao, flanked by the pale-faced Chen Ming, the bandaged Wang Lu, and several other students who had similarly suffered earlier. Their faces bore expressions of exhaustion, indignation, and a hint of resolute determination. Lin Mo, Sun Hao exclaimed upon seeing him, his eyes ignited with a glimmer of hope. His voice a mix of suppressed excitement and anger. We can no longer endure this. Zhao Jigang is not training us, he is torturing us. Indeed, Lin Mo. Wang Lu's eyes were red, her voice choked with emotion. Chen Ming has fainted, and he refused to let anyone assist him while making snide remarks. My arm still hurts so much that I can't lift it. What will we do for tomorrow's training? He has deliberately made things difficult for you, and we have all witnessed it. Now he is taking his anger out on all of us. Another male student added indignantly, at this rate, we won't just be unable to train, he will ruin us. Chen Ming, though weak, spoke with conviction. Lin Mo, you are a special recruit of the school. We implore you to lead the charge. We must report Zhao Jigang for his abuse of power and malicious corporal punishment. This cannot continue. Yes, report him. Lin Mo, you are our only hope. The group clamored, their emotions fervent, placing all their trust in Lin Mo. They knew of his formidable strength. And Su Qingshue's background seemed equally impressive. More importantly, they were the only two who had managed to thwart Zhao Jigang repeatedly. Lin Mo gazed at his injured classmates, their eyes reflecting both fear and hope, and after a moment of silence, he nodded. Su Qingxue murmured, Zhao Jigang's behavior is indeed excessive. It has surpassed the bounds of normal training. Lin Mo's gaze swept over the group, finally resting on Sun Hao and Chen Ming, his voice steady and powerful. I understand. I will report Zhao Jigang's actions to the school. Wonderful. Thank you, Lin Mo. The group sighed in relief, their eyes sparkling with renewed hope. Lin Mo acted swiftly. He utilized the emergency complaint channel at Magic City University, submitting a report as an elite student, complete with photographs of Wang Lu's injured arm and testimony from Chen Ming and others as witnesses. This report, originating from the province's top scholar, immediately caused a stir among the higher-ups at Magic City University. In the principal's office, the elderly yet vigorous principal stared at the report hastily presented by the director of the Academic Affairs Office, his expression darkening. This is outrageous. Zhao Jigang, a mere captain, dares to act so recklessly, treating our genius students as nothing more than tools for his wrath. The Academic Affairs Director was drenched in cold sweat. Principal, Lin Mo's status is exceptional. Not only is he the top scholar, but he is also someone the Su family holds in high regard. Moreover, the report highlights training intensity and methods that severely violate military training safety regulations and the protection regulations for Beastmaster students. Several students have been injured and fainted, creating an extremely adverse impact. Immediately, the principal slammed his hand on the table. Notify Director Li of the Student Affairs Department. Have him personally lead a joint investigation team to the Shattered Rock base at the fastest possible speed. Conduct a thorough investigation. Demand the military district to suspend Zhao Jigang immediately for investigation. All injured students must be provided with the best medical resources available at the base for treatment and comfort. During the investigation, training in the Beastmaster department will be halted. Other instructors will temporarily take over. Yes, Principal. The Academic Affairs Director promptly complied. The principal gazed out the window, his expression frigid. In times of war, each elite student is a precious asset, especially one with limitless potential like Lin Mo. Zhao Jigang's actions are not only destroying students, but also undermining the foundation of the Alliance's future. This matter cannot be tolerated. At the Shattered Rock base, Zhao Jigang remained lost in his own sense of retribution and jealousy towards Lin Mo. utterly unaware that a storm aimed at him had been stirred up by the province's top scholar and was about to descend with thunderous force. Chapter 43. Worry. The joint investigation team led by Director Lee from the Student Affairs Department of Magic City University arrived at the Shattered Rock base with remarkable speed. They began to interview the injured students one by one while also examining the training schedule. The investigation results emerged swiftly. Zhao Jigang had deliberately made things difficult for Lin Mo on 2 occasions, with irrefutable evidence. During the afternoon's Beast Master Cooperative Obstacle Training, he unilaterally escalated the intensity to levels far exceeding safety regulations, displaying an indifferent and even mocking attitude towards injured and fainted students. The facts were clear, and the nature of his actions was appalling. Director Lee's face turned a shade of iron as he held the thick investigation report. Directly seeking out the highest authority at the Pancher base, Major General Wang Zhenghua. Commander Wang, this is the situation. Director Lee slammed the report onto the table. His tone grave. Zhao Jigang has severely violated military training regulations, abused his power, and maliciously punished students, resulting in multiple injuries and an extremely adverse impact. We, at Moda University, demand his immediate dismissal and prosecution by the military court, along with accountability for related management. Major General Wang furrowed his brow as he perused the report. A pragmatic veteran, he held Zhao Jigang's actions in deep disdain. However, Director Lee, please, remain calm, he sighed, a hint of difficulty crossing his features. Zhao Jigang's behavior is indeed inappropriate, but dealing with him may not be so straightforward. What do you mean? A foreboding sense rose within Director Lee. His father is Zhao Debiao. Major General Wang spoke in a low voice. Zhao Debiao? Director Lee paused, his expression shifting slightly. The influential elder overseeing infrastructure and logistics for the eastern provinces of the Zhao Merchant Association? Exactly. Major General Wang nodded, his tone tinged with resignation. The large-scale expansion and modernization of the Pancher base 3 years ago had the Zhao Merchant Association as one of the primary investors, with Zhao Debiao personally overseeing the liaison. Many of the new facilities, equipment, and even some training funds relied on Zhao's support. Zhao Debiao's connections within the military logistics system run deep. He paused, lowering his voice. Just before your investigation team arrived, Zhao Debiao had already personally reached out to me, subtly implying that the young man was merely misguided and deserved an opportunity for redemption, urging that a minor issue should not disrupt the larger cooperation. Director Lee's expression darkened instantly. He understood. This was blatant coercion. The Zhao family was leveraging their investments and connections in the military to protect Zhao Jigang. Did he believe he could act with impunity simply because his father was Zhao Debiao? Did the suffering of the injured students mean nothing? Director Lee exclaimed with indignation. Of course not. Rest assured, Major General Wang interjected swiftly. Zhao Jigang will certainly lose his instructor position. We will impose strict disciplinary measures within the base. However, his tone shifted. Transferring him to the military court for a thorough investigation faces considerable resistance, and there is pressure from above. Zhao Debiao's influence cannot be underestimated. He looked at Director Lee with earnest concern. How about this? Zhao Jigang will be reassigned away from his instructor position, demoted, and forever barred from being hired as an instructor. The injured students will receive the best treatment and compensation from the base. As for future training, we assure you that we will replace him with the most outstanding instructors to prevent any recurrence of such incidents. This way, it will provide an explanation to the university and the students. Director Lee fell silent, recognizing the difficult position Wang was in. The Zhao Merchant Association's immense financial power and intricate ties within the military logistics system indeed posed a significant obstacle. Pushing too hard could not only prevent Zhao Jigang from receiving the punishment he deserved, but might also jeopardize the relationship between the base and the university, adversely affecting the students' future training. I must consult the principal, Director Lee ultimately said, resigned. The investigation results and proposed actions quickly circulated within the base. Zhao Jigang was reassigned from his instructor role to that of a logistics clerk, receiving a major disciplinary reprimand. The injured students were granted the best treatment and a considerable compensation package. The training for the Beastmaster department was suspended for 2 days, with the base promising to provide new, exceptional instructors. On the surface, it seemed that justice had been served. However, a more chilling and despairing rumor began to circulate quietly among the new students in the Beastmaster department's dormitory. Have you heard? Zhao Jigang might return as our instructor in a while. What? How is that possible? Wasn't he dismissed? Dismissed? Just demoted. A logistics clerk. I hear it's merely a formality. His father is a powerful elder of the Zhao Merchant Association, which invested heavily in the base. The base doesn't dare take real action against him. Exactly. I heard an officer say that once the dust settles, Zhao Jigang will be back. Oh no. What will we do? Was Lin Mo's report in vain? Lin Mo may be formidable, but he's just a student. How can he contend with such a powerful merchant association? This is bad. When he returns, it will surely be worse for us. Fear slithered through the hearts of every new student like a cold serpent, extinguishing the flicker of hope that had just ignited, replaced by the cruel reality that Zhao Jigang faced no severe punishment and could potentially return. What would become of those who had reported him or were seen as his adversaries? In the dormitory, the atmosphere grew stiflingly oppressive. Sun Hao slammed his fist onto the bed, his eyes blazing red. Damn it. This is unfair. Why should it be so? Just because he has a powerful father? Wang Lu cradled her injured arm, her complexion pale, trembling slightly. Chun Ming adjusted his glasses, his gaze filled with confusion and fear. So what can we do? The other students remained silent, their faces etched with helplessness and despair. Could even the university's investigation team not shake the mighty Zhao family? Lin Mo sat at the edge of his bed, listening to his classmates' discussions, his gaze profound. Su Qingxue sat beside him, gently grasping his hand. Lin Mo, should I ask my father to exert pressure on the Zhao Merchant Association? She could sense the icy fury brewing beneath Lin Mo's calm exterior. There's no need to trouble Uncle. Lin Mo's eyes glimmered with a trace of cold light. Lilith, perched on his shoulder, whispered in a tone only Lin Mo could hear, laced with mockery and a hint of excitement. Hee. Do you see, my human? This is the rule of your society. Power and wealth can easily trample upon so-called justice and rules. How utterly decayed and laughable. The progenitor can hardly wait to see the expression on that Zhao Jigang's face when you present that little card, as though the world were collapsing. He. Lin Mo gently patted Su Qingshue's hand, signaling her to remain calm. He rose and approached the dormitory window, gazing out at the cold, austere night view of the Panshur base. Zhao Debiao? The Zhao Merchant Association? He felt the smooth, uniquely textured card in his pocket, the highest-level VIP card from the Zhao Merchant Association, personally issued by its current president, symbolizing unparalleled favor and status for its holder. Only a handful of individuals within the entire association possessed this card. In its presence, Zhao Debiao, as an elder, was insignificant. Initially, he had no intention of utilizing this card lightly. However, the actions of Zhao and his son, particularly their exploitation of power to trample on rules and plunge innocent classmates into despair, had crossed his threshold. Since he wished to play the game of power, Lin Mo's eyes sharpened like a razor's edge, a chilling smile gracing his lips. Let me show you what a true dimensional strike looks like. Chapter 44. Threats. The preliminary findings of the investigation team and the rumors of Zhao Jigang's potential resurgence cast a chilling pall over the dormitory area of the Beastmaster Department. The atmosphere, which had briefly relaxed following the suspension of training, once again grew heavy and oppressive. As evening descended, a deliberate and provocative sound of footsteps echoed through the dormitory corridor. Moments later, with a resounding bang, the door to Lin Mo's dormitory was forcefully swung open. Standing in the doorway was none other than Zhao Jigang, who, despite his suspension, had not left the base. Clad in a pristine uniform, his face bore no trace of the despondency one might expect from a reprimanded individual. Instead, he radiated a brazen sense of triumph. With his hands shoved into his pockets and his chin slightly raised, he surveyed the room like a venomous serpent, his gaze finally settling on Lin Mo, who was seated on the bed engrossed in a book, his countenance suddenly paling. Oh, all huddled up, are we? Zhao Jigang's voice dripped with sarcasm, resonating clearly throughout the entire floor, drawing curious glances from students in neighboring dorms. What's this? Training halted. And you've all turned into spineless creatures? He strode directly to Lin Mo, towering over him, a malicious glee evident on his face. Lin Mo, I hear you were the one to lead the charge in reporting me. Is that so? The air in the dormitory thickened with tension. Sun Hao clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with fury, yet he was restrained by Chun Ming beside him. Wang Lu's face turned ashen as she instinctively recoiled a step. Su Qingxue closed her book and rose, her gaze as frigid as winter frost. Lin Mo set his book aside, calmly lifting his head to meet Zhao Jigang's hostile glare. His tone steady and unflinching. Instructor Zhao, is there something you require? Is there something? Zhao Jigang's voice erupted, nearly a shout, spittle flying towards Lin Mo. What are you exactly? Just a somewhat talented pauper. How dare you report me? Who do you think you are? He jabbed a finger threateningly at Lin Mo, his visage grotesque with rage. Let me tell you, even though I'm not in my position as an instructor right now, I'm still a part of the Panshur base. My father is Zhao Debiao of the Zhao Merchant Association. Our family contributed half of the effort to this base's expansion. Do you really think you can bring me down with just your words? Dream on. Do you see? He reveled in the fear reflected in the eyes of the students peeking from their doors. I'm still standing strong. Once this storm passes, I'll be your instructor again. At that time, his malevolent gaze zeroed in on Lin Mo, his words dripping with venom. I have all the time in the world to attend to you and your lovely girlfriend, as well as all of you worthless fools. His eyes flicked to Sun Hao, Wang Lu, and others, sending chills down their spines. Lin Mo, just you wait. And you, Su Qingxue, if you don't want him to suffer, come grovel and beg for mercy. If I'm satisfied, perhaps I'll let you off the hook. Bang. The moment his words fell, Zhao Zhigang's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Lin Mo. An overwhelming aura of power suddenly emanated from Lin Mo, causing Zhao Zhigang's legs to buckle as he clutched his abdomen and collapsed to the ground. Lin Mo, you dare strike me? His face contorted with pain and confusion. A mere student who had just begun military training had managed to injure him so effortlessly. The corridor fell into an eerie silence. Everyone stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene. To them, Lin Mo had always been composed, adeptly countering Zhao Zhigang's provocations without ever resorting to impulsive actions. Yet, this Lin Mo had struck Zhao Zhigang, and with such ease brought him down. Lin Mo, you're finished. I will report your actions to the military district. Expect to be expelled. Zhao Zhigang howled, clutching his stomach. Before he could finish, Lin Mo delivered another punch to his face, knocking him unconscious. Lin Mo, Su Qingxue, alarmed, quickly grasped his arm. Lin Mo's eyes were icy as frost, and Su Qingxue had no doubt that had she not intervened, he might have killed Zhao Zhigang. Lilith on his shoulder chuckled. Oh dear, human, you truly care for that little vixen, don't you? You remained unresponsive for ages. But a single remark from him, and you couldn't contain yourself? In response, Lin Mo replied nonchalantly, he may insult me, and I could not care less. To me, he is nothing but a petty clown. However, the moment he dares to threaten Qingxue, I will ensure he cannot survive. Turning to Lilith, he added, not just Qingxue. Anyone who dares to plot against you will find themselves ceasing to exist in this world. Upon hearing this, Lilith's head tilted awkwardly to the side. Who needs your help for vengeance? Watching Lilith's reaction, Su Qingxue, who had initially been worried, couldn't help but chuckle. Though Lin Mo and his friends were unperturbed, Zhao Zhigang's arrogant threats pierced through like icy barbs, embedding themselves deeply into the hearts of every new student who heard them. Fear washed over them like a tangible tide, drowning them in despair. If someone as formidable as Lin Mo could not withstand the Zhao family's influence, what hope did they, mere ordinary individuals, have against such overwhelming power? Inside the dormitory, the atmosphere grew suffocating. Sun Hao trembled with rage, his teeth grinding audibly. Bastard! Beast! Wang Lu could no longer hold back her tears, which flowed silently down her cheeks. Chun Ming's face turned pale as he muttered, it's over. It's really over. His father is Zhao Debiao, we can't fight against that. The expressions of the others mirrored despair, their faces devoid of color, filled with hopelessness. Zhao Zhigang's threats were far from empty. The Zhao family behind him was a behemoth beyond their imagination. Seeing the despair reflected in his peers, Lin Mo spoke up, there's no need for excessive worry. After tonight, the Zhao Merchant Association will completely expel Zhao Zhigang and his father. Everyone fell silent, staring at Lin Mo in disbelief. Expelled? The Zhao Merchant Association would expel their own elder and his son? How could that be possible? The Zhao Merchant Association was an immense entity. Zhao Debiao was a powerful elder. What right did a mere student have to make such claims? It was sheer lunacy. After a brief moment of stunned silence, murmurs began to ripple through the room like a swarm of mosquitoes. Expelled? What is Lin Mo talking about? The Zhao Merchant Association expelling their own elder? How is that even conceivable? Has he lost his mind in a fit of rage? Though it is satisfying to hear, it seems far too unrealistic. Indeed, that is the Zhao family. No matter how capable Lin Mo is, he cannot possibly compel the Zhao family to purge their own ranks, can he? Yet Lin Mo is indeed impressive, managing to take down Zhao Zhigang with a single strike. However, attacking an instructor could lead to expulsion. He must be acting out of desperation. No one truly believed Lin Mo's earlier proclamation. Sun Hao, Wang Lu, Qin Ming, and the others gazed at Lin Mo's calm demeanor. Though they yearned for a miracle, their rational minds told them that such a thing was nearly impossible. They assumed Lin Mo was merely speaking in frustration, trying to comfort them, offering a flicker of hope amidst their despair. Lin Mo did not elaborate further. He simply turned calmly and closed the dormitory door, shutting out the worried, sympathetic, despairing, and disbelieving gazes from outside. Chapter 45. Expulsion. Night deepened. The night at Panshur Base was quiet and frigid. In the dormitory, the other students drifted into a deep slumber, utterly exhausted. Lin Mo sat at his desk, the light off, illuminated only by the ethereal glow of his communicator screen. Su Qingxue quietly sat beside him, offering silent companionship. From his pocket, Lin Mo retrieved a card, its material neither gold nor jade, warm to the touch, and radiating a profound dark golden hue, with edges adorned by intricate, seemingly naturally formed mystic patterns. At the center lay an ancient, powerful seal-like inscription, embodying some cosmic principle. This was none other than the Supreme Card, the highest-tier VIP card of the prestigious Wanbao Pavilion under the Zhao Merchant Association. Among the entire Zhao Merchant Association, those who possessed this card numbered no more than 5. It symbolized not merely wealth and status, but also the unparalleled gratitude and commitment of the core members of the Zhao Merchant Association towards the cardholder. Lin Mo gently placed the card against a special identification area on the communicator. The screen flickered, connecting him directly to an exceptionally high-security private channel. After a brief waiting tone, a crisp, melodious female voice, tinged with surprise, emerged. "Mr. Lin? I didn't expect you to reach out to me. Is there something you need assistance with?" The voice belonged to Zhao Qingwan, the sole jewel of the current president of the Zhao Merchant Association, whose life Lin Mo had saved on the outskirts of Magic City. Without exchanging pleasantries, Lin Mo spoke succinctly, his tone calm, yet laced with a hint of coldness. Recounting the events at the rock base, the repeated malicious harassment by Zhao Jigang, the frenzied retaliation against the students, and how his father, Zhao Debiao, had exploited the association's influence to meddle with the investigation, as well as Zhao Jigang's brazen threats against him and all the students. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line. Yet both Lin Mo and Su Qingxue could sense an oppressive fury brewing silently. Moments later, Zhao Qingwan's voice rang out again, still clear, but now as cold as tempered jade, imbued with undeniable authority and seething rage. "Scoundrels! Zhao Jigang, Zhao Debiao, how dare they? Relying on the meager remnants of the association, they bully the weak and tarnish the reputation of the Zhao clan. They deserve nothing less than death." Her voice trembled slightly with anger. "Mr. Lin, rest assured, the Zhao Merchant Association will provide you and all the aggrieved students with the most just resolution. Zhao Debiao and his son have severely violated the iron rules of the association, abused their power, and sullied our name. Their actions are heinous and unforgivable. I will, in my capacity as the heir of the Zhao Merchant Association, announce that effective immediately, Zhao Debiao and Zhao Jigang will be permanently expelled from the Zhao Merchant Association. All their assets will be frozen. All privileges and resources granted to their family by the association will be revoked. Moreover, I will immediately contact the highest echelons of the Eastern Theater Command. I will report the entire matter truthfully, demanding that the military handle it impartially and impose severe punishment on Zhao Jigang. No cover-up will be tolerated. Mr. Lin, please hold on for a moment. By dawn, you will see the results." Zhao Qingwan's voice was resolute, brimming with the decisiveness of a warrior. The fury of an heir to a colossal commercial empire was fully ignited. Lin Mo replied calmly, "Thank you, Miss Zhao." The communication ended. The ethereal blue light of the screen extinguished, plunging the dormitory back into darkness. Su Qingxue gently leaned her head on Lin Mo's shoulder. In the darkness, her eyes sparkled with trust and a hint of anticipation. Lin Mo gazed out into the heavy night enveloping the rock base. The end for Zhao Jigang and his father had begun. Meanwhile, the freshmen in the dormitory, lost in desperate slumber, remained oblivious to the storm that was poised to upend their understanding, stirred by their seemingly boastful classmate. When dawn broke, the thunderous expulsion order from the Zhao Merchant Association and subsequent military actions would reverberate throughout the entire rock base. The morning light pierced through the thick night at the rock base, dispelling some of the cold, yet failing to lift the gloom in the hearts of the freshmen. Sunlight filtered through the windows, illuminating the weary and numb faces of Sun Hao, Chen Ming, and others, the terror of the previous night still vivid in their minds. Suddenly, hurried, panicked footsteps, even tinged with sobs, approached, shattering the morning's tranquility. The dormitory door swung open with such force that it nearly shattered the doorframe. Standing at the threshold was none other than Zhao Jigang, but he bore no resemblance to his previously arrogant and domineering self from the night before. Now, his hair was disheveled, his face as pale as parchment, his lips quivered, and his eyes were bloodshot, filled with boundless fear and despair. His once pristine uniform was wrinkled and covered in dust, as if he had just crawled out from the ground. In the astonished gazes of everyone present, Zhao Jigang suddenly sank to his knees before Lin Mo's bed. The impact of his knees hitting the cold floor echoed dully. "Lin Mo, Brother Lin, Lin Gu." Zhao Jigang's voice trembled, hoarse and filled with an unprecedented humility and desperation. "I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Please, I beg you, spare me. Spare us both." He cried out incoherently, pounding his forehead on the ground repeatedly, the thuds resonating with a heart-wrenching sound, quickly turning his forehead bruised and purple. In the dormitory, Sun Hao, Chun Ming, Wang Lu, and other students who had gathered at the commotion stood frozen, as if caught in a spell, their minds blank. What on earth had happened? Just yesterday, The arrogant Zhao Jigang had boasted of making Lin Mo's life a living hell. Yet this morning, he came begging on his knees. This stark contrast was more absurd and shocking than any play. My father just called me. Zhao Jigang wept profusely, fear causing his entire body to tremble. The Zhao Merchant Association really expelled us. Permanently. Frozen all our assets. We have lost everything. Everything. His voice was filled with sheer terror. He said that if he doesn't get your forgiveness, he will personally kill me. Lin Mo, Brother Lin, I beg you, forgive me. I will never dare again. I will serve you like a slave. Please give me a chance to live. Boom. It was as if thunder had exploded in their ears. Lin Mo's calm statement from the previous night, after tonight, the Zhao Merchant Association will completely expel Zhao Jigang and his father, echoed in their minds. At that moment, everyone had thought it was mere nonsense, words spoken in despair, an empty show of force. But now, the Zhao Merchant Association had truly taken action, and with a vengeance, without mercy. Zhao Jigang and his father had indeed been cast out by this colossal commercial empire, facing utter ruin. And all of this had been instigated by Lin Mo, a mere freshman like them. The overwhelming shock swept over everyone present like a tsunami. Their gazes towards Lin Mo shifted instantly from sympathy and doubt to unparalleled awe and terror. Who exactly was Lin Mo? How could he compel the Zhao Merchant Association to act so decisively? Chapter 46. Fury. Lin Mo sat at the edge of his bed, observing the figure of Zhao Jigang. Groveling like mud at his feet, his gaze icy, betraying not a hint of emotion. He slowly rose to his feet, looking down upon Zhao Jigang. His voice as calm as a frigid pool. Forgive you? Those classmates whom you maliciously tormented, subjected to corporal punishment, and even nearly drove to madness. Have you ever sought their forgiveness? In your moments of arrogance and reckless abandon, did you ever contemplate granting others a chance to live? Now, it is too late. The phrase too late resonates like a frigid verdict, shattering Zhao Jigang's final glimmer of hope. He abruptly lifted his head, his forehead a gruesome mess. Blood mingling with tears, rendering him a grotesque sight. The fear in his eyes receded like a receding tide, replaced by boundless resentment, madness, and utter despair. You will not forgive me. You want me dead. Zhao Jigang let out a beastly roar, his eyes aflame with rage, akin to a rabid dog driven to the brink. Lin Mo, it's all your fault. You want to let me live. Then don't expect to fare any better. I want you to regret this for the rest of your life. In the horrified gaze of all present, Zhao Jigang sprang up from the ground like a coiled spring. His movements were astonishingly swift, evidently fueled by the last vestiges of his strength. His target was none other than Su Qingxue, who stood in shock behind Lin Mo. Die! Zhao Jigang bellowed in a frenzy, brandishing a glinting military dagger that had appeared in his hand unbeknownst to anyone. Like a demon from hell, he channeled all his strength and malice into that thrust. The dagger slicing through the air with a piercing sound, aimed mercilessly at Su Qingxue's vital points. He intended to kill Lin Mo's most cherished person, to make him suffer for a lifetime. The turn of events was too swift, too sudden. No one anticipated that Zhao Jigang would become so deranged, daring to commit such an act of violence in plain sight after pleading for mercy. Su Qingxue's pupils dilated, her ethereal light flaring up in an instinctive response. But the hastily formed defensive barrier was evidently insufficient to fully thwart this lethal strike, charged with madness, so close at hand. At that critical moment, a figure appeared with even greater speed, resolutely positioning itself in front of Su Qingxue. It was Lin Mo. He reacted the instant Zhao Jigang lunged. Without a hint of hesitation, the sickening sound of the dagger-piercing flesh echoed sharply in the hushed dormitory. The glinting dagger plunged deeply into Lin Mo's lower left abdomen. Blood gushed forth, staining his dark gray combat uniform. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Lin Mo? Su Qingxue shrieked in heart-wrenching agony, her face draining of color, her eyes brimming with disbelief and overwhelming sorrow. She rushed to steady the swaying Lin Mo, tears cascading like a broken string of pearls. Sun Hao, Chun Ming, Wang Lu, and all the onlookers were as if struck by lightning, their minds blank. Shock, concern, fear, and rage intertwined on their faces. Lin Mo, a classmate, was stabbed while saving Su Qingxue. Zhao Jigang's hand, still gripping the dagger lodged within Lin Mo's abdomen, bore no trace of panic. Instead, it twisted into a grotesque, frenzied smile, radiating a sickly sense of triumph and relief. Ha! Does it hurt, Lin Mo? Does it hurt? I'm finished. You want to fare any better? Watch your beloved woman suffer. You brought this upon me. Ha! His maniacal laughter echoed like a demon emerging from the depths of hell. In the dormitory, only Zhao Jigang's deranged laughter, Su Qingxue's sobs, and the terrified whimpers of the classmates remained. The scent of blood permeated the air, However, his deranged laughter lasted but a mere 2 seconds before it abruptly caught in his throat, transforming into a gasp of sheer horror. Huh. Zhao Jigang beheld Lin Mo, who had been stabbed, merely swaying slightly. The handsome face bore no pain or weakness. Instead, it was suddenly suffused with a chilling, bone-deep murderous intent. In his deep-set eyes, a tempest brewed, and his cold gaze was as sharp as a blade, piercing through Zhao Jigang's madness. What struck terror into Zhao Jigang's very soul was that the wound at Lin Mo's abdomen did not bleed profusely as one would expect. The blood that poured forth appeared to be restrained by an invisible force, the surrounding muscle tissue visibly writhing and contracting. The spot where the dagger had penetrated shimmered with a faint, barely perceptible golden glow. The wound was healing, and at an astonishing pace. It was as if the dagger had merely pierced a resilient slab of rubber, not flesh and blood. What a monster! Zhao Jigang's momentary glee was instantly supplanted by an all-consuming dread, and he screamed, as if he had encountered a ghost. Lin Mo paid no heed to Zhao Jigang's taunts. All his fury was directed at Zhao Jigang's recent act of madness, the attempt to assassinate Su Qingxue. The peril and rage of that moment ignited the murderous intent within him. Buzz. A suffocating aura of terror erupted from Lin Mo without reservation. The air in the dormitory seemed to solidify in an instant. An invisible pressure descended like a mountain, causing all the onlookers to feel as though their breaths had been stifled, their hearts seized by an unseen hand. The tables and chairs groaned under the weight of this overwhelming aura. In that moment, the pressure he unleashed resembled an ancient, slumbering beast awakening, surpassing all limits of power. A breakthrough of twice the limit. Lin Mo roared inwardly, igniting the dormant potential within him like a volcano erupting. Strength, speed, and spiritual energy surged instantaneously. Boom. Lin Mo's figure left behind a faint afterimage at the spot. His movements reached the pinnacle of swiftness. All that anyone could perceive was a fleeting blur of light. No grandiose maneuvers, no earth-shattering sounds. Only a muffled thud, as if a heavy hammer struck a sack filled with sand. Lin Mo's fist, enveloped in an exquisitely condensed dark golden aura, struck first, landing squarely in the center of Zhao Jigang's chest, which expanded in horror. Crack, crack. The sickening sound of shattering bones echoed like a barrage of popping beans. Zhao Jigang's expressions of madness and fear froze instantaneously. His entire being was as if struck head-on by a speeding train, his feet leaving the ground, propelled backward at a speed greater than when he had charged forward. Bang! Zhao Jigang's body slammed against the hard wall of the dormitory like a ruptured sack. The thick wall caved in dramatically, spiderweb-like cracks spreading wildly. Zhao Jigang's form was embedded in the indentation of the wall, sliding down helplessly to the ground, his chest entirely caved in, creating a terrifying hollow. His eyes bulged, pupils dilated, black-red blood frothing from his mouth, mingled with fragments of his insides, his body convulsing involuntarily, seemingly on the brink of death. A single punch. Merely a single punch. A level 17 B-grade Beastmaster, before Lin Mo, was instantaneously crushed like an ant. Chapter 47, Conversation. An utter silence. An absolute silence. Within and outside the dormitory, one could hear a pin drop. Everyone was left completely stunned by the breathtaking turn of events. In the fleeting moment prior, Zhao Jigang was mercilessly attacking, his dagger plunging into Lin Mo's abdomen. In the next heartbeat, Lin Mo, as if unfazed, retaliated with a single punch that transformed Zhao Jigang into a grotesque figure embedded in the wall. The terrifying pressure, the lethal might of that strike, all transcended their comprehension. Is he dead? Sun Hao gazed at the glaring pool of blood on the wall and the crumpled form of Zhao Jigang on the ground. His chest caved in and twitching, his voice hoarse and incredulous. Although he harbored a deep-seated desire for Zhao Jigang's demise, the overwhelming visual and psychological shock rendered him ice-cold. Ugh! Wang Lu's face turned as pale as a sheet, covering her mouth as she fought against the urge to vomit, her body trembling uncontrollably. Chun Ming's legs buckled, collapsing to the ground, his glasses slipping from his nose, his gaze vacant. Fear, an indescribable terror instantly supplanted their previous concern and shock, permeating the hearts of all the students. As they beheld Lin Mo standing amidst the crimson pool, his expression void of emotion, his gaze as frigid as eternal ice, they involuntarily took a step back. In that moment, Lin Mo, in their eyes, was no longer the strong and reliable classmate. He resembled a terrifying beast clad in human skin. Su Qingxue was equally stunned, yet her shock was swiftly overshadowed by her concern for Lin Mo's injuries. She dashed to Lin Mo's side, desperately lifting the blood-stained hem of his shirt to inspect the wound. However, what met her eyes was merely a shallow incision that was rapidly closing, and had nearly ceased to bleed. The military dagger lay quietly on the ground beside Lin Mo, its blade still bearing a hint of dark red. This. Su Qingshue's beautiful eyes widened, tears clinging to her lashes, filled with profound astonishment and confusion. Just moments ago, she had witnessed the dagger plunge deep. How could this be? I am unscathed. Lin Mo's voice emerged, remarkably calm. He gently grasped Su Qingshue's icy, trembling hand, his gaze sweeping over the terrified classmates surrounding them. After a brief silence, a stifled commotion and murmurs arose. He has killed someone. Lin Mo, he killed the instructor. How terrifying. At that moment, Sun Hao, regaining his composure, gritted his teeth, forcibly suppressing his fear, and stepped forward, asserting loudly. Everyone witnessed it. It was Zhao Jigang who initiated the attack. He intended to murder classmate Su Qingxue. Lin Mo acted solely to protect her. This was self-defense. Zhao Jigang deserves to die? Indeed. You are correct. Wang Lu summoned her courage, her voice trembling slightly. Zhao Jigang was the murderer. Lin Mo was simply thwarting him. We all saw it. It was Zhao Jigang who drew his weapon first. Several other witnesses echoed her sentiments, their eyes still laced with fear, but increasingly resolute in their testimony for him. Yet, some whispered anxiously, but he has killed a military officer. After all, the act of killing an active duty officer on a military base was an immense matter. A moment later, as the atmosphere within the dormitory grew tense with discussions, a piercing alarm blared from outside the dormitory building, signaling that someone had reported the situation. Following that, a rapid and heavy footfall approached, resembling the beat of a drum. Listen up. Put down your weapons. Open the door immediately. Prepare for inspection. A commanding voice boomed through the loudspeaker. Bang. The dormitory door was violently thrust open. A group of soldiers, armed and with stern expressions, clad in military police uniforms, stormed in like wolves. The dark muzzles of their guns were instantly trained on everyone inside the dormitory. At the forefront, a major officer, his gaze sharp as an eagle, immediately locked onto the bloodied, mangled body of Zhao Jigang on the floor, as well as Lin Mo, standing beside the corpse. His attire stained with blood, yet bearing a tranquil demeanor. Secure the scene. Everyone, remain still. The major officer commanded with authority, his gaze fixated on Lin Mo. You. Lin Mo, come with us for questioning. Su Qingshuo immediately clutched Lin Mo's arm tightly, her eyes resolute. I will go with you. Sun Hao Wang Lu. And others anxiously shouted, Sir. It was Zhao Jigang who initiated the attack. Lin Mo acted in self-defense. We all witnessed it. We can testify. The major officer's expression remained impassive as he gestured for the soldiers to step forward. Any statements will be addressed in the interrogation room. Take him away. Two robust military police officers advanced, one on each side, ready to escort Lin Mo. Lin Mo gently patted Su Qingshue's hand, signaling her to release her grip. He calmly regarded the major officer, displaying no intention of resistance. I can walk on my own. The major officer inclined his head slightly. Lin Mo refrained from further words, stepping out of the dormitory under the escort of the military police. Su Qingshuo, without hesitation, followed closely behind. Sun Hao Wang Lu, Chen Ming, and others watched Lin Mo's retreating figure, their hearts brimming with worry, fear, and complex emotions. At the Pancher Base Military Investigation Office, Lin Mo was ushered into a solitary interrogation room, while Su Qingshuo was temporarily placed in the adjacent rest area, accompanied by a designated personnel. The room contained only a metallic table and two chairs, the walls a cold shade of gray, the light glaringly harsh. Lin Mo sat calmly on the chair. The wound on his abdomen had already healed completely due to his formidable regenerative abilities, leaving no scar, only the dried blood on his clothes attesting to the earlier turmoil. The door swung open, but instead of the anticipated cold-faced military officer, a somewhat familiar figure entered. The newcomer appeared to be in his mid-30s, with a robust physique, a resolute countenance, and keen eyes sharp as a hawk, dressed in a crisp dark green military uniform, adorned with the insignia of a two-star general. He was none other than Zhang Rui, one of the most capable deputies under General Han Wenqing. Upon seeing Lin Mo, a subtle softening appeared on Zhang Rui's serious face as he closed the door behind him and took a seat opposite Lin Mo. Lin Mo. It is good to see you again. Zhang Rui's voice resonated deep and powerful, imbued with the decisiveness characteristic of a soldier. Uncle Zhang. Lin Mo was taken aback. Why was the deputy of Han Wenqing present at the Pancher Base's investigation office? No need for surprise. Zhang Rui seemed to discern Lin Mo's confusion and explained directly. The general learned that new students from Moda University were undergoing military training at Pancher Base. Given the recent surge in pressure along the coastal defense line and the unusual activity of sea monsters, he was concerned about potential accidents leading to casualties among the trainees. The general, unable to rest easy, specifically dispatched me to oversee the situation for a time, coordinating base defense to ensure the safety of the military training. He paused, his gaze drifting to the bloodstains on Lin Mo's clothing, his expression tightening slightly. However, I did not expect to arrive here only to hear of such significant disturbances. Lin Mo nodded slightly. I apologize for causing you trouble. It was Zhao Jigang. I have a general understanding of the events that transpired. Zhang Rui raised his hand to interrupt him, his tone laced with a hint of coldness. The Zhao family brought their fate upon themselves. They are deserving of their demise. Miss Zhao Qingwan has personally contacted the general to explain the situation and apologize. The highest echelons of the military have issued directives for a thorough investigation into the misconduct of Zhao Debiao and his son within the military, ensuring they are dealt with severely. As for your situation, Zhang Rui's gaze bore into Lin Mo, a glimmer of profound meaning in his eyes. The process of your confrontation with Zhao Jigang has numerous eyewitnesses, clearly demonstrating that he was the one who wielded a weapon first, intending to harm classmate Su Qingxue. Your actions fall under justifiable self-defense. Though your methods were rather extreme, they are understandable, and both the base and Director Li from the Student Affairs Department acknowledge this. He leaned slightly forward, lowering his voice, imbued with the protective connotation unique to Han Wenqing's faction. Therefore, Lin Mo, you need not overly fret. Simply remain at ease and cooperate to complete the procedures, articulating everything that needs to be clarified. With both the general and myself present, no one dares to manipulate this matter or distort the truth. Lin Mo understood implicitly. Although General Han Wenqing was thousands of miles away, his influence was omnipresent. Zhang Rui's presence and declaration undoubtedly provided him with a sense of reassurance. Zhao Qingwan's actions were also sufficiently swift, directly contacting the military district. Thank you. And please convey my gratitude to Uncle Han, Lin Mo said earnestly. Indeed, Zhang Rui nodded. Stay calm. You will soon be able to leave. The military training at the Panshir base may still undergo new developments, so be sure to regain your strength. His final remark seemed to imply something unspoken, yet remained ambiguous. Chapter 48. The Mermaid Princess. As Lin Mo was being interrogated at the investigation office, tens of thousands of miles away, in the profound depths of the East China Sea. The sun could not penetrate the abyss. Yet, it was not a realm of silence. A magnificent palace, vast and ancient, constructed from innumerable colossal coral reefs, luminescent crystals, and peculiar shells, stood majestically atop the underwater mountain range. The palace radiated a soft yet regal blue light, illuminating the surrounding deep waters. Here lay the royal court of the East China Sea's aquatic tribe, the Baihai Yuan Ting. At this moment, within the grandest assembly hall of the Yuan Ting, beneath the crystalline dome, the atmosphere was exceptionally grave. In the center of the hall, upon a massive throne carved from an ancient jadeite stone, sat an elderly man with a weathered visage, his white hair and beard cascading like flowing silver. He wore a crown of coral. He was the reigning King Tsungming of the East China Sea tribe. Despite retaining an air of majesty, his brow was etched with profound weariness and frailty, his breath somewhat unsteady. Flanking the throne on either side stood the noble lords and ministers of the aquatic tribe, while at the heart of the hall stood several figures incongruous with the aquatic aesthetic. At the forefront was Gurash, the envoy from the Sea Witch clan of the Endless Abyss. Your Majesty Tsungming, Gurash's voice rasped like sandpaper. How have you contemplated our proposal? Let us join forces to shatter the fragile coastal defenses of humanity. The bountiful resources of the land shall be shared between our two races. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. King Tsungming slowly opened his murky eyes, his voice resonating with authority. Envoy Gurash, my tribe has dwelled peacefully beneath the azure waves for generations, harboring no significant grievances against the land-dwelling humans. We have no intention of participating in your war. Let this matter be put to rest. Humph. Gurash scoffed disdainfully. Your Majesty, you are growing old. Humanity is insatiably greedy, encroaching upon the living space of our oceanic kin. Sooner or later, they will ignite the flames of war beneath the deep sea. It would be wiser to strike first. Father, he speaks the truth. A somewhat sharp voice interjected. The speaker was a strikingly handsome young man standing at the forefront to the right of the throne, his features marred by an unmistakable ambition and malice. Crowned with a silver diadem, he was the aquatic tribe's second prince, Mo Lin. Humans are indeed our most pressing threat. Envoy Gurash's words hold merit. Our tribe wields the power to control water. With the aid of the Sea Witch clan, we shall surely prevail. Silence. Brother. A clear, melodious voice, akin to the sound of pearls colliding in the deep sea, interrupted him. All eyes were drawn to the left front of the hall, where a young maiden stood. Her presence seemed to illuminate the cold and oppressive chamber. She possessed waist-length hair, flowing like the night sea, scattered with tiny luminescent particles resembling starry sand. Her skin was fair and delicate, akin to the finest mother of pearl. Her azure eyes were deep and clear, as if they contained the mysteries of the ocean. Their outer corners slightly raised, exuding an innate nobility and vivacity. Beneath a petite, straight nose lay lips as pink as cherry blossoms. Her upper half was adorned with a bodice woven from iridescent silk, while her lower half culminated in a massive fish tail, covered in scales that shimmered like the purest sapphire. The tail swayed gracefully, tracing an elegant and dreamlike path through the depths. She was Princess Xiao, the most cherished youngest daughter of King Tsungming of the East China Sea tribe. At this moment, her azure eyes sparkled with resolve and a hint of dissatisfaction towards her brother. She gazed steadfastly at Gyurash and Prince Mo Lin, her voice ringing clear and strong. Brother, Envoy Gyurash, your ideas are far too perilous and short-sighted. War will only bring about destruction and hatred. My tribe cherishes peace. For hundreds of years we have remained uncontentious. How can we ally with the sea witches out of momentary greed or fear and unleash a cataclysmic slaughter? Certainly, humanity has its avarice, yet not all humans are foes. To recklessly initiate war would plunge our Baihai Yuan Ting into irretrievable ruin. I categorically oppose an alliance with the Sea Witch clan and vehemently reject participation in warfare against the land. Princess Xiao's words struck with conviction, her pure, noble, and resolute aura causing many pro-peace aquatic ministers to nod in quiet agreement. Even the treacherous Sea Witch envoy Gyurash, when glancing at Princess Xiao, could not suppress a fleeting glimmer of astonishment and greed in his serpent-like eyes. Humph, the naivety of a woman. Prince Mo Lin, publicly rebuffed, wore a visibly displeased expression, glaring fiercely at his sister. Envoy, my sister is young and lacks understanding of the broader picture. Enough. King Tsungming wearily waved his hand from the throne. This matter requires no further discussion. My decision is resolute. The aquatic tribe shall not partake in the invasion of the land. Envoy Gyurash, please return and convey to your Sea Witch queen that Baihai Yuan Ting seeks only peaceful coexistence. The negotiations had utterly collapsed. Gyurash's countenance darkened as he cast a venomous glance at the weary old king upon the throne and the steadfast Princess Xiao. He exchanged a furtive yet conspiratorial glance with Prince Mo Lin. Very well. Excellent. Your Majesty Tsungming, I hope you do not come to regret today's decision. Gyurash hissed ominously before swiftly departing the crystalline dome with his entourage. Silence engulfed the hall once more, yet the atmosphere grew even more oppressive. Mo Lin watched his father's weary back as he departed, then turned to his stunning yet oblivious sister, Xiao. A glint of ruthlessness and determination flickered in his eyes. Internally, he seethed, that old fool, stubborn and unyielding, and that meddlesome sister of mine. Since you have obstructed my path, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Far from the brilliant radiance of Baihai Yuan Ting, within a deep, cold chasm obscured by colossal black reefs, Mo Lin's figure emerged like a specter. Gyurash's shadowy green form awaited him, exuding an even more intense aura of coldness. Your Highness, it seems you have finally made up your mind. Gyurash's voice slithered like a serpent's hiss, piercing the stillness of the water. Mo Lin's countenance bore no trace of the pretense displayed in the hall, only raw ambition and ferocity. Humph, that old fool is impervious to reason, and that annoying Xiao. If I do not act soon, when will I ever seize control of Baihai Yuan Ting? Gyurash, what guarantees can you Sea Witches offer me? Guarantees? Gyurash emitted a raspy chuckle. Our Sea Witch Queen promises that once you successfully ascend to the throne, Baihai Yuan Ting shall become our staunchest ally. The promise of sharing the land remains unchanged. Even your sister, the enchanting Princess Xiao, is at your disposal. A glimmer of depravity flickered in his eyes. Chapter 49, The New Instructor. A cold light flashed in Mo Lin's eyes. He had long harbored intentions regarding his sister, yet now was not the moment for such discussions. The specifics of the plan? Quite simple. Grosh leaned closer, lowering his voice further. 3 days hence, your sea tribe will conduct the ancient ritual of the tears of the sea god. The old ghost, Tsungming, is in a weakened state, and during the ceremony, his mental energy will be severely depleted, rendering his defenses at their weakest. At that time, we will dispatch the most elite shadow assassins. They can seamlessly blend into shadows and currents, moving without a sound. All you need to do is, he made a gesture across his throat, at the most critical juncture of the ceremony, when energy fluctuations are at their peak, create a minor mishap, such as redirecting a rogue deep-sea current to strike at the nodes of the old ghost's protective talisman. The shadow assassins will seize that fleeting opportunity and deliver a fatal blow. Mo Lin's heart raced. The guilt of patricide momentarily submerged beneath an overwhelming thirst for power. A frenzied glint sparked in his eyes. Excellent. Let it be so. Once accomplished, I shall proclaim that the old wretch fell into madness during the ritual and met his untimely demise. As for Xiao, a cruel smile crept across his face. We shall say that she, consumed by grief, inadvertently slipped into the whirlpool of no return. No evidence to contradict our tale. A wise choice. Future king of the sea tribe, Grosh chuckled ominously. Remember, act swiftly and decisively. Once the deed is done, we shall assist you in silencing all dissenting voices. In the dim crevice, the two solidified their bloody conspiracy of regicide and usurpation, a chilling intent permeating the waters. Meanwhile, at the rock base, the sunlight dispelled the morning's bloodshed, yet the atmosphere within the base remained tense. The door to the investigation office creaked open, and Lin Mo emerged, accompanied by Zhang Rui. Su Qingxue rushed forward, tightly grasping Lin Mo's hand, scrutinizing him up and down, only releasing a breath of relief once she confirmed his safety. Lin Mo, the situation is largely clear now. Zhang Rui's voice was steady and authoritative. Zhao Jigang attacked with intent to kill. Your counterattack falls under justifiable self-defense. There are no procedural issues. Both the base and the school acknowledge this conclusion, and you may return to your team. Thank you, Major General Zhang, Lin Mo replied calmly. Zhang Rui paused, studying Lin Mo, and added, additionally, less than a day after the expulsion order against Zhao Debiao of the Zhao family commerce took effect, he met with an unfortunate accident on his way back to the family estate. His vehicle careened off a cliff, resulting in immediate death. Preliminary investigations suggest it was orchestrated by some enemies he had previously crossed. Lin Mo's gaze flickered momentarily, then returned to tranquility. The Zhao father and son had perpetrated countless evils. Their fate was merely poetic justice. He felt no pity, only a sense of detached indifference as the dust settled. Evil begets evil, Su Qingxue murmured softly, a hint of satisfaction in her tone. Well, what has passed is past. Zhang Rui clapped Lin Mo on the shoulder. Go back and rest well. The Beastmaster Department has a new chief instructor, and training will resume this afternoon. The general asked me to convey that you should seize this military training opportunity. Real challenges may arise at any moment. Zhang Rui's words carried an unspoken weight, but Lin Mo understood and nodded in acknowledgement. After bidding farewell to Zhang Rui, Lin Mo and Su Qingxue walked side by side toward the dormitory area. Along the way, many new students regarded them with awe, curiosity, and even a hint of trepidation. The notorious tale of Lin Mo slaying Zhao Jigang, coupled with the mysterious power behind him, had quietly spread. Upon reaching the assembly area of the Beastmaster Department, there remained some time before the afternoon training commenced. The new students clustered in small groups, murmuring about the morning's shocking events and the impending arrival of the new instructor. Have you heard? The new instructor is a woman. Is that true? A female instructor? Is she formidable? I don't know, but I hope she is not like Zhao Jigang. With Lin Mo around, surely no one would dare act recklessly, right? Amidst their discussions, a tall and agile figure strode into the training ground with a brisk gait. Dressed in fitted camouflage fatigues, she stood tall like a pine tree, her form exuding a blend of fluidity and strength. She appeared to be around 25 or 26, with short, neat, deep brown hair, her features sharp and striking, exuding an aura of confidence and vigor. Her sun-kissed skin glimmered with health, and her deep amber eyes, keen as a hawk, surveyed the assembly with an air of calm omniscience. Her beauty was not of the traditional soft variety, but bore a wild, untamed elegance. The confidence and composure she displayed belied her youth. The insignia on her shoulders signified that she too held the rank of captain. Yet her demeanor starkly contrasted with Zhao Jigang's superficial arrogance. Hers was a powerful aura forged from the crucible of blood and fire. As her gaze swept across the crowd, it paused momentarily upon Lin Mo, her sharp amber eyes betraying a flicker of curiosity and keen interest. Clearly, the tales surrounding Lin Mo had piqued her intrigue. Attention! Assemble! Her voice rang clear and authoritative, silencing all whispers instantaneously. The new students quickly formed ranks, their eyes fixed upon the striking new instructor. Allow me to introduce myself. She stood at the forefront of the formation, posture impeccable. I am Sidu Jing, and from this day forth, I shall serve as your chief instructor in the Beastmaster Department. Her gaze swept over Lin Mo again, a faint smile curving her lips, hinting at amusement. I've heard you've experienced some minor disturbances previously. Here, those chaotic matters end. My training will focus solely on strength, efficiency, and the skills necessary for survival on the battlefield. Do you understand? Understood, instructor. The new students replied in unison, their voices tinged with anticipation and tension. Excellent. Sidu Jing nodded, her expression turning serious. This afternoon's training will focus on synchronizing mental resistance training between you and your beasts. The battlefield environment is ever-changing, and mental assaults and illusionary disruptions are omnipresent. Maintaining a stable mental link with your beasts is fundamental for survival. Now, release your beasts. As the command was given, the training ground erupted in a dazzling display of light as various forms of beasts materialized beside their masters. Lin Mo's shoulder bore Lilith, who lazily flapped her wings, her crimson eyes glancing at Situ Jing, seemingly approving of the new instructor. Lin Yuyin was released from Lin Mo's beast space, curiously surveying the surroundings and the new instructor. Situ Jing's gaze settled once more on Lin Mo, particularly lingering on the seemingly ordinary bat perched on his shoulder and the striking silver-haired girl exuding pure, draconic majesty by his side. Her interest deepened. Lin Mo? Situ Jing suddenly called out, her tone calm. I've heard your beast is quite powerful. Your synchronization of mental energy must be exceptional as well. For today's training, how about you demonstrate first? She genuinely wished to witness the prowess of the student rumored to have effortlessly dispatched an instructor. Surrounding students turned their attention toward Lin Mo. Meeting Situ Jing's sharp, inquisitive amber gaze, Lin Mo calmly nodded. Yes, Instructor Situ. The playful curve at the corner of Situ Jing's mouth seemed to deepen slightly. She produced a peculiar device, glimmering with an ethereal blue light, an interference generator. Very well, step into the center of the arena. I shall gradually increase the intensity of the psychic interference. You must maintain a stable mental link with your two contracted beasts and command them to perform the designated basic movements. The longer you sustain it, the higher the completion rate and the better your overall performance. Do you understand? Understood. Lin Mo, accompanied by Lilith and Lin Yuyin, calmly approached the center of the arena. The underlying reason for this training at the base was that most communication between beast masters and their beasts relied on mental links. Only beasts of S-grade quality and above could engage in verbal communication with their masters. Moreover, only a select few beast masters had the opportunity to contract with S-grade beasts. However, it was evident that no one was aware of Lilith's true rarity, nor did anyone expect a C-grade Beastmaster's first contracted beast to be of SSS-grade caliber. This ultimately rendered this training an exercise in futility for Lin Mo. Situ Jing activated the interference generator, and an invisible wave of psychic disturbance instantly spread throughout the arena. The training officially commenced. Chapter 50. A startling turn of events. At the center of the training ground, the intangible psychic interference surged like relentless tides. For the other freshmen, such intensity of disruption caused their brows to furrow, requiring their utmost concentration merely to maintain a tenuous link with their beasts, let alone execute precise commands. Their contracted beasts appeared somewhat restless. However, Lin Mo stood firm amidst this chaos, akin to a rock in a raging river, unyielding. His expression remained tranquil, his gaze focused and profound. Lilith, perched lazily upon his shoulder, merely squinted her blood-red eyes, glimmering with an otherworldly light, as if savoring the invisible psychic waves. The interference generator in Situ Jing's hand emitted a steady flicker of azure light, indicating that the output intensity had reached levels sufficient to disconcert an average B-grade beastmaster. Her sharp amber eyes were fixed intently on Lin Mo and the eerily quiet little bat beside him. Command 1. Bat Beast. Hover half a meter above your left shoulder and remain still for 3 seconds. Situ Jing's voice was crisp and authoritative. Lilith lazily flapped her wings, her diminutive form accurately suspended half a meter above Lin Mo's left shoulder, motionless. Her posture was relaxed and serene, as if the surrounding waves of interference were non-existent. A flicker of surprise crossed Situ Jing's eyes. Such a directive appeared straightforward, yet under high-intensity psychic interference. Requiring a beast to hover precisely and remain still demanded exceptional stability in their mental link and micromanipulation skills. Lin Mo and his bat had accomplished the task with remarkable ease. Without hesitation, she deftly adjusted the controls on the generator, causing the azure light to blaze into a blinding brightness. The strength and frequency of the psychic interference surged to a new level. Buzz. Many freshmen groaned, paling as if their heads had been struck by a heavy hammer. Their links with their beasts instantly blurred, with their beasts exhibiting clear signs of losing control. Some growled lowly, while others dashed about erratically. Command 2. Bat Beast. Fly 3 circles counterclockwise at a constant speed with a 2-meter radius around you. Situ Jing issued her command again. Her tone intensified. Lilith flapped her wings. She transformed into a nearly imperceptible black shadow, weaving around Lin Mo's form, tracing out a perfect circular trajectory. Completing 3 circles, she deftly landed back on Lin Mo's shoulder, as if she had merely taken a leisurely stroll. Hiss! A chorus of suppressed gasps filled the air. The freshmen stared wide-eyed at the bat that had effortlessly executed the command, then glanced at their own agitated beasts, acutely aware of the vast disparity, leaving them feeling disheartened. Yet, after witnessing so much, they seemed somewhat numb to Lin Mo's extraordinary display. There was shock, but more so a sense of helplessness as expected. The astonishment in Situ Jing's eyes had morphed into solemnity. She elevated the interference intensity once more. This time, the azure light transformed into a deep purple hue. The device emitted a faint hum. This was a level sufficient to disrupt the mental link of a novice A-grade Beastmaster. The powerful psychic shock felt like tangible steel needles piercing Lin Mo's consciousness. An ordinary Beastmaster would likely succumb to excruciating headaches and a collapse of their mental link under such an impact. However, Lin Mo merely furrowed his brow ever so slightly. Command 3, Bat Beast, simulate evasion from high-speed energy attacks, and perform 5 extreme, evasive maneuvers. Situ Jing's voice carried an urgency she was unaware of. She sought to uncover the limits of Lin Mo and his beast. No sooner had she finished speaking than Lilith's petite form erupted into astonishing speed. Gone was her previous languor. She moved like a specter, executing dazzling maneuvers of abrupt stops and sharp turns within a minuscule space. Each evasion precisely simulated the trajectory required to dodge energy projectiles. Her speed leaving trails of afterimages in the air. 5 evasions were completed in one fluid motion, finally landing back on Lin Mo's shoulder as if she had never left. The entire training ground fell into a profound silence. The freshmen were left dumbfounded, jaws agape in disbelief. Situ Jing's fingers tightened around the generator, her knuckles turning pale. She observed the interference strength displayed on the device, far exceeding A-grade standards, then glanced back at the serene boy and his equally composed little bat on his shoulder, her heart churning with tumultuous waves. This was beyond merely excellent. The stability of their mental link, the tacit understanding and execution displayed by the beast, ascended to an unfathomable level, especially that bat, exhibiting speed, agility, and a precise understanding of commands that surpassed Situ Jing's comprehension. This was certainly not an ordinary A-grade beast. She seemed to comprehend why General Han Wenxing had entrusted Major General Zhang Rui to oversee matters personally, and why the Zhao clan would go to such lengths for him. Situ Jing took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing her shock, and deactivated the generator. The azure light extinguished, and the immense psychic pressure dissipated instantaneously. Many freshmen collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Very well. Situ Jing's voice regained its calmness. Yet her gaze towards Lin Mo had entirely transformed. Return to your ranks, Lin Mo. Your synchronization of mental energy is exceptionally commendable. Lin Mo nodded slightly, serenely walking back to the ranks with Lilith. The surrounding classmates instinctively parted slightly to make way for him, their expressions complex. Situ Jing's gaze swept over the other freshmen, who were still recovering from their shock. Did you see that? This is the disparity. In true battlefields, the stability of the mental link is a lifeline. All of you, pull yourselves together. Next, we will conduct group training. Those who do not meet even a tenth of Lin Mo's standards will have extra practice tonight. The training ground once again echoed with lamentations, yet the atmosphere, charged by Lin Mo's demonstration and Situ Jing's resolute demeanor, became serious and brimming with determination. Time swiftly passed amidst the rigorous training, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed. At the depths of the deep sea, within the abyssal sea court, lay the altar of the tears of the sea god. Composed of immense natural blue crystals, the altar now radiated a soft and sacred azure light. Countless denizens of the sea humbly knelt around the altar, their voices rising in ancient and melodious prayers. Today marks the most significant ritual of the sea folk, the ceremony of the sea god's tears. At the heart of the altar stood the venerable King Tsundere, adorned with a crown of coral and wielding the azure scepter that symbolizes his sovereignty, his countenance grave and devout. He recited archaic incantations, channeling the altar's power in a bid to commune with the fabled will of the sea deity, seeking divine protection. His visage was even more pallid than 3 days prior, his body trembling slightly, clearly indicating that presiding over such a grand ceremony was a tremendous strain on his frail form. Princess Xiao positioned herself closest to her father at the foot of the altar, her magnificent fish-tail gently swaying, hands clasped before her chest. Her cerulean eyes filled with worry for her father and reverence for the ritual. A pure, ethereal radiance emanated from her, as she endeavored to share the burden of her father's stress. The second prince, Ma Xin, stood on the opposite side of the altar, equally distinguished in position. He bowed his head, appearing respectful, yet beneath his lowered eyelids flickered a cold and excited glimmer. He quietly clutched an inconspicuous black seashell in his hand. As the ceremony reached its pinnacle, the altar's brilliance reached a crescendo, and the immense blue crystal core pulsated violently like a heart, resonating with a deep, soul-stirring hum. A vast wave of energy surged through the entire abyssal court. King Tsundere raised his scepter, fully immersing himself, his spirit resonating with the altar. lowering his defenses against the outside world to a minimum. In that moment, when the energy wave was at its most intense, captivating the hearts and minds of all sea folk, the fierce light in Ma Xin's eyes erupted. He abruptly crushed the black seashell in his grasp. A subtle yet intensely destructive wave of energy, imbued with insidious intent, silently merged into the altar's rampaging energy flow. Boom! The once steady energy flow spiraled into chaos. A violent current, seemingly emerging from the unfathomable depths of the abyss, materialized near the altar's core without warning. It bore a cataclysmic force, crashing violently into the tidal shield. A protective artifact radiating gentle blue light, hovering before King Songming. Crack! A faint yet heart-wrenching sound of shattering echoed. The tidal shield, which had safeguarded King Songming for centuries, instantly shattered under the dual pressure from within and without. The soft blue light extinguished abruptly. Chapter 51. The Fleeing Princess. Father! Princess Xiao cried out in a voice filled with despair, yearning to rush to him. But it was too late. At the instant the shield shattered, several distorted black shadows, as if merging with the very water itself, materialized around King Songming. They possessed no physical form, only cold, murderous intent coalescing into obsidian blades, silently piercing toward the vital points of the king. Their speed was unparalleled. Stab! 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 The sickening sound of blades piercing flesh echoed repeatedly. King Songming's body stiffened suddenly, the azure scepter slipping from his grasp. He lowered his head in disbelief, gazing at his chest, where several transparent punctures had materialized in his abdomen, blue blood gushing forth like a fountain, staining the sacred altar crimson. He struggled to lift his head, his murky gaze piercing through the chaotic energy flow, locking onto the figure of Ma Xin on the opposite side of the altar, who bore a cruel smile of triumph. His eyes brimmed with boundless sorrow and a hint of realization. No! Princess Xiao let out a heart-wrenching wail, her cerulean eyes instantly filled with blood and tears. She dashed toward her father, disregarding all danger. Protect the princess. The loyal sea guards finally reacted, roaring as they charged toward the altar, clashing with the shadowy assassins and the traitorous soldiers allied with Ma Xin, transforming the sacred ritual into a bloody battlefield. Father, hold on. Xiao threw herself beside King Songming, heedless of the peril, her hands bursting forth with pure blue healing light, desperately attempting to staunch the wounds on her father's body. Yet those injuries were tainted with the unique corrosive and cursed powers of the sea demons. Her healing light was but a drop in the ocean. The king's breath waned like a flickering candle in the wind, swiftly fading. With the last vestiges of his strength, his blood-soaked hand clutched tightly at his daughter's wrist. His murky eyes filled with reluctance, guilt, and final resolve. Our escape. His voice was barely audible. Go to the land and live on. Do not seek vengeance. Before he could finish, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Father! The immense grief nearly shattered her. Seize her. Don't let her escape. Ma Xin's sinister voice rang out, commanding the shadowy assassins and traitors to lunge at Xiao, no matter the cost. The frigid intent to kill encircled Xiao in an instant. Faced with the encroaching traitors and sea demons, her overwhelming sorrow transformed into a tempest of rage and the instinct to survive. Ma Xin, sea demons, I shall not share the heavens with you. Princess Xiao's eyes ignited with resolute determination as she seized the azure scepter that had fallen beside her father. Buzz! The immense sapphire atop the scepter burst forth with an unprecedented brilliance. A powerful and turbulent energy erupted from Xiao, temporarily repelling the advancing foes. Seizing this fleeting chaos, Xiao, with blood and tears staining her face, cast one last deep glance at her gravely wounded father, then fiercely pointed the scepter toward the altar's dome. May the sea god's tears shield me. She intoned the ancient and forbidden incantation. The residual power of the altar was frantically drawn by the scepter, transforming into a massive azure beam of light that enveloped Princess Xiao. The beam, imbued with unparalleled might, tore through the aquatic barrier above the abyssal court, shooting skyward like a meteor in reverse, racing toward the distant sea surface. Chase! We must not let her escape. Ma Xin bellowed in exasperation. Several powerful shadows morphed into black-green torrents of water, fiercely pursuing the blue beam, breaking through the layers of seawater as they surged toward the surface. The bloody coup of the deep sea had drawn its curtain, yet a relentless cross-species pursuit now raced toward the human coastal stronghold of Rock Base. East Sea. The boundary between the deep sea and shallow waters. The night enveloped the endless sea, the moonlight shimmering into fragmented silver scales upon the waves. Yet beneath the surface, a desperate flight for survival ensued. A faint azure glow, like a candle flickering in the wind, navigated through the dark, frigid waters with great difficulty. Within this flow of light was the injured Princess Xiao. Her exquisite fishtail bore gaping wounds, seeping blue blood, with tendrils of malevolent black mist swirling around the edges. Each movement inflicted excruciating pain. Her exquisitely beautiful face had turned ashen, lips stained with dried blood, her cerulean eyes filled with exhaustion, sorrow, and a deep-seated hatred. Behind her, several black-green streams relentlessly pursued, utilizing the deep-sea currents and complex terrain to close in, emitting silent yet deadly mental shrieks, attempting to disrupt Xiao's focus. Each narrow escape from the obsidian blades that lunged from the shadows exacerbated her injuries, the strength within her ebbing away like a receding tide. The azure scepter in her grasp had dimmed significantly, and fine cracks began to appear along its shaft. In a desperate bid to evade her pursuers, she was compelled to repeatedly forcefully summon the remaining power of her staff, igniting brief bursts of acceleration or conjuring tumultuous barriers of water. This was akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. Each surge inflicted excruciating pain upon her consciousness, causing her vision to blur. Father! A profound sorrow tore at her heart, nearly suffocating her. Yet, the instinct to survive and her father's dying admonition bolstered her resolve, urging her to grit her teeth and extract the last vestiges of her strength, propelling herself towards the shore of the rock base, where the scent of land was most potent. She was nearing her limit. The power of the staff was waning. Catch her! A chilling mental wave transmitted among the pursuing shadow stingers. Just as Xiao felt herself on the brink of exhaustion, her consciousness beginning to fade, she finally broke through the last barrier of deep-sea pressure, entering the comparatively warmer shallow waters. Moonlight filtered through the waves, casting a faint glow in her eyes. Land. She spotted the outline of land. Hope surged within her like a flickering flame reigniting. Summoning her last ounce of strength, she violently thrashed her battered tail, propelled by a rising warm current, darting towards the moonlit coastline like an arrow released from its bow. The coastal defense of the rock base erupted into chaos. The shrill, piercing sound of air raid sirens shattered the tranquility of the night. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Sea monsters have landed. From Sector C7 to D3. All personnel, assume battle positions. Repeat, all personnel, assume battle positions. This is not a drill. The voice of the commander crackled through the base's loudspeakers, urgent and icy. The entire rock base erupted into a frenzy. Searchlights pierced the darkness like swords, illuminating the coastline as bright as day. Soldiers, already on high alert, surged towards their designated defensive positions like a tide. The clattering of heavy machine gun ammunition and the low hum of energy turrets charging filled the air. The battle between humans and sea monsters had quietly commenced. Chapter 52. Encounter. The night sea breeze howled, carrying a hint of chill and a faint scent of blood. The new recruits, having just concluded their evening training, were startled awake by the sudden alarm. Under the guidance of their instructors, they entered designated shelters and support positions with a tense but orderly demeanor. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder mingled with seawater, alongside the ominous atmosphere preceding a great battle. Lin Mo, Su Qingxue, and the freshmen from the Beast Tamer department, led by Situ Jing, swiftly arrived at a forward observation post near the coastline. Situ Jing's expression was stern, her amber eyes sharply scanning the turbulent sea. Boom! Splash! Amidst massive waves, dozens of grotesque figures erupted from the water. Some resembled gigantic lobsters, brandishing their glimmering claws. Others were like twisted octopuses, their tentacles adorned with suckers and barbs. And still others walked upright like sharks, their mouths brimming with sharp teeth, wielding crude bone weapons. These were the vanguard of the sea monsters. Open fire! At the commander's order. Rat-a-tat-tat. Boom! The cacophony of gunfire, cannon fire, and energy beams intertwined into a deadly symphony. Bullets and energy beams poured forth like a metallic storm upon the advancing sea monsters. The foremost sea monsters were instantly shredded or obliterated, blue blood and shredded flesh splattering in every direction. The battle escalated rapidly. The sea monsters charged heedlessly, using rocks and the bodies of their fallen comrades as cover, relentlessly advancing towards the defensive line. The soldiers, relying on their fortifications, fought valiantly, their guns spewing flames. Though the newcomers were anxious, under the command of their instructors, they unleashed their respective beasts for auxiliary attacks or defenses, creating a scene of chaos and intensity. Lin Mo observed the battlefield with calm detachment, while Lilith perched on his shoulder, her crimson eyes scanning the tumultuous landing point. Lin Yuyan remained by his side, on standby. Suddenly, Lilith's petite nose twitched slightly, her blood-red eyes snapping towards a shadowy, relatively calm area of rocks to the right of the coastline. With rare curiosity and intrigue, she communicated within Lin Mo's mind. Hey, human, there's something. It smells delightful. No, wait. It's a very special scent. It slipped up from the sea. Over there. It's fast. It breached the defensive line. It's heading towards the black pine forest behind. It's not the stench of sea monsters. It's the scent of the deep sea. Lin Mo's expression sharpened. He immediately looked in the direction Lilith indicated. The rocky area lay at the edge of the fierce battlefield, the searchlight's glow unable to fully illuminate it, creating an eerie dimness. With his keen eyesight, he barely caught a fleeting glimpse of an extremely faint blue light, almost merging with the night, vanishing swiftly into the dense, shadowy black pine forest beyond the coast. The scent of the deep sea? It evaded everyone's notice? A surge of intense curiosity and caution flooded Lin Mo's mind. He quickly turned to Situ Jing beside him and said, "Instructor Situ, there's an anomalous target in the rocky area to the right that has breached the defensive line and infiltrated the forest behind. I'm going to investigate." Situ Jing, fully engrossed in commanding the newcomers to coordinate their defenses, whipped her head around, her sharp gaze scanning the rocky area, yet she discerned nothing. However, she trusted Lin Mo's judgment, especially the perception of the mysterious bat perched on his shoulder. "Be careful. Maintain communication. Report any findings immediately." Situ Jing did not hesitate, but swiftly agreed. She was well aware that Lin Mo's abilities were sufficient to handle most unexpected situations. "Be careful, bro," Lin Yue and Su Qingxue exclaimed simultaneously. Lin Mo nodded, his figure transforming into a blurred specter, ghosting away from the defensive position, silently evading the crossfire, and darting towards the black pine forest with astonishing speed. Deep within the black pine forest, the moonlight was fragmented by the dense needles, casting the surroundings into near-total darkness. The air thick with the scent of pine resin and earth. Princess Xiao felt her body had reached its limit. Forcing the final protective power of her staff had completely drained her. The wounds on her tail burned like fire, and the corrosive energy of the sea monsters gnawed at her vitality like a parasite. She stumbled into the forest, driven by the last remnants of her will, hoping to evade her pursuers amidst the complex terrain. However, excessive blood loss and exhaustion blurred her vision, causing the world to spin. She collapsed heavily onto the ground, carpeted with pine needles and moss, her azure wave staff rolling aside, its sapphire tip bereft of light and marred by cracks. "Is this it? Is it over?" Despair washed over her like a cold tide. She thought she heard the distinctive, chilling hissing sound of the shadow stingers at the forest's edge, closing in. Just then, a faint rustling emanated from the nearby thicket. Xiao summoned her last ounce of strength to lift her head, and through her hazy vision, she saw a tall figure in human combat gear rapidly approaching her. The figure moved with astonishing speed, exuding a strange and fearsome aura unique to land dwellers. A human, just escaping the claws of sea monsters, only to fall into the domain of humans. Were her father's instructions and the blood feud of the Azure Sea to dissipate into nothingness? It was over. This is the final desperate and melancholic thought of Princess Xiao before her consciousness plunges into boundless darkness. In the next moment, her vision is utterly engulfed in black, her body collapsing weakly to the ground, completely losing all sensation. The moonlight filters through the gaps in the pine needles, casting a mottled glow upon her pale and exquisite face, as well as upon her blood-stained, faintly shimmering blue gem-like tail. Lin Mo's figure halts before the unconscious mermaid princess. He gazes at this breathtakingly beautiful yet fragile form, which surpasses comprehension, and at the dreamlike tail glimmering under the moonlight, his normally calm demeanor giving way to profound astonishment. Is this a mermaid? Lin Mo's system panel accurately displays her information. Name, Xiao. Rarity, SS level. Race, Sea Clan, Mermaid Princess of the Sea King bloodline. Current level, 15. Current attribute values. Strength, 45. Speed, 52. Defense, 38. Mental power, 46. Current affinity, 0. Weapon, Azure Wave Staff, Artifact. Current status, contractable. As Lin Mo observes the faintly breathing mermaid princess lying on the ground, his astonishment lingers. Yet his keen senses swiftly detect the chilling intent of murder emanating from the forest's edge. Several shadowy, dark green figures, seamlessly blending into the shadows, approach with ghostly speed. Their target evidently the defenseless Xiao. Humph! How dare these filthy insects pursue us here? Lilith's voice resonates in Lin Mo's mind, tinged with bloodthirsty excitement. Lin Mo's gaze sharpens. Regardless of the mermaid's origins, since she has brought the pursuers of sea monsters into the human defense line, he cannot remain indifferent. Chapter 53, The Mermaid Princess's Plea. Without further ado, Lin Mo's figure flickers, instantly positioning himself in front of Princess Xiao. Lilith, disrupt their mental locking. Yu Yan, assist her in healing. The commands are issued in an instant. Hee, with utmost pleasure. Lilith emits a high-pitched shriek, her intangible ancestral-level mental pressure piercing towards the approaching shadow stingers like a sharp spear. All right, brother. Lin Yuyan immediately rushes forward, kneeling beside Princess Xiao. Her small hands radiating a gentle, vibrant golden light, carefully enveloping the deeply embedded, blackened wound on Xiao's tail. The formidable life force belonging to the dragon ancestor lineage begins to gently dispel the corrosive energy of the sea monsters, nurturing the damaged tissue. The leaders of the Shadow Stingers, momentarily hindered by Lilith's powerful mental impact, show signs of stiffness and confusion. They emit furious and painful hisses. In that fleeting moment of vulnerability, Lin Mo moves. His figure vanishes from sight, appearing before the leader of the Shadow Stingers, the strongest among them. His fingers, enveloped in dark golden spiritual energy, resemble the sharpest of daggers, producing a piercing whistle as they accurately strike the hidden core of the Shadow Stinger's energy. Concealed within the twisted shadows, with a soft pop, akin to bursting a bubble, the Shadow Stinger leader is unable to emit even a scream. Its contorted body collapsing inward like a punctured balloon, disintegrating into a wisp of foul-smelling black smoke, completely vanishing. Quick, precise, ruthless, a single strike to annihilate. Lin Mo's movements do not falter. His figure flickers like a specter in the dim forest. With each flash, a dark golden finger strikes out. Each strike hits precisely at the vital core of a Shadow Stinger. Pop, 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 like the grim Reaper reaping souls. In mere breaths, the several powerful leaders of the Shadow Stingers that pursued into the forest are unable to mount any semblance of resistance, all being swiftly eliminated. They dissipate into wisps of black smoke, leaving only a few dim, lifeless black diamond crystals scattered on the ground. The battle concludes swiftly and decisively. Lin Mo stands calmly, his breath steady, as if he has merely accomplished a trivial task. Lilith yawns in boredom from his shoulder. TSK, too easy. Meanwhile, Lin Yuyan remains fully focused on healing Princess Xiao, the gentle golden light steadily emanating, visibly mending the wounds on Xiao's tail. While the surrounding black mist is largely dispelled, restoring a hint of color to her pale visage. Before long, nourished by the powerful life energy of the dragon ancestor lineage, Princess Xiao's long eyelashes flutter several times, and she slowly opens her eyes. What greets her sight is a fragmented night sky, marred by pine needles, and a young, handsome human face, filled with scrutiny and vigilance. Memories rush back like a tidal wave, betrayal by Mo Lin, a frantic escape, and icy despair. She instinctively gasps, struggling to retreat, but is jolted by the pain from her still healing wounds, letting out a muffled groan. Do not move. Lin Mo's voice is calm and steady, imbued with a reassuring strength. Your wounds have yet to heal properly. Xiao then notices the warm golden light enveloping her tail, as well as the silver-haired girl beside her, adorned with a dragon horn, exuding a pure and powerful aura. Her azure eyes brim with wariness, confusion, and profound sorrow. Who are you? Is this land? This is the Rock Military Training Base. I am Lin Mo, a beast tamer. Lin Mo succinctly replies. The sea monsters pursuing you have been dealt with. You are now safe. Dealt with? Xiao gazes incredulously at Lin Mo and his two inscrutable beast companions, then surveys the environment devoid of any trace of sea monsters. Her overwhelming shock temporarily overshadowing her sorrow. She is acutely aware of the strength of those Shadow Stinger leaders. How could they have been vanquished by this seemingly youthful human? My father, the Azure Sea Abyss. A wave of immense grief surges within her, and tears cascade down like broken pearls. It was Mo Lin, my royal brother, who colluded with the sea monsters to attack my father and usurp the throne. She sobs, recounting the bloody coup that transpired in the Azure Wave Abyss and her subsequent flight, relaying the fragmented tale to Lin Mo. Lin Mo listens silently, his expression increasingly grave. The internal turmoil of the Deep Sea Kingdom, with the second prince conspiring with sea monsters to commit patricide and seize power, is utterly shocking. Coupled with the earlier sudden assault by the sea monsters, everything begins to connect. The upheaval in the Azure Wave Abyss signifies the collapse of a crucial buffer and potential ally behind the Eastern Sea defense line. The threat of the sea monsters will rise exponentially. We cannot linger here. Follow me. Lin Mo decisively states. He gestures for Lin Yuyan to continue supporting the weakened Xiao, while he retrieves the cracked Azure Wave staff that had fallen nearby, returning it to Xiao. When they return to the base with the unmistakably non-human mermaid princess, it causes a tremendous uproar. The battle along the coastline has nearly reached its conclusion. The invading sea monster vanguard has been repelled by the base's formidable firepower, complemented by the newly initiated beast tamers, leaving behind a scene of devastation and numerous corpses. Soldiers and students are busy clearing the battlefield. Major General Zhang Rui and Sidu Jing rush over upon hearing the news. When Major General Zhang observes Princess Xiao and the Azure Wave staff in her hands, and listens to Lin Mo recount the events, This seasoned general's expression darkens considerably. In the depths of the azure abyss, where the ocean meets the heavens, His Majesty the Emperor lay grievously injured and unaccounted for. The second prince, Lin, had colluded with the sea demons to usurp the throne. Zhang Rui's voice was low and heavy, imbued with a sense of foreboding. This news was dire indeed. It implied that the aquatic clans of the Eastern Sea were no longer our potential allies. Rather, they could become complicit in the sea demons' assault on the land. The strain on our defenses would multiply. I must report this to General Han at once. Without hesitation, he pivoted, instructing the communication officer to connect to the highest level of encrypted channels, so he could personally inform Han Wenqing of this extraordinary upheaval that stretched far beyond the horizon. Upon concluding his report, Zhang Rui turned his attention to the princess, Xiao, who had been temporarily sheltered in a medical tent by Sidu Jing. She remained frail and sorrowful, her brow furrowed as she spoke to Lin Mo. The status of this princess is precarious, and her identity is unique. While our military can offer her sanctuary for the time being, this cannot be a long-term solution. You are aware of the precarious situation in the Azure Abyss. She is now a prime target for both Lin and the sea demons. How do you propose we safeguard her? Lin Mo pondered this conundrum. Accompanying a mermaid princess was a considerable risk, given the magnitude of her significance. Yet, entrusting her to the military, amidst the current strain on the front lines, would likely yield no high-ranking practitioners to ensure her protection, potentially inviting even greater troubles. At that moment, the usually silent Xiao, who had been gazing down at her broken scepter, suddenly lifted her head. Her cerulean eyes, still brimming with sorrow, now ignited with a fierce resolve. Instead of looking at General Zhang Rui, her unwavering gaze fixed upon Lin Mo, human beastmaster Lin Mo. Xiao's voice was faint yet laced with undeniable determination. I wish to become your beast companion. Chapter 54, The Third Beast, Princess Xiao. What? The moment those words left her lips, not only did Lin Mo freeze in astonishment, but General Zhang Rui and Sidu Jing also exhibited expressions of profound shock. High-ranking sea clans, particularly those of royal blood, had always regarded terrestrial humans as aberrations, let alone becoming a human's beast companion. This was utterly preposterous. Xiao's gaze traversed to the seemingly ordinary bat perched on Lin Mo's shoulder, which exuded an overwhelming aura, and then to the silver-haired girl beside him, who possessed a pure and formidable dragon lineage. She sensed the extraordinary power emanating from these two beings, their bloodlines vastly superior to her own SS-class Sea King bloodline. Lin Mo's ability to command them, and his recent display of terrifying strength that could vanquish the Shadow Stabber demon leader, illuminated her solitary hope for vengeance. Only by aligning herself with this enigmatic and powerful human, and harnessing his strength, could she possibly seek retribution against Lin and the sea demons, reclaiming the Azure Abyss. I have witnessed your strength, and I have seen your exceptional prowess as a beastmaster. Xiao's voice trembled, but was unmistakably resolute. I, Xiao, as the princess of the Azure Abyss and the heir of the Sea King bloodline, request to forge a pact with you, to become your beast partner. I am willing to offer my loyalty and strength. She inhaled deeply, her azure eyes fixed intently on Lin Mo as she articulated her conditions deliberately. My condition is that you must assist me in slaying Lin, annihilate the sea demon's conspiracy, reclaim the Azure Abyss. An eerie silence enveloped the tent. All eyes were transfixed upon Lin Mo. A refugee princess of the deep sea boldly proposed to become a beast companion, with the condition of fratricide and restoration of her homeland. This unexpected request sent ripples through Lin Mo's heart, akin to a boulder disrupting the stillness of a lake. Lin Mo regarded the stunning, yet battle-scarred mermaid princess before him, her eyes ablaze with hatred and determination, and remained silent. He understood that accepting her would entangle him in a tempest of bloodshed and betrayal, positioning him against the entire treacherous aquatic clans and the sea demons. Within the tent, the stillness was palpable, punctuated only by Xiao's slightly hurried breaths. General Zhang Rui and Situ Jing's gazes were fixed on Lin Mo, awaiting his decision. A refugee of the deep sea royal lineage requesting to become a beast companion was indeed unprecedented. The inherent risks and opportunities were staggering. Lin Mo's eyes were profound, like an unfathomable abyss. His thoughts raced. To refuse? The upheaval in the Azure Abyss has already transpired. Lin's collusion with the sea demons ensured that the aquatic clans would align as adversaries in the forthcoming war between humanity and the sea demons. This once neutral faction would likely become an enemy. Protecting Xiao, in a sense, would diminish a future threat. To accept? This would draw him into the internal strife of the deep sea royalty, confronting the animosity of Lin and the sea demons, an immense risk. Yet, the potential of Xiao's SS-class Sea King bloodline was indisputable. Her insights into the depths of the ocean and the weaknesses of Mo Lin and the sea demons were invaluable intelligence. More critically, she embodied the legitimate claim to the Azure Abyss throne. Should there arise an opportunity to assist her in reclaiming it, it would be an unparalleled chance for humanity to secure a formidable ally in the Eastern Sea, coupled with his parents' legacy and Han Wenqing's charge. Safeguarding this land required both strength and allies. Perhaps Princess Xiao was the key to unlocking the deep-sea impasse. With risks and opportunities intertwined, the peril of rejection seemed greater. The future of war was already etched in fate. It would be wiser to seize this card proactively. Lin Mo inhaled deeply, his gaze resolute as it met Xiao's expectant and determined cerulean eyes. Very well. I accept your proposition. In that instant, the tension in Xiao's body dissipated, a flicker of relief and gratitude illuminating her eyes. What form shall the pact take? Lin Mo inquired. In this realm, beast contracts manifested in various forms, the most common being mental contracts, while the more ancient and mysterious were symbiotic contracts, such as the one Lin Mo shared with Lin Yuyan, Lily's being his destined beast. Distinct from ordinary contracts. Symbiotic contract. Xiao replied without hesitation, her voice imbued with unwavering conviction. She sought the most unbreakable bond, intertwining her fate irrevocably with the human who could offer her hope for vengeance. Lin Mo nodded, voicing no dissent. Those symbiotic contracts demanded more. They fostered the closest of connections, enabling shared vitality that would hasten Xiao's recovery. Furthermore, once she became his beast, Lin Mo would never abandon her. Under the watchful gaze of Zhang Rui and Sidu Jing, the contract ritual commenced. Lin Mo extended his right index finger, channeling pure spiritual energy to etch a delicate line across his left palm. A shallow wound appeared, a droplet of blood shimmering like starlight, imbued with an extraordinary dark golden hue, gently suspended in his palm. Xiao, likewise, extended her slender, pale finger, gathering a glimmer of cerulean water light, which she pressed gently to her heart. A droplet of pristine blood emerged, akin to the deepest sapphire, exuding a potent scent of the ocean and regal authority. Suspended at her fingertip, their gazes locked, and together they intoned, with my blood as a guide, with my soul as a bond, we forge a symbiotic pact, sharing honor and disgrace, life and death intertwined. The pact was sealed. A resonant hum echoed as the two droplets of suspended blood seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, instantly merging flawlessly. In that moment, a radiant brilliance erupted. Within the light, the dark gold and cerulean intertwined, as if ancient runes flowed through, and the immense energy waves caused the entire tent to tremble ever so slightly. An intangible and unbreakable bond was instantaneously forged deep within the souls of Lin Mo and Princess Xiao. The contract was completed. As the radiant glow dissipated, the wound in Lin Mo's palm healed in an instant, leaving no trace behind. Meanwhile, Princess Xiao felt a warm and formidable energy surging into her body from the contract's connection, rapidly nurturing her injured body and spirit. The wound on her tail healed at a visibly accelerated pace, and her pale cheeks regained their rosy hue, even more radiant than before. Humph! An extremely dissatisfied cold huff echoed in Lin Mo's mind as Lilith fiercely slapped his neck with her wings, her voice dripping with acidity and discontent. Another one picked up, and still a wet fish. Lowly human, your beast taming space is nearly becoming a sanctuary. My noble ancestral position has been diminished. Though her words were sharp, the contract was sealed, and she could not alter it. She could only express her dissatisfaction with an awkwardness that betrayed her feelings of being shared. Wow, what a beautiful fish sister! Lin Yuyan exclaimed happily, approaching Xiao, her large eyes sparkling. You smell so good, like the scent of the ocean. She felt an immediate fondness for this newly joined, pure-hearted elder sister. Princess Xiao, sensing the comforting surge of Lin Mo's powerful vitality within her, along with the unbreakable bond deep in her soul, felt a mix of reverence and curiosity as she once again perceived the little black bat perched on Lin Mo's shoulder and the silver-haired horned girl beside him. This time, empowered by the contract link, her perception was remarkably clearer. That seemingly inconspicuous little bat seemed to harbor an unfathomable, boundless sea of blood, steeped in endless epics and supreme majesty. The terrifying aura emanating from the essence of life made her soul tremble slightly. Chapter 55. Unlocking the Second Profession. SSS level. It was undoubtedly the legendary SSS level bloodline, and the horned girl contained within her the essence of a nascent sun, vast, sacred, imbued with the primal might of creation. Also at SSS level. Oh my! A tempest of astonishment surged within Xiao, far more intense than when she had been pursued. Two SSS level beast companions. What on earth was this human beast master? Her own SSS level C King bloodline felt instinctively small and reverent in their presence. At that moment, she was utterly convinced that her choice was not mistaken. Only by following such an existence could she harbor hope for revenge. The contract is established. Congratulations. The voice of Major General Zhang Rui shattered the delicate atmosphere within the tent as he gazed at Lin Mo and Xiao with a complex expression. He understood all too well what this signified. Princess Xiao, regarding your identity and circumstances, I will report to General Han truthfully and classify it as top secret. Lin Mo turned to Zhang Rui and Situ Jing, solemnly stating, Uncle Zhang, Instructor Situ, please ensure that Xiao's identity and the matter of our contract remain confidential. It pertains to her safety and our potential future strategies. Zhang Rui nodded. Rest assured, I understand the gravity of this. Before General Han issues new directives, I will seal this information. Externally, we shall say we rescued an unidentified foreign girl who encountered a shipwreck along the coastline, and Lin Mo will temporarily be responsible for her care and communication. Situ Jing also solemnly promised, I understand. What I have witnessed today will never be disclosed. She looked at Xiao with a gaze filled with inquiry, but more so with an assessment of the princess's power. An SSS level C King bloodline mermaid princess. Her potential was immeasurable. Xiao slightly nodded, performing a gesture of respect customary among her people towards Zhang Rui and Situ Jing. Her voice gentle, yet imbued with a sense of belonging post-contract. I am grateful for both General's protection and understanding. I, Xiao, am willing to contribute my strength to safeguard this land. Just then, a notification sound resonated in Lin Mo's mind. Congratulations, host, for achieving the feat of successfully contracting a third beast companion, rewarding you with the hidden profession of SSS level alchemist. In the next moment, Lin Mo felt as if his brain had been struck with a hammer, a torrent of knowledge flooding his mind. Even Lin Mo's mental fortitude was momentarily overwhelmed, causing him to shake his head. He turned his gaze to his attribute panel. Host, Lin Mo, profession, A-level Beastmaster, hidden profession, SSS level alchemist, level 12, current attributes, strength, 78, speed, 80, defense, 81, mental power, 77, current skills, A-level culinary arts, S-level combat techniques, S-level voice of the mind, S-level extreme breakthrough, SS-level affinity. Current beast companions, Lilith, bloodline princess, Lin Yuyin, pure blood dragon, Xiao, Sea King bloodline mermaid princess. Current items, 5 free attribute points. If Zhang Rui and the others were to see Lin Mo's attribute panel, they would undoubtedly be astounded. 4 Lin Mo's attributes now nearly equated to that of an S-level melee profession at around level 25. At this moment, Lin Mo could hardly suppress the smile tugging at his lips. Throughout human history, no one had ever transitioned to become an alchemist. No wonder it was a hidden profession. Just moments ago, myriad concoction methods for various potions flashed through Lin Mo's mind, including those for bloodline purification potions. Now, with the right materials, Lin Mo could effortlessly produce high-grade bloodline legions in mere moments. Just as Lin Mo reveled in his newfound abilities on the other side. In the throne hall of the Abyssal Sea, a once solemn and majestic chamber now permeated with a faint metallic scent of blood and a stifling atmosphere. Seated upon the grand coral throne, adorned in resplendent royal robes and crowned with a sea crystal diadem, the second prince, Mo Lin, sat upright. He strained to maintain an air of authority, yet the shadow of malice and a barely perceptible anxiety lingered in his eyes. Below him, the gathered Sea Clan ministers stood in fearful silence. Many appeared pale, their expressions filled with indignation, terror, and a profound sense of helplessness. The air was thick with unspoken accusations, as everyone knew that the so-called accident 3 days prior was a complete regicide. The sea monster envoy Grosh loomed beside the throne like a shadow, a faint, cold smile playing on his lips as he reveled in the atmosphere of fear. Esteemed ministers, Mo Lin's voice rose deliberately, laced with feigned sorrow and the pressure of a new ruler. The tragedy of 3 days ago has pierced my heart. Our revered father, His Majesty the Ocean Sovereign, while presiding over the sacred ceremony of the sea god's tears, was unfortunately swept away by a violent undercurrent, and a despicable assassin took advantage of the chaos, leading to his untimely demise. His display of grief felt utterly insincere. He quickly shifted his tone, now filled with anger and a pointed accusation. What pains me even more is that my kind-hearted sister, Princess Xiao, in the ensuing chaos, she was seduced by those treasonous traitors, conspiring with foreign enemies to seize the scepter of power, the crystal staff of the azure waves. Ultimately, she met her unfortunate end in the fray with these traitors and sea monsters. He brazenly cast aspersions upon Xiao, declaring her death. What nonsense! A voice, aged yet filled with righteous fury, erupted from the crowd. An elder, clad in the robes of a councilman, stepped forward. Elder Kanglin, the custodian of the Sea clan's history. Tears streamed down his wrinkled face as he pointed an accusing finger at Mo Lin, trembling with outrage. Mo Lin, you treacherous regicide. Do not distort the truth here. His Majesty was clearly harmed by you. Princess Xiao was pursued by you. The staff of azure waves symbolizes the legitimacy of royal authority. How could it ever be something a mere princess could seize? You dare to be so audacious. The murderous intent in Mo Lin's eyes surged as he interrupted sharply. Old fool Tsanglan, you have the audacity to slander the new king and disturb the court. It appears you are but a traitor, colluding with external enemies and plotting treachery. Guards, come forth. Several fierce and already corrupted elite guards stepped forward immediately. Seize this old thief who defames the royal family and incites rebellion. Execute him on the spot, to serve as a warning to others. Mo Lin's voice was cold and piercing, laced with an undeniable cruelty. Mo Lin, may you meet a wretched end. The ancestors of the Azure Sea Court will not let this pass. The furious curses of Elder Tsanglan abruptly ceased. A flash of cold light pierced the air. A guard's bone dagger ruthlessly stabbed through Elder Tsanglan's chest without hesitation. The azure blood instantly stained his pristine white robe. The old elder's eyes widened in anger. Fixating on Mo Lin upon the throne, filled with boundless indignation and resentment, as he slowly collapsed, breathless and lifeless. The metallic scent of blood once again permeated the air. Sharp and frigid, the entire grand hall fell into a deathly silence. All the ministers gazed in horror as Elder Tsanglan's corpse was roughly dragged away, leaving behind a glaring trail of blue blood. Mo Lin's ruthlessness and mercilessness thoroughly intimidated everyone. Even Grosh raised an eyebrow slightly, seemingly surprised by Mo Lin's brutality. Mo Lin slowly rose, his icy gaze sweeping over each trembling minister below. Like a venomous serpent, is there anyone who dares to voice dissent regarding my succession and the misfortune of Princess Xiao? In the hall, no one dared to respond. An overwhelming fear gripped everyone's throats. Resistance? The bloody example of Elder Tsanglan was right before their eyes. Mo Lin was not weak himself and commanded the elite guards. More terrifying was the presence of those cold-breathing sea demons lurking behind him, watching with predatory intent. Resistance would lead only to death. Observing the silent and submissive figures below, Mo Lin revealed a twisted and gleeful smile. He had succeeded. Through blood and fear, he had momentarily secured this bloodstained throne. Excellent. Mo Lin's voice carried a hint of arrogance. Since none of you have any objections, I hereby declare that I am crowned as the new King Mo Lin of Azure Sea Court. To confront future crises, the Azure Sea Court shall forge a brotherhood pact with the formidable Sea Demon clan to advance and retreat together. He paused, his gaze sweeping over Grosh, who nodded slightly. Mo Lin continued, as for the staff of azure waves, though it has been lost amidst the chaos, I have received divine inspiration from the sea god and shall choose a day to recast the symbol of royal authority. Until then, my decree shall be the embodiment of kingship. Grosh smirked inwardly. He was well aware of the staff's whereabouts, firmly in Xiao's possession. Yet he was even more certain that the severely injured, near-death Xiao, who had been poisoned, had no chance of survival. The staff would either plunge into the deep sea with her or fall into the hands of land-dwelling humans, becoming a worthless relic. Informing Mo Lin of the possibility that Xiao might still be alive, that would only create unnecessary troubles, potentially exposing his own failures in pursuit. It was better to go with the flow, allowing Mo Lin to engage in the forging process, which would further strengthen the sea demon's control over the puppet. Long live King Mo Lin. Hail to His Majesty. Under the chilling gaze of Mo Lin and the glint of the elite guard's blades, a scattered yet fearful and submissive chorus of voices finally erupted. Although devoid of enthusiasm, it was sufficient to declare Mo Lin's temporary victory. Mo Lin contentedly returned to the throne, relishing the authority earned through the blood of his forebears. He was filled with pride, believing everything was under his control. With Xiao presumed dead, the staff lost, dissenters brutally suppressed, the Azure Sea Court was now within his grasp. Chapter 56, University League. The month-long special military training at the Panshir base has come to a close. The new students returned to Magic City University, imbued with a sharpened spirit and exhaustion. Lin Mo returned to the tranquil Zhu Xian, resuming the rhythm of campus life. Yet the undercurrents of the deep sea and the shadows of international affairs concealed a tumultuous storm beneath the calm. Soon, a piece of news that would shake the world detonated like thunder. International news, Guardian Bachong of the A3 Nation, an S-rank peak flame mage. Level 62, will engage in a decisive battle against the beast leader, the world-burning Phoenix, at the Sai Valley of the Ganges Plain tomorrow at noon. This battle concerns the very survival of the A3 nation. The news ignited the entire campus, with anxiety and discussions rampant. Bachong must hold his ground. The pressure from the world-burning phoenix on the southwestern border is already immense. If the A3 nation falls, an S-rank legendary mage should be capable, right? A tense atmosphere enveloped the environment, as everyone understood the profound implications of this national struggle on the entire human defense line. Meanwhile, within Magic City University, the annual event of the National College Beastmaster Duel League's internal selection was in full swing. This was the highest platform for elite students of the second year and above, showcasing individual prowess, bringing glory to the school, and serving as a golden channel to enter the sights of top-tier forces in the Alliance. Upon the announcement, eligible second-year students eagerly rolled up their sleeves, and the training halls and arenas buzzed with fervor, the competition exceedingly fierce. Lin Mo, as a first-year student, was initially unrelated to this affair. However, a direct invitation from the principal's office shattered his routine. The principal's office, located on the top floor of the administrative building, was spacious and bright, with large floor-to-ceiling windows offering a view of the lush campus scenery. The air was infused with a faint ink fragrance and a sense of settled tranquility. The principal, Wei Wufeng, with white hair yet a vigorous spirit, sat behind a large desk, toying with a smooth, ancient jade, his gaze deep and serene. Lin Mo, you've arrived? Please take a seat. Wei Wufeng looked up, revealing a gentle and approachable smile, gesturing towards the chair opposite him. His voice was soft, naturally putting one at ease. Lin Mo complied and took a seat. The principal did not immediately delve into business, but instead, as if engaging in casual conversation, inquired, "How do you feel after returning from the Pancher base? The sea breeze there is far more fierce than what we have on campus, isn't it?" Lin Mo felt a stir within. The principal's seemingly casual inquiry seemed to carry deeper meaning. He replied calmly, "Indeed, it is different. The sea breeze carries the scent of gunpowder, which sharpens one's resolve." Wei Wufeng nodded approvingly, gently placing the ancient jade on the desk. One must temper their resolve to bear heavy responsibilities, much like this ancient jade, warm and restrained, yet unyielding. He shifted the conversation, his gaze becoming distant and grave. "You are aware of the recent international news. Guardian Bachong's battle tomorrow captures countless hearts. If the A3 nation falls, the southwestern defense line will be further compromised, and I believe you have felt the pressure at the Pancher base." Wei Wufeng paused, refocusing his gaze on Lin Mo with a penetrating depth. "It is indeed a tumultuous period. The Alliance requires new blood, young individuals capable of shouldering the banner amidst the storm." He then continued, "The college competition is one of the most crucial platforms for the Alliance to assess and select this new blood. It is not merely a contest among students. It directly relates to the allocation of core resources for the upcoming academic year across various institutions. The Ministry of Education will allocate key resources, including top-tier cultivation resources, cutting-edge experimental equipment, special exploration quotas for secret realms, and even direct qualifications for military training camps, based on each school's final ranking in the college competition. The higher the ranking, the more resources one acquires, thereby increasing the likelihood of nurturing stronger students. A virtuous cycle that profoundly impacts the future development of the school and the strength of the Alliance's reserves." Wei Wufeng's tone grew weighty, imbued with a sense of grave responsibility. As the foremost institution in the eastern provinces, Magic City University bears the significant duty of supplying the Alliance with top-tier combatants. Our performance in the intercollegiate battle is not merely a matter of honor. It directly influences our capacity to secure sufficient resources to cultivate more prodigies like you, enabling us to confront the potentially graver challenges that lie ahead. He gazed at Lin Mo, his eyes reflecting an unprecedented seriousness and a resolute determination. "Therefore, Lin Mo, as the principal, I hereby extend a special invitation for you to join our core team for this year's intercollegiate battle. You will bypass the sophomore selection process entirely." Lin Mo understood implicitly. The principal was conveying that participating in the intercollegiate battle was not only a personal opportunity, but also a responsibility, an expedited pathway to acquire vast resources and connect with core forces, thus better facilitating the realization of his own aspirations. Wei Wufeng leaned slightly forward, his voice deep and resonant. "I recognize your lofty ambitions. Perhaps you prefer to advance modestly. Yet the current situation is urgent. To prove your worth on this stage, where the nation's elite converge, the attention, resources, and keys to problem-solving that you can obtain will far surpass what you could glean through solitary endeavor. The higher echelons of the Alliance will notice you, and true opportunities will seek you out. This approach will bring you closer to the position you aspire to attain, enabling you to harness the strength you require." His words struck at the very heart of Lin Mo's deepest desires, carrying immense weight. Lin Mo fell silent, his fingers unconsciously tapping lightly on the chair's backrest. The prospects the principal painted were undeniably alluring. A contest among the nation's most exceptional talents. The hidden trump card of the SS-ranked Sea King bloodline, Shiryao. A substantial tilt of resources, and the possibility of accessing higher-level secrets. All of these were things he desperately needed. Yet, this also meant stepping into the limelight, exposing himself to countless gazes and potential machinations. Principal Wei, Lin Mo raised his head, his gaze calm yet profound. I need time to contemplate this. Of course. Wei Wufeng was not taken aback. A smile of understanding and encouragement graced his face as he rose and approached Lin Mo, gently patting his shoulder. Caution is commendable. There is still time before the final roster is submitted. However, I, an old man, hold great expectations for you. I believe that once you give your assent, you shall become the sharpest and most unexpected trump card of our Magic City University team. The future of our university, the future of the Alliance, demands that young individuals like you step forward. I await your decision with bated breath. As Lin Mo exited the office and made his way back to Jingzhou Xian, the campus buzzed with discussions about the decisive battle against the Asen Nation and the fervor of the college selections. The principal's invitation was akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, creating ripples of contemplation. Should he continue to consolidate his strength in silence, or stride into the spotlight, vying for the pivotal resources that could unlock his future? The storm of the world intensified, and he found himself at a crossroads of choice. Chapter 57, Dantai Qingying. In the central arena of Magic City University, the massive circular stands were filled to capacity, a cacophony of voices ringing out. The annual intercollegiate battle selection was in full swing. This was a battleground for the elite sophomores to showcase their prowess and vie for glory, drawing countless underclassmen to observe, learn, and experience the splendor of the top students. The air felt ignited, charged with waves of spiritual energy, the roars of beasts, the thunderous sounds of skills unleashed, and the audience's thunderous cheers. The vast central screen displayed real-time battle information and contestant scores, creating a lively yet tense atmosphere. Next up, in the third arena, Dantai Qingying versus Wang Ming. As the referee announced, the noisy arena quieted momentarily, countless gazes converging at the entrance of Arena 3. A figure stepped in, akin to an ethereal being descending from the peaks of a snowy mountain. Clad in a simple, snow-white training uniform that accentuated her slender yet powerful form, she exuded an aura of grace. Her waist-length silver hair flowed like a cascading waterfall of moonlight, gently swaying in the breeze, framing her exquisitely flawless face. Her skin was so pale it seemed almost translucent, as if sculpted from the purest ice and snow. Her eyes, a crystalline ice blue, were clear and profound, yet bore an air of indifference as if the world held no sway over her. She was none other than Dantai Qingying, the universally acknowledged strongest among the sophomores at Magic City University, an S-ranked talent, a master of both ice and fire elements. Her opponent, Wang Ming, a burly figure renowned for his defense and strength as an A-ranked rock-type beastmaster, stood at the opposite end of the arena, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He summoned his mightiest beast, a colossal earthshaker rock bear clad in thick rocky armor. The bear emitted a low growl, attempting to bolster its master's courage. Yet even its roar seemed lacking in conviction under the chilling gaze of Dantai Qingying. Begin. At the referee's command, Wang Ming did not hesitate, bellowing, "Rock bear, earth barrier, charge." The earthshaker rock bear slammed its massive paws into the ground, a formidable wall of rock erupting before it and Wang Ming, while its colossal form surged forward, enveloped in a swirl of earthy energy, charging toward Dantai Qingying like a war chariot. In the face of this aggressive advance, Dantai Qingying did not even lift her eyelids. She merely raised her delicate, jade-like right hand, fingers slightly splayed, and with a gentle press toward the charging giant bear, a wave of frigid air enveloped the arena. Buzz. There was no earth-shattering noise, only a sudden chill that seemed capable of freezing one's very soul. Centered around Dantai Qingying, the temperature in the entire Arena 3 plummeted instantaneously. The ground, the air, even the swirling spiritual energy crystallized into fine ice shards. Crack, crack, crack. The sturdy rock barrier that had just risen was instantly covered with spiderweb-like cracks under the terrifying cold, then collapsed with a thunderous crash, shattering into a shower of ice fragments. Meanwhile, the charging earthshaker rock bear was as if paused in time. Its massive form was entirely encased in a visible layer of azure ice, solidified from a distance of 10 meters from Dantai Qingying, frozen in a pose of attack, transformed into a lifelike ice sculpture. Even the earthy energy emanating from its body was encased within the icy layer. As for Wang Ming himself, He hadn't even managed to cast a single defensive skill before being besieged by the insidious chill, rendered immobile, his eyebrows, hair, and even eyelashes glistening with frost. His body was covered in a thin layer of ice, trembling uncontrollably, his teeth chattering, utterly incapacitated. From start to finish, it took merely 3 seconds. Dantai Qingying did not move an inch, only raising her hand in a gentle press. An A-ranked Beastmaster and his primary beast were instantaneously defeated, frozen on the spot. Silence. After a brief moment of hushed astonishment, the entire arena erupted into thunderous applause and cheers. My heavens. One move. Just one move. Frozen. Absolutely magnificent. Is this the prowess of Senior Dantai? An S-rank ice elementalist. Truly deserving of her reputation. It is utterly terrifying. Wang Ming's earth-shaking rock bear is renowned for its formidable defense, yet before Senior Dantai, it seems as fragile as paper. It feels as though she has barely unleashed a fraction of her power. She is astonishingly strong. No wonder she is the top student of our sophomore class. With such strength, securing a position among the top 3 in the individual battles of the university competition is absolutely assured. The audience buzzed with discussions, filled with awe and admiration for Dantai Qingying's strength. Her power has surpassed the imagination of ordinary students. The referee promptly announced the result. Dantai Qingying is victorious. She secures a spot in the university competition. Dantai Qingying's expression remained cool and composed, as if she had merely brushed away a speck of dust. She withdrew her hand, and the terrifying chill in the arena instantly dissipated. The ice encasing the rock bear and Wang Ming shattered and melted away. Wang Ming collapsed to the ground, his face tinged with blue from the frost, gazing at Dantai Qingying with eyes full of reverence and fear. Dantai Qingying gave a slight nod, acknowledging the referee, then turned and, under the watchful gaze of countless awestruck spectators, glided away from the arena as gracefully as a snowflake, leaving behind a figure that inspired admiration. Dantai Qingying's entrance was like a fleeting glimpse of a phoenix, instantly elevating everyone's perception of elite strength. However, the selection continued, and the competition for the remaining 3 spots grew increasingly fierce and intense. In the second arena, 2 A-rank beast tamers of comparable strength engaged in a tug-of-war of attack and defense. One, adept in speed and assassination, commanded a shadow leopard. The other excelled in defense and control, wielding a steel-armored rhino. The shadow leopard, like a wraith, incessantly sought the rhino's vulnerabilities, while the steel-armored rhino repeatedly neutralized crises with its formidable shell and immense power, attempting to restrict the leopard's speed with shockwaves. The back and forth between the two was dazzling, with skills illuminating the arena as victory hung by a thread. In the fourth arena, an elemental clash unfolded. A fire mage battled fiercely against a dual elementalist of wind and thunder. Fireballs, wind blades, and lightning intertwined in a dazzling yet perilous display, erupting with brilliant explosions that pockmarked the arena. Both contestants exerted their utmost effort, their spiritual energy fluctuating violently, clearly unleashing their true power. The fifth arena witnessed a brutal war of attrition. A summoner commanded 3 different types of contract beasts against a melee fighter who specialized in enhancing himself and merging with his beasts. The scene was chaotic and intense, as the summoner leveraged numerical superiority to incessantly harass and exhaust, while the fighter, utilizing his substantial single-target explosive power, sought to breach the defense and target the summoner directly. Both sides were battered and bruised, with their beasts equally weary, and the outcome remained uncertain. The spectators in the stands were captivated by these evenly matched fights, erupting into cheers and encouragement. The selection competition roared on with fervor. Dantai Qingying, with her absolute overwhelming presence, secured the first spot, akin to a stabilizing anchor. Meanwhile, the fate of the remaining 3 spots gradually crystallized amidst the fierce rivalry and the weight of countless anxious gazes. After several hours of grueling battles, in the second arena, the speed and assassination adept narrowly triumphed over his defensive opponent through a clever feint and a lethal strike from the shadow leopard, earning his place. In the fourth arena, the wind-thunder dual elementalist seized a moment of vulnerability from the fire mage during spellcasting, ensnaring him briefly with a combination technique, the wind-thunder shackles, before delivering a powerful thunderstorm spell to conclude the match with great difficulty. In the fifth arena, the melee fighter endured the relentless onslaught of the 3 contract beasts at considerable cost, ultimately seizing an opportunity to close in and deliver a devastating punch that shattered the summoner's defenses, securing the final spot. Thus, the 4 elite sophomore students representing Magic Capital University in this year's university competition were officially determined. Dantai Qingying, alongside the 3 formidable individuals who emerged victorious from the intense selection. The stands erupted in enthusiastic applause and cheers, honoring these elites who brought glory to their school. However, many students gazed at the finalized list of 4 on the screen, a hint of confusion stirring within them. How strange. Wasn't it said that the university team consists of 5 members? Why were only 4 selected? Indeed, in previous years, it was always 5. Could it be that one spot was predetermined? Or perhaps yet to be filled? Surely, it wouldn't be reserved for that. Whispers of speculation quietly spread through the crowd. Many eyes inadvertently turned toward an inconspicuous corner of the stands, where the recently graduated genius beast tamer, Lin Mo, sat. That 5th position, the vacant ace seat, seemed to silently await its owner's final decision. Chapter 58, Business Opportunity. In the exclusive underground alchemy chamber of Jingzhou Xian, Lin Mo gazed at the array of herbs emitting spiritual light before him, his eyes brightening. As the only known individual in this world who has awakened the hidden profession of alchemist, his focus naturally fell upon the potions. Lin Mo was acutely aware of the efficacy of recovery potions circulating in the market. Whether it be the mana-restoring Spirit Spring Elixir or the health-restoring Life Potion, their effects were exceedingly limited. For low-tier professionals, they might suffice, but for those of higher levels, whose bodies and spiritual energies are more substantial, especially high-tier professionals, the effects of those potions are merely a drop in the bucket. A bottle of top-tier commercially available Advanced Spirit Spring Elixir might only allow a Lord-level mage to cast 1 additional high-tier spell in the heat of battle. A bottle of premium Life Potion might not even stabilize the injuries of a heavily wounded Lord-level warrior. This vast chasm between supply and demand shone before Lin Mo like a glittering gold mine. Percentage-based recovery. This is one of the core advantages of his alchemist profession. Disregarding level barriers and restoring according to the user's maximum health and spiritual energy at a fixed ratio. What does this imply? It means that an apprentice-level novice drinking his potion could instantly recover 10 health or mana. Conversely, a legendary mage consuming the same potion could similarly restore 10 profound mana in an instant. The effect would not diminish in the slightest. This is a revolutionary principle, sufficient to dismantle the entire system of recovery potions in the world. Those venerable mages. Lin Mo's lips curled into a subtle smile. Mages are the artillery on the battlefield, pivotal in determining victory, yet they are also the most fragile of glass cannons. Once their mana is depleted, even the mightiest mage becomes akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. Those lofty legendary mages, each one of them as wealthy as a nation, in critical moments, to gain even a slim chance of survival, to cast 1 spell capable of altering the tide of battle, they would undoubtedly be willing to exhaust their fortunes to acquire potions capable of instantly restoring vast percentages of mana. This equates to granting them a second life, even a third. And then there are warriors, assassins, and tanks. Lin Mo picked up 1,000-year-old blood ginseng, exuding a rich life force. Health-restoring potions are equally vital. In life and death struggles, instantaneously recovering 10, 20, or even higher percentages of health can allow a dying warrior to rise again, granting a cornered assassin the opportunity for a counterattack. No one would ever wish for a shorter life, especially on a blood-soaked battlefield. The target clientele is crystal clear, all high-tier, top-tier professionals, particularly those who stand at the pinnacle of the power hierarchy, their wealth amassed in mountains. With a clear strategy in mind, Lin Mo immediately took action. Under the esteemed identity of a student from the illustrious Magic City University, and leveraging the credits and prestige accrued from previously conquering arduous tasks, he embarked on an ambitious procurement spree at the Baijiao Pavilion, renowned for its abundant resources. 3 stalks of Millennium Blood Ginseng, the finest starry herb, 10 portions. Deep-sea blue crystal marrow, as much as you have with over 90 purity. The names and quantities of the herbs Lin Mo requested caused the supervising teacher at Baijiao Pavilion to blink in astonishment, secretly marveling at the extravagance and discerning needs of this affluent student. Each herb was a rare gem, possessing considerable value. Upon returning to the underground alchemy chamber of the Jingzhou Pavilion, laden with herbs, Lin Mo shielded himself from all disturbances. The alchemy furnace was ignited. The process of alchemy was intricate and precise, demanding a nearly stringent mastery over the interplay of temperature, the merging of herbal properties, and the infusion of spiritual energy. Lin Mo was wholly engrossed, his mental acuity sharply focused. One by one, he cast the precious herbs into the cauldron, his fingertips guiding the flow of true energy with exactitude, orchestrating the amalgamation and metamorphosis of the elixirs. Time slipped away amidst the fragrant aura of herbs. Days later, the rich aroma in the alchemy chamber had thickened almost to a tangible form. Lin Mo appeared slightly fatigued, yet his gaze radiated remarkable brilliance. Before him on a specially crafted jade platform lay 2 rows of potions. On the left, 10 vials of a potion showcased a profound, pure blue, reminiscent of the cosmos, with fine blue stardust swirling within, emitting invigorating waves of pure spiritual energy. Starlight Rejuvenation Elixir, based on the intensity of spiritual energy infused and the age of the herbs. Lin Mo categorized them into 3 tiers, restoring 10, 15, and 20 maximum spiritual energy points. To the right, another row of 10 potions gleamed with a rich, life-affirming red, resembling solidified gems, exuding a powerful vitality and a subtle fragrance. Merely approaching them invigorated one's blood flow and energy. Life Essence Blood Elixir. These 2 were divided into 3 tiers of restoration, 10, 15, and 20 maximum life points. It was a success. Lin Mo grasped a vial of the 20-point Spiritual Restoration Starlight Rejuvenation Elixir, feeling the overwhelming energy within, potent enough to drive legendary mages to madness. His eyes brimming with confidence. This effect was truly extraordinary. Lowly humans have finally managed to concoct something commendable. Lilith had appeared at the entrance of the alchemy chamber, her petite nose sniffing the air, a flicker of astonishment passing through her crimson eyes. She could distinctly sense the pure energy within the blue elixirs, which, although still inferior for a primordial ancestor like her, far surpassed the refuse of lesser quality. Brother, you're amazing. Lin Yuyan rushed in next, curiously eyeing the red potions. This red one smells so delightful. Even the usually composed Xiao couldn't resist being drawn in by the rich vitality emanating from the potions, her azure eyes reflecting awe. Master, the life essence contained in this potion is remarkably pure. Its efficacy rivals that of our most precious sea goddess Terre. She was acutely aware of the strategic significance of such proportionally restorative potions for high-level warriors. Lin Mo gazed at the alluring potions radiating their enticing glow, his mind already formulating a plan, selling them outright. Such a waste, and it wouldn't maximize potential benefits. What he sought was a sensational impact, a means to establish his unparalleled position. The Zhao Merchant Association came to mind as he recalled Zhao Qingwan and the Supreme Card from Wanbao Pavilion. As a pivotal commercial titan in the eastern provinces and across the entire alliance, the Zhao Merchant Association possessed the premier auction channels and the most esteemed clientele. Rumor had it that soon, the Wanbao Pavilion would host the largest annual auction in Zhongzhou, attracting powerful figures from all corners. A plan began to take shape in Lin Mo's mind. He intended to use these 20 revolutionary potions as his stepping stone, aiming to make a striking impression at the Zhao Merchant Association's most prestigious auction. Chapter 59. Crisis and Opportunity in the Upper Echelons of the Zhao Merchant Association. Within the chairman's office, the heavy rosewood door isolated the room from the clamor outside, although it could not suppress the tension-laden atmosphere within. Zhao Tianqing sat behind an expansive mahogany desk, his bespoke suit impeccably tailored, even the cuffs crisply pressed. Before him lay documents bearing alarming phrases such as urgent supply shortages, competitor attacks, and malicious acquisition intentions, coiling like venomous serpents across the pages. He held an unlit premium cigar between his fingers, his gaze calmly fixed on the desk, with only the slight tightening of his lips and the depth of concern in his eyes betraying the impending storm. Opposite him, Zhao Qingwan reclined on the sofa, her moonlight blue professional attire accentuating her frosty elegance. She gently slid the latest evaluation report across the table to her father, her voice soft yet distinctly clear. Father, Wanbao Pavilion has confirmed that Longtai and Wantong have joined forces, nearly monopolizing the sources of several core items needed for this auction. Our existing reserves 1T suffice for the occasion. She pointed to the report with her slender fingers. And then there's the Sun family. She did not complete her sentence, but a flicker of icy disdain crossed her eyes. Zhao Tianqing slowly picked up the report, scanning the cold data, his expression remaining inscrutable. He placed the report down with care and reached for the cigar cutter, methodically trimming the cap, producing a faint snip. The air filled with the rich aroma of premium tobacco, yet it could not alleviate the weight of the unspoken. Understood. His voice was deep and steady, devoid of any discernible emotion, as if merely stating an established fact. The preparations for the auction will proceed as planned. I will find another way to secure the headlining items. He paused, bringing the freshly trimmed cigar to his nose for a gentle sniff, his profound gaze drifting towards the cold yet dazzling nightscape of Zhongzhou. As for the Sun family, they are but a troop of clowns. My daughter, Zhao Tianqing, is not a pawn for their coveting. His tone was unyielding, laced with an undeniable resolve and a hint of concealed ire. As a father, he could tolerate the cutthroat nature of the business world, but when provoked, the fierceness within him remained unabated. Zhao Qingwan observed the deep-set eyes of her father, knowing the determination that lay beneath his calm exterior. She nodded gently, her worries not entirely quelled, yet her father's steadfastness provided her with strength. A brief silence enveloped them, the only sound being the rhythmic ticking of the clock, striking against their taut nerves. At that moment, a low, persistent vibration emanated from the encrypted personal communicator positioned on the corner of the desk. The screen illuminated, displaying a unique, glimmering emblem, the exclusive mark of the highest-tier VIP cardholder of the Zhao Merchant Association. Zhao Tianqing's attention was instantly captured. Is it Lin Mo, the young man who saved his daughter's life and had been bestowed with the gold-plated card symbolizing the highest commitment? He realized that the call was from him. Signaling for his daughter to wait a moment, he picked up the communicator and connected, his voice steady and composed, masking any remnants of previous tension. Lin Mo, my young friend, good evening. The tone was perfectly balanced, embodying the warmth and regard of a senior towards an exceptional junior. Good evening, Chairman Zhao. I apologize for the interruption. Lin Mo's clear and calm voice resonated, imbued with the vitality characteristic of youth. I hope I haven't disturbed your rest. Not at all. Feel free to reach out anytime, Zhao Tianqing said, a subtle smile gracing his lips, one that adhered to the conventions of social etiquette. Is there something you wish to discuss? Indeed, Lin Mo replied, his tone remaining light and untroubled. I have recently developed some new ideas in alchemy and have managed to create 2 new potions, which seem to yield promising results. Alchemy? A flicker of barely perceptible surprise danced in Zhao Tianqing's deep-set eyes. He had always regarded Lin Mo as a beastmaster, and had never heard of his proficiency in the art of potion-making. However, considering the enigma that Lin Mo presented, Zhao Tianqing did not express any skepticism, but instead steered the conversation with a hint of genuine interest. Oh, new potions? You possess a talent for alchemy as well. May I inquire about the nature of these potions? One is called Arcane Tides, which restores mana. The other is Dawn's Embrace, which restores health. Lin Mo introduced them with casual ease. They are characterized by percentage-based recovery, and regardless of the user's level, the effects remain consistent. I have tested them myself, and they seem quite satisfactory. I intend to auction these 2 items at your upcoming event. Percentage-based recovery, ignoring levels. These 2 phrases struck Zhao Tianqing like silent thunder, reverberating deep within the tranquil waters of his heart. He instinctively tightened his grip on the communicator, his fingers turning pale at the knuckles. Behind his originally calm demeanor, his eyes suddenly gleamed with a sharp intensity, akin to tangible brilliance. Yet, he maintained an impeccable facade, merely raising his brow slightly, as if he had merely encountered a piece of intriguing news. Taking a deep breath, the air he inhaled felt charged, electrifying his senses. His voice remained steady, but his cadence noticeably slowed, each word laden with cautious weight. My young friend, did you just mention percentage recovery? Ignoring the user's level? He deliberately reiterated these 2 revolutionary keywords, his tone embodying pure verification, devoid of any exaggerated exclamations, yet imbued with immense significance. Yes, indeed, Lin Mo affirmed succinctly and decisively. Zhao Tianqing's heart thudded heavily within his chest. As a titan of the commercial realm for decades, he comprehended all too well what the amalgamation of these 2 characteristics entailed. It was a veritable nuclear bomb capable of shaking the very foundations of the industry. A coveted relic for countless high-ranking professionals. A strategic resource that could instantaneously alter the tide of fortune. He forcefully suppressed his burgeoning excitement, his voice adopting a tone of increased gravity and seriousness. My young friend, this matter is of great import. Zhao Tianqing's demeanor shifted to one of utmost solemnity, even carrying an unprecedented seriousness. The combination of percentage recovery and level disregard obliterates the existing precepts of alchemical practice. I do not doubt your claims, but he paused slightly, as if weighing his words carefully. Such a revolutionary potion, if it is to be introduced to the market, especially at the forthcoming grand auction, must be ensured to be foolproof. I understand Chairman Zhao's concerns, Lin Mo replied, his voice remaining calm, even carrying a hint of knowing amusement. I have absolute confidence in the efficacy. However, professional appraisal is a necessary procedure. Precisely. Zhao Tianqing interjected instantly, his tone resolute and unwavering, infused with undeniable commercial acumen. Might I request that you bring these 2 vials of potions to Zhongzhou in person? I will arrange for the foremost alchemical masters at the Wanbao Pavilion, under the Zhao Merchant Association, to conduct a comprehensive and rigorous evaluation of the potions to the utmost standards. To Wanbao Pavilion? Lin Mo's voice hinted at a moment's contemplation before he readily acquiesced. Certainly, just inform me of the specific time and location once you have arranged it, Chairman Zhao. Excellent. Even Zhao Tianqing, known for his remarkable composure, could not suppress a low, powerful note of approval that escaped his throat. Although his voice remained controlled, the slight lift in its tone and the sudden brightness in his gaze revealed the exhilaration he felt within. Rest assured, my young friend. I will personally oversee the itinerary and security arrangements. I will send you the detailed time, location, and contact information shortly. Very well. I appreciate your assistance, Chairman Zhao. Lin Mo's tone remained lighthearted. Until we meet in Zhongzhou, Zhao Tianqing declared with a solemnity befitting the occasion. Until we meet, Lin Mo echoed. Beep, beep, beep. The communication ended. In the office, silence enveloped once more. Zhao Tianqing slowly placed the communicator back onto the desk, his movements appearing as stable as ever. Yet only Zhao Qingwan, closest to him, could discern the subtle shifts beneath her father's seemingly unruffled exterior. As he set the communicator down, his fingertips unconsciously tapped lightly upon the surface of the desk. If what Lin Mo claimed were indeed true, Zhao Tianqing rose, gazing out through the floor-to-ceiling window at the bustling metropolis before him, as if the entire city lay at the mercy of this astute businessman. This would be the most significant opportunity for the Zhao Merchant Association in nearly a century. Chapter 60. The Threat from the Sun Family. At Magic City University. In the principal's office, light streamed through the grand floor-to-ceiling windows, casting geometric patterns of illumination upon the polished ebony floor. And the room was suffused with a serene ambience steeped in the weight of time and knowledge. Wei Wufeng sat upright behind a spacious desk, his posture as erect as a pine tree, his silver hair meticulously groomed. His expression remained inscrutable, and his deep-set eyes resembled ancient wells, calm and unfathomable, concealing any trace of emotion. Before him floated a luminous screen composed of pure energy, displaying a torrent of intricate data streams. At that moment, a seemingly archaic silver bracelet on his left wrist emitted a faint, almost imperceptible vibration, with a bluish light flickering upon its surface. Wei Wufeng's gaze remained fixed upon the screen, and with a natural motion, he raised his left wrist, his fingertip making contact with the glowing point. A steady and composed youthful voice resonated directly within his mind. Principal, this is Lin Mo. Wei Wufeng's response consisted of a singular, simple syllable, low and resonant, devoid of any emotional inflection. I have given it considerable thought regarding the Intercollegiate League. I shall participate. Lin Mo's voice was clear and resolute. A flicker of subtle illumination seemed to glimmer in Wei Wufeng's profound gaze. He maintained his previous posture, his voice steady and devoid of ripples. Very well. I shall send you the specific details regarding the selection and training arrangements shortly. Understood. Additionally, Principal, I may need to be away from the university for a few days to attend to some personal matters in Zhongzhou, Lin Mo added. Zhongzhou? Wei Wufeng's tone remained even, not probing for reasons, as if Lin Mo were simply informing him of a routine itinerary. During the preparatory period for the Intercollegiate League, it's essential to be mindful of the timeline. Rest assured, I will return before the league commences and will not cause any delays, Lin Mo assured him. Wei Wufeng affirmed once more. Go ahead. Thank you, Principal. The communication concluded, and the bluish light extinguished. Wei Wufeng's gaze refocused on the flowing data screen before him, as if the prior conversation had never transpired. Only his slender fingers lightly tapped at the edge of the screen, almost unconsciously. The secrets surrounding this young man from Zhongzhou seemed to grow ever more intriguing. He refrained from questioning, for some answers would naturally reveal themselves with the passage of time. In the heart of Zhongzhou, within the headquarters of the Zhao clan's business alliance, the atmosphere starkly contrasted with that of the president's office at Magic City University. An invisible yet suffocating tension permeated the air, a subtle scent of gunpowder lingering despite the presence of expensive incense. Zhao Tianqing sat majestically on the main sofa, clad in a perfectly tailored deep gray suit that accentuated his composed demeanor. In front of him, a cup of Biluacun tea shimmered with clarity, steam rising gracefully. He wore a subtle, formulaic smile befitting a titan of commerce, his gaze tranquil, betraying no hint of emotion. Opposite him sat Sun Lu, the second steward of the Sun family, a middle-aged man of slightly stout build, his sharp and haughty eyes revealing a shrewdness. Two formidable bodyguards loomed behind him. President Zhao. Sun Lu lifted his teacup, blowing lightly on the non-existent froth, and began with a languid tone that exuded a condescending air. I trust you are well aware of our third young master's intentions towards Miss Qingwan. This proposed union is, after all, an olive branch extended by the Sun family. Given our long-standing relationship with the Zhao clan, he continued, it seems your esteemed alliance has encountered some turbulence of late, with Longtai and Wantong joining forces to apply pressure. Resources are dwindling, and the auction's finale lacks vigor. Should this situation persist without formidable support, I fear though his words trailed off. The implication was unmistakable. The Zhao clan was on shaky ground, and the Sun family was poised to act as their savior, with the marriage as the sole escape route, lest they face dire consequences. Zhao Tianqing's smile remained unchanged, even softening slightly. He lifted his teacup, savoring a sip as if relishing an exquisite brew. When he set the cup down, the porcelain made a crisp, delightful sound against the sandalwood table. "Steward's son, your words are rather severe," he replied, his voice steady and powerful, devoid of any trace of agitation. "The ebbs and flows of the marketplace are but a common occurrence. I, Zhao, have navigated the business realm for decades. Such storms do not rattle me." His tone was unremarkable yet imbued with an undeniable confidence and depth. The feigned smile on Sun Lu's face faltered slightly, replaced by a strained, insincere grin. "Indeed, President Zhao has weathered many storms. However, the current tempest appears particularly fierce. Our third young master is genuinely devoted to Miss Qingwan. Should she marry into the Sun family, she would bask in unparalleled wealth and glory, while the Zhao clan would gain our full support to navigate these treacherous waters. Is it not a mutually beneficial arrangement?" The underlying threat in his words was now glaringly apparent. A chill flickered in the depths of Zhao Tianqing's profound gaze, akin to a glacial current surging beneath a frozen surface, swift and imperceptible. Yet his smile remained warm, tinged with a hint of a guardian's exasperation towards a wayward child. "Steward's son, I appreciate your third young master's affections. However, my daughter, Qingwan, has been somewhat spoiled since childhood and possesses a stubborn disposition. As her father, I must respect her wishes regarding her marriage." His tone shifted, still calm, but now laced with an undeniable sense of detachment. The Zhao clan has stood for a century, founded on principles of integrity and strength. Even in the face of adversity, we possess our own means to endure. Therefore, let us refrain from discussing marriage further. Should the Sun family genuinely value our past, a commitment to fair competition in business would be most appreciated. The false smile vanished entirely from Sun Lu's face, replaced by a dark, simmering anger. He slammed his teacup down, the clatter echoing like a thunderclap. Rising to his feet, his gaze turned predatory as he fixed his glare upon Zhao Tianqing. "Zhao Tianqing, you must think this through. Rejecting the good intentions of the Sun family will bear consequences beyond your capacity to bear. Do not disrespect the offering." Zhao Tianqing rose slowly, his towering stature radiating an intangible pressure born of long-standing authority. The warmth of his smile dissipated, and his eyes sharpened like those of a hawk, locking onto Sun Lu with unwavering intensity. His voice, though not raised, was as resolute as iron, striking the floor with finality. "Steward's son, please take your leave. How I conduct my affairs is not a matter for the Sun family to concern themselves with. As for the consequences of fate," icy smile graced his lips, the implications sending a chill through the seasoned Sun Lu. "I, Zhao Tianqing, am capable of bearing them. You." Sun Lu's face flushed with rage as he pointed an accusing finger at Zhao Tianqing, trembling slightly. "Very well, Zhao Tianqing. Just wait. We shall see how your auction unfolds." With a storm of fury and a tinge of unease, he stormed out, flanked by his bodyguards. As the heavy door to the meeting room shut, sealing off the external cacophony, the icy demeanor on Zhao Tianqing's face vanished, restoring a profound tranquility. He sank back onto the sofa, lifting the now lukewarm teacup. Yet his gaze remained as sharp as a blade, surveying the towering edifices of Zhongzhou outside the window. The threats from the Sun family and the encroachment from Longtai and Wantong loomed like a heavy shackle over him. Yet, in that moment, Zhao Tianqing's mindset had shifted entirely. He retrieved a secure communicator, accessing a specific contact interface, his fingers steady as he inputted commands. "Ensure that Lin Mo's itinerary is flawlessly executed. The Wanbao Pavilion Appraisal Center must be prepared at the highest level, activating the classified contingency plan. All participants are to sign the utmost confidentiality agreements. This matter concerns the very survival of the alliance and cannot afford any missteps." After dispatching the message, Zhao Tianqing set the communicator down and drained the now tepid tea, the bitterness fading to a subtle sweetness. Closing his eyes, he leaned back against the sofa, his fingers rhythmically tapping against the armrest, as if orchestrating a grand strategy for the impending confrontation that would determine life or death. Having navigated the tumultuous seas of commerce for decades, the current stature of the Zhao clan was not merely the result of intellect. What mattered most was his audacity to gamble. His instincts whispered that Lin Mo would unveil a tremendous surprise, a true trump card capable of turning the tide for the Zhao clan. The icy arc of a smile reemerged at the corners of his mouth. A tempest was brewing. Chapter 61, Arrival. The Sun Family, Conference Hall. The atmosphere was as heavy as the stillness before a storm. Sun Jingxiong, the head of the Sun family, sat regally in the main seat, his hawk-like eyes piercingly scanning the second steward, Sun Lu, who bowed his head in report. Sun Lu embellished the account of Zhao Tianqing's arrogance and impudence, recounting how he had brazenly rejected the proposed union, emphasizing the peculiar confidence that had surfaced in Zhao Tianqing's assertion that he could bear it. "Bear it?" Sun Jingxiong's fingers rapped slowly and heavily upon the rosewood armrest, each knock resonating like a hammer upon Sun Lu's heart. On what grounds did Zhao Tianqing believe he could bear it? Long Tai and Wantong had nearly severed the lifeline of his auction. What means did he possess to turn the tide? Master, I too find it puzzling. Sun Lu interjected hastily. Though Zhao Tianqing is indeed a man of depth, he showed no signs of panic when confronted with the pressure from our family. In fact, he appeared almost unyielding. I dare speculate that he may possess something we are unaware of. Unyielding Sun Zhengxiong echoed softly, his gaze darkening further. Zhao Tianqing was no fool. His audacity to reject so staunchly and risk a complete rupture indicated he had some form of support. He paused his rhythmic tapping, turning his attention to his eldest son, Sun Yaozu, the third young master, who stood attentively nearby. Yaozu, what is your perspective? Sun Yaozu's expression darkened, his eyes glinting with resentment. Father, that old cur, Zhao Tianqing, lacks appreciation. However, the second steward's words hold merit. His audacity must surely conceal some intrigue. Perhaps he has unearthed an extraordinary source of goods? Or has he secured formidable external support? Formidable external support? Sun Jingxiong snorted derisively. In Zhongzhou and the surrounding provinces, who possesses the power to rival our three families? Who would dare to offend both us and Long Tai, Wantong, all for a precarious Zhao clan commerce? He pondered for a moment, his eyes alight with determination, and decisively commanded. Sun Lu, at your service, came the prompt reply. Immediately increase our manpower. Keep a vigilant watch on the Zhao clan commerce, especially on Zhao Tianqing himself and his daughter, Zhao Qingwan. Monitor all personnel entering and exiting the headquarters, the unusual activities at Wanbage, and scrutinize every suspicious entity that might be in contact with the Zhao clan. Report any sign of unrest immediately. Yes, master, Sun Lu responded, his spirit invigorated as he swiftly departed. Yaozu, Sun Jingxiong then turned his gaze towards his son, his tone chilling. You, too, must deploy every resource at your disposal to investigate. What exactly is Zhao Tianqing's trump card? I refuse to believe he can conjure a reversal out of thin air. Once we uncover any trace of evidence, we may resort to extraordinary measures if necessary. Before the auction, we must unveil his hidden card. Understood, father. Sun Yaozu's eyes flashed with a fierce determination as he bowed in acknowledgement. At the central teleportation hub of Zhongzhou, in the VIP teleportation hall's exit, the disorienting sensation, unique to spatial transmission, ebbed away, replaced by a sudden surge of vibrant noise. Wow, so vast, so many people, Lin Yuyan exclaimed in hushed excitement, her violet eyes wide with curiosity as she surveyed her surroundings. Towering magical energy edifices, various floating vehicles, and an array of uniquely dressed practitioners filled her with wonder. Lin Mo quickly acclimated to Zhongzhou's distinctive energy field. His communication bracelet vibrated gently, revealing a message from Zhao Tianqing. Esteemed Lin Mo, welcome to Zhongzhou. Wanbage is located at number 1, Tianshu Avenue in the Central Business District. A dedicated attendant awaits you at exit 3 of the South VIP Teleportation Hall. Upon arrival, please present your VIP card. Zhao Tianqing is looking forward to your visit. Wanbage. Lin Mo tucked away the bracelet and led the two women and the bat towards the clearly marked private passageway. At the end of the passage, the door swung open to reveal an opulent, highly private reception hall. A middle-aged man, dressed in the distinguished uniform of the Zhao clan commerce, exuded a calm and competent aura, accompanied by two discreetly poised guards, was already waiting. As Lin Mo's party emerged, a fleeting glimmer of recognition sparkled in Zhao Feng's eyes. He donned an impeccably respectful smile and bowed deeply to Lin Mo. You must be Lin Mo. I am Zhao Feng, an attendant of the Zhao clan commerce, here at the behest of the president to welcome you. The president is awaiting you at the Wanbage Appraisal Center. Please, follow me. His posture was exceedingly deferential. Lin Mo inclined his head slightly. Thank you, Attendant Zhao. Please, sir. Ladies, please. Zhao Feng gestured gracefully to lead the way. Just as Lin Mo's party boarded the discreet magical vehicle inscribed with powerful defensive runes, in a distant, inconspicuous corner of the VIP teleportation hall, a man, engrossed in a navigation map, cast a sidelong glance towards Lin Mo's direction. He lightly pressed a subtle protrusion on the edge of the map. Wanbage, nestled in Zhongzhou at number 1 Tianshu Avenue, stands as the core enterprise of the Zhao clan commerce, a veritable masterpiece that marries top-tier alchemy with spatial expansion technology. The towering spire pierced the heavens, its surface adorned with flowing, arcane runes. Upon entering, one is met not with ostentatious opulence, but rather with a subdued, understated luxury. The lofty ceiling, embedded with magical crystals simulating a starry sky, cast a gentle light. The air was fresh, infused with a delicate fragrance of sandalwood and herbs that calmed the spirit. The expansive space was cleverly partitioned by suspended display platforms, showcasing an array of dazzling treasures, each more precious than the last. The clientele, all affluent and noble, maintained an air of composed reserve and tranquility. Under Zhao Feng's guidance, Lin Mo's party traversed multiple layers of stringent security, directly ascending in a private elevator to the top floor of Wanbage, the Tianjin Hall, reserved for the most exquisite treasures. The atmosphere here was even more intimate and solemn, with walls crafted from sound-absorbing materials and the floor covered in thick, deep-sea whale velvet carpeting. So much so that even a pin drop could be heard. The elevator doors slid open silently. A graceful figure stood poised outside the hall, dressed in a meticulously tailored moon-white gown that accentuated her slender form, exuding an aura akin to an ethereal orchid in a secluded valley. It was Zhao Qingwan. Upon seeing Lin Mo, a radiant and sincere smile blossomed on her fair visage, her eyes betraying an unmistakable delight tinged with a subtle shyness. "Mr. Lin Mo, welcome to Wanbage." Zhao Qingwan approached briskly, her voice gentle and melodious, like a flowing spring. Her gaze swiftly scanned Lin Mo's companions, Lin Yuyan and Xiao, a flicker of astonishment crossing her features. In just a month, had Lin Mo tamed 2 more formidable beasts? Surprised, she then noticed the exquisite crimson little bat perched on Lin Mo's shoulder, offering a kind smile and nodding in greeting. "Your father is already waiting inside. Please, follow me." "Thank you, Miss Zhao." Lin Mo replied with a slight nod. Lin Yuyan curiously observed Zhao Qingwan while admiring the lavish surroundings, whispering to Xiao, "This place is so beautiful." Xiao nodded in agreement. Lilith, however, languidly cast a glance at Zhao Qingwan, acknowledging her presence. Zhao Qingwan personally led the way, pushing open the heavy doors inscribed with intricate protective runes. Beyond lay an extraordinarily spacious appraisal hall, where cutting-edge technology melded seamlessly with classical aesthetics. At the center stood a massive circular operation platform, upon which floated an array of intricate alchemical instruments and energy detection formations. Surrounding walls were composed of enormous one-way perspective crystal panels, offering a clear view of Zhongzhou's vibrant scenery while preventing any outside gaze from penetrating within. Zhao Tianqing stood beside the operation platform, his back to the entrance, hands clasped behind him as he seemed to gaze out at the cityscape. Upon hearing the door open, he slowly turned. "Young Lin Mo, it has been a long journey." Zhao Tianqing greeted with a warm and steady smile, striding forward to extend his hand. As his eyes met Lin Mo's, they naturally drifted to the 3 companions beside him. When his gaze fell upon Lin Yuyan, a flicker of astonishment crossed Zhao Tianqing's deep-set eyes. The pure, unblemished aura emanating from her, seemingly rooted in the essence of life itself, momentarily unsettled even this seasoned magnate of commerce. "Is this the essence of dragon might? So pure?" His attention then shifted to Xiao. Beneath her tranquil demeanor, Zhao Tianqing sensed an expansive, deep ocean, evoking an overwhelming reverence that surged from the depths of his bloodline. Finally, his gaze settled on the seemingly harmless, even somewhat adorable crimson bat perched on Lin Mo's shoulder, merely being swept over by those scarlet, languid eyes, which seemed to harbor endless epics and frigid rules. Zhao Tianqing felt as though his soul had been cast into an icy abyss, a tremor originating from the very depths of existence coursing through his entire being. The shock, akin to a tsunami, crashed upon Zhao Tianqing's mind. He forcibly suppressed the tumultuous emotions within him, maintaining a merchant's composure on his face, yet beneath the surface, his eyes brimmed with unfathomable turbulence. The young friend Lin Mo, accompanied by such fearsome entities, each one exuded an invisible pressure, rooted deep within their bloodlines, far surpassing any so-called S-Rank he had encountered before. Even the rumored SS-Rank Beast Tamers. This was no mere beast master. It was akin to a veritable menagerie of mythical creatures. "President Zhao, I apologize for the wait." Lin Mo calmly extended his hand to shake Zhao Tianqing's, as if entirely oblivious to the latter's momentary lapse in composure. "Not at all, young friend. It is my honor that you have graced the Zhao commerce with your presence." Zhao Tianqing firmly grasped Lin Mo's hand, his tone sincere and earnest. The last vestiges of doubt within him dissipated entirely. How could a young man capable of commanding such formidable beings possibly present anything mundane? Zhao Tianqing composed himself and gestured towards 3 elderly gentlemen who had been standing attentively by the operation platform. "Young friend, these 3 are the esteemed appraisers of the Wanbao Pavilion, each a luminary in the field of potion assessment. Old Master Chen specializes in energy potions. Old Master Li focuses on life potions, and Old Master Wang excels in the analysis of alchemical origins. Though advanced in years, their spirits are vigorous and their gaze is sharp as eagles." The scrutiny in their eyes, tinged with a subtle skepticism, regarded Lin Mo. What groundbreaking potion could such a young client possibly present? Had it not been for President Zhao's direct order to employ the highest-level confidential protocol, they might have deemed the situation somewhat exaggerated. Greetings, esteemed masters. Lin Mo inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement. The three masters reciprocated the gesture with measured decorum. Young friend Lin. Zhao Tianxing inhaled deeply. Internally, he was far from the calm he projected. The stakes were monumental. He turned to Lin Mo, his voice tinged with an imperceptible tension. Young friend, shall we begin? Lin Mo nodded, offering no further words. With a flick of his wrist, two ancient-looking vials, neither gold nor jade in composition, materialized in his palm. One vial contained a liquid of a profound azure hue, reminiscent of a starry sky. The other held a warm, radiant liquid, akin to solidified sunlight. Indeed, it was the arcane tide and the dawn's healing. The moment these two potions emerged, the very air within the appraisal hall seemed to stutter. The gaze of the three masters was instantly captivated. Old Master Chun, specializing in energy potions, felt his nostrils twitch slightly, his brow furrowing ever so slightly. He sensed the overwhelming and pure energy emanating from the azure potion. Its quality was unparalleled, far beyond any top-tier magical potency available on the market. Yet, the notion of percentage recovery, ignoring levels, such a claim was utterly preposterous. Alchemical principles dictated that while the potion's efficacy might indeed surpass that of market alternatives, higher-rank practitioners possess stronger life forces and mana essences, thus exhibiting greater resistance to potions. How could one possibly disregard levels? He had already mentally labeled this potion as an exaggeration, though he refrained from voicing his thoughts out of respect for President Zhao. Old Masters Li and Wang, while lacking the overt reaction of Master Chun, also held expressions filled with scrutiny and skepticism. They were inherently doubtful of such a revolutionary assertion. Zhao Tianxing observed the reactions of the three masters, his heart racing. He believed in Lin Mo, but the appraisal results were the ultimate truth. He declared with gravity, "Esteemed masters, please commence." "Yes, President." The three masters replied in unison, collecting their thoughts and commencing their work. Despite their doubts, their professional integrity compelled them to focus immediately. The arcane tide was the first to be placed within the specially designed energy detection array. Buzz. The detection array erupted into a blinding blue light. Complex runes whirled chaotically, producing a rapid hum. Data cascaded down the luminous screen above the array like a waterfall. Energy purity, 99, 999. Nearly perfect. No impurities whatsoever. Energy attributes highly compatible. No repulsion against any attribute's mana essence. Energy structure stable. Extremely stable. Internal energy tides cycling autonomously. How is this possible? Old Master Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. Fixated on the astonishing data displayed, the disdain on his face evaporating, replaced by sheer astonishment. He lunged towards the operation platform, trembling fingers adjusting the detection parameters. His voice faltering, "Impossible. This energy structure does not exist in any current alchemical charts. It is self-cycling." Next, the array was switched to simulate absorption mode. A model representing pure energy, corresponding to different levels of practitioners' mana cores, appeared within the array. When a trace of the arcane tide's energy was carefully directed into a level 20 mana core model, the model instantly filled, radiating blue light. With adjacent data displaying, mana recovery amount, 30. Perfect match. Old Master Chen inhaled sharply. This was within the realm of his expectations. He promptly switched the target to a level 50 mana core model. Injection. The model filled once more. Data displayed. Mana recovery amount, 30. Old Master Chen's hand trembled violently. Defiantly, he switched to a level 70 heroic mana core model. The mana contained within this model was vast enough to render any top-tier magical potion trivial. Injection. Buzz. The entire detection array emitted a mournful wail of being overwhelmed. The blinding blue light threatened to pierce the ceiling. That level 70 mana core model, akin to a parched riverbed meeting a torrential flood, was instantly filled with an overwhelming surge of pure energy. The adjacent data fluctuated wildly before ultimately freezing on a number that left everyone breathless, nearly causing Old Master Chun to experience cardiac arrest. Mana recovery amount, 30. Ignoring levels. Percentage constant. Thud. Old Master Chun collapsed into his chair, lips quivering, eyes glazed as he stared at the glaring number on the screen, muttering repeatedly, "Impossible. This cannot be." Meanwhile, on the other side, Old Master Li, responsible for the Dawn's healing, was even more astounded than Old Master Chun. As the warm, divine golden potion was placed within the life detection array, the entire array erupted in an unprecedented, vibrant golden radiance. The rich life essence rendered the air within the appraisal hall remarkably fresh, invigorating all present. simulating the injection into different levels of life core models. Each time, the instant recovery amount remained constant at 30, plus an additional 15 for sustained recovery. Ignoring levels. Percentage constant. Old Masterly, gazing at the repeatedly challenging data that defied his lifelong understanding, stood as if petrified, only his white beard quivering violently. He had appraised countless top-tier life potions throughout his life, including the legendary elixirs said to resurrect the dead, yet he had never encountered anything like this. The incomprehensible and sheerly tyrannical restorative effects. This is no mere potion. It is akin to a fundamental principle. Master Wang is tasked with the analysis of the alchemical essence. He manipulates the most sophisticated instruments, striving to decipher the energy composition and the crafting principles of the two potions. However, the data returned by the instruments is a cacophony of chaos and warnings. The energy structure of the potions is so intricately profound that it embodies a certain incomprehensible law. The forced analysis results in the instruments overheating and emitting smoke. This is a creation of the realm of rules, beyond the reach of human endeavor, beyond the scope of alchemy. Master Wang slumps in his chair, gazing at the smoking apparatus, his eyes filled with an unprecedented awe and bewilderment. The entire appraisal hall is enveloped in a deathly silence. Only the faint crackle of the overloaded instruments and the heavy, disordered breaths of the three masters can be heard. Zhao Tianqing stands there, his body trembling slightly with overwhelming excitement. His deep-set eyes resemble a tranquil ancient well, its surface undisturbed, yet roiling with shock beneath. The previously tightened line of his lips now relaxes imperceptibly. His chest rises and falls with a barely noticeable deep breath, as if he seeks to inhale all the suppressed excitement and monumental hope that could upend the very fabric of reality. Zhao Tianqing slowly lifts his gaze, no longer directed at the cold night outside the window, but seemingly piercing through the walls to the impending tempest at the Central Plains auction house. Within the depths of his bloodshot eyes, despair and gravity have long dissipated, replaced by a long-lost, predatory sharpness. An absolute confidence in his ability to seize control and launch a devastating counterattack. He speaks not a word, merely retrieving a finely trimmed premium cigar. His movements steady as he lights it. Wisps of fragrant smoke curl upwards, obscuring his keen gaze, yet failing to mask the increasingly distinct, icy, yet powerful smile at the corners of his mouth. The Sun family? Longtai? Want to harm my daughter? Wish to consume the Zhao clan. Zhao Tianqing inhales deeply the rich aroma of the smoke, feeling a resurgence of fiery ambition and unprecedented assurance swelling within his chest. Silently scoffing, the game is now ours to control. Chapter 63, The Proactive Zhao Qingwan. Lin Mo, my young friend, Zhao Tianqing began. The appraisal results are indisputable. These 2 vials of potions will be the undeniable treasures of this auction. Their value is incalculable. He paused, his tone shifting to one of earnest gravity. Regarding the proceeds from the auction, in accordance with the highest level commission agreement of our Zhao Merchant Association, and your privileges as a holder of the Gilded VIP card, the association will retain 30% of the final transaction amount as commission, covering advertising, security, and various operational expenses. The remaining 70% will be delivered to you in full, without any additional conditions. Do you find this distribution satisfactory? Zhao Tianqing gazed at Lin Mo, feeling a twinge of apprehension in his heart. This profit-sharing ratio, for an ordinary consignor, is undoubtedly the most generous offer the Zhao Merchant Association could provide, even verging on a loss for the sake of binding Lin Mo, this godlike alchemist. Yet, when it comes to strategic resources like the arcane title and the Dawn's elixir, which could alter the world's dynamics, he feared Lin Mo might deem 30% insufficient. Lin Mo lifted the crystalline cup, gently swirling the moonlit liquid within. His expression calm and unruffled. He nodded, his voice placid. It is acceptable, quite reasonable. We shall proceed as President Zhao has suggested. A boulder of anxiety crashed down in Zhao Tianqing's chest, and a wave of immense gratitude surged within him. Not only had Master Lin Mo brought forth life-saving potions, but he was also remarkably generous in the distribution of benefits. Zhao is immensely grateful. Zhao Tianqing once again expressed his heartfelt thanks. After a moment's hesitation, he could not resist inquiring, with a hint of trepidation and hope. Master, may I ask how difficult it is to craft such miraculous potions? Will there be possibilities in the future? Lin Mo glanced at him, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips, as if he could see through Zhao Tianqing's thoughts. President Zhao, rest assured, these 2 potions are merely the beginning. He took a gentle sip of the moonlight elixir, savoring its cool sweetness as it melted on his tongue before continuing. I have formulas for even more potent effects and higher recovery rates. However, one must be patient. Releasing too much at once diminishes value and invites unnecessary trouble. Once this auction establishes a reputation and market excitement builds, we can gradually introduce higher-tier versions. Those elite professionals and factions will always be willing to pay a greater price for superior assurances. Zhao Tianqing's heart raced with exhilaration. There are even stronger potions, with better effects. Moreover, Lin Mo's strategy is remarkably clear, employing a hunger marketing approach, ensuring a steady flow. My young friend, fear not. The Zhao Merchant Association will fully cooperate with all subsequent arrangements. The auction is in 5 days, if you do not mind. Might you graciously reside in the top-tier suite of the Wanbao Pavilion for the next couple of days? It is secure, and we can communicate conveniently. What do you think? Very well, Lin Mo nodded in agreement. Residing in the heart of the Wanbao Pavilion certainly alleviates concerns. Splendid. Zhao Tianqing exclaimed with delight. Qingwan. He called towards the door. Zhao Qingwan, who had been waiting outside, entered, now dressed in a more demure home outfit, her face adorned with a gentle smile. Father, Mr. Lin Mo Qingwan. My young friend Lin Mo will be staying in the top-tier suite for the next 2 days. Please ensure everything is arranged for his comfort, making him feel at home. Any requests, no matter how small, must be met promptly. Zhao Tianqing instructed solemnly, his tone laced with an imperceptible depth of meaning. Yes, father, I understand. Zhao Qingwan replied softly, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush as she cast a tender glance at Lin Mo. Then I shall not disturb master any longer. I will take my leave. Zhao Tianqing discreetly rose to excuse himself, granting them space. Zhao Qingwan immediately busied herself, directing attendants to bring in exquisite snacks and fruits, personally attending to the details of Lin Mo's room with gentle, considerate movements. Lin Yuyan and Xiao had their own rooms and had already retired for the night. Lilith remained perched on Lin Mo's shoulder, her crimson eyes glancing discontentedly at the bustling Zhao Qingwan before shifting to Lin Mo, letting out a dissatisfied huff. Humph. This human woman is quite diligent in her flattery. She then transformed into a streak of crimson light, darting out the open window in search of food. As night deepened, the neon lights outside continued to flicker. Yet, within the suite, the air began to subtly warm. The night grew darker, leaving only Lin Mo and the recently settled Zhao Qingwan within the suite. The atmosphere became somewhat delicate, as if invisible threads floated through the air. Zhao Qingwan stood before Lin Mo, her hands nervously twisting the edges of her clothing, her cheeks glowing under the soft light like a ripe peach. Taking a deep breath, she summoned her courage, raising her clear, gentle eyes to gaze deeply into Lin Mo's, filled with unreserved affection. Mr. Lin Mo, she spoke, her voice tinged with an imperceptible tremor. I am uncertain how to express myself. Lin Mo regarded her with a hint of confusion, wondering what Zhao Qingwan wished to convey. From the moment you rescued me. Zhao Qingwan's cheeks deepened in crimson, her voice diminishing to a whisper, as if she feared to disturb some sacred entity. Yet her gaze grew ever more luminous, akin to the brightest star in the night sky. She had just rescued the entire Zhao family business once more. Words seemed to elude her, as a sentiment that had long taken root surged within her heart. She stepped forward, closing the distance to Lin Mo, and a delicate fragrance, reminiscent of orchids mingled with sunlight, wafted into Lin Mo's nostrils. Raising her head, she bravely met Lin Mo's gaze, her gentle, water-like eyes now ablaze with fervent fire. Mr. Lin Mo, I cannot help but think of you. I know this is presumptuous, perhaps even laughable, but I like you. At last, she spoke the words she had long harbored in her heart. Once uttered, it felt as though she had expended all her strength. Her body trembled slightly, her chest rising and falling with a resolute determination mingled with boundless hope, her eyes fixed intently on Lin Mo, awaiting his response. Moonlight streamed through the grand floor-to-ceiling windows, enveloping her in a gentle embrace, draping her in a veil of ethereal purity. The room lay in profound silence. Lin Mo gazed upon this courageous daughter of the Zhao family, her flushed cheeks, fingers entwined in nervousness, trembling form, and those eyes brimming with the vastness of love. Everything was vividly etched in his mind. He was not indifferent. On the contrary, Zhao Qingwan's gentle grace had long since rippled through his heart. Yet, he had been accustomed to maintaining a calm exterior, rarely revealing his innermost feelings. Now, confronted with such a passionate and forthright confession, Lin Mo found himself at a loss. He was no rogue, but rather a normal man. How could he remain unmoved when faced with such a stunning beauty confessing her feelings? Lin Mo felt his heart skip a beat, a surge of unfamiliar warmth, tinged with a hint of panic, rising from his core to flush his cheeks. He instinctively swallowed, the subtle sound echoing distinctly in the stillness of the room. Zhao Qingwan caught sight of it. She distinctly perceived the momentary discomfort and slight shyness that flickered across Lin Mo's face, instantly replacing her trepidation with immense surprise. He was not indifferent. This revelation imbued Zhao Qingwan with great courage. The brilliance in her eyes intensified, infused with a resolve akin to burning bridges. As she took another small step forward, nearly brushing against Lin Mo's form, she tilted her head slightly, her lips parting, her voice imbued with a gentle, dewy allure, laced with a barely perceptible tremor. Mr. Lin Mo, I do not require an immediate response from you. I merely wish to unburden my heart. Her voice grew softer. I just want you to know my feelings, regardless of your own. Observing Lin Mo's lips quivering slightly in nervousness, the unfamiliar warmth swept away her reservations. Without further hesitation or unnecessary words, she leaned in to kiss Lin Mo's lips. Lin Mo's eyes widened in astonishment as he regarded the audacious Zhao Qingwan in his embrace. He reached out, gently clasping her entwined, slightly cool hands. They felt soft and smooth, radiating the unique warmth of youth. Zhao Qingwan's body jolted, as if electrified. Her gaze fixed on Lin Mo, who also bore a faint blush, meeting her eyes with unwavering composure. He tightened his grip on her hand, his voice deeper than usual, carrying a subtle huskiness, yet resonating clearly in Zhao Qingwan's ears. I have heard your heart. She nodded vigorously, enveloped in an unprecedented sense of happiness and fulfillment. At that moment, no one noticed the fleeting shadow outside the window, accompanied by a barely audible, sour grunt. Humph, this human woman is fortunate. The shadow then vanished completely into the city's neon tapestry. Chapter 64, The Agency. In the Sun family's secret chamber. Sun Jingxiong's countenance was as dark as stormy waters as he listened to his subordinate's latest report. Master, Lin Mo has not shown himself since entering the Wanbao Pavilion. The internal security level has escalated to the highest, making it impossible for our people to infiltrate. Observations from the perimeter indicate that the alchemical laboratory area of Wanbao Pavilion experienced unusually intense energy fluctuations last night, seemingly conducting some high-level appraisal. It lasted for quite some time. The appraisal exhibited abnormal energy fluctuations linked to Lin Mo. Sun Jingxiong's fingers struck the table forcefully, his eyes glinting with cold fury. Lin Mo had only just arrived, and now there was high-level appraisal? Humph. Zhao Tianqing's trump card must be with this Lin Mo. This genius beast master from the Magic City is likely not as simple as he appears. He suddenly lifted his head and bellowed into the shadows. Shadow. A vague, shadowy figure materialized like a specter. Master. Keep a close watch on all exits of Wanbao Pavilion. Pay particular attention to Lin Mo. The moment he appears, report immediately. I want to know his every move. Sun Jingxiong's eyes flashed with a ruthless glint. Furthermore, inform our contacts on the dark web to investigate. Spare no expense to uncover Lin Mo's background. I want to know all his secrets. Yes. The shadow responded and melted back into darkness. At the top of Wanbao Pavilion, in a luxurious suite, the gentle morning sunlight poured through the vast windows, casting warm patches of light on the carpet. The air still lingered with the intoxicating essence of the previous night. Zhao Qingwan's long lashes fluttered a few times before she slowly opened her eyes. The first sight that met her gaze was Lin Mo's chiseled jawline and tranquil sleeping face. Memories of the previous night flooded back, the bold confession she had made, Lin Mo's rare embarrassment and clumsy yet steadfast response, and the subsequent moments that made her blush, her heart race, and left her feeling weak, even whispering pleas for mercy. The recollections surged like a tide, causing her fair cheeks to flush with warmth, akin to a ripened apple. She cautiously attempted to extricate herself from Lin Mo's embrace, fearful of waking him. However, the moment she moved, waves of soreness and an unusual sensation coursed through her body, prompting an involuntary sigh to escape her lips, rendering her motionless. She inwardly lamented, "My husband possesses astonishing stamina. My own physical constitution is not weak, yet last night I was almost entirely passive, ultimately begging for respite to rest. How will I endure if I am alone in the future?" As this thought surfaced, Zhao Qingwan's cheeks flushed deeper, and a bold yet slightly shy idea began to take root in her heart. Perhaps it would not be amiss to find her husband a few sisters to share the burden. The image of Shi Yao, gentle and flowing like water, flashed through her mind. Just then, Lin Mo awoke. He opened his eyes and caught sight of the enchanting woman in his arms, her complexion shifting, sometimes flushed like dawn, at other times sparkling with thought, an expression of profound inner turmoil. "What are you pondering?" Lin Mo's voice carried a deep, husky timbre, naturally tightening his arm to draw her closer. Zhao Qingwan was startled, and when she met Lin Mo's smiling, deep-set eyes, she felt an overwhelming rush of embarrassment. Burying her face into his solid chest, her muffled voice escaping. I wasn't thinking about anything." Lin Mo chuckled softly, his fingers gently caressing her smooth, delicate shoulder. Leaning in closely to her flushed ear, his warm breath cascading over her sensitive earlobe, Not thinking about anything? Then why is your face so red? Were you thinking about last night? Don't say that. Zhao Qingwan, feeling a blend of embarrassment and irritation, playfully struck him with her small fist. The force is gentle as a mere tickle. Lin Mo's laughter grew even more melodious, tinged with a hint of mischief. It seems my Qingwan lacks a bit of stamina and could benefit from more exercise. Husband, you are incorrigible. Zhao Qingwan completely transformed into an ostrich. Burying herself in his embrace and refusing to lift her head, her ears flushed a deep crimson. Just as this tender and enchanting atmosphere enveloped them, a sharp, disapproving snort pierced through the air. Getting all lovey-dovey this early in the morning. Shameless humans. A small bat, resembling a sculpture of red jade, was hanging upside down from the opulent crystal chandelier in the center of the room, its scarlet eyes glaring angrily at the couple entwined on the bed. How infuriating. This human woman monopolized Lin Mo for the entire night, and she looks so pleased with herself. It drives me mad. Lin Yuyuan, rubbing her sleepy eyes, peeked out from the adjacent room, her white hair tousled and clutching a soft pillow. Meanwhile, Xiao had elegantly seated herself by the window, meditating in the morning light, seemingly untouched by the world's disturbances, though the gentle curve of her lips hinted at a deeper warmth. Startled by Lilith's abrupt outburst, Zhao Qingwan blushed even more, hastily wriggling out of Lin Mo's embrace to fumble for her clothes. Lin Mo, with a resigned glance at the sulking little vinegar pot hanging from the chandelier, wore a smile that conveyed indulgence. After a brief period of freshening up, everyone gathered in the suite's parlor for breakfast. Although the blush on Zhao Qingwan's face had not faded, the happiness and affection in her eyes were unmistakable. She sat beside Lin Mo, delicately serving him food. Embodying the role of a gracious hostess, Lilith stood on the back of Lin Mo's chair, sipping from a small cup of premium beast blood he had prepared for her, occasionally emitting soft grumbles of discontent. The atmosphere was subtly harmonious. As breakfast drew to a close, Lin Mo set down his utensils and turned to Zhao Qingwan, his tone calm, yet resolute. Qingwan, please take me to meet Uncle later. Zhao Qingwan paused, then realized the change in Lin Mo's address, her face blossoming with joy. Yes, of course. She understood that this signified Lin Mo's complete acknowledgement of her identity. Soon, under Zhao Qingwan's guidance, Lin Mo arrived at Zhao Tianqing's private study located on the top floor of the Wanbao Pavilion. Zhao Tianqing, evidently aware of the progression in his daughter's relationship with Lin Mo, regarded him with a more affectionate and satisfied gaze, even displaying a trace of paternal pride. Upon hearing Lin Mo address him so steadily as uncle, his smile brightened even further. Excellent. Excellent. Nephew, please take a seat. Zhao Tianqing warmly invited, personally pouring tea for Lin Mo. Did you rest well last night? Very well, thank you for your concern, uncle, Lin Mo replied nonchalantly, seemingly oblivious to Zhao Qingwan's cheeks that had turned a brilliant shade of scarlet. After exchanging pleasantries, Lin Mo directly addressed the matter at hand. Uncle, regarding the agency rights to the arcane tide and Dawn's healing. Zhao Tianqing's demeanor shifted instantly, sitting up straight. Nephew, please continue. The Zhao Corporation will spare no effort. With a flick of his wrist, 2 jade slips, neither gold nor jade, inscribed with intricate patterns, appeared in Lin Mo's palm. He gently pushed the slips toward Zhao Tianqing. What is this? Zhao Tianqing asked, puzzled, a vague suspicion stirring within him, yet lacking the courage to confirm it. This contains the complete formulas for the arcane tide, 20, and Dawn's healing, 20. Lin Mo's voice was flat, as if discussing something trivial. Boom. Zhao Tianqing felt his mind go blank. He abruptly stood up, incredulity washing over him as he stared at the 2 jade slips on the table. Then back at Lin Mo, his voice rising an octave. What? Nephew, are you saying these are the formulas? 20. This is a complete and mass-producible formula. What does this mean? It signifies that the Zhao Corporation would possess an endless supply of strategic resources, sufficient to monopolize the market. The value of this is far beyond that of auctioning mere vials of potions. Indeed, Lin Mo nodded. The version at 20 is sufficient to sustain the core business of the Zhao Corporation moving forward. The agency rights shall be entrusted to you, uncle. Zhao Tianqing trembled with excitement. He gazed at the remarkably composed young man before him, torrents of emotion surging within him. This was not merely an agency right. It was akin to gifting the Zhao family an inexhaustible gold mine. This trust, this grand gesture, was monumental. He took several deep breaths to quell his almost explosive joy, his expression turning profoundly serious. Instead of immediately taking the jade slips, he bowed deeply to Lin Mo. Nephew, such immense gratitude cannot be expressed in words. This generous gift will be forever etched in my memory. Henceforth, the Zhao Corporation shall be your most steadfast support. Whatever you require. The Zhao family will go through fire and water without hesitation. At that moment, Zhao Tianqing fully realized how astute his daughter's choice had been. By allying with this true dragon, the future of the Zhao Corporation would shine beyond imagination. And the betrothal gift Lin Mo presented carried enough weight to incite madness throughout the entire central continent. Lin Mo quickly helped Zhao Tianqing to his feet. "Uncle, you speak too highly of me. We are family. No need for such formality." Yes, family." Zhao Tianqing's eyes glistened with emotion as he grasped Lin Mo's hand tightly. His excitement palpable. Just days ago, he feared that the Zhao Corporation would languish under his stewardship. Now, it appeared otherwise. Contemplating this, a glint of cold determination surfaced in his gaze. The Sun family, and those two other merchant factions, they seek to devour the Zhao Corporation. I shall ensure they pay dearly for their ambition. Chapter 65, The Storm Approaches. For days prior to the auction, the central continent was abuzz. A piece of news, akin to thunder, swept through the elite circles of the central continent at an astonishing pace, spreading like wildfire to even broader regions. Have you heard? The highlight of the Zhao Corporation's auction is a miraculous elixir that can restore life and mana by a percentage. Percentage? Ignoring levels. Is this for real? Absolutely. It is said to have come from within the Wanbao Pavilion. The fluctuations during the appraisal were extraordinarily intense, leaving even several master appraisers speechless. My heavens, if this is true, does it mean that whether you are a newly transitioned novice or a legendary powerhouse, one sip could bring you back to life on the spot? Not just revival. 4 high-level beings, gaining an additional percentage of life or mana in a life-or-death struggle could mean the difference between victory and defeat. The Zhao Corporation is defying the heavens. No wonder they remained steadfast even under the combined pressure of Longtai and Wantong. They had such a devastating weapon hidden away. Quick! Mobilize all available funds. We must secure it at all costs, even if it means risking everything. As the news spread, it became increasingly exaggerated. From the initial claims of percentage restoration and level disregard, it morphed into tales of instant full recovery with just a sip, allowing legendary figures to regain their peak state. With unbelievable claims of containing the very essence of life and arcane rules, the entire central continent was in uproar. Countless factions went wild, vying to verify the truth of the rumors and gather funds. The Longtai and Wantong merchant factions, who had been waiting to see the Zhao Corporation's downfall, could no longer remain idle, holding urgent meetings one after another, the atmosphere thick with tension. Zhao Tianqing's phone was inundated with calls, yet he remained inscrutable, citing the auction's inherent discretion as his rationale, thereby heightening the air of mystery that only intensified the public's yearning and speculation. Naturally, skepticism loomed, with doubts arising that the Zhao Corporation was merely deploying a smokescreen to salvage its waning fortunes. However, when certain well-informed entities, possessing significant clout, discreetly confirmed through clandestine channels that the Wanbao Pavilion had indeed conducted a top-secret appraisal merely 2 days prior, all doubts transformed into fervent greed and an unwavering resolve to seize the opportunity. The Zhao Corporation, once shrouded in ominous clouds, became the unequivocal focus of attention across the entirety of Zhongzhou and even the Federation overnight. In the afternoon, within the bustling central business district of Zhongzhou, lay Baichao Pavilion, a venerable establishment specializing in premium medicinal herbs, rich in heritage and renowned for its extensive range of exquisite quality. Lin Mo entered the shop accompanied by Shi Yao, while Lin Yuyan remained in their suite, kept company by Lilith under the pretense of the shop's human clamor. With Lilith transforming into a diminutive bat, secreted within the collar of Lin Mo's attire. She would never admit to her fear of Lin Yuyan encroaching upon her place beside him. Shi Yao donned a relatively modest light blue gown, yet her serene grace, reminiscent of the deep sea, remained captivating. Quietly, she trailed beside Lin Mo, embodying the essence of a devoted wife. Lin Mo's purpose was straightforward, to procure auxiliary herbs requisite for concocting a potion with a higher recovery ratio. He had compiled a list, featuring several rather obscure herbs. The shopkeeper, an elderly man with graying hair and gold-rimmed spectacles, exuded an air of calm authority, clearly a veteran in this field. Upon receiving the list and examining it closely, a glimmer of surprise flickered in his eyes. These herbs you seek, such as the Millennium Sea Soul Crystal, Stardust Grass, and Melting Heartvine, are exceedingly rare, he remarked. Adjusting his glasses, he continued, particularly the Millennium Sea Soul Crystal, which is said to originate from the abyssal depths of the ocean and is linked to merfolk lore. It has not graced the world for many years. My humble establishment may only be able to provide a few of the more common varieties. Lin Mo frowned slightly, though this was anticipated. Upon hearing mention of the Sea Soul Crystal, Shi Yao's azure eyes briefly shimmered. for it was one of the sacred relics from her abode in the depths of the Azure Sea. No matter, esteemed shopkeeper, simply gather what you have available. Lin Mo replied calmly. Very well, please wait a moment, the shopkeeper said, turning to retrieve the herbs. Just then, a shadow fell across the entrance of the shop. 3 men clad in sleek black attire, exuding an aura of ferocity and possessing hawk-like gazes, strode in with clear intent, encircling Lin Mo. The leader, bearing a faint scar on his face, scanned Lin Mo and Shi Yao before fixing his gaze firmly on Lin Mo, his voice low and commanding. Mr. Lin Mo, my master requests your presence. Please accompany us. Shi Yao's expression sharpened, a calm yet profound aura emanating from her, locking onto the 3 men. The air within the shop seemed to thicken with tension. Lin Mo's demeanor remained unchanged, even failing to lift his eyelids, as he coolly retorted, Your master? Who might that be? The scarred man's eyes hardened slightly. You will know once you come with us, Mr. Lin. Please do not force our hand. His tone grew more severe, laden with veiled threats. Oh, a sardonic smile curled at the corners of Lin Mo's lips. What if I refuse? A glint of menace flashed in the scarred man's eyes as he prepared to act. Let us see who dares to trouble Mr. Lin. Boomed a steady, authoritative voice from the entrance. Zhao Feng appeared, accompanied by 4 formidable figures clad in the elite guardian attire of the Zhao Corporation, standing like iron towers to block the entrance. Zhao Feng's gaze was sharp as a knife, sweeping over the 3 black-clad men, an invisible pressure enveloping the room. Zhao Steward? The scarred man clearly recognized Zhao Feng, his countenance shifting. He had not anticipated the Zhao Corporation's swift and assertive response. Just a dog from the Sun family? Zhao Feng scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain. Return and inform your master that Mr. Lin Mo is the most esteemed guest of the Zhao Corporation. If he wishes to invite someone, let him personally deliver the invitation to the Wanbao Pavilion. Should you dare to send more trouble our way. Zhao Feng stepped forward, an immense aura of mastery erupting from him, revealing the pressure of a practitioner at the pinnacle of his craft. Do not blame the Zhao Corporation for being merciless. Begone. The final word echoed like thunder, imbued with an overwhelming psychological force. The faces of the scarred man and his companions turned ashen. Under the weight of Zhao Feng and the elite guardians, they found it hard to breathe. Acknowledging their defeat, they knew they could not take Lin Mo away and that further entanglement would only lead to disgrace. Humph, we shall take our leave. The scarred man glared resentfully at Zhao Feng and Lin Mo, retreating with his subordinates in a hasty exit, vanishing into the throng. Zhao Feng immediately retracted his imposing presence and hurried to Lin Mo, bowing respectfully. Mr. Lin, I apologize for the disturbance. The president is concerned for your safety and has sent me to provide covert protection. I did not expect the Sun family to be so audacious as to act in broad daylight. It matters not. They were merely a nuisance. Lin Mo waved dismissively, as if the recent incident was of little consequence. He turned to the astonished shopkeeper, who was still holding the medicinal herbs. Esteemed shopkeeper, are the herbs ready? Oh, yes, they are ready. Right away. The shopkeeper snapped back to reality, hastily presenting the packaged herbs to Lin Mo, his gaze filled with awe and curiosity. What manner of young man could evoke such concern from the Zhao Corporation, one who held the Sun family in such contempt? In a dimly lit chamber, the Sun family convened. Incompetent fools. A bunch of worthless imbeciles. Sun Jingxiong fumed, shattering the jade cup in his hand against the floor, shards scattering. You couldn't even bring back a single person, and you allowed Zhao Feng to humiliate you publicly. You have brought disgrace upon the Sun family. Kneeling on the floor, the scarred man sweated profusely. Master, please calm your anger. Zhao Feng brought elite guardians. Their strength is formidable, and their demeanor was exceedingly aggressive. I truly could not force their hand. Formidable? What right does Zhao Feng have to be formidable? Sun Jingxiong's face turned an ashen hue, his eyes ablaze with fury. Is it all because of that Lin Mo? Very well. Zhao Tianqing, it seems you are determined to oppose the Sun family. This Lin Mo is your trump card. Your hope for a comeback. He turned abruptly, shouting into the shadows, his voice like the chilling winds of the abyss. Shadow. Relay the orders. Utilize our connections within the Shadow's stinger. Issue the highest level assassination bounty. Target, Lin Mo. Location, Zhongzhou. Deadline, before the auction begins. Double the reward. I want his life. Activate our infiltrators within the Wanbao Pavilion. On the day of the auction, create chaos. If we can destroy those 2 vials of potion, all the better. If not, we must turn Zhao Tianqing's auction into a farce. Inform Long Tai and the old codger from Wantong. Plans have changed. Zhao Tianqing's trump card is this Lin Mo. We must extinguish this spark before it can ignite. Let them bleed. The 3 families shall join forces. Let us see how Zhao Tianqing can withstand this. Understood. The voice from the shadows resonated with a chilling malice before swiftly dissipating. Sun Jingxiong approached the window, gazing out at the bustling Zhongzhou, his expression twisted with malevolence, as if he were a beast poised to devour. Zhao Tianqing, Lin Mo, do you truly believe that your meager advantages can lead to a resurgence? How naive. This auction shall be your burial ground. Chapter 66, Assassination. The Millennium Sea Soul Crystal. Lin Mo gazed at the herbs in his hand, only partially gathered, his brow furrowed. The absence of this primary medicinal ingredient rendered his plan to assist Xiao in enhancing the purity of her bloodline and striving for the SSS rank unachievable. Standing beside him, Xiao's azure eyes flickered with a hint of concern. She gently tugged at Lin Mo's sleeve, her voice soft yet resolute. Master. The Sea Spirit Crystal is a sacred relic of the Azure Abyss, deeply hidden within the royal treasury, heavily guarded and protected by formidable wards. With the royal court now under the control of Mo Lin, he will undoubtedly implement stringent precautions. Our current strength makes any attempt to break in tantamount to courting death. Xiao can afford to wait until her master becomes more powerful, and then, wait. Lin Mo interrupted her, his gaze remarkably calm, even adorned with a trace of confident amusement. With a flick of his wrist, a peculiar crystal, entirely obsidian, yet seemingly flowing with dim starlight, materialized in his palm. The crystal, no larger than an infant's fist, emitted a disquieting spatial fluctuation. It was the extraordinary artifact he had acquired in the examination's secret realm, the Shadow Heart. Xiao's attention was instantly captivated, as she sensed the power contained within the crystal, fundamentally different from the spatial energies she was familiar with. Imbued with absolute stealth and distortion characteristics. What is this? Xiao gazed at Lin Mo in astonishment. The Shadow Heart, Lin Mo mused, caressing the cold surface of the enigmatic stone with his fingertips. This can distort space and obscure all perception. Theoretically, with sufficient energy, we could silently infiltrate any location, including the royal treasury of the Azure Abyss. Xiao's breath quickened, her azure eyes igniting with incredulous delight. If this object indeed possessed such miraculous efficacy, then the path to vengeance no longer seemed an unattainable dream. Yet, her expression soon morphed into one of profound concern. But master, the power of this crystal. Do not worry, I have it under control, Lin Mo replied, stowing the Shadow Heart away with a steady tone. Once the auction concludes, we shall reclaim what is rightfully yours. As Xiao observed Lin Mo's calm and confident profile, her apprehensions gradually dissipated, replaced by an unprecedented fervor of hope and loyalty. She nodded vigorously, affirming yes. On the eve of the auction, in Zhongzhou, the entire city resembled an ignited furnace, bubbling with excitement. The expansive Celestial Hub Avenue, wide enough for dragons to walk side by side, was now jam-packed with a throng of people. Powerful professionals, wealthy merchants, representatives of ancient families, and members of mysterious organizations from across the Federation and even foreign lands congregated here. The air was thick with the scorching essence of money, desire, and potent energy colliding. Illuminated shops lined the streets, showcasing rare treasures, high-tier equipment, and precious materials in the most prominent displays, with prices soaring to astonishing heights. The cacophony of vendors hawking their wares, haggling voices, the roar of flying vehicles, and the low growls of massive beast mounts filled the atmosphere. Late into the night, in the top-floor suite of the Treasure Pavilion, the noise was effectively muted by a heavy soundproof barrier. Inside the suite, tranquility reigned, illuminated only by the persistent neon glow of the city filtering through the windows, casting vague shadows upon the carpet. Lin Mo had succumbed to a deep slumber, wearied by days of travel and scheming. Suddenly, the chandelier overhead flickered as Lilith's half-lidded crimson eyes snapped wide open. There was no trace of drowsiness, only an instant eruption of icy murderous intent. A lethal aura, as sharp as a serpent's fang, suddenly locked onto the room, seeking death. Lilith's psychic shriek pierced the air like a tangible blade, instantly awakening Lin Mo. In that very moment, boom, the massive floor-to-ceiling window, crafted from high-intensity magical crystal and alloy, inscribed with multiple defensive runes, was struck as if by a siege hammer, accompanied by a deafening explosion and blinding energy flashes. The window shattered into countless sharp fragments, raining down like a torrential storm into the room. The frigid night wind, laced with murderous intent, surged in. A shadow, blending seamlessly into the darkness, lunged at Lin Mo, who had just awakened, moving with a speed that defied the limits of perception. In the shadow's hand was a pitch-black dagger, devoid of any glimmer, yet exuding a chilling aura capable of freezing souls, aimed precisely at Lin Mo's throat. The speed was breathtaking, the ferocity unparalleled. There was no hesitation, no superfluous motion, only the resolute intent to kill. This was a top-tier assassin. The timing, force, and angle were flawlessly executed, evidently honed through the most rigorous training. Master, In the adjacent room, Xiao awoke at the moment of the window's explosion. Sensing the terrifying intent directed at Lin Mo, her expression changed drastically. Almost instinctively, she thrust her hands forward. Buzz! A swirling blue water curtain, condensed to perfection and akin to a deep-sea whirlpool, materialized in the air less than half a meter in front of Lin Mo. The curtain appeared soft, yet contained the overwhelming power and ultimate defensive resilience of the ocean. Puff! The obsidian dagger pierced the water curtain. Contrary to expectations, it did not penetrate. The dagger's tip seemed to become ensnared in an exceedingly viscous gel, its speed drastically reduced. The water curtain trembled violently, emitting a strained hum as countless fine droplets were flung into the air by the terrifying force. Yet, it had ultimately blocked the critical speed of this lethal strike. At that moment, despicable insect, get out of my way! Lilith's fury erupted. Her petite form hovered in midair, her crimson eyes resembling a blood moon ablaze. A chilling aura surged forth, originating from the very essence of her bloodline. A concentrated, terrifying beam of bloodlight shot forth from her, akin to teleportation, precisely striking the shadowy assassin who had momentarily frozen in place due to the dagger's obstruction. Before the bloodlight reached him, the overwhelming pressure and aura of annihilation had already begun to freeze the assassin's blood and soul. For the first time, terror flashed across his eyes. What monstrous being is this? He attempted to retreat, but it was too late. The bloodlight was upon him in an instant. Boom! A resounding, thunderous explosion reverberated throughout the room, infused with a terrifying energy. The shadowy assassin had no time to scream. His body was struck as if by a colossal hammer, sent flying in an instant. The protective shadow energy shattered like paper, and a gaping, charred void the size of a bowl was blasted through his chest. The edges still swirling with hissing, crimson energy that devoured flesh and blood. He crashed against the suite's hard wall, emitting a sound of splintering bones, before slumping down. Utterly lifeless. The room was thick with the stench of blood, the acrid scent of burnt energy from the explosion, and an oppressive silence. The cold wind poured through the shattered window, tousling Lin Mo's hair as he slowly sat up from the bed, his gaze as icy as ancient glaciers, fixated on the swiftly cooling corpse of the assassin, then turning to the dark night outside. The shadow's sting? He murmured to himself, his voice devoid of emotion, yet laced with a chilling coldness. Has someone finally lost their restraint? Chapter 67. Failure. Lilith transformed into a radiant cascade of crimson light, alighting upon Lin Mo's shoulder. Her scarlet eyes glimmered with a lingering ferocity as her tiny claws clutched fiercely at his collar. Xiao dashed in, and upon confirming Lin Mo's safety, she exhaled a sigh of relief, dispersing the protective water barrier she had conjured, yet her vigilant gaze continued to sweep the surroundings. The alarm echoed sharply within the confines of the Wanbao Pavilion. The sound of hurried footsteps approached rapidly, almost within mere seconds following the cataclysmic eruption of Lilith's sanguine radiance. The heavy door of the suite was forcibly breached by a formidable force. Zhao Feng surged in like a tempest, flanked by several robust, fully armed core guards of the Merchant Association, their expressions ashen, weapons drawn, energy fluctuations coiling in anticipation. Upon witnessing the scene within the room, even the well-trained guards could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. The colossal floor-to-ceiling window, along with its fortified alloy frame, had been utterly obliterated, leaving behind a gaping maw through which the cold wind howled. The luxurious carpet lay strewn with jagged shards of magical crystal, while the wall bore a harrowing human-shaped indentation, surrounded by spiderweb-like fissures. A lifeless body, its chest perforated and charred, slumped against the corner, the sight gruesome beyond imagination. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder, blood, and a disquieting residue of destructive energy. Meanwhile, Lin Mo sat calmly at the bedside, donned in his pajamas, appearing unscathed save for his hair, tousled by the shockwave. A small bat, resplendent in blood-red hues, perched upon his shoulder, its crimson eyes coldly surveying the intruders, still suffused with unvanished wrath. The blue-haired, blue-eyed woman of gentle demeanor stood beside Lin Mo, her form still radiating the remnants of defensive water elemental energy, her eyes alert. Mr. Lin, are you unharmed? Zhao Feng rushed to Lin Mo's side, his voice laden with palpable anxiety and trepidation. Lin Mo was the savior of the Zhao family. He was the beloved of the association president's daughter. Should anything untoward occur within the Wanbao Pavilion, the repercussions would be unimaginable. I'm fine, Lin Mo replied, his tone remarkably serene despite the attempted assassination. Following swiftly behind Zhao Feng, Zhao Tianqing and Zhao Qingwan burst into the room. Zhao Tianqing's countenance was dark enough to draw water, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, emanating the oppressive aura of one who had long inhabited positions of power. Upon entering, Zhao Qingwan's eyes immediately locked onto Lin Mo. Upon seeing him safe, her tense form relaxed significantly, her eyes welling with tears. Lin Mo? Zhao Qingwan disregarded propriety, nearly throwing herself into Lin Mo's side, her hands gripping his arms tightly, her voice tinged with panic and fear. How are you? Are you hurt? Where? Let me see. She anxiously scanned Lin Mo from head to toe, her delicate fingers trembling slightly due to overwhelming tension. Lin Mo gently grasped her icy hand in reassurance, patting it softly. Qingwan, do not worry. I am unscathed, thanks to Lilith and Xiao. His gaze drifted toward the gruesome corpse in the corner. Zhao Qingwan followed his line of sight, her heart racing as she beheld the near-pulped assassin, and recalling how this intruder had silently infiltrated the heavily fortified upper levels of the Wanbao Pavilion. She was engulfed by a wave of profound dread and fury, if it had not been for the presence of such formidable companions by Lin Mo's side. Zhao Tianqing too caught sight of the body, his pupils contracting sharply. As a savvy business magnate, he instantly recognized the lingering shadow energy traits on the corpse, akin to a parasite. This was no ordinary assassin, the Shadow Walker. Zhao Tianqing's voice was icily resonant, laced with uncontainable fury. This is the elite of the Shadow's sting. These lawless hyenas. He swiftly turned to Zhao Feng, his tone resolute and commanding, infused with an unmistakable murderous intent. Zhao Feng, immediately secure the scene. Utilize the highest level of authority. Investigate this assassin's identity. Trace all his recent communications. Ascertain how he breached our formidable defenses to infiltrate the upper levels. Even if it means turning Zhongzhou upside down, I demand the unearthing of the mastermind behind this. Furthermore, initiate the highest level of alert. Prior to the auction, not a single fly shall enter the Wanbao Pavilion. Any violators shall be dealt with ruthlessly. Yes, President. Zhao Feng responded with a sense of urgency, promptly mobilizing his team to manage the scene with remarkable efficiency. Once the arrangements were in place, Zhao Tianqing approached Lin Mo, his face etched with deep remorse and fear. Esteemed nephew, it is my failure in safeguarding the Zhao family that has almost led you to calamity. It is I, Zhao Tianqing, who has failed you. I am utterly ashamed to face you. The usually steadfast titan of the business world spoke with a barely perceptible tremor. He could scarcely fathom the consequences had Lin Mo encountered misfortune. Not only would the nascent hope of the Zhao family extinguish, but he would also be unable to explain himself to his daughter. Uncle, you are being too hard on yourself. Lin Mo helped Zhao Tianqing to his feet, his tone remaining calm. They came prepared, and this Shadow Walker. He glanced at the corpse in the corner. Indeed possesses unique capabilities. Had it not been for Lilith's extraordinary sensitivity to life forces and spatial fluctuations, providing an early warning, coupled with Xiao's timely defense, we might have faced significant trouble. Lilith proudly tilted her head on Lin Mo's shoulder. Humph, at least you, human, have some understanding. Xiao nodded slightly, indicating this was her duty. Zhao Qingwan nestled closely against Lin Mo, as if her proximity alone could ensure his safety. She turned to her father, her eyes filled with fear and determination. Father, we must uncover who is responsible. Fear not. Zhao Tianqing's eyes glinted coldly. Whoever dares to harm my Zhao family shall pay 100-fold. The atmosphere grew tense, akin to the eerie calm before a storm. Sun Jingxiong's visage darkened as he listened to the dismal tidings relayed by his subordinates. The master of the Shadow's sting has reported that Inya has failed. What? Sun Jingxiong surged from his seat, a tempestuous aura erupting uncontrollably, shattering the low table before him. Failed? How is that possible? Inya is a master-level Shadow Walker. How could he fail to assassinate an elite beastmaster? Even if Lin Mo possesses exceptional talent, he cannot possibly transcend a significant realm to confront an opponent. The specifics are unclear. The Shadow's sting is tightly lipped, only confirming the failure of the mission and Inya's demise. There was considerable commotion at the Wanbao Pavilion, but Zhao Tianqing swiftly sealed the information. All we know is that Lin Mo is unharmed. His subordinate reported, trembling. Unharmed. Unharmed. What a fine state of being unharmed. Sun Jingxiong trembled with rage, pacing the confines of the secret chamber like a caged beast. Incompetence. All of you are worthless. You can't even handle this minor task. The Shadow's sting is but a hollow name. There were scarcely any who dared to undertake this mission. Yet now, with the auction looming tomorrow and the Wanbao Pavilion under full lockdown, the prospect of assassinating Lin Mo had become utterly impossible. He could not comprehend how a master-level assassin could fail to eliminate a young elite. What kind of monstrosity lurked beside Lin Mo? Had the Zhao family truly provided him with a Grandmaster-level guardian? However, it is inconceivable that there would be no whispers at all. A tremendous sense of frustration and an undercurrent of unease enveloped Sun Jingxiong. Lin Mo is alive. and the trump card of the Zhao family business remains intact. The auction tomorrow. The auction. Sun Jingxiong halted his steps, his gaze dark and filled with a chilling madness. If assassination is unfeasible, then do not blame me for being ruthless. Notify our insiders within the Wanbao Pavilion. The plan remains unchanged. We shall execute it as originally intended. On the day of the auction, I will turn Zhao Tianqing's centerpiece into a monumental joke. I intend to ruin him utterly. He glanced out the window, the vibrant lights of Zhongzhou appearing to him like the flames of impending war. Zhao Tianqing, Lin Mo, tomorrow's auction will herald your doom. Chapter 68. The auction. On the day of the auction, in Zhongzhou, at the Wanbao Pavilion. This grand edifice, already magnificent, was propelled to an apex of splendor today. A vast floating platform encircled the main tower of the Wanbao Pavilion, akin to stars orbiting the moon. The platform was adorned with an array of luxurious magical vessels, opulent enchanted carriages, and even a few rare flying magical beasts exuding formidable presence, drawing countless envious gazes. The wide staircase leading to the main entrance was laid with an expensive scarlet carpet, extending to the end of the street. 2 rows of guards, clad in the Zhao family's specially tailored ceremonial attire and exuding a fierce aura, stood like sculptures, their sharp eyes scanning every approaching guest. The crowd surged, a throng jostling shoulder to shoulder. The previously seldom seen titans of various factions, legendary powerhouses, heads of prominent families, and representatives of mysterious organizations converged here like fish crossing a river. Ha ha ha, Brother Wang. It has been years, and you still possess such charm. Oldly, you have come in person? It seems you are quite determined to acquire that divine elixir. President Zhang, what a pleasure. The Zhao family has truly unleashed a thunderous surprise this time. Indeed, if the news is true, the structure of Zhongzhou is bound to change. I doubt it. Perhaps Zhao Tianqing is merely putting on a show. Voices of pleasantries, probing, flattery, and skepticism rose and fell within the crowd. The president of the Longtai Chamber of Commerce, a somewhat portly man with a genial demeanor yet sharp eyes, was engaged in hushed conversation with a grim-faced elder representing the Wantong Chamber of Commerce, their gazes occasionally darting towards the entrance, shadowed by an imperceptible gloom. At that moment, the crowd stirred, parting to create a pathway. Zhao Tianqing, clad in a perfectly tailored black suit, exuded a calm and steady demeanor, his face adorned with a precisely measured smile, was personally welcoming several distinguished guests alongside Zhao Qingwan and several core members of the business association. Zhao Qingwan, resplendent in a gown reminiscent of flowing moonlight, appeared ethereal, her face radiating gentle warmth, yet her brows bore a hint of unnoticeable brilliance and composure. Simultaneously, another group advanced from the side. At the forefront stood Sun Jingxiong, the head of the Sun family. He too was donned in finery, a seemingly amicable smile gracing his features, yet his eyes betrayed a frigid malice. Beside him walked Sun Yaozu, whose expression was dark, occasionally casting glances at Zhao Qingwan, accompanied by several formidable elders of the Sun family. The two parties unexpectedly encountered each other on the red-carpeted staircase, amidst the watchful eyes of the multitude. The air seemed to momentarily freeze, the cacophony waning as countless gazes converged upon them. President Zhao, it has been a while. Sun Jingxiong spoke first, his voice resonant, laced with feigned enthusiasm as he stepped forward to extend his hand. Today, the Wanbao Pavilion is brimming with esteemed guests. President Zhao, your prowess is truly commendable. The smile on Zhao Tianqing's face remained unchanged as he extended his hand to clasp Sun Jingxiong's, his grip steady and forceful, his voice equally resonant, brimming with an unmasked sharpness. You flatter me, head Sun. Thanks to the Sun family, our chamber has encountered a minor turbulence recently, but he shifted his tone, casting a sweeping gaze over the eavesdropping guests, proclaiming loudly, true gold fears no fire. A good treasure will naturally attract esteemed guests from all corners. With the resources I possess, I assure you, we shall not disappoint today. The artificial smile on Sun Jingxiong's face faltered slightly, his grip tightening. Oh? It seems President Zhao is quite confident about today's centerpiece. However, he elongated his tone, his eyes gleaming with provocation. Such a divine object must not be an illusion. Otherwise, to send so many esteemed guests home disappointed would jeopardize the Zhao family's century-old reputation. Haha, head Sun worries too much. Zhao Tianqing laughed heartily, releasing his grip as he casually patted Sun Jingxiong's shoulder, the gesture exuding an air of superiority. Whether it is true or false, whether it is a dragon or a worm, the auction stage shall reveal all. Rather than fretting over Zhao's reputation, head Sun might as well prepare ample gold and silver, lest you find yourself yearning for a coveted item while lacking the means to procure it. This retort struck at the very heart of Sun Jingxiong's greatest concern regarding funding. Despite their enmity, since they had come to the auction, He was undoubtedly seeking something of value. The surrounding guests, observing this verbal sparring, maintained an outwardly composed demeanor while exchanging furtive glances, each with their own calculations. It was evident that the Sun and Zhao families were at loggerheads. This auction was not merely a contest of wealth, but a battleground for two formidable forces. We shall see. Sun Jingxiong scoffed, the last vestige of his forced smile vanishing as he turned, sweeping his sleeves, leading the Sun family members towards the guest passage. Zhao Tianqing watched Sun Jingxiong's retreating figure, a fleeting glint of coldness flashing in his eyes, before reverting to his composed and confident smile, continuing to greet other guests. Inside the Wanbao Pavilion, in the hall of the Celestial Dome, stepping inside felt akin to being enveloped beneath a resplendent starry sky. The massive dome was not solid, but was formed by top-tier spatial expansion magic and illusionary light arrays, with a vast river of stars flowing gently. Countless celestial bodies twinkling and casting a soft, mysterious glow, enveloping the entire hall in a dreamlike ambience. The hall was perfectly circular, with a floating auction stage at its center, sculpted from a colossal star crystal, shimmering with hues. Surrounding the auction stage were tiered seating areas that ascended like terraces, crafted from precious purple heart wood and adorned with deep-sea leviathan velvet cushions, exuding comfort and luxury. At the pinnacle of the circular seating, 9 independent boxes resembling miniature palaces floated in midair. They were enveloped by a one-way transparent energy barrier, obscuring the interior from view while allowing those inside to oversee the entire auction scene and stage below. Each box's entrance was engraved with golden numerals. At this moment, the hall was filled to capacity. Titans from various factions settled into their seats, engaging in hushed conversations, the air thick with tension and anticipation. Countless attendants flitted about like butterflies among flowers, silently serving the finest beverages and delicacies. In box number 1, Lin Mo reclined on the main sofa facing the auction stage. His posture relaxed. Lilith, transformed into a small bat, lazily dozed on his shoulder, seemingly indifferent to the surrounding clamor. Lin Yuyan, on the other hand, curiously leaned against the enormous one-way crystal wall, her violet eyes sparkling as she observed the bustling scene below, a delicate magical confection in hand. Xiao sat quietly on the sofa beside Lin Mo, pouring him a cup of fragrant spirit tea. Zhao Qingwan also occupied a seat next to Lin Mo, her face adorned with a faint blush and a blissful smile, occasionally casting gentle glances at his profile. Adjacent to them was the exclusive VIP room number 3, where the atmosphere was stifling, akin to the eerie silence before a storm. Sun Jingxiong sat in the main seat with a pallid complexion, staring through the crystal wall at the raucous crowd below and the dazzling auction stage at the center, his eyes glinting with an almost murderous intensity. Beside him, Sun Yaozu wore a similarly grim expression, his gaze furtively darting towards the direction of room number 1, brimming with resentment and frustration. Father, that arrogant old fool Zhao Tianqing. And that Lin Mo. Sun Yaozu seethed through clenched teeth. Silence. Sun Jingxiong snapped, his voice frigid. Keep your composure. The real spectacle is yet to come. He lifted a glass of strong liquor and downed it in one gulp, his eyes shimmering with a wild, desperate light. At that moment, he was far from the calm demeanor he projected. Damn Zhao Tianqing. Damn Lin Mo. Do you think victory is assured? Humph. When those 2 vials of potions are brought forth, it will be your downfall. The trap was set. A mere touch on the so-called divine medicine would transform it into a heap of foul-smelling refuse. I shall reveal the Zhao Corporation's deceit to all. I will ensure Zhao Tianqing's complete ruin. Then, let us see how he protects his precious daughter. Everything belonging to the Zhao Corporation, including Zhao Qingwan, shall fall into the hands of the Sun family. These venomous thoughts coiled like serpents within Sun Jingxiong's mind, breeding and festering. Yet, he could never have anticipated that. Within the adjacent room number 1, Lin Mo, seemingly meditating with closed eyes, had subtly curved his lips into a cold, amused smile. A trap? A sabotaging potion? Turning into refuse? Oh, the Sun family head's plan appears quite intriguing. Chapter 69. The game presiding over this grand event was a stunning beauty, the chief auctioneer of Wanbei. Xingli, clad in a splendid golden mermaid gown. Her figure was graceful and lithe, her skin as pure as snow, and her features exquisite, reminiscent of a celestial being. Her autumn-like eyes sparkled with brilliance, capable of captivating souls. Remarkably, her voice rang clear and melodious, akin to pearls cascading onto jade, showcasing her masterful control over the auction's rhythm. With each gentle gesture, she exuded a mature charm, combining allure with confidence and competence. Every time she struck the gavel or flashed a charming smile, she effortlessly stirred the emotions of the guests, drawing countless fervent gazes towards her. Beneath the resplendent starry dome, the atmosphere in the auction hall gradually intensified. Item after item of rare treasures ascended the starry crystal auction stage, shimmering under the top-tier illusionary magic array, inciting waves of bidding from the guests below. Clashing weapons of gold and iron, resplendent armors, scrolls imbued with ancient energies, and rare materials, each sold at astonishingly high prices, driving the atmosphere to a crescendo. Although the earlier items witnessed fierce competition, they primarily drew bids from the circular seating below. The magnates in the VIP rooms remained aloof, as if merely spectators of a grand performance, until the next item was sure to captivate many of the esteemed guests focused on their own cultivation. Xingli's voice carried a hint of mysterious delight as her delicate fingers pointed towards a jade box slowly rising at the center of the auction stage. As the box opened, a rich, pure fragrance, reminiscent of starlight, wafted through the air, invigorating many high-level professionals present. 1,000-year-old heavenly star herb. Xingli's voice soared, brimming with infectious enthusiasm. This herb grows only at the peaks of absolute heights, maturing only after a century of bathing in starlight, and a millennium of age is extraordinarily rare. Its celestial essence possesses incredible efficacy in stabilizing foundations and breaking through specific bottlenecks. For those with flawed foundations seeking to ascend to greater heights, it is a priceless treasure. The starting bid is 8 million credit points. Each increment must be no less than 500,000. As this item was announced, gasps filled the air. 1,000-year-old heavenly star herb. Indeed, a rare gem, especially enticing to those who have been stuck at a bottleneck for years. However, before anyone below could respond, a low, commanding voice resonated from the upper VIP room number 9. 8,500,000. It was Sun Jingxiong. Silence enveloped the room. The magnates in the VIP rooms had finally made their move. Moreover, his declaration indicated an unwavering determination to acquire the item. Hu Zhongzhou was unaware of the Sun family head's reputation. What he desired, who below dared to contest. Many were prepared to yield, giving the Sun family face. Xingli's beautiful eyes sparkled as her smile remained unchanged. In room number 9, 8,500,000. Are there any other esteemed guests? 90 million. A calm, youthful voice, seemingly devoid of any fluctuations, unexpectedly interrupted her. The voice emanated from the most prestigious room, number 1. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. Room number 1. That was the highest spec room reserved by the Zhao Corporation. Who was seated within? How dare they challenge the Sun family head directly? And the voice sounded so youthful? Countless curious and probing gazes converged on the transparent barrier of room number 1, as if attempting to pierce through it. Sun Jingxiong's countenance darkened instantly, his eyes flashing with icy fury. He turned sharply towards room number 1, his fists cracking from tension. It was Lin Mo, that damned little wretch. 95 million. Sun Jingxiong nearly gritted his teeth as he uttered the price, his anger barely concealed. 100 million. The voice from room number 1 remained tranquil, as if casually stating a mere number, without any ripple of emotion. 105 million. Sun Jingxiong's forehead throbbed with veins. This heavenly star herb was indeed immensely beneficial to him. He had reached a critical bottleneck and needed this item to push to a higher level. His psychological limit was 150 million. 111 million. Lin Mo's voice followed closely, unhesitating. 120 million. Sun Jingxiong's voice erupted with suppressed fury. 130 million. Lin Mo's tone remained steady. The prices skyrocketed as if propelled by a rocket. With each bid from Sun Jingxiong, Lin Mo would immediately, without hesitation, add a million. His nonchalant attitude, as if credit points were merely numbers, left the entire audience dumbfounded and drove Sun Jingxiong to the brink of apoplexy. Damn little bastard. He is doing this on purpose. Targeting me. 150 million. This is my psychological price point. If he raises it again. 150 million. The voice from room number 1 resonated once more, calm as ever. Boom. Sun Jingxiong felt a surge of blood rush to his head. 150 million. Precisely at his psychological threshold. He glared at room number 1, his expression filled with venomous rage, as if his eyes were daggers steeped in poison. He frantically calculated and struggled within himself. 150 million plus another 50,000. 155 million. This was already a significant premium. If that little rascal raises the bid again, I will. 15,500,000. Sun Jingxiong nearly shouted, his voice tinged with a slight tremor. This was his final act of defiance and a test of resolve. The entire room held its breath. All eyes turned towards box number 1, awaiting the return of that youthful voice. However, this time, an unsettling silence enveloped box number 1, just as a glimmer of hope flickered in Sun's heart. Believing that Lin Mo might finally relent, he even began to contemplate how to take revenge after acquiring the celestial star herb. An almost imperceptible chuckle, laced with clear mockery and derision, resonated through the auction hall via the sound system. Immediately following, that calm voice emerged once more, infused with a teasing languor. Indeed. The head of the Sun family is quite generous. Since you are so fond of it, a gentleman does not deprive others of their pleasures. This celestial star herb shall belong to you. Uft. Sun Jingxiong nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. He felt like a jester, toyed with at Lin Mo's whim. The other party never genuinely desired the celestial star herb. It was merely a ploy to inflate the price. He had been tricked into spending nearly double the amount. The final chuckle and the phrase about a gentleman's ethics were nothing short of blatant humiliation. You. Sun Jingxiong trembled with rage, pointing towards box number 1, his finger quivering. Yet he could utter not a single word. A tremendous sense of frustration and fury threatened to engulf him. 15,500,000. Box number 9. Sold. Xing Li reacted swiftly, bringing down the gavel with a perfect professional smile, although a hint of barely perceptible surprise and curiosity about the mysterious guest in box No. 1 flickered in her eyes. A murmur of disbelief and speculation swept through the crowd. Everyone recognized that the head of the Sun family had been thoroughly outmaneuvered by the enigmatic occupant of box number 1. He had paid an exorbitant price of 15,500,000 for a celestial star herb that, while precious, was certainly not worth such a sum. The slap to his face echoed resoundingly. Sun Jingxiong's complexion turned ashen, resembling one who had swallowed a fly. He glared venomously at box number 1, his murderous intent boiling over. Lin Mo, you little rascal, just wait. When I get my hands on your pathetic concoction later, I will make you pay 100-fold. I shall see to it that you are utterly disgraced, with no place to bury your remains. Meanwhile, within box number 1, Lin Mo lounged comfortably on a plush sofa, accepting the spiritual tea handed to him by Shi Yao, taking a delicate sip, a chilling smile gracing his lips. Anger and impotence? That was merely the beginning, Sun Jingxiong. The best is yet to come. Lin Yuyan, however, failed to comprehend the preceding clash of wills, merely finding the expressions from the adjacent box amusing. That uncle's face was as red as a boiled shrimp. Lilith lazily rolled over on Lin Mo's shoulder, her crimson eyes casting a glance towards the neighboring box, emitting a barely audible huff. She then flapped her wings a couple of times and vanished from the room. Chapter 70, Admiration. The auction continued. The atmosphere, under Xing Li's adept control, fluctuated between tension and exhilaration. Rare treasures were auctioned off at jaw-dropping prices. Representatives from the Longtai and Wantong merchant associations also placed bids on items they coveted, including a legendary shield fragment inscribed with ancient defensive runes, a secret map detailing rare mineral vein coordinates, and an extraordinary beast egg reputed to enhance the potential of contract beasts. However, an odd occurrence transpired. Whenever they expressed interest in an item and began to bid, that unnervingly calm young voice from box number 1 would emerge at just the right moment. When the president of Longtime Merchant Association bid high on a rare material, the voice from box number 1 echoed, steadily raising the price, ultimately leaving the Longtime president with a bleeding heart as he bid far beyond expectations, only to lightly relinquish the item with the remark, indeed. The Longtime Merchant Association is quite wealthy. The representative from Wantong Merchant Association faced a similar fate with the beast egg. The price artificially inflated by nearly double before he barely secured it. After 2 such encounters, the faces of both Longtai and Wantong representatives were as dark as soot. They were not fools. They understood they were being targeted. Moreover, it was by the mysterious occupant of box number 1, in a manner akin to mockery. Yet, they dared not express their ire on Zhao's territory, forced to swallow their indignation and fury, which burned fiercely within them. Their animosity towards Zhao's association and Lin Mo reaching a boiling point. Sun Jingxiong, witnessing his allies falter, felt no sympathy. Rather, he emitted a cold chuckle from box No. 9. Humph, 2 fools. You deserve it. This will teach you not to stand idly by. At this moment, he was solely concerned with not being the only one to suffer losses. Just then, Xing Li's melodious voice rang out once more. The next auction item is a piece steeped in legend. With a graceful wave of her jade hand, an ancient sandalwood box was brought to the auction stage. As the box opened, it revealed a uniquely shaped metallic token. The token, neither gold nor iron, shimmered in a dark gold hue, its surface adorned with intricate, arcane engravings, at the center of which lay a vague design resembling an eye. It emitted no powerful energy fluctuations. In fact, it appeared rather dull. Its origins were lost to time, but upon appraisal, it was deemed to be of exceptionally rare material. Remarkably sturdy and indestructible, the engravings were suspected to be part of an ancient map or token, although its specific function remained unknown. The starting bid was set at 1 million credit points, with increments no less than 100,000. As this item was introduced, the audience's reaction was lukewarm. An antique of unknown use, despite its unique material, had an evidently high starting price. Many expressed little interest. However, within box number 1, Lin Mo's brow barely flickered with intrigue. Through the voice of the mind, he distinctly heard Sun Jingxiong's thoughts from the adjacent box. This item's engravings bear a resemblance to the missing part of the half-map in our family treasury. Our ancestor mentioned it once. Though its specifics are unknown, what if? Sun Jingxiong felt a twinge of temptation, yet hesitated. After all, spending 1 million on an unknown was a significant risk. A glimmer of insight flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. The opportunity had arrived. 150,000. Lin Mo's calm voice broke the brief silence once more. This time, his tone seemed to carry an almost imperceptible seriousness. All eyes once again converged on box number 1. Had this mysterious figure made a move? Was this a mere trinket? Did he recognize its significance? Sun Jingxiong's heart raced. He had placed a bid? Did he also comprehend the origins of this item? Doubt quickly morphed into greed within Sun's mind. If this enigmatic Lin Mo was so earnest in bidding, then this item was undoubtedly extraordinary. It could very well be the key to a monumental treasure. He could not afford to miss this. 250,000. Sun Jingxiong immediately exclaimed. His voice laced with urgency and determination. He was intent on claiming it. 300,000. Lin Mo's voice followed closely, this time laced with an almost imperceptible hint of displeasure. He was agitated. He was eager. Sun Jingxiong's heart surged with joy. His conviction in the item's extraordinary value solidified. 350,000. Without the slightest hesitation, he raised the bid. For million. Lin Mo's voice seemed to grow colder. 5 million. Sun Jingxiong countered, unwavering. He calculated that even if this item ultimately proved useless, making Lin Mo suffer would be worth the expenditure of 5 million. The audience erupted in astonishment. An unknown token had instantly soared to 5 million. Everyone held their breath, captivated by the duel between the two titans. Master Sun, the voice from box No. 1 suddenly escalated, laced with a palpable anger that resonated throughout the venue via the amplification system. Everything has its order. I have set my sights on this item. And you insist on meddling. What rationale do you possess? The tone sounded genuinely incensed. Sun Jingxiong felt a surge of satisfaction. Finally, he witnessed Lin Mo falter. He responded with an air of triumph, deliberately raising his voice. In the auction arena, the highest bidder prevails. Young Lin, I trust you understand this rudimentary principle? Or is it that your purse is rather light? The derision in his words was unmistakable. Humph. A heavy scoff emanated from box number 1. Very well, Master Sun. It appears your wealth knows no bounds. In that case, Lin Mo's voice paused, leading everyone to believe he would continue raising the stakes, perhaps igniting a bidding war of astronomical proportions. Then this worthless trinket shall belong to you. Lin Mo's tone abruptly returned to its previous calm, even imbued with a hint of languid mockery. Spending 5 million on an unknown piece of scrap metal. Master Sun, your generosity is truly admirable, indeed. Uft. The smug smile on Sun Jingxiong's face froze in an instant, evolving into sheer shock and disbelief. In quick succession, a wave of fury and humiliation surged through him, far surpassing the earlier indignation from being duped into purchasing the celestial grass. Had he been played again? Lin Mo's earlier seriousness, displeasure, and anger were all mere acts, crafted solely to lure him into spending 5 million on something genuinely worthless. The overwhelming shame sent Sun Jingxiong's vision darkening, nearly causing him to faint on the spot. He pointed toward box number 1, his lips trembling, his throat emitting raspy sounds, yet he could utter not a single word. 5 million credit points. Just like that. Gone to waste. And all while being made a fool in front of the most prominent figures in Zhongzhou. Chapter 71, The Traitor. 5 million. Box number 9. Sold. Xingli stifled laughter, swiftly bringing down the gavel. Her gaze toward box number 1 was filled with awe and curiosity. This mysterious patron's manipulation of human emotions was nothing short of masterful. The venue fell silent for a moment, only to erupt into uncontrollable laughter and chatter. Everyone grasped the situation. The head of the Sun family, Sun Jingxiong, had been thoroughly toyed with by the enigmatic figure in box number 1, using the same tactic twice, each time more humiliating than the last. The slap to his face was akin to being ground into the dirt. Ha! Today, old Sun has truly met his match. 5 million for a piece of scrap. Indeed, Master Sun's extravagance is commendable. But who exactly is the individual in box number 1? So ruthless. Such a satisfying spectacle. The Zhao Commercial Association has invited quite the distinguished guest this time. As Sun Jingxiong listened to the mocking laughter echoing from below, feeling the piercing gazes directed at him from all sides, he trembled with rage, his complexion shifting from green to purple, then to black. A wave of metallic sweetness surged up his throat, which he forcibly swallowed. Such utter humiliation. This is an affront beyond compare. Lin Mo, you wretched beast. I shall tear you to shreds and scatter your remains. Sun Jingxiong roared the most venomous curses in his mind, his eyes bloodshot, nearly weeping tears of blood. He suddenly turned to a trusted elder by his side, fervently signaling with his eyes for immediate action. Act now. He could no longer wait for the auction's finale. He needed to see Lin Mo utterly ruined, beyond redemption. Meanwhile, in the backstage of the auction, within the heavily guarded treasure storage room, the atmosphere was tense, punctuated only by the faint hum of the energy barrier at work. At the center, enveloped by a high-intensity energy shield, lay 2 trays crafted entirely from icy cold jade, upon which rested 2 vials emanating a divine radiance, drawing countless greedy gazes, the arcane tides and dawn's healing. They were the undeniable focal point of the evening, meticulously monitored by numerous detection formations. Guarding this area were 2 core protectors of the Zhao Commercial Association, their auras steady and their mastery at the Grandmaster level. Alongside a Grandmaster Array Master dedicated to stabilizing the energy, the trio stood as if facing a formidable foe, their focus razor-sharp. Suddenly, the Array Master furrowed his brow, glancing toward a corner of the monitoring array. The feedback from Energy Node 3 exhibits some irregular fluctuations. I will investigate. You 2 maintain your vigilance here. He spoke, striding toward the control console in the corner. The 2 guards remained suspicious, yet vigilant at the energy barrier's side. Just as the Array Master turned his back to examine the control panel, one of the guards, his gaze flickering, seemingly nonchalantly approached the other guard, whispering, "Brother Wang, do you see that flicker on the monitor? Is there someone moving over there?" He gestured toward another direction on the surveillance screen. The guard named Wang instinctively turned to look, scrutinizing the image. However, at that very moment, the guard with the flickering gaze glinted with cold light, his movements swift as a specter. In his hand, he had long concealed an unassuming object resembling a shard of crystal, which he thrust toward the back of Wang's neck with lightning speed. The instant the shard made contact with the skin, a potent paralyzing energy erupted. Wang made not a sound as his body went limp, collapsing to the ground, instantly losing consciousness. Without a moment's hesitation, the assailant produced 2 vials that were nearly identical in appearance, yet contained murky liquid exuding a faint stench. His target was none other than the 2 miraculous potions within the energy barrier. His heart raced like a drum, palms slick with sweat, yet his eyes sparkled with madness and the thrill of impending success. If he could just swap these 2 counterfeit potions with the genuine ones on the auction stage, the promise of wealth and glory made by Master Sun would be within his grasp. His hand trembled slightly, but moved with unwavering determination toward the control hub of the energy barrier. He possessed the highest level internal access card, capable of briefly opening a microchannel solely for the transfer of items. Just as his fingertips were about to graze the control hub, a pair of scarlet eyes suddenly opened in the darkness. Creak! A piercing, soul-piercing shriek erupted without warning in his ear. The trader's entire body trembled. His mind struck like a hammer, plunging into a void of blankness. His outstretched hand froze midair. In terror, he rigidly turned his eyes toward the source of the sound. There, suspended above the energy barrier, in the shadowed corner illuminated by radiant lights, hung an ominous blood-red bat, seemingly sculpted from ruby. The bat's crimson eyes, cold and devoid of emotion, fixated upon him. That gaze was as if it looked upon a corpse. An inescapable wave of primal terror surged through him, enveloping him like a chilling tide. He felt as though he were being targeted by an ancient, colossal beast, his very soul trembling in fear. The blood coursing through one's veins felt as though it were on the brink of freezing. A monstrous abomination. The trader's teeth chattered uncontrollably, yearning to scream, yet found their throat constricted by an invisible force, resulting only in a series of gasps. In Lilith's scarlet gaze flickered a hint of disdain and ferocity. Filthy vermin, daring to covet the elixir of humanity. Seeking death, she afforded the trader no opportunity for response. A crimson beam, honed to perfection and moving at a speed surpassing the visual realm, erupted from her diminutive form like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, striking with unerring precision at the trader's wrist, which clutched the counterfeit vial. A swift, sickening sound, a scream, so piercing it scarcely resembled that of a human, finally burst forth from the trader's throat. The right hand, along with the 2 counterfeit vials, was severed at the wrist in an instant. The severed end was charred black, with not a drop of blood escaping, only a hissing crimson energy voraciously corroding the air. The detached hand and counterfeit vials fell to the ground with a dull thud. Agonizing pain and sheer terror caused the trader to shatter completely, clutching the gushing stump and collapsing to the floor, writhing and wailing like a maggot. This sudden turn of events left the Array Master, stationed at the checkpoint, utterly stupefied. He whirled around to witness the bloody scene and the blood-red bat, suspended in the shadows and exuding a terrifying aura, his complexion turning as pale as parchment. An enemy attack. The array master finally reacted, emitting a piercing alarm. The shrill, jarring sound echoed throughout the backstage area. Rapid, heavy footsteps surged forth like a tide from all directions. Lilith cast a cold glance at the moaning traitor and the dumbfounded array master, her crimson eyes brimming with contempt. Her petite figure transformed into a flash of blood, vanishing into the shadows as if she had never existed. Meanwhile, on the platform, the two genuine elixirs, safeguarded by an energy barrier, continued to emit a dreamlike glow, awaiting their moment in the spotlight. Chapter 72. Doubt. Buzzing and blaring. The shrill and urgent alarm suddenly erupted within the opulent auction hall, drowning out all bidding and chatter like cold water dousing flames, plunging the previously vibrant atmosphere into an icy stillness. Beneath the resplendent starry dome, all guests looked up in astonishment, their faces etched with confusion and disbelief. What has transpired? The highest level of alert from the Wanbao Pavilion? How could this be triggered amidst an ongoing auction? What is happening? An alarm? Has there been a crisis backstage? Could it be that the two elixirs have encountered a problem? After a brief silence, a huge uproar swept through the auction hall like a tsunami. Various speculations, unease, and incredulous murmurs echoed throughout the space. Countless gazes converged upon the central auction platform. The chief auctioneer, Xing Li, wore a perfect smile that instantly froze. Clearly having received an urgent notification, a flicker of shock crossing her beautiful eyes. But, true to her experience as a top-tier auctioneer, she inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the tempest within her heart, and addressed the amplification array, her voice as steady as possible, yet tinged with urgency. Esteemed guests, please remain calm. A sudden situation has arisen backstage at the Wanbao Pavilion, triggering the highest alert. The auction is temporarily halted. Please stay in your positions and await further instructions. Our staff will ensure your safety. I repeat, please remain in your positions and stay calm. Her voice carried a soothing power, momentarily quelling some of the unrest. Yet the atmosphere in the hall had transformed into one of extreme tension and oppression. Whispered anxieties buzzed through the lavish space. Every heart raced, particularly those representatives from factions eager for the elixirs, their expressions darkening, their eyes flickering with uncertainty. In box number 3, Sun Jingxiong was momentarily stunned at the sound of the alarm, but then an uncontrollable surge of joy and malice spread across his face. He abruptly stood from his seat, his body trembling with excitement. It worked. The nail must have struck true. Haha. Zhao Tianqing, Lin Mo, your doom is nigh, he roared inwardly, his eyes gleaming with madness. Zhao Tianqing and Lin Mo, unable to procure the elixirs, would be utterly disgraced. Father. Sun Yaozu also regained his composure, his face lighting up with exhilaration. Silence. Sun Jingxiong snapped, but his smugness was nearly overflowing. He straightened his attire, instantly adopting an expression of shock, anger, and concern. Addressing the amplification device with a booming voice filled with righteous indignation. Miss Xing Li, what on earth is happening? Why has the highest alert been triggered just before the auction's climactic items? Could it be that the elixirs we have all been eagerly anticipating are in jeopardy? The Zhao clan must provide all guests with an explanation immediately. Otherwise, this not only wastes everyone's time, but constitutes a deceit against us all. His words rang with grandiosity, igniting the already anxious crowd. Indeed, the clan head speaks true. We must have answers. Is there a problem with the elixirs? Are they counterfeit? I knew it. An elixir that disregards levels could never exist. It must be Zhao Tianqing's doing. Zhao clan, step forward and explain. Refund us. This is fraud. Those who had long harbored discontent, or who had been subtly incited by the Sun clan, quickly joined in the clamor. Panic and doubt spread like a plague. The members of Longtai and Wantong merchant associations remained silent, yet their eyes brimmed with suspicion and schadenfreude. In the Wanbao Pavilion's backstage, within the treasure's vault, the atmosphere was as heavy as the eerie calm before a storm, laced with the acrid scent of blood and the charred aroma of scorched energy. Zhao Tianqing's countenance was ashen, akin to ancient ice, as he stood amidst the wreckage, flanked by Zhao Feng and a group of high-ranking merchants. The array master sat on the ground, his face pale, pointing at the shadows cast by the energy barrier, trembling as he repeated, "The bat." Such a terrifying bat. Its red eyes at it just his words were incoherent, clearly traumatized by the experience. On the ground, the traitorous guard had succumbed to unconsciousness from pain and blood loss. The severed wrist blackened, emanating an eerie crimson energy. Nearby lay 2 vials, their contents murky and exuding a faint, nauseating stench. Another guard lay unconscious not far off. A bat? Zhao Tianqing furrowed his brow, his gaze sharp as a knife. He was, of course, aware that Lin Mo had a mysterious blood-red bat familiar. But could it truly be responsible for the havoc here? Was it that powerful? Moreover, why would it attack the guards? And what of the counterfeit vials strewn about? President Zhao Feng's expression was exceedingly grim. We have discovered 2 counterfeit vials on the scene. Someone attempted to switch our climactic item. This traitor, he gestured toward the incapacitated guard and the suspicious array master. Preliminary judgment indicates collusion from within and without, yet the attacker seems to be Mr. Lin's bat? Zhao Tianqing's heart sank heavily. Lin Mo's bat had assaulted a guard. Could it be that Lin Mo? Absolutely not. Just then, a calm voice punctured the tension in the room. Uncle Zhao. As the crowd turned towards the sound, they beheld Lin Mo, who had inexplicably arrived at the backstage entrance. His demeanor was serene, his steps measured, as if the tumultuous doubts and chaos outside bore no relevance to him. Zhao Qingwan followed closely at his side, her face etched with concern. Upon seeing Lin Mo's appearance, Zhao Tianqing felt a slight sense of reassurance, yet doubt still clouded his mind. Nephew, you've arrived. What on earth is happening? Lin Mo's gaze swept over the disarrayed scene, momentarily pausing on the severed wrist of a guard and the counterfeit medicine bottles, before finally settling on Zhao Tianqing's face. With a tone that was unremarkable yet imbued with persuasive strength, he replied, Uncle Zhao, the matter is quite simple. The Sun family has bribed an insider and this array master. He cast a sidelong glance at the array master slumped on the ground, continuing. Their intention was to replace our genuine products with these 2 vials of counterfeit medicine before the auction. The consequences of exposing the counterfeit on the auction stage can only be imagined. Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, the array master trembled violently, his face turning ashen. As for my Lilith, Lin Mo's lips curled into a cold smirk, a flash of crimson light flickering from his shoulder, as a small bat, resembling red jade, materialized soundlessly. Its scarlet eyes lazily surveyed the assembly, exuding an air of haughty superiority, as if looking down upon insignificant insects. She merely stumbled upon the nefarious scheme of these filthy creatures, and, within the bounds of my consent, administered the punishment they so rightly deserved. For safeguarding her master's possessions is also one of her duties. Chapter 73, Shock. Lilith emitted an almost imperceptible squeak in response. Instantly, Zhao Tianqing comprehended the situation. He gazed at the incapacitated insider and the 2 foul-smelling counterfeit medicine bottles on the ground. A wave of dread and fury surged to his head. The Sun family. What a despicable clan, employing such vile tactics. If it weren't for Lin Mo and his mysterious contract, Beast damn it. Zhao Tianqing erupted with rage, delivering a powerful kick to a nearby metal cabinet, producing a resounding clang. He pointed at the slumped array master and the unconscious insider, bellowing at Zhao Feng. Take them away. Interrogate them rigorously. I want to know every accomplice of the Sun family involved in this matter. Yes. Zhao Feng immediately sprang into action. Nephew, I am truly grateful to you. Zhao Tianqing turned to Lin Mo, his eyes brimming with gratitude and relief. Had it not been for Miss Lilith, my Zhao Trading Company would undoubtedly face utter ruin today. He recalled the surging rumors outside, and his expression darkened once again, but now. Lin Mo raised a hand, interrupting him, his gaze penetrating as he looked towards the passage leading to the auction hall, the cold curve of his lips becoming more pronounced. Rumors? Doubts? Perfectly fitting. With a flourish of his wrist, 2 new vials, even more ancient and mysterious in design, appeared in his palm. One vial contained a liquid of deep azure, as if it sealed a tempestuous ocean of arcane energy within, countless tiny blue lightning bolts flickering in and out of existence. The other vial housed a warm, sacred liquid, akin to solidified morning light, exuding an overwhelming vitality that was nearly suffocating. The very energy emanating from the vials thickened the air in the backstage area, laden with palpable pressure. Uncle, since some wish to witness a spectacle, to discern the authenticity of our divine medicine. Lin Mo's voice was calm, yet carried an air of unwavering confidence mingled with a barely perceptible cruel smile. Then let us present them with something even more astonishing. Zhao Tianqing and all those nearby who beheld the 2 new potions felt their pupils dilate to the extreme. They could distinctly sense that the energy and law fluctuations contained within these 2 vials were exponentially more powerful than the previously auctioned arcane title and Dawn's healing by more than 10-fold. What is this? Zhao Tianqing's voice trembled with excitement. Arcane title, 50, Dawn's healing, 50, Lin Mo stated nonchalantly. I had originally planned to unveil them gradually. But the timing is perfect now. Let those doubters below open their eyes. Zhao Tianqing gazed upon Lin Mo's tranquil visage. And as he felt the overwhelming aura emanating from the 2 vials, an unprecedented sense of grandeur and confidence surged within him. Excellent, 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 he exclaimed thrice. his eyes gleaming with fervor. Xingli, resume the auction immediately. Replace the finale item with these. Present them with the utmost grandeur. He turned to Lin Mo, his face radiating absolute trust and an exhilarating anticipation of vindication. Nephew, let us go. To impart an unforgettable lesson to those jesters. Within the auction hall, skepticism and uproar had reached a crescendo. Sun Jingxiong stood before the crystal wall of Box 9, observing the agitated crowd below, his face betraying an uncontainable smug grin. At that moment, Xingli reappeared on the auction stage. The gravity and urgency that once marked her expression had vanished, replaced by an unprecedented, goddess-like aura of sanctity and confidence. Esteemed guests, Xingli's voice, amplified by a sound array, resonated with an extraordinary charm, instantly silencing the clamor of the crowd. Her gaze swept across the assembly, ultimately casting a significant glance towards Box 9, as she proclaimed, "The sudden situation has been adeptly managed. Thank you all for your patience. Now, the auction shall continue. Furthermore, at the request of the consignor, we shall temporarily adjust the final headlining item. We are about to present you with a true, unimaginable divine creation." As her words fell, the lights in the auction hall dimmed abruptly. Only the central auction stage remained illuminated, enveloped in an unprecedentedly brilliant beam of light. A terrifying wave of energy surged forth. Vast as the starry sky, tumultuous as a raging sea, and sacred as the dawn, akin to the awakening of a slumbering ancient deity, crashing down. It instantly engulfed the entire hall. All clamor, all doubts, all schadenfreude were utterly crushed by this overwhelming force at that moment. However, within Box 9, after the initial shock, Sun Jingxiong's face contorted into a more twisted, frenzied expression. He refused to believe. He absolutely could not accept that Zhao Tianqing and Lin Mo could resolve the crisis in such a brief span of time. This must be a mere fade. A final struggle. Miss Xingli. Sun Jingxiong's voice once again pierced through the silence via the amplification device, forcibly interrupting the suffocating quiet. He pointed at the auction item, shrouded in a dazzling light beam yet obscured in form, demanding vehemently, "This is nothing but theatrics." The alarm just sounded, the backstage was in chaos. Now you tell me the situation has been handled? And you are changing the item? Presenting a divine creation that surpasses imagination? Ridiculous. His face bore the expression of one who alone remained clear-headed amidst a drunken revelry, his voice soaring to a fever pitch, filled with incitement. Everyone, do not be deceived by them. This is nothing but a desperate attempt to cover up the truth. Their previous medicine must have had issues. Now, what they present, who knows what it truly is? I strongly demand an immediate public verification of the authenticity of the medicine. Otherwise, this constitutes a complete and utter deception. Sun Jingxiong's words, akin to cold water poured onto boiling oil, ignited a fresh wave of doubt among some attendees. Indeed, the alarm was alarmingly frightening. Something must have occurred backstage. Now, suddenly presenting something even more formidable? How coincidental. Could it truly be as the Sun family had suggested? The scrutinizing gazes once again converged upon the auction stage. In the face of Sun Jingxiong's frenzied provocation and the renewed doubts rising from the audience, Xingli's divine and confident smile remained utterly unchanged. It seemed as though she had anticipated this very scene, her beautiful eyes glimmering with a hint of compassion as they turned toward the direction of Box 9. Then, addressing the amplification array, her voice rang out clear and resolute. The doubts expressed by Master Sun are entirely reasonable, for that which challenges our understanding is invariably met with skepticism. With a deft change of tone, confidence radiated from her voice. The client has foreseen this and has entrusted our auction house to present a token of sincerity to each esteemed guest in the heavenly box, as well as to those in the front row possessing golden invitations. As she spoke, a procession of attendants, clad in the finest attire of the Wanbao Pavilion, emerged gracefully, each bearing exquisite jade trays. Upon each tray rested 2 delicate crystal vials, emanating gentle yet pure waves of energy. One vial contained a liquid of soft azure, within which swirled miniature arcane nebulae. The other, a warm pale golden liquid, exuded a refreshing breath of life. These were none other than the renowned arcane tides, 10, and morning grace, 10. The attendants moved with elegance and swiftness, respectfully delivering the jade trays to the entrances of each heavenly box and to several prominent guests in the front row below. Starry S' voice brimmed with pride. As for the efficacy, esteemed guests, you may feel or verify for yourselves. This signifies our unwavering confidence at Wanbao Pavilion and in our client regarding the quality of our offerings. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd once more. Complimentary gifts? Although merely the version of 10, this was the legendary percentage restoration potion. Wanbao Pavilion and that enigmatic client were truly generous. Such formidable confidence. The titans in the heavenly boxes and the esteemed guests in the front row could barely contain their eagerness as they seized the crystal vials before them. The warmth of the vials in their hands and the unmistakable purity of the energy within were undeniable. Some of the more impatient guests, or those who were already adept potion masters, immediately uncorked the vials, carefully pouring out a few drops to either savor or conduct a simple resonance test. Goodness, this energy. So pure. Absolutely pristine. I can feel a faint surge in my mental acuity. This is merely the aroma. The life essence is abundant and gentle. This is no ordinary product. Quick, bring forth an injured magical beast for testing. Gasps of awe, exclamations of admiration, and incredulous intakes of breath erupted simultaneously from the heavenly boxes and the front row. All who had received samples found their initial doubts swiftly replaced by overwhelming surprise and shock. Even the lowest ratio sample exhibited qualities and potential that thoroughly captivated them. This was undeniably a groundbreaking creation. Chapter 74, Madness. In Box 9, the attendants also delivered a jade tray to the entrance. Sun Yaozu instinctively reached out to accept it, only to be halted by Sun Jingxiong. With a face as pale as death, Sun Jingxiong fixed his gaze upon the two crystal vials with the intensity of a venomous serpent. He could not believe it. He absolutely refused to accept it. This had to be the final trick of Zhao Tianxin and Lin Mo. Bring it in. Sun Jingxiong's voice was hoarse, tinged with the last vestiges of madness. He intended to expose this deception personally. The attendant placed the jade tray upon the tea table within the box and bowed before retreating. Trembling, Sun Jingxiong seized the pale golden morning-esque grace, 10, and uncorked it. A fragrant wave of life essence, rich and invigorating, immediately filled the room, revitalizing everyone present. Sun Jingxiong's heart sank. The aroma was too authentic, yet he was unwilling to concede. A fierce glint flickered in his eyes as he shouted at an elder nearby, whose essence was evidently waning from prior injuries. Sun Bao, come here. The elder named Sun Bao hesitated for a moment before understanding the patriarch's intent. A bitter and fearful expression crossed his face. However, he dared not defy, approaching Sun Jingxiong. Without further ado, Sun Jingxiong forcefully pried open Sun Bao's mouth and poured about a quarter of the pale golden potion down his throat. He sought immediate validation. If this potion was false or fell short of expectations, he could seize the opportunity to retaliate. Cough, cough. Sun Bao sputtered as he choked. But the moment the liquid slid down his throat, a gentle yet overwhelming torrent of life surged through his limbs. Sun Bao's eyes widened in astonishment. He felt the stubborn internal injuries, remnants of his previous failed attempts to break through, rapidly healing as if melting away like snow under the sun. Thanks to the life torrent, his previously stagnant meridians opened up and his depleted vitality surged back. A long-lost sense of strength and vigor erupted within him. His previously pallid complexion visibly regained its color, his essence steadily climbing, even hinting at the possibility of breaking through his prior bottleneck. Patriarch, this potion is miraculous. Truly miraculous. Sun Bao exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement as he gazed at the vial with fervor. Boom. Sun Jingxiong was struck as if by lightning. He watched in disbelief as Sun Bao's transformation unfolded. He felt the elder's essence rising exponentially. The effects were far more terrifying than he had imagined. Just a quarter of a vial of the 10 potion had nearly restored a critically injured pinnacle 5th-tier expert, even nudging him towards a breakthrough. His last shred of hope, fragile as a soap bubble, was utterly shattered by this undeniable reality. A cold despair engulfed Sun Jingxiong, akin to the deepest pool of frigid water. He staggered backward, the crystal vial slipping from his grasp and shattering upon the ground, the remaining pale golden liquid spilling forth, releasing an even more intense aroma of life, as if mocking him. His complexion turned ashen, his gaze vacant, lips trembling as he muttered, "No, it's impossible. How could it truly defy the percentage restoration?" The immense blow rendered him nearly incapable of coherent thought. Lin Mo had not presented him with this sample as an act of goodwill. Rather, it was a blatant display of superiority, a poison designed to plunge him into utter despair. The other elders of the Sun family within the box fell silent, gazing at the spilled potion with sorrow and a hint of resentment toward the patriarch's decisions. Such a miraculous elixir was being squandered like a poison by their leader. On the auction stage, Starry observed the reactions from below and within the boxes, particularly the suffocating atmosphere of despair in Box 9. A dazzling smile illuminated her face as she spoke, her voice like celestial music, resonating throughout the venue once more. It seems our esteemed guests have caught a glimpse of the tip of the iceberg that is the miraculous potion. Now, with a graceful wave of her hand, the radiant beam enveloping the center of the auction stage gradually receded, revealing 2 vials. suspended upon a specially crafted starry crystal display, resembling exquisite works of art. The vial on the left shimmered with a deep, turbulent azure. Inside, it no longer contained a mere starry sky, but appeared to encapsulate a raging ocean of arcane energy. Countless tiny blue lightning bolts flickered within, erupting and collapsing, each pulse releasing a terrifying magical wave that sent shivers down the spines of all present, especially the magic practitioners, who felt their magical cores resonating with an insatiable yearning. The potion bottle on the right emanated a divine golden radiance, warm and sacred, reminiscent of the very core of the sun. The liquid within was no longer mere solidified sunlight. It flowed like a liquid dawn, a sacred light of the morning. Wherever the light reached, the air was imbued with an overwhelming essence of life, making one feel as though they were at the very source of creation itself. Any injury or fatigue appeared to vanish instantaneously under this radiant glow. Majestic, grand, sacred. It was as if a deity had crafted these creations with their own hands. The atmosphere in the auction hall seemed to solidify under the energy radiating from these two potion bottles. The guests, already stunned by their samples, now felt as if their very breaths had been stolen. The samples they held were mere fireflies compared to the resplendent moon that was before them. Xingli's voice, infused with unprecedented fervor and reverence, resonated through the air. Now, I present the pièce d'argent of today's auction. The unparalleled elixir crafted by the enigmatic legendary alchemist, Lord Mo, Arcane Tide, and Dawn S. Healing. She paused, gazing at the multitude of fervent eyes below, nearly ablaze with anticipation, before dropping her final bombshell. Furthermore, at the special request of the patron, as a token of gratitude for your enthusiasm and trust, any esteemed guest who successfully bids on either of these divine potions will receive an additional complete bottle of Arcane Tide, 30, or Dawn's Healing, 30, as a complimentary gift. Boom! The entire Hall of the Sky erupted in a frenzy, like a barrel of gunpowder ignited. 50. Instant recovery, plus continuous recovery, ignoring levels. Bid for 1. Receive another 30. Buy 1 get 1 free. For potions of such caliber? Madness. Everyone was driven to insanity. This was no longer an auction. It was a divine bestowal, a key to altering fate, even to reshaping the power dynamics. The first item, Arcane Tide. Starting bid. Xingli's voice was like a spark igniting a fuse, laden with irresistible allure. 100 million credit points. Each subsequent bid must not be less than 10 million. No sooner had her words left her lips than the cries of 200 million, 300 million, 500 million, 1 billion drowned the hall like a tsunami. The titans from the VIP box above and the front rows below had completely cast aside their pretenses, their eyes aflame, voices hoarse as they shouted astronomical figures that would render an ordinary person faint. Each bid landed like a hammer, striking hard at the hearts of all present. In that moment, money lost all significance. Everyone harbored but one thought: at any cost, seize it. Meanwhile, in the number 9 VIP box, Sun Jingxiong sat slumped in his chair, his face ashen, his gaze hollow as he watched the frenzied bidding unfold below, like a fire raging in oil. Listening to the tolling of sky-high numbers that echoed like a death knell, he felt as if every ounce of strength had been drained from him, leaving him devoid of even the energy to harbor resentment. He knew that the Sun family was finished, completely and utterly finished. The Zhao Merchant Association not only resurrected but would, with this divine potion, soar to heights they could never hope to reach. And he, Sun Jingxiong, would become the greatest joke in all of Zhongzhou. Lin Mo, seated in the number 1 VIP box, leisurely savored the spirit tea presented by Xiao, while Lilith perched on his shoulder, yawning in boredom. He listened to the frenzied bidding below, observing the despair in the adjacent box, a cold smile gracing his lips. Chapter 75, A Shift in Paradigm. Just as Sun Jingxiong found himself utterly consumed by despair, feeling as though the world had turned to ash, a gentle knock echoed at the box door. A pale-faced confidant of the Sun family stumbled in, his steps unsteady, disregarding all formalities, his voice trembling with uncontrollable fear as he leaned close to Sun Jingxiong's ear, speaking in a hurried whisper that only he could hear. Patriarch, it's bad. Just now, the captain of General Han Wenxing's personal guard from the Southeast Military District directly relayed a message to our external security team, stating that General Han is extremely furious regarding the attack on Mr. Lin Mo last night. He demands that you personally visit the military district after the auction to explain the situation in detail, especially the underlying reasons. Boom. Like the final straw breaking the camel's back, Han Wenxing, the steadfast pillar of the Southeast Military District, a legendary general of real power. He was personally inquiring about the attack on Lin Mo, and specifically requested an explanation of the underlying reasons. Sun Jingxiong felt a chill shoot up from his feet to the crown of his head. His blood seemed to freeze in an instant. All his previous anger, resentment, and despair were now completely eclipsed by an overwhelming fear. The power of Han Wenxing could crush the Sun family as easily as squashing an ant. His personal interest in this matter signified what? It meant that Lin Mo held a weight in General Han's eyes that was beyond imagination. It also meant that the Sun family's assassination attempt on Lin Mo had thoroughly provoked this military titan. It was over. Completely over. With a rush of anger and fear, Sun Jingxiong could no longer suppress the turmoil within, and he violently spat out a mouthful of crimson blood. The blood mist filled the box, reeking with a metallic tang. "Father!" Sun Yaozu cried out in alarm, rushing forward. "Patriarch!" The elders of the Sun family were also taken aback, thrown into disarray. Sun Jingxiong's vision darkened, his body feeling as though all bones had been extracted, collapsing backward, utterly unconscious. A trace of regret lingered on his face. Alas, it was too late. Meanwhile, the auction continued in a frenzy. Xingli's voice, almost magical in its command, orchestrated this revelry of wealth and desire. Arcane Tide, the Sea of Divine Wrath. 12 billion. The number 3 VIP box bids 12 billion. Is there a higher offer? 12 billion once. 12 billion twice. 15 billion. Number 5 VIP box. 15 billion. 20 billion. From the number 3 guest seat below. 20 billion. The numbers soared like wild horses, racing in the stifling atmosphere. Each fall of the gavel was accompanied by gasps of shock and the sensation of hearts being struck. Ultimately, this potion, imbued with raging arcane power, was claimed by a mysterious elder from the far northern regions, exuding an icy aura at the staggering price of 38 billion. When Xingli's golden hammer fell, announcing the sale, the hall erupted into thunderous applause, both a celebration and a lament for those who had failed to secure it. Following closely, the bidding for Dawn's healing, the source of life, became even more frenzied. For any faction, a potion capable of instantly restoring 50 health and ignoring levels held strategic significance that far surpassed that of mana recovery potions. It pertained to the survival of top-tier powerhouses. Concerning the very essence of a faction's core, the bidding entered a fever pitch from the outset. 25 billion, 30 billion, 40 billion, 50 billion. The titans were like gamblers possessed, hoarsely shouting astronomical figures. Ultimately, this potion, symbolizing the essence of life, was acquired by the head of the Morong family, an ancient lineage from Zhongzhou, whose low profile belied their unfathomable depth, at a jaw-dropping price of 65 billion credit points. As the gavel fell, a fleeting silence enveloped the grand hall, only to be swiftly shattered by an eruption of fervent excitement. 65 billion. This staggering figure was nearly enough to bankrupt a medium-sized faction. The esteemed guest who successfully acquired the 2 vials of miraculous elixirs was also rewarded with an additional complete version of the 30-grade potion. This only served to incite envy and desire among the onlookers, who felt their hearts bleed with longing. Just as everyone believed that this earth-shattering auction was nearing its conclusion. Still reeling from the shock of the exorbitant price, the enchanting Xing Li on the auction stage once again graced the audience with a captivating smile, unveiling a final piece of news that could alter the entire commercial landscape of the Central Continent and even the Federation. Thank you, esteemed guests, for your passionate participation. Today, the 2 vials of miraculous elixirs have been successfully auctioned. Xing Li's voice resonated clearly throughout the venue, silencing the clamor. However, such miraculous potions should not be the exclusive privilege of a select few. To enable more practitioners to experience the blessings of these elixirs, and to propel the enhancement of the entire Federation's practitioners, she deliberately paused, heightening the suspense. The atmosphere in the auction hall became so tense that one could hear a pin drop. Countless gazes were fixated on her, brimming with incredulous anticipation. The Zhao Merchant Association's Wanbao Pavilion will officially commence the limited sale of Arcane Tide, 10, and Dawn's Healing, 10, within 7 days following this auction. Each day, a limited supply of 1,000 vials for each potion will be available. Each individual, upon presenting valid identification, will be permitted to purchase 1 vial of each potion daily. The price per vial is 5 million credit points. Boom. If the previous astronomical auction was a thunderclap, then this announcement was a super hurricane sweeping across the entire Federation. Limited. Sale. 10 grade. 5 million per vial. Although the efficacy is only 1/5 of the ultimate elixir, it offers percentage-based recovery, ignoring levels, and it is purchasable, despite being limited. This signifies a continuous supply. What does this mean? It means that as long as one has the money and is swift, they can acquire this revolutionary strategic resource, while the effect may not rival the astonishing 50-grade elixirs. For the vast majority of practitioners, a 10-grade instant recovery could serve as a second lease on life in critical moments. The entire celestial hall erupted into madness. Cheers, screams, and incredulous roars nearly threatened to topple the resplendent starry dome above. Heavens, did I hear that correctly? Limited sale. 5 million. Though expensive, it is worth every penny. Hurry. Notify the family immediately. Mobilize all liquid assets. Prepare to seize this opportunity. Quickly. Send someone to queue at the Wanbao Pavilion entrance. No. Dispatch someone to stand guard right now. A wave of ecstatic joy and excitement engulfed everyone. The factions that had failed to secure the ultimate elixirs now ignited with hope. As long as there were credit points, there was a chance. The prestige of the Zhao Merchant Association reached an unprecedented pinnacle at this moment. Everyone understood that a brand new commercial empire, centered around miraculous elixirs, was rising steadily. The commercial landscape of the Central Continent, and indeed the entire Federation, would be irrevocably rewritten from this day forward. In the private box number 9, Sun Jingxiong, who had just regained consciousness after being resuscitated with emergency potions, was weakly slumped in his chair, his gaze unfocused. When the news of the limited sale reached his ears, he was jolted violently, spewing forth another mouthful of blood, this time dark as night. His bloodshot eyes fixated desperately on the radiant Xing Li at the auction stage, before turning in despair towards the adjacent private box number 1. His throat emitting a desperate rasp akin to a broken wind instrument. The continuous source of revenue from the limited sale signified the complete rise of the Zhao family, leaving no hope for the Sun family's resurgence. This thought echoed through his mind like a death knell. His vision faded into darkness, and this time, he could muster no sound as he collapsed once more, his breath faint as a flickering candle in the wind. Meanwhile, in the same luxurious box, the president of the Longtime Merchant Association and the representative of the Wantong Merchant Association wore expressions as grim as soot, their nails digging deep into their palms. They gazed at the fervent guests below, akin to pilgrims in worship, and observed the youthful Zhao Tianqing, who appeared a decade younger, laughing and conversing with Lin Mo in their box, a cold chill and sense of powerlessness sweeping over them. They knew that their era was at an end. From this day forth, the Zhao Merchant Association would gallop ahead unchallenged, becoming the sole sovereign of the commercial realm. And all of this stemmed from the mysterious and youthful Lin Mo seated in private box number 1. Zhao Tianqing stood beside Lin Mo, gazing down at the brilliance belonging to the Zhao Merchant Association, his heart brimming with ambition as he beheld the inexhaustible source of wealth about to unfold. He looked at Lin Mo, his eyes filled with boundless gratitude and reverence. The landscape of the Central Continent was irrevocably altered at this moment. Chapter 76, Morongjin. The bells signaling the end of the auction still echoed in the air, yet the clamor within the celestial hall had transformed into a different kind of fervor. The crowd did not disperse immediately. Instead, they surged like a tide towards the various sales windows and consultation desks of the Wanbao Pavilion, eagerly inquiring about the specifics of the limited sale of the 10-grade potions. The air was thick with the scent of money and a restless anticipation for the future. Zhao Tianqing stood in private box number 1, gazing at the magnificent scene belonging to the Zhao Merchant Association, his face unable to conceal his excitement and ambition. He was sharing the joy of success with Lin Mo and Zhao Qingwan in light-hearted banter. Just then, a gentle knock sounded at the box door, and Zhao Feng entered briskly, his expression marked by a blend of gravity and respect. President, Mr. Lin, Zhao Feng bowed slightly. The representative of the Morong family is waiting outside, hoping to speak with Mr. Lin. The Morong family? Zhao Tianqing raised an eyebrow, glancing at Lin Mo. They were the ancient family that had just purchased the Dawn's healing source of life. Their profound heritage was particularly distinguished in the fields of medicine and life sciences, to the extent that even the Federation's top medical institutions sought their counsel. Their approach at this moment was likely concerning their aging patriarch. Zhao Tianqing's eyes flickered with understanding. Lin Mo, maintaining a calm demeanor, nodded. Please let them in. He too harbored a shred of curiosity regarding this ancient family capable of spending 65 billion to acquire the elixir. The box door slid open once more. A woman gracefully entered, her presence seemingly softening the light within the opulent chamber. Dressed in a simple, yet exquisitely tailored moon-white cloud brocade gown. The garment accentuated her enchanting figure, while her skirt flowed like water, exuding an ethereal aura. Her long, jet-black hair was loosely pinned up with a lustrous jade hairpin, with a few strands cascading down her cheeks, adding a touch of languid charm. What captured one's heart most was her visage. Her brows resembled distant mountains shrouded in mist, and her eyes sparkled like autumn waters, clear yet profoundly deep as if they could contain the stars. Her nose was elegantly sculpted, and her lips bore a naturally delicate cherry hue, alluring without the need for embellishment. Her skin was as fine as the finest white jade, glimmering with a warm luster under the lights. Her beauty was not of the overwhelming sort, but rather an exquisite elegance, as if she had stepped out of an ancient painting, embodying a serene wisdom steeped in the age-old art of healing. However, deep within her crystalline eyes, Lin Mo acutely discerned a hint of insurmountable worry and fatigue, akin to the hidden undercurrents beneath a serene lake's surface. Following the woman was a solemn-faced elder, exuding a profound aura, evidently a guardian. She halted approximately 3 steps before Lin Mo, gracefully performing an ancient familial gesture. Her voice resembling the melodious sound of a clear spring striking stone, delightful to the ears yet imbued with a natural sense of detachment. I am Murong Jin. Honored to meet Mr. Lin Mo. I apologize for the intrusion and kindly ask for your understanding. Her gaze fell upon Lin Mo, carrying a barely perceptible scrutiny and a glimmer of almost ethereal hope. Was this young man truly the legendary alchemist who concocted the source of life, for which she had been willing to expend her family's entire reserves? He appeared so youthful. Miss Murong, you honor me with your courtesy. Lin Mo replied with a slight nod, meeting her scrutiny with an unflinching gaze. Might I inquire as to the purpose of the Murong family's visit? Murong Jin took a gentle breath, the worry upon her exquisite countenance deepening. To speak candidly, my purpose in seeking you is concerning the current patriarch of the Murong family. My grandfather, the esteemed Mr. Murong Bo. There was a subtle tremor in her voice. My grandfather has been afflicted by a peculiar ailment, bedridden for nearly a decade. The Murong family has practiced medicine for generations, priding ourselves as skilled healers. Despite exhausting our family's resources and consulting countless ancient texts and secret prescriptions, we have been unable to cure my grandfather's stubborn illness, only managing to suppress it and delay the ebb of his vitality. She raised her clear, autumn-like eyes to Lin Mo, filled with a near-reverent plea. During today's auction, I witnessed your creation, the Morning Dew Elixir. Its vast and pure life essence far surpasses any spiritual medicine we have encountered. Such miraculous craftsmanship has bestowed hope upon me and the entire Murong family. She bowed deeply once more, her demeanor exceedingly humble. I implore Mr. Lin Mo to assist us. If you can save my grandfather's life, the Murong family shall be forever grateful and willing to offer any treasures you desire in return. Her sincere words resonated with the weight of an ancient family heir's responsibility and deep affection for her kin. For her grandfather, she was prepared to relinquish all pride and pretense. Silence enveloped the room. Zhao Tianqing and Zhao Qingwan both sensed the gravity and determination in Murong Jin's words. Lilith, perched upon Lin Mo's shoulder, opened her crimson eyes, curiously observing this woman, whose aura was pure and whose soul bore the fragrance of nature. Lin Mo regarded the breathtaking beauty before him, who had cast aside all restraint for the sake of her grandfather, a flicker of contemplation crossing his eyes. The Murong family's ancient medical lineage could not remedy a stubborn ailment. This piqued his interest. Moreover, the resources and heritage possessed by the Murong family could potentially assist him in his future endeavors. Miss Murong, your filial piety is commendable. Lin Mo's tone remained calm, though it held less detachment. However, in the realm of medicine, it is imperative to prescribe based on the specific ailment. What affliction does your grandfather suffer from? What are the symptoms, and what is its origin? I cannot assert my confidence based solely on your description. Furthermore, while the Morning Dew Elixir embodies life's essence, it primarily focuses on immediate recovery and nourishment, which may not directly address ailments deeply rooted in the essence or involving special forces. He paused, observing the flicker of hope that ignited in Murong Jin's eyes, continuing, in order to assist your grandfather, I must first conduct a personal examination to discern the root of his ailment. Conjecture alone or the potency of the elixir will not suffice. Upon hearing Lin Mo's lack of outright refusal and his willingness to personally diagnose, a wave of immense joy surged within Murong Jin. This was already the greatest achievement of her journey. She quickly responded, You speak the truth. My eagerness to save my grandfather may have been presumptuous. If you would be so kind as to visit the Murong family and personally diagnose my grandfather, we would be eternally grateful, regardless of the outcome. We have comprehensive records of his condition at home for your reference. Very well, Lin Mo nodded. Once this matter is concluded, I will accompany Miss Murong to the Murong family. Yet whether I can provide treatment remains to be seen after my diagnosis. Thank you, sir. Your kindness is beyond words. Murong Jin's voice quivered with excitement. Bowing deeply once more, her exquisitely beautiful face finally blossoming into a radiant smile akin to the melting of snow, instantly brightening the entire room. I shall await your esteemed arrival at my residence. She left her contact information and the Murong family's address, expressing her gratitude once more before departing with her guardian. Elegantly, and quietly exiting the room as she had entered. Yet, her departing figure appeared considerably lighter, as though she had shed a heavy burden. Observing Murong Jin's exit, Zhao Tianqing remarked, "The elder patriarch, Murong Bo, was once a formidable figure, renowned for his miraculous healing skills that saved countless lives. It is hard to believe he has been tormented by an ailment for a decade. If your cousin can save him, it would not only be a great virtue but also garner the full support of the ancient Murong family, which is of immense significance." Lin Mo offered a non-committal smile. "Let us assess the situation first. There are countless perplexing ailments in this world, and I am not omnipotent." Zhao Qingwan gently linked her arm with Lin Mo's, her voice soft. "I believe in your ability to succeed." Lin Mo patted her hand, his gaze drifting toward the vibrant night scene of Zhongzhou, his expression contemplative. The depths of the Azure Sea, the Murong family's affliction, the forthcoming high school tournament, and those lurking in the shadows, perhaps poised to act with his rise. Chapter 77, Arrival at the Murong Family. The night was profound, and within the luxurious bedroom of the top suite at Wanbao Pavilion, the lingering atmosphere of enchantment had yet to dissipate entirely. Zhao Qingwan curled up in Lin Mo's broad and warm embrace, her fair and delicate skin still bearing a faint blush from the previous night's fervor. Her stunningly beautiful face reflecting an exquisite satisfaction mingled with a hint of fatigue from the exertion, as she slowly opened her long lashes. Her eyes met Lin Mo's strikingly handsome profile, still remarkably alluring even in slumber. Recollecting the events of the previous night, Zhao Qingwan's cheeks flushed a deeper crimson, her heart fluttering with sweetness tinged by a trace of apprehension. Lin Mo's stamina was akin to that of an indefatigable beast. Her B-class spirit mage's physical prowess was utterly inadequate before him, and she had pleaded for mercy several times just to catch her breath. At this moment, the waves of soreness coursing through her body and the fullness in hidden places served as reminders of how intense the previous night's encounters had been. "My husband is simply too strong. I truly cannot endure this alone. It seems I must prioritize finding him companions to share the burden." Lost in her thoughts, she suddenly felt a warm hand once again wandering across her smooth back, lingering at her enticing waist, gently caressing. Lin Mo had awakened without her notice, his deep-set eyes gleaming with the unique languor of morning and a hint of mischief as he gazed at her. Awake? His voice, husky from sleep, resonated with an alluring charm. Zhao Qingwan murmured, her body involuntarily shivering, hastily pressing down on his wandering hand. Her face flushed as she admonished, "Stop it. It's already morning. Have you forgotten we need to go to the Murong family today?" She dared not allow Lin Mo to engage in morning exercises. Otherwise, she feared she wouldn't even be able to rise from the bed today. Observing the blend of embarrassment and urgency on the lovely face in his arms, Lin Mo chuckled softly, ceasing his teasing, and gently placed a kiss on her smooth forehead. "All right, as you wish, my lady." The two then rose to freshen up. Zhao Qingwan, with great effort suppressing the discomfort of her weary body, personally selected a subtly luxurious, yet composed dark robe for Lin Mo, meticulously adjusting his collar with gentle and focused movements, embodying the image of a devoted and virtuous wife. Lilith, transformed into the form of a small bat, hung upside down on the coat rack, her crimson eyes half closed, occasionally glancing at Zhao Qingwan and emitting a barely audible soft grunt. After breakfast, Murong Jin's understated yet opulently adorned magical vehicle, emblazoned with the Murong family's distinctive herbal emblem, arrived punctually outside the VIP passage of Wanbao Pavilion. Lin Mo, accompanied by Lilith, boarded the vehicle under Zhao Qingwan's tender yet reluctant gaze. Xiao and Lin Yuyan remained temporarily at Wanbao Pavilion. The vehicle ascended smoothly, navigating through the morning traffic of Zhongzhou towards the city outskirts, an area veiled in lush ancient trees and ethereal spiritual energy, where the ancestral grounds of the illustrious Murong family lay. In the depths of the Murong ancestral home, a somber and oppressive atmosphere enveloped a dimly lit room rich with the scent of medicinal herbs. On a massive rosewood bed lay an emaciated old man, his hair and beard white as snow, his face etched with deep wrinkles and age spots, eyes sunken, and lips cracked and purple, breathing faintly like a flickering candle in the wind. This was Murong Bo, the contemporary patriarch of the Murong family, once a revered healer. Surrounding the bed were several elderly individuals, similarly aged, composed, and clad in simple robes. They were the elders of the Murong family, the most esteemed figures in medical expertise. At this moment, they took turns placing their fingers on Murong Bo's skeletal wrist, closing their eyes in concentration, meticulously sensing the weak and chaotic pulse and life force within him. Each elder wore a furrowed brow, their faces etched with concern and a profound sense of helplessness. 10 years, a full decade, they had exhausted the family's secret methods and countless rare herbs. managing only to barely sustain the patriarch's breath and delay the mysterious force that relentlessly consumed his vitality, yet they could never find a cure. Watching their once vibrant and commanding patriarch reduced to this state filled the elders' hearts with sorrow and guilt. The door to the somber room was gently pushed open, and Murong-jin entered with Lin Mo. Elders, Jeaner has returned. Her soft voice shattered the silence within the room. The elders withdrew their hands, turning their gaze towards Murong-jin, their eyes filled with inquiry and a glimmer of hope. However, as their gazes fell upon the exceedingly young man behind her, that hope swiftly morphed into unmistakable shock and profound skepticism. Is this truly the legendary alchemist, Lord Mo, who can concoct a divine elixir brimming with the essence of life? Offering the Murong family a glimpse of hope. Too youthful, he appeared barely in his early 20s. A hint of boyish innocence lingered on his strikingly handsome face. How could such a young individual possess extraordinary medical knowledge? What could he possibly offer to resolve the perplexing affliction that had left even these seasoned practitioners steeped in medical knowledge for decades, utterly powerless? This was simply ludicrous. The eldest elder, Murong-chien, his hair white and face gaunt, furrowed his brow. Casting a scrutinizing look at Murong-jin, his tone laden with evident distrust and a touch of reproach. Jeaner, is this the Mr. Lin Mo you spoke of? His gaze was sharp as a blade, appraising Lin Mo from head to toe as if attempting to see through him. The other elders shared similar expressions of scrutiny and doubt, creating a subtly tense atmosphere. Murong-jin sensed the elder's skepticism, and her heart fluttered with unease. Yet, recalling the terrifying power of the vial of Source of Life at the auction and Lin Mo's enigmatic demeanor, she forced herself to remain composed. She respectfully introduced, indeed, Uncle. Esteemed elders, this is Mr. Lin Mo, who has come to diagnose my grandfather's condition. She then turned to Lin Mo, her demeanor deferential. Sir, this is my uncle, Elder Murong-chien, the most skilled healer in our Murong family, and these are. Lin Mo remained calm, seemingly oblivious to the elder's doubtful gazes, offering only a slight nod in greeting. His gaze directly bypassed the assembly and fell upon the frail old man on the bed. With just a glance, Lin Mo's brow subtly furrowed. What a domineering force of annihilation entwined with the essence. This was not an ordinary ailment or curse, but rather the backlash of some divine power thrown into disarray. Murong-chien, perceiving Lin Mo's aloofness and his lack of basic courtesy, felt an increase of dissatisfaction. He snorted, his voice imbued with a sense of challenge and probing. Young friend Lin, at such a tender age, to be capable of concocting such divine elixirs, your medical prowess must be extraordinary. Might I inquire if you have any insights regarding the patriarch's affliction? We have struggled for a decade, barely maintaining his condition, yet the root cause remains elusive. His words not only illuminated the complexity of the ailment, but also subtly questioned Lin Mo's capabilities. If we, seasoned veterans, have been unable to resolve it, what could you, a mere youth, possibly discern? Lin Mo did not respond immediately. He walked to the bedside, under Murong-chien's watchful gaze, and extended two slender fingers, gently resting them on Murong-bo's emaciated wrist. His movements appeared casual, yet the moment his fingers made contact with the skin, an exceedingly faint yet incomprehensibly pure life force, akin to the most delicate spring rain, quietly entered Murong-bo's body. The room fell into a hushed silence. All the elders fixated intently on Lin Mo's fingers and the expression on his face. Murong-jin, brimming with tension, held her breath, her hands instinctively twisting the fabric of her clothing. After a moment, Lin Mo withdrew his hand, his face betraying no visible emotion. He lifted his gaze, his calm eyes sweeping over the array of elders, finally resting on Murong-chien's face. In a measured tone, resonating with authority, he spoke. The patriarch's life force is depleted, and his essence is damaged, not due to ordinary ailments or curses. This is the backlash of the annihilation withering curse, forcibly reversing life and death, trespassing the sacred taboos of existence, resulting in retribution from the laws of nature. This curse, like a festering wound, entwines the essence, devouring vitality, rendering conventional remedies entirely ineffective. Chapter 78. The 9 Needles of Celestial Motion Re-emerge. Lin Mo's composed declaration reverberated through the room like thunder, shattering the silence. The backlash of the annihilation withering curse, trespassing the taboos of life, facing retribution from the laws of nature. This, every elder of the Murong family, including the venerable Murong-chien, felt as if struck by lightning. Their faces were painted with utter astonishment, bewilderment, and a flicker of fear as they finally caught a glimpse of the truth. They had spent 10 years delving into this mystery, exhausting the family's resources, yet had only glimpsed an elusive force that incessantly consumed vitality, unaware of its name or source. And this young man, with merely a moment of pulse-taking, had articulated the terrifying root of the patriarch's affliction that had tormented him for a decade, leaving them utterly powerless. Had it not been for the precise description of the ailment, they would hardly have believed it. This was nothing short of miraculous. The color drained from Murong Qian's wrinkled face, his eyes alight with disbelief. He fixated intently on Lin Mo, his voice trembling violently with excitement and astonishment. Mr. Lin, are you truly certain that it is the curse of withering and decay? This curse is mentioned only in fragmented whispers within the most ancient and tattered tomes of my Murong family. It is said that only those mighty beings who violate the taboos of life in the primordial era would encounter such a backlash of loss, a knowledge long lost. How do you know? It matters not, Lin Mo interjected, his tone unwaveringly calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. What is crucial is how to resolve it. Resolve? This word struck like dawn breaking through darkness, igniting the hearts of all the Murong family members. Murong Jin stepped forward, his voice tinged with desperation. Sir, do you have a way to lift this curse? Difficult, Lin Mo uttered a single word, causing the hearts of everyone present to leap into their throats. His gaze was profoundly fixed upon the feeble Murong Bo lying on the bed. The curse's power has deeply infiltrated his essence, nearly merging with the very life force of the Murong patriarch. To forcibly extract it would be akin to drawing marrow and refining the soul. The patriarch would immediately be rendered lifeless. The expressions of Murong Qian and the others instantly dimmed. Indeed, they were well aware that the curse's power had entwined with the essence. Otherwise, they would not have remained helpless for a decade. However, it is not without solution. Lin Mo's tone shifted as he surveyed the crowd. Although the curse's power is entwined with the essence, it is not an indomitable fortress. Its core lies in a seed of withering, deeply rooted at the convergence of the old man's heart and soul. As long as we can temporarily seal this core seed, severing its connection with the backlash, and then continuously nourish it with abundant life force, we may gradually wear down the curse's roots within the essence. Given time, perhaps it can be eradicated. Seal the core? Sever the connection? Continuous nourishment? Murong Qian murmured, his eyes sparkling with insight. This line of thought had never crossed their minds. Or rather, they had been utterly unable to locate the so-called core of the seed of withering, let alone seal it. Sir, can you find and seal that core? It is worth a try, Lin Mo replied succinctly, retrieving a silver needle, specifying it must be of the finest quality, the most resilient, at least 9 pieces. Silver needles? The crowd was momentarily taken aback. Using needles? To contend with the curse's power? Quickly, bring forth the family's secret stash of the 9 turning golden needles. Hurry, Murong Qian, now devoid of any doubt regarding Lin Mo, shouted toward the outside. He knew that set of needles was forged from celestial iron, a rare find by their ancestors. Exceptionally resilient, and one of the Murong family's most treasured legacies, only to be handled by the patriarch or the elder. Soon, an ancient and heavy-zeaten wooden box was respectfully brought in. Upon opening the box, 9 slender silver needles, as fine as cow hair and shimmering with a cold star-like glow, were meticulously arranged inside. The needles bore remarkably intricate and esoteric natural patterns. Lin Mo's gaze swept over the needles, nodding slightly. Good needles. He approached the bed, holding his breath with utmost concentration. The atmosphere in the quiet room became exceedingly tense. The sound of a falling needle could be heard. All eyes were fixed upon Lin Mo, filled with anxiety and hope. Lin Mo closed his eyes, drawing a deep breath. When he opened them again, the depths of his gaze were devoid of any languor or casualness, replaced by an almost divine focus and gravitas. It was as though he had transformed into a different person. His fingers moved like lightning, leaving trails of afterimages in the air. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. One by one, the silver needles, sparkling with starlight, seemed to come alive, transforming into delicate streams of light, precisely piercing into 9 vital points on Murong Bo's frail body. Each needle's insertion resonated with a peculiar rhythm, as if harmonizing with the profound truths of heaven and earth. The needle tails quivered slightly, emitting an exceedingly faint yet soul-piercing chime. As the silver needles penetrated, a layer of extremely dim yet hauntingly ominous gray-black patterns gradually surfaced on Murong Bo's withered skin, resembling decaying roots entwined beneath, emanating an aura of deathly stillness. This was indeed the manifestation of the curse of withering and decay. Lin Mo's technique grew increasingly swift and intricate. Beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, and his complexion visibly paled. The exertion of this needle technique demanded not only vital energy, but also immense mental fortitude. What is this? Murong Qian was riveted, his eyes fixed on Lin Mo's ethereal fingers, which danced like butterflies, embodying unfathomable mysteries in their motions and trajectories. as a spark of unprecedented awe ignited in his murky old eyes. He felt that his lifetime of medical knowledge paled in comparison to this needle technique. The trajectories and rhythms seemed to invoke some supreme life principle of the universe. A sudden thought flashed through his mind, one that existed solely in legend, the legendary reversal needle technique. He trembled violently, gasping in disbelief, his voice cracking with overwhelming excitement. The 9 needles of heavenly motion? Could it be the ancient technique of the exiled immortals, said to reverse life and death, allowing withered wood to bloom again? The 9 needles of heavenly motion? The legendary reversal needle technique. My heavens, how can this be possible? The other elders, as if struck by a fantastical tale, stood agape, as though turned to stone. The technique, long thought lost to time and only existing in ancient texts, was now being wielded by a young man. At this critical juncture, Lin Mo's needling reached its zenith. His hands moved like phantoms, tapping in midair above Murong Bo's heart. The 9 longest needles, gleaming with the brightest starlight, hovered at his fingertips. Each needle appeared to bear an immense burden, trembling violently. Lin Mo's complexion was as pale as paper, his body beginning to sway, evidently pushed to the limits of exhaustion. Yet his gaze remained sharp, fiercely locking onto the nearly imperceptible dim glimmer of death and decay emanating from the depths of Murong Bo's heart, the seed of withering. Seal. Lin Mo uttered a low, resonant command akin to a dragon's roar. His hands forcefully pressed downward. Buzz.